Chapter 1. Departing with Nothing. Sign this divorce agreement and leave the Song family. As Li Shuo finished preparing lunch, his mother-in-law, Sun Qian, flung a divorce agreement in front of him. Upon seeing the bold words departing with nothing emblazoned on the document, he stared in disbelief and asked, "Why? You, a man who entered our family through marriage, have no right to question me," she retorted. "Sign it quickly and know your place. For 2.5 years, you have lived off our family, eating our food and consuming our resources. If it weren't for your ability to handle some trivial tasks, you would have been kicked out long ago. Even a dog knows to wag its tail to please its master after 2 years of care. Yet you, a useless son-in-law, dare to show me disdain. Sign it now." Sun Qian's disdainful gaze was fixed on Li Shuo. She had long harbored a dislike for this son-in-law, and had it not been for her daughter's protection, he would have been expelled long ago. Now, with her daughter's tacit approval, she was eager to rid herself of him, finding even one more second of his presence intolerable. "Mother, does Qian know about the divorce?" Despite his mother-in-law's venomous words, Li Shuo remained composed, not allowing himself to be swayed by her animosity. He understood her disdain, yet as long as his wife continued to stand by him, he could endure it all. Sun Qian became suddenly irate at the mention of her daughter. "You worthless man, how dare you bring up Qian? If it weren't for your pathetic existence, my daughter might have already married into a prominent family. Now that Qian has caught the eye of a powerful figure, you, this burdensome dog, should hurry and leave." Unperturbed by the harsh insults and mockery, Li Shuo maintained his calm demeanor. "I will sign, but only if Qian tells me herself." With that, he turned as if nothing had happened, heading back to the kitchen to bring in the remaining dishes. Li Shuo, enough. At that moment, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open. A tall, exquisite woman, whose beauty rivaled that of a popular actress, emerged. It was none other than Li Shuo's wife, Song Qian. "Qian, when did you return?" "I was just about to bring you lunch," Li Shuo said, seemingly oblivious to the anger radiating from her. Having suppressed a torrent of frustration, Song Qian had initially planned to humiliate Li Shuo and compel him to sign the divorce agreement. However, upon seeing his ever-present smile, her resolve wavered for a fleeting moment. In that instant, she recalled the many good qualities of her husband Li Shuo, but those thoughts were swiftly overshadowed. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, she now desired a partner who could assist her in business and provide her with greater resources, rather than a man who spent his days tending to household chores. Resolute, Song Qian's expression hardened once more. "Li Shuo, as husband and wife, let's not make this any more difficult for each other. Sign the divorce agreement swiftly, and from this moment forth, we shall have no further ties." Her tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. The bond forged over 2.5 years of marriage seemed as though it had never existed at all. "Why? Is it that I have done something wrong? Or have you simply changed your heart?" Li Shuo's gaze sharpened in an instant. Even when faced with the humiliation from Sun Qian, his demeanor remained serene. Yet now, merely a cold remark from Song Qian profoundly affected his emotions. Whether it was Li Shuo's comment about changing hearts or something else, it instantly ignited Song Qian's fury. "Li Shuo, let me be frank with you. You are no longer worthy of me. Indeed, I once harbored feelings for you, but ever since our marriage, your actions have left me thoroughly disappointed. While I have strived to improve myself, you have remained idle, a mere burden. As I toiled day and night, battling in the business world, you languished in the kitchen, providing no assistance whatsoever. Sign the divorce agreement promptly. I have no desire to resort to more forceful measures." With her face contorted in anger, Song Qian unleashed the words she had buried deep within. Observing her enraged countenance, Li Shuo smiled a smile tinged with despair. Since he had entered the Song family 2.5 years ago, he had quietly supported them. He had even discreetly utilized his resources to transform their modest workshop into a company valued at nearly 10 million, all to alleviate any pressure on Song Qian. Never did he anticipate that, as their business flourished and their horizons widened, they would come to disdain him. He had contemplated striving together with Song Qian, but just as the Song family began to rise, his father-in-law fell gravely ill and required his care. Song Qian, anxious about the nurses, implored him to look after her father, and thus he had spent the last 2.5 years shuttling between the hospital and their home. all while secretly aiding the Song family's growth. He had never imagined that all his sacrifices would lead to betrayal and being cast out. So be it, this debt of gratitude can now be considered settled, Li Shuo whispered to himself. With the weight lifted from his heart, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. He stepped forward and signed the divorce agreement, inscribing his name upon it. Daughter, quickly put it away, otherwise this pathetic man might have a change of heart. Sun Qian, who had been waiting nearby, hurried forward to seize the divorce agreement, her face radiant with joy and excitement. Song Qianqian instinctively revealed a knowing smile. Since she was no longer a member of this family, Li Shuo had no reason to remain. She untied her apron, entered the bedroom, and began to pack her belongings. As she glimpsed Li Shuo's somewhat forlorn figure, a flicker of guilt stirred within her. After all, he had been her husband for over 2 years. Particularly when she noticed the steaming dishes still laid out in the living room, she suddenly felt a pang of regret towards him. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. The mere thought of being able to unite with the third young master of the Tang family after her divorce from Li Shuo filled her face with a radiant smile of happiness. During the 2 years of her marriage, Li Shuo had contributed little in terms of clothing, only providing some basic necessities and the belongings she had brought with her, all of which could easily fit into a single suitcase, making her preparations swift. As she grasped the handle of her suitcase, Li Shuo was ready to depart from the Song residence. Halt! Just as she was about to step out the door, the commanding voice of Sun Qian echoed behind her. Chapter 2. Defamation. Is there anything else? Li Shuo halted his steps and turned to face Sun Qian. Their relationship had long since dissipated, and Li Shuo showed her no semblance of kindness. Sun Qian, who had intended to provoke him further, felt a surge of irritation at his indifferent demeanor. Scanning the surroundings, her gaze ultimately settled on Li Shuo's suitcase. So, you're a thief after all, attempting to abscond with our belongings. How naive of you to think it would be that simple. As she spoke, Sun Qian advanced and seized the suitcase beside Li Shuo. Those are my belongings. A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Li Shuo's eyes. Had it not been for their 2 years of shared life, Sun Qian would have been lifeless at that moment. You, a son-in-law, came empty-handed into our home, relying on us for your sustenance and attire. What makes you think you possess any of our things? I shall see just how much you have pilfered from us. With that, Sun Qian forcefully slammed Li Shuo's suitcase onto the ground. With a dull thud, the suitcase burst open, its contents scattering across the floor. 2 sets of faded clothing and a few everyday items were all that remained. Upon witnessing this, Sun Qian's eyes reflected a tinge of regret. This despicable wretch truly took nothing at all. The thought only deepened her disdain for Li Shuo. In such circumstances, he should have sought some advantage. Indeed, he was nothing but a coward. Muttering to herself, Sun Qian felt a wave of frustration for failing to incite trouble. Just then, she noticed a gift box nestled among the clothes, and her eyes brightened. So, you claim you haven't stolen anything from us? Sun Qian exclaimed, eagerly opening the gift box to reveal a translucent jade bracelet nestled within. Its brilliant luster and flawless surface indicated it was a superior piece. Sun Qian was certain this bracelet did not belong to her family, but that mattered little. It was now in her possession, and thus hers to claim. She was about to adorn her wrist with the bracelet, her heart soaring at the thought of its value, certainly worth millions. To her surprise, this coward possessed such a fine item. You cannot take this bracelet. At that moment, Li Shuo spoke, seizing Sun Qian's wrist with a firm grip that prevented her from claiming the bracelet. Sun Qian felt as if her wrist were caught in a vice. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. The intense pain elicited a grimace from her lips. You little wretch, what are you doing? Release me at once, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Sun Qian shouted, her expression twisted with rage. Li Shuo paid her no heed, carefully retrieving the jade bracelet from her grasp, wiping it clean before placing it into his pocket. Upon regaining her freedom, Sun Qian instinctively attempted to strike Li Shuo. Yet in the next moment, she distinctly felt a piercing chill that made her heart tremble, compelling her to swallow back the curse that had risen to her lips. Sun Qian turned to her somewhat dazed daughter. Qian, aren't you going to intervene? This little wretch just tried to kill me. Sun Qian did not respond immediately. Her gaze remained fixated on Li Shua's suitcase. If her memory served her right, these two sets of clothes had been purchased together before their marriage. The total cost was no more than 500 yuan. Reflecting on it, she realized that over the years, she had never bought Li Shuo any clothing. He had no pocket money and had not added a single item for himself. Had he truly been wearing just these 2 or 3 outfits for more than 2 years? In an instant, Sun Qianqian felt a twinge of emotion. It dawned on her that she had never shown concern for her husband. "You foolish girl, what are you thinking? Hurry up and help your mother teach him a lesson." Observing her daughter staring blankly at Li Shua's belongings, Sun Qian was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Could it be that her simple daughter still harbored feelings for this little beast? After expending so much effort to facilitate their divorce, it was imperative that no complications arose at this juncture. Sun Qian urgently shouted, attempting to rouse her daughter. However, it seemed that Song Qianqian did not hear her words. Quickly, Sun Qian turned her ire towards Li Shuo. "You little wretch, you are no longer part of our family. What are you still doing here? Get out. If you don't leave, I'll have someone break your legs." Sun Qian's expression was ferocious as she glared at Li Shuo. "Today, I shall see who dares to touch my brother-in-law." Just as Li Shuo was preparing to gather his belongings, a woman's voice rang out from outside. Shortly thereafter, a young woman dressed in casual attire, with an exquisite appearance and a graceful figure, exuding youthful vitality, entered the room. She approached Li Shuo in just a few strides, positioning herself protectively behind him while glaring fiercely at Sun Qian, akin to a spiky-haired kitten. "Yin Yin, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Qian's expression shifted dramatically, her anger transforming into a gentle demeanor tinged with a hint of supplication. The newcomer was Lu Yin, Sun Qian's nominal second daughter, who had been adopted by the Song family in her childhood. Sun Qian's initial acceptance of her had primarily been for the sake of inheriting Lu Yin's deceased parents' estate. After a season, she had effectively abandoned Lu Yin in the countryside to live with her grandmother, leading Lu Yin to recognize only her grandmother and not this mother. Had she not attended university and come to this city, she would not have set foot in the Song house. "Brother-in-law, what has happened?" Lu Yin ignored Sun Qian entirely, turning instead to Li Shuo with a gentle gaze. "It's nothing. I've divorced your sister. You need not call me brother-in-law anymore." With Lu Yin's arrival, Li Shuo understood that this farce had reached its conclusion. It was time for him to leave. Divorced. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, as if she had discovered a new world. Delight involuntarily graced her delicate features. Li Shuo understood the intentions of the young girl and was acutely aware of her thoughts. However, he had resolved to sever all ties with the Song family. He hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Yin spoke again. "The betrothal between the Song and Li families was established by our grandfather. Song Qianqian, have you forgotten the promise you made before grandfather passed? The Song and Li families are destined for 1,000 years of union. If you refuse to heed grandfather's words, I shall. I am also a part of the Song family. If you are unwilling to marry brother Li Shuo, then I shall take your place." Chapter 3. I am divorced. As Li Shuo stepped out of the house, he was taken aback by Lu Yin's unexpected declaration. He could scarcely fathom that this young girl would utter such words. "Yin, this matter." Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lu Yin interrupted him directly. "Li Shuo Gij, marrying you is not a fleeting whim, but a dream I have cherished all along. When you and Song Qianqian first returned to the countryside, Grandpa intended for me to marry you. At that time, I was merely a child, and your affections were solely directed towards Song Qianqian. I understood the tenuous nature of our bond and dared not hope for anything beyond that. Now that you are divorced from Song Qianqian, how could I let this opportunity slip away? Li Shuo, I am determined to marry you. Rest assured, after our union, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to you. Unlike certain individuals who, despite possessing the most precious treasures of this world, fail to cherish them." As she spoke, Lu Yin glanced meaningfully at Song Qianqian. The latter, who had just felt a twinge of guilt towards Li Shuo, was suddenly engulfed by a surge of anger upon hearing Lu Yin's words. "Lu Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? Regardless of the circumstances, he is your brother-in-law, and you must not entertain the thought of being together. Furthermore, you are still a student. Do not let me hear such shameless talk again, or I shall disown you as my sister." Song Qianqian's demeanor was icy, her heart in turmoil. Even though she had cast aside this man like refuse, she could not bear the thought of anyone else possessing him, especially her own sister, who she regarded as far superior and treated with utmost care. If this matter were to get out, what face would she have left? Indeed, Yin Yin, if this were to become public knowledge, how would others perceive you? You are currently in a phase of academic and career ascendance. Should it be revealed that you are marrying your own brother-in-law, an utter failure, it would have significant repercussions for you, interjected Sun Qian, attempting to dissuade her. Her attitude towards her daughter was one of extreme flattery. The initial act of adopting Lu Yinyin was motivated solely by the inheritance and compensation from her parents, and she had never regarded her as a true daughter, carelessly leaving her in the countryside. Little did she anticipate that this girl would blossom into a remarkable individual, achieving outstanding academic success and becoming a renowned professor's protege. With the assistance of her esteemed peers, Lu Yinyin had already established 2 companies worth hundreds of billions, capitalizing on the recent rise of the Song family over the past year, leveraging her connections and resources. I am resolute in my decision to marry Li Shuo Gij. No one can alter that. Moreover, I am the granddaughter of Grandma, yet I am not your daughter. Henceforth, do not call me Yin Yin. We are not acquainted. With that, Lu Yinyin grasped Li Shuo's hand and prepared to exit the Song family estate. As she stepped out of the door, Lu Yinyin seemed to recall something, halting her pace to turn and toss a gift box to Song Qianqian. "This is a birthday gift that brother Li Shuo asked me to prepare for you." With that, the two departed. Song Qianqian stared at the gift box in her arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Almost as if possessed, she opened the box. Upon seeing the contents within, Lu Yinyin was left utterly speechless. Nestled inside was a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, sparkling brilliantly under the light. She vividly remembered the early days when she first met Li Shuo. They'd shared both hardships and triumphs, and her greatest dream then had been to possess a dazzling diamond ring like this one. Yet, somehow, she had gradually begun to overlook Li Shuo, forgetting the beauty of their past. At this moment, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin had already left the Song residence, strolling through the bustling streets. "Thank you for today. I will transfer you the money for the ring later," Li Shuo remarked, glancing at Lu Yinyin, who was furiously typing messages ahead of him. He felt a mix of exasperation and appreciation. Indeed, the little girl's willingness to stand up for him today had taken him by surprise and touched him. Yet deep down, he viewed her merely as a younger sister. "Brotherly Shuo, I've already booked the venue and arranged everything with the seniors. In a few days, we should choose a good date for our engagement banquet," Lu Yinyin replied, her face alight with excitement as she waved her phone, her joy barely contained. Li Shuo was at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that this young girl would act so swiftly, notifying everyone and preparing the venue in such a short span of time. For a moment, he felt quite troubled. To refuse her would utterly disgrace her, yet to accept was equally inappropriate. "Today has been quite eventful. Let us find a hotel to rest, and we can reconsider the engagement matter later," he eventually decided. Opting not to speak harshly, he thought that perhaps in a couple of days, this little girl might change her mind. If all else failed, he would devise a prudent solution then. All right. Upon hearing Li Shuo's words, Lu Yinyin's spirits inevitably dipped, though she masked her emotions well. Subsequently, Li Shuo found a nearby hotel and made simple arrangements for their stay. Lu Yinyin delayed her departure until nightfall before finally leaving. As she stepped out into the vibrant nightlife, a bittersweet expression crossed her face, followed by a serene smile. In matters of love, one must be a bit selfish. She acknowledged that she had put much thought into her actions today and understood that Li Shuo might not accept her for the time being. Yet she resolutely took that step forward. Lu Yinyin felt that if she missed this opportunity, she would never have another. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Li Shuo quickly freshened up before opening the hotel computer. A series of knocks opened a website, which subsequently redirected to a communication platform. This was a private personal platform, imperceptible without internal invitations. "I have divorced," Li Shuo announced in the group. In an instant, the chat exploded with fervor. Countless messages flooded the screen. Observing the chaos, Li Shuo promptly activated the mute function. After a full 5 minutes, he resumed the group chat. He edited and sent another message. The time has come to shift the influence of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce back to our homeland. Chapter 4. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, once a word is spoken, it resonates like thunder in a clear sky. The group erupted in excitement once more. Boss, you have finally made this decision. The brothers have long been prepared. Rest assured, within 10 days, all assets and influence will be transferred back to the homeland. Boss, it has been 2.5 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past years? I think of you every day. How could you be so heartless? Why didn't you say so sooner? I still have a mountain of matters to resolve here. At the very least, it will take a month to complete the transfer. Hee, I am already in the country and will soon meet the boss. Aren't you all envious? As Li Shuo observed the incessantly flashing messages in the group, a hint of nostalgia graced his features. A decade ago, the Li family was annihilated overnight, leaving only him and his sister, while their mother was away on a trip, successfully evading that calamity. Although they had concealed themselves well, those men still found them. During that siege, at the tender age of 15, he diverted the attackers away to ensure the safety of his mother and sister. Although he managed to escape, he became separated from them. Even more tragically, he fell into the clutches of a group of human traffickers who sold him overseas, landing him on an island resembling a hell on earth. Every day, thousands were sent to that island, and by the next day, scarcely 1 in 10 would remain. Bloodshed, brutality, and betrayal were ceaseless occurrences. After a harrowing struggle to escape the pile of corpses, he was treated like livestock and taken to a secret base on the island. Within that clandestine facility, he endured inhumane torment through various experiments on human subjects. After countless lives perished, the experiments yielded success, and he too emerged victorious, with his cognitive abilities developed to an astonishing 60%. This outcome surpassed even the expectations of the island's masterminds. Empowered beyond measure, he obliterated that island and liberated many others like himself. In pursuit of vengeance and the destruction of this unending darkness, they established their own organization, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, with wealth rivaling nations and the capacity to influence the economies of several countries. This chamber concealed the world's foremost assassin organization and the second-best intelligence network. In the following years, they dismantled numerous such islands, ruthlessly annihilating the forces behind them. Only then did Li Shuo return to his homeland. After extensive inquiries, he finally uncovered news of his family, yet it was somewhat too late. He could not see his mother one last time. Fortunately, his sister was alive and had been adopted by a loving family. His sister's survival was partly due to the assistance of the Song family, with Song Qianqian personally rescuing her. The betrothal arranged by their grandfather ultimately saved his sister's life. To express his gratitude, Li Shuo approached Song Qianqian, willing to become a son-in-law without any objections. He had hoped to walk a smooth path together, yet never anticipated the outcome that awaited them. Regardless of the circumstances, this debt of gratitude had been repaid. As he softly murmured, Li Shuo gathered his thoughts once again. In the shadows, he had diligently aided the Song family for 2.5 years, attending to everyone with unwavering dedication. He owed them nothing now. At that moment, Li Shuo's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, a knowing smile graced his lips as he answered the call. "Boss, where are you? I'm coming to find you." An excited male voice resonated from the other end. Without hesitation, Li Shuo relayed his location. Minutes later, a luxury sports car pulled up at the hotel entrance. A tall, handsome young man clad in a tailored suit exited the vehicle and made his way directly to Li Shuo's room. The door swung open, and before Li Shuo could utter a word, the young man enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Boss, you finally decided to see me. Xiao Okuin. How old are you now? Still crying like a child?" Li Shuo remarked, observing the young man before him, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. A smile of joy involuntarily blossomed on his face. Zhou Qingquan was also one of those sold to the isolated island years ago. Unlike others, after dismantling that mysterious force, he did not join the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but returned home to inherit his family business. Over the years, Li Shuo had supported the Song family, providing resources, much of which had been orchestrated through Zhou Qianquan. Their long-awaited meeting was strategic. He intended to lure out those who remained hidden domestically by leveraging Qianquan's return from the island. Recently, he had completely eradicated the remnants of that enigmatic force concealed within the country. Regardless of age, in front of his elder brother, he remained the younger one. Zhou Qianquan discreetly wiped away his tears, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. No one could have anticipated that this esteemed heir of Binhai City possessed such a tender side, one that even his parents had never witnessed. What about my sister? Li Shuing Kirat Gazwadi. Although he had met his sister several times since returning to the country, they had yet to recognize each other, all for the sake of her safety. Over the past 2 years, there have been new faces appearing around my sister. Although they concealed themselves well, we managed to uncover them all. We had them under control, but recently new individuals have emerged. As Zhou Qianquan recounted the events, Li Shuo's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as he had suspected, despite his sister's passage through an orphanage and subsequent adoption, those who had once annihilated the Li family remained acutely aware of her identity. In the 2.5 years since his return, after establishing contact with his sister and dealing with some of the tailing individuals, they had once again become the focus of attention. Previously, to combat the remnants of that overseas force, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Now that the remnants had been entirely uprooted, the time for vengeance against the enemies of the Li family had arrived. Keep a close watch on everyone. When the Sihai Chamber of Commerce returns, it will be time to stir the entire Binhai City, Li Shuo commanded solemnly. Rest assured, brother, I have been preparing everything, Zhou Qianquan replied confidently. As Zhou Qianquan spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Among those who emerged from that inferno, how many could be deemed ordinary? The two then engaged in a conversation about recent happenings and shared memories. Before they realized it, the clock had already struck past 9 in the evening. By the way, brother, there is one more matter to discuss. Since you have divorced that woman, do you still wish to pursue the collaboration initially intended with the Song family? Zhou Qianquan suddenly recalled that a partnership contract was due for signing today. I have already repaid the favor owed to the Song family. Li Shuo merely responded with this phrase, and Zhou Qianquan instantly grasped the implications. Continuing the cooperation seemed unnecessary. An idea suddenly brightened his mind. A delightful notion. Brother, the Longting Resort is hosting an evening banquet. Would you care to join me and revel in the festivities? Upon seeing the sparkle in Zhou Qianquan's eyes, Li Shuo understood that this fellow was likely concocting some mischievous scheme. Although Li Shuo initially intended to decline, he could not resist Zhou Qianquan's enthusiasm and ultimately agreed to accompany him. Chapter 5. The Woman Who Changed Her Heart. Longting Resort. The most renowned vacation destination in Binhai City captivates visitors with its vast expanse and breathtaking architecture. When Li Shuo and his companions arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the banquet was about to commence. Distinguished individuals from various professions entered the venue, each holding an invitation. Such a place is not meant for someone of your lowly stature. As soon as Li Shuo arrived, a familiar, mocking voice pierced his ears. The biting tone, coupled with the derogatory term used, made it clear to Li Shuo that it was Sun Qian. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Li Shuo initially intended to ignore her, but Sun Qian, relentless as ever, obstructed his path. Do not overstep your bounds and squander the last remnants of our connection. Li Shuo cast a cold glance at Sun Qian, his voice low and threatening. She was no longer his mother-in-law. There was no reason to indulge her any longer. What do you mean, you little wretch? Sun Qian momentarily failed to grasp the implications of Li Shuo's words, yet she could discern the chill and menace in his tone. This little wretch had barely been away from the Song family for a few hours and already dared to threaten her. Her authority felt challenged, igniting a fierce anger within her. She lunged forward, intent on seizing his collar. Slap! Li Shuo did not relent. He delivered a sharp blow. The crisp sound echoed through the air, leaving Sun Qian utterly stunned. This little wretch had the audacity to strike her. You little beast. Today I shall make you understand the consequences of offending me. Security. Security. There is a commotion here. Why are you not intervening? I am a senior member here, and if you do not break this little beast's legs, I shall file a complaint against you." Sun Qian shouted furiously at the security personnel tasked with maintaining order. Though the security guards were reluctant, they approached. Just as they were about to speak, they noticed Zhou Qianquan standing beside Li Shuo, prompting them to swallow their reprimands and turn their backs on Sun Qian, leaving her fuming. Being a woman who had risen from a humble background to wealth, she was particularly sensitive about her dignity. At that moment, Sun Qian felt the disdainful gazes of everyone around her. "Very well, you lowly scoundrels. Do you know who I am? I am a matriarch of the Song family, and my son-in-law is the third young master of the Tang family, a figure even your Longting resort would not dare provoke. When my son-in-law arrives, mark my words, none of you shall escape my wrath." Sun Qian's impotent rage was laced with threats, and it was evident that she now held a grudge against the security personnel as well. "Li Shuo, you little wretch. Wait for my son-in-law to come. I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death." Sun Qian glared at Li Shuo, her eyes filled with venomous intent. "Mother, what's going on?" At that moment, the voice of Song Qianqian echoed through the air. As the elegant and sophisticated Song Qianqian approached, she was accompanied by a rather portly middle-aged man, whose height paled in comparison to hers. "My daughter, you must stand up for me." Upon seeing her daughter, Sun Qian's face transformed, revealing an expression of profound grievance and sorrow, as if she had endured unimaginable torment. "Mother, please remain calm. Feel free to share your troubles with me." Witnessing her mother in such distress was a first for Song Qianqian, igniting her own anxiety, and she hurried to offer comfort. "Mother-in-law, who has wronged you? I shall seek retribution on your behalf." The rotund Tang Hao feigned concern, though his eyes brimmed with disdain for his mother-in-law. Yet, for the sake of the beauty beside him and the wealth she possessed, he begrudgingly spoke. "It was Li Shuo, that little wretch. He relentlessly pursued you, and before I could dissuade him, he struck me directly. Oh, my dear daughter, had you arrived even a moment later, I might have met my demise." Sun Qian embellished her tale, her voice rising in indignation. Indeed, her performance was nothing short of theatrical. "How dare he? I am eager to see who in Binhai City possesses the audacity to bully my mother-in-law." Tang Hao's expression was one of righteous fury. He spoke with conviction. After all, this banquet was his own affair, populated by guests he knew well. Apart from the Zhou family, he feared no one present. "You audacious fool! To lay a hand on my mother-in-law." Tang Hao seized Song Qianqian's hand, storming toward Li Shuo. He was well aware of Li Shuo's status and recognized him as a coward, having long awaited an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Regardless of Song Qianqian's beauty, she was still a second-hand treasure, marred by the presence of a weakling. The thought unsettled him deeply, and now the opportunity to confront Li Shuo had presented itself. He paid no mind to Zhou Qianquan standing nearby. While Zhou looked somewhat presentable, it mattered little in the younger generation of Binhai City. Apart from the elusive heir to the Zhou family, he was familiar with everyone else who posed a threat. What's going on here? Li Shuo cast a resigned glance at Zhou Qianquan, who was clearly preparing to play the role of the underdog. "Rest assured, brother. Today I shall ensure you vent your frustrations properly," Zhou Qianquan replied with a calm smile, his demeanor deceptively benign. As he was not required to represent the Song family in their negotiations, neither the Song nor the Tang families recognized him. His purpose for being there was solely to assist his brother in reclaiming his dignity. Li Shuo shook his head in resignation, unwilling to intervene in Zhou Qianquan's plans. He was no saint. His years of gratitude did not erase the resentment he harbored. Ignoring Tang Hao entirely, he turned his gaze to Song Qianqian. "Is this the man you have chosen after your heart turned cold? Your taste leaves much to be desired." After several hours, when Li Shuo encountered Song Qianqian once more, his mindset had irrevocably altered, particularly upon witnessing the intimate gesture shared between Song Qianqian and Tang Hao. A wave of revulsion surged within him. It seemed that the woman before him was nothing extraordinary after all. "Li Shuo, did you strike my mother?" Upon first seeing Li Shuo, Song Qianqian instinctively felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, Tang Hao was rather lackluster, especially since, upon their meeting, Li Shuo had already chosen to mock her with his words. This left the remnants of her pride in tatters, igniting a fierce anger within her. Today, if you do not kneel and apologize to my mother, do not expect to leave here in peace. Song Qianqian glared at Li Shuo, her voice icy. Once a woman's heart turns, her ruthlessness can surpass all imagination. Chapter 6. A group of clowns kneel and apologize? Song Qianqian, do you truly consider yourself someone of significance? Zhou Qinquan scoffed, surveying Song Qianqian with a disdainful gaze. Your mother got what she deserved, acting all high and mighty and cursing Li Shuo. It's a miracle she wasn't taken to the police station. What? Is your Tang Hao any better than you? A petty man? Song Qianqian's complexion changed, alternating between crimson and pallid, rendered speechless by Zhou Qinquan's biting remarks. She had never anticipated that this seemingly harmless man beside Li Shuo possessed such a venomous tongue. Tang Hao, witnessing the exchange, immediately interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Qinquan. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my fiancé in such a manner? Do you have any idea who I am? I am from the Tang family. The Tang family? Is that truly something to boast about? Zhou Qinquan interrupted with a sneer. Tang Hao could no longer contain his fury. He swung his arm dramatically and shouted at the bodyguards behind him. If you dare to defame our Tang family, you know how to deal with this scoundrel, right? I hope you remain this arrogant when you enter my domain, for you shall not leave unscathed. Go on, teach this insolent fool a lesson. The group of bodyguards immediately lunged towards Li Shuo, prompting gasps from the onlookers who retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Zhou Qinquan, standing beside Li Shuo, wore a sly grin as he cracked his knuckles, then swiftly advanced toward the bodyguards. Over the past 2 years, Zhou Qinquan had not been idle. After escaping from the island, he had dedicated himself to martial arts training, not only for self-defense, but also to protect Li Shuo, the one he revered above all. Before the bodyguards could react, they were swiftly incapacitated, wailing in pain. Sun Xian and Song Qianqian were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how this seemingly unremarkable young man beside Li Shuo could possess such formidable strength. Tang Hao, on the other hand, stood agape, pointing at the fallen bodyguards, exclaiming in frustration, "You worthless fools!" Zhou Qinquan dusted off his hands, strolling casually to Li Shuo's side, and remarked with a smile, "Your Tang family's bodyguards are rather fragile, aren't they?" Tang Hao's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that the bodyguards he had brought would be so easily defeated. His trembling finger pointed at Zhou Qinquan. You wait." Through gritted teeth, he spat out those words, seemingly contemplating calling for reinforcements. Zhou Qinquan chuckled coldly, flexing his wrist with an eager demeanor. "What's this? Haven't you had enough? Young Master Tang, would you like me to help you stretch your muscles further?" As Zhou Qinquan prepared to strike again, Li Shuo intervened, raising a hand to halt him. "Enough, Qinquan, do not stoop to the level of such a petty individual." Song Qianqian gazed at Li Shuo, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. She recalled the time spent with him when he exhibited the same gentle and considerate demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintained his composure and rationality. And what of Tang Hao? Aside from family background that truly surpasses Li Shuo's, he is indeed inferior in all other aspects. This act by Li Shu only served to infuriate Tang Hao further. Li Shuo, cease your pretense of benevolence. You are nothing but a hypocrite. Let me inform you. Members of the Tang family are right upstairs. It is not too late for you to apologize to my mother-in-law. If you do, I, Tang Hao, will overlook today's incident. Li Shuo cast a disdainful glance at Tang Hao. Face, do you truly believe I care for such trivialities? I simply wish to avoid wasting my time with you clowns. Furthermore, an apology to Sun Qian is out of the question. When I signed the divorce agreement with Song Qianqian, I no longer owed the Song family anything. Had Sun Qian not provoked me today, that slap would never have landed on her face. With that, Li Shuo turned to leave. In that instant, Sun Qian suddenly began to shout, "Li Shuo, you ungrateful wretch! You feasted and drank from our Song family, and now that you've grown wings, you dare to strike me. Everyone, look at this despicable man." She wept and wailed dramatically, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Most of the onlookers were sycophants who typically ingratiated themselves with the Tang family, and seeing Tang Hao protect the Song family, they chimed in, pointing fingers at Li Shuo. How outrageous! How can he strike a woman? Indeed, the Song family has treated him so well, and he repays their kindness with ingratitude. The youth of today are truly heartless. Listening to the murmurs around her, Sun Qian smiled with satisfaction. Her goal was to ruin Li Shuo's reputation, ensuring he could not hold his head high in front of everyone. Just then, several uniformed staff members approached, led by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He stepped in front of Song Qianqian and Sun Qian, speaking sternly, "Ms. Song, Ms. Sun, according to the regulations of the Longting Resort Members Management Association, due to your severe violations of the membership code, we have decided to revoke your membership. Please leave the resort immediately." "What?" Sun Qian and Song Qianqian exclaimed in unison. Sun Qian jumped up, pointing at the middle-aged man and scolding. "Who do you think you are, daring to expel us? Do you know who I am? I am from the Song family." The middle-aged man remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. "I apologize, Ms. Sun, but we operate according to the rules here. Regardless of your identity, you must adhere to our regulations." Tang Hao, witnessing the scene, quickly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Sun Qian. He confronted the middle-aged man, demanding, "On what grounds are you revoking the Song family's membership? Surely, the Members Association is aware of the impending collaboration between the Song and Tang families?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his tone still composed. "Tang San Xiao, I apologize, but according to the latest decision of the Members Management Association, your membership has also been revoked." "What?" Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock, momentarily taken aback. "On what ground are you canceling my membership?" Li Shuo and Zhou Qianquan stood to the side, observing the farce with a detached demeanor. "Do you know who I am? My father is Tang Jinhai. Do you dare to revoke my membership? I assure you, you will regret it." The bespectacled man replied in a tone as flat as a still pond. "Mr. Tang, I apologize, but if you disagree with our resolution, you may appeal to the Membership Management Association." Tang Hao trembled with rage. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Throughout his life, he had been the center of admiration, and never had anyone dared to treat him in such a manner. He glared fiercely at the bespectacled man, gritting his teeth as he said, "Very well, you have some nerve. This matter is far from over." Chapter 7. The Villain's Slap Amidst the Chaos. Tang Hao continued to rant in a fit of rage. Suddenly, Song Qianqian's phone rang, cutting through the tumult. With impatience, she answered the call, and her assistant's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. "President Song, it's terrible. The Zhou family. They have unilaterally terminated our collaboration on the project." Song Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Tang Hao beside her was still incessantly clamoring for revenge against the resort, but she could absorb none of it. The partnership between the Zhou family and the Song family, which she had painstakingly secured, was vital for the future development of Song Enterprises. Now, with the Zhou family abruptly withdrawing their investment, it dealt a potentially fatal blow to Song Enterprises. "What did you say? Repeat that." Song Qianqian's voice trembled, disbelief flooding her senses. Her assistant sobbed over the line, "President Song, it's true. The Zhou family just sent a formal notice to terminate all collaborations with us. They are also demanding a substantial penalty for breach of contract." Darkness clouded Song Qianqian's vision as she nearly fainted. Gripping the edge of the table, she steadied herself and took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. "I understand. You maintain the situation for now." Tang Hao, still seething with rage, cursed vehemently, oblivious to the pallor that had overtaken Song Qianqian's face. "Qianqian, what's wrong? You look dreadful." Sun Qian, continuing her complaints about the resort's injustices, turned and noticed her daughter's distress. Song Qianqian inhaled deeply, wrestling with her rising panic, and spoke in a quivering voice, "Mom, the company. There's a crisis. The Zhou family has canceled our collaboration." Sun Qian's eyes widened in alarm. "What? The Zhou family has withdrawn? Why? Wasn't everything going smoothly?" Song Qianqian weakly shook her head. "I don't know." The assistant said the Zhou family provided no reason, merely terminated the cooperation unilaterally. As she glanced at Li Shuo across the room, a chilling thought crept into Song Qianqian's mind. Could this all be the machinations of Li Shuo? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it felt. While Li Shuo was with the company, the Zhou family had exhibited great interest in Song Enterprises projects, and collaborations had progressed seamlessly. Why then did the Zhou family suddenly change their stance upon his departure? Was there a connection between Li Shuo and the Zhou family? This notion sent a jolt through Song Qianqian. She recalled Li Shuo's earlier words, where he claimed he owed the Song family nothing. Was he hinting at something deeper? The more she thought, the more alarmed she became. If Li Shuo truly had ties to the Zhou family, then everything he had done at Song Enterprises could have been a facade to manipulate her. Li Shuo, you worthless fool. If it weren't for your instigation, how could I be humiliated like this? Tang Hao pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shuo, his eyes blazing with fury. Li Shuo, however, merely smiled faintly, his expression remaining unchanged. Zhou Qianquan, overhearing, wore a look of indifference, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Should I be afraid of your threats? Apologies, but I'm not interested in such intimidation tactics. The bespectacled man from the Membership Management Association stood nearby, urging Tang Xiao. This is a public space. Please maintain your composure. If you're dissatisfied with our resolution, you may file a complaint with the Membership Management Association, but kindly refrain from making a scene here. Enraged, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and charged at Li Shuo, swinging his fist towards Li Shuo's face. With agility, Li Shuo sidestepped the attack. Tang Hao's punch missed, causing him to lose his balance and tumble heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Ouch! That hurts! I'm being attacked. Lying on the floor, he clutched his abdomen, exaggerating his cries. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the second floor. A throng of people descended, led by a burly middle-aged man with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes that exuded authority without anger. He was Tang Hao's father, Tang Jinhai, a prominent real estate tycoon in Binhai City and the chairman of the Tang Group, known for his domineering nature and ruthless tactics. He had a reputation for being a formidable opponent in the business world. Upon seeing his son sprawled on the ground in distress, Tang Jinhai's fury ignited. What on earth is happening? Who dares to harm my son? Spotting his father, Tang Hao felt emboldened, exclaiming, Dad, it's him. This Li Shuo, he hit me. Following his sons, Tang Jinhai's gaze landed on Li Shuo. He scrutinized Li Shuo from head to toe, sneering. So you are Li Shuo, the worthless ex-husband of Song Qianqian? Li Shuo maintained his composure, gazing steadily at Tang Jinhai, his tone indifferent. That would be me. With a derisive chuckle, Tang Jinhai retorted, What audacity! You dare strike my son? Do you seek death? Chairman Tang, do you not inquire as to why your son finds himself in such a pitiable state? Tang Jinhai, infuriated, responded with sarcasm. Why? My son is on the ground. That is the reason. In Binhai, no one has the audacity to lay a hand on the son of Tang Jinhai. Kid, you're finished. I will ensure you cannot survive in this city. His words hung in the air, thick with tension. The onlookers whispered, speculating on Li Shuo's impending fate. Sun Qian wore a smug expression, eager to see Li Shuo receive a lesson from Tang Jinhai. Ideally, he would be maimed or worse, leaving her without competition for wealth. Zhou Qianquan, unable to bear the scene any longer, approached Li Shuo, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Jinhai. He spoke mockingly, Chairman Tang, what grandiose claims you make. When did Binhai become your family's dominion? You believe you can dictate who can thrive and who cannot? Tang Jinhai, initially brimming with bravado, was taken aback by Zhou Qianquan's words. As he scrutinized Zhou Qianquan more closely, his complexion paled. He recognized Zhou Qianquan, the heir of the Zhou family, whose influence in Binhai surpassed even that of the Tang family, wielding near absolute power. He never expected that Li Shuo was acquainted with Zhou Qianquan, and evidently their relationship was quite profound. Zhou, young Master Zhou, what brings you here? Tang Jinhai stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Soaking his back, Zhou Qianquan approached Li Shuo, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. Li Shuo and I are friends. We just happened to come here to enjoy ourselves today. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinhai nearly collapsed to the ground. Zhou Qianquan, a friend of Li Shuo? How could this be? Wasn't Li Shuo considered a worthless individual? How could he possibly know someone as prominent as Zhou Qianquan? The surrounding guests erupted into a flurry of whispers, their conversations rising in a cacophony. The young master of the Zhou family? My heavens, Am I hearing this correctly? Zhou Qianquan, the one rumored to be ruthless and capable of turning the tides at will? He is actually friends with Li Shuo? This is simply astonishing. Chapter 8. Discipline Your Own. The Zhou family is among the most prominent clans in Binhai, capable of shaking the entire city with a mere stamp of their feet. It is said that Zhou Qianquan, even more formidable than his father, wields immense power at a young age. Those who offend him meet with dire consequences. Tang Zhenhai listened to the discussions around him, his expression growing increasingly ominous. He never imagined that Li Shuo would be acquainted with such a significant figure as Zhou Qianquan. Initially, he regarded Li Shuo as a powerless and inconsequential individual, easily manipulated. Now, it was evident that he was utterly mistaken, and in an outrageous manner. Tang Hao stood dumbfounded, clutching his swollen cheek. In disbelief, he gazed at Li Shuo and Zhou Qianquan, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. He had always been arrogant and unyielding, never fearing anyone. However, Zhou Qianquan was an exception. He was a presence that Tang Hao dared not provoke. Song Qianqian and Sun Qian were equally astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Zhou Qianquan was even more powerful than Tang Zhenhai. Could it be that Li Shuo was a friend of Zhou Qianquan? They dared not think further, their minds enveloped in confusion. Mr. Tang, I witnessed your son's recent actions. Zhou Qianquan remarked casually, though his eyes bore a warning. I hope you will properly discipline him and prevent him from embarrassing himself further. Tang Zhenhai's face shifted between shades of green and white. He hardly dared to utter a word. He could only nod and smile obsequiously. Yes, Zhou Xiao is right. I will ensure he is disciplined upon our return. Dad, he hit me. You can't let this go. Tang Hao protested, unwilling to accept the situation. Silence. Tang Zhenhai shot a fierce glare at his son, wishing he could strangle this ungrateful child. Zhou Xiao, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Tang Zhenhai bowed deeply to Zhou Qianquan. I will take my son home now, and such matters shall not recur. Zhou Qianquan observed Tang Zhenhai's pale complexion, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to Li Shuo and asked softly, Brother, how would you like to handle the situation? Li Shuo cast a calm glance at the Tang father and son, his tone serene as he replied, I am not one to seek trouble, yet I am not one to shy away from it either. Since Chairman Tang enjoys disciplining others, let him experience the taste of discipline himself. Zhou Qianquan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He subtly gestured to the butler, who had appeared behind him. The butler understood immediately and led several burly men toward the Tang family. Tang Hao whispered to Tang Zhenhai, Dad, why are you glaring at me? Why fear Li Shuo? No matter how powerful he is still under Zhou Qianquan's protection. Before he could finish, a slap landed heavily across his face, leaving him dazed. Moments later, Tang Hao was seized by the strong man. The sounds of punches and kicks filled the air, accompanied by his anguished cries. Tang Zhenhai, his face ashen, wished to intervene, but found himself paralyzed with fear, helplessly watching his son endure the beating. Zhou Xiao, please show mercy. Tang Zhenhai pleaded desperately. My son is foolish. Please do not hold it against me. Zhou Qianquan cast a cold glance at him and replied, Mr. Tang, consider this a lesson. You must manage your son better and prevent him from causing further disturbances. Otherwise, next time, the consequences will be far more severe. Tang Zhenhai dared not utter another word, merely nodding in servile agreement. At that moment, the hotel manager hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon realizing Zhou Qianquan's presence, he refrained from any pretense and quickly addressed him. Young Master Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. The hotel will bear all losses, and we shall promptly escort these unruly guests out. Tang Zhenhai felt a burning shame wash over him, his dignity shattered, yet he was left powerless. He glared fiercely at Tang Hao and muttered, You wasteful brat. All you do is bring me trouble. Tang Hao, battered and bruised, covered his face and cried out for help. The father and son departed in disgrace. At the same time, Song Qianqian and Sun Qian stood nearby, resembling defeated hens, their faces pale with humiliation. You two, please leave as well, said an associate from the Membership Management Association with an icy tone. This is a venue exclusive to premium members, and you do not meet the qualifications. Sun Qian, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. On what grounds are you expelling us? We paid for our membership. Your membership has been revoked, the staff member replied impatiently, waving his hand. Leave at once, and spare yourselves further embarrassment. Sun Qian attempted to protest, but Song Qianqian pulled her back, saying, Mother, let us not make it worse. Let's just go. All Song Qianqian desired was to vanish into a crack in the ground, feeling the mocking gazes of those around her piercing her like needles. As they were ejected from the hotel, Sun Qian continued to curse under her breath. That bastard Li Shuo, how dare he treat us this way? I hope he meets a terrible fate. I curse him. Meanwhile, Zhou Qinquan and Li Shuo were preparing to relocate. Young Master Zhou, the private dining room on the top floor of the adjacent building is ready with a feast, Zhou Qinquan's butler reported respectfully. Please, allow me to escort you and Mr. Li. Zhou Qinquan responded cheerfully. My dear brother, the cuisine at the rooftop restaurant of Longting Resort is truly exquisite. I have longed to enjoy it with you. Very well. I am rather hungry as well, and I have some arrangements regarding the Chamber of Commerce to discuss. As Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan exited the hotel, Song Qianqian rushed after them. She grasped Li Shuo's arm and, with urgency, demanded, Li Shuo, tell me the truth. Who are you? How do you know Zhou Qinquan? You have concealed this from me all along. Li Shuo halted, regarding her with indifference, and responded calmly, Song Qianqian, we are divorced now. My affairs are no longer your concern. Not my concern? How can it not be? Song Qianqian, agitated, retorted. You pretended to be poor so convincingly that I believed you were a complete failure. Now you are acquainted with Zhou Qinquan. Why have you kept this from me? What ulterior motives do you possess? What is your relationship to me? Do I need to inform you? The indifference in Li Shuo's tone was akin to a bucket of ice water poured over her. Song Qianqian was taken aback. She opened her mouth, eager to articulate something further, but was interrupted by Zhou Qinquan. Miss Song, he said, his tone laced with mockery, when Li Shuo had nothing. You scorned him and divorced him. Now that you see him acquainted with me, you wish to discern his identity? Do you not find that amusing? Song Qianqian's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. She bit her lip, rendered speechless. If it weren't for your insatiable desires, Zhou Qinquan continued, would have escalated to this point. In the beginning, Li Shuo was exceedingly patient with you. Zhou Qinquan nearly let slip the words my elder brother. But a swift glance from Li Shuo compelled him to retract. Li Shuo's gaze was serene, yet imbued with an invisible pressure that instantly silenced Zhou Qinquan. He understood well that his elder brother wished to keep his identity concealed, and thus he complied. Chapter 9. The little amulet. Zhou Qinquan's words struck like a resounding slap across Song Qianqian's face, leaving her feeling more tormented than the physical sting of a blow. Her cheeks burned with humiliation as she fixated on Li Shuo, desperately seeking any hint of the familiar, ineffectual presence she once knew. Yet, Li Shuo spared her not even a glance, turning away with resolute indifference. His towering figure gradually faded from her sight, much like her once cherished happiness that receded into the distance. She longed to chase after him, to utter another word, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move an inch. Ah, how tragic it is to reap what one sows, Zhou Qinquan remarked with a mocking tone. Who insisted on the divorce? Now you regret it? It's too late. Moments later, Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan arrived at the rooftop restaurant, where the vibrant nightscape of Binhai City unfolded beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The crystal chandeliers emanated a soft glow, casting a luxurious sheen upon the exquisite tableware. Brother, do try this foie gras. It is absolutely authentic, Zhou Qinquan said, serving Li Shuo with an air of servility. I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare it. Li Shuo elegantly sliced a small piece of foie gras and savored it with discernment. Quite good, he remarked nonchalantly. Haha, I'm delighted you enjoy it, brother. Zhou Qinquan beamed, unable to contain his joy. By the way, brother, there's a large international goods fair coming up in Binhai, and both the Tang and Song families will be participating. Li Shuo set down his knife and fork, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. Oh, the Song family is participating? Indeed. That company of Song Qianqian claims to be launching some new products, Zhou Qinquan sneered. With her limited abilities, what could she possibly produce of worth? Let them be. Li Shuo raplia kuli. Proceed as necessary. Brother, shall I? Zhou Qinquan gestured as though to suggest revoking the Song family's exhibition rights. Li Shuo shook his head. No need. I hold substantial shares in that company privately. It cannot be exposed just yet. Zhou Qinquan paused. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. Brother, you are indeed remarkable. I will arrange for them to receive a favorable position. A faint smile graced Li Shuo's lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He lifted his glass and gently swirled it. Brother, there is actually one more matter. Zhou Qinquan began hesitantly. The aroma of foie gras wafted through the air. He could not mask the unease in his tone. Li Shuo took a sip of red wine, his gaze serene as calm waters, as though he had already perceived everything. Speak. It's about the small company you previously asked me to assist. Hanhui has officially launched. Perhaps you might consider inspecting it? Li Shuo set down his glass, his long fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a clear, crisp sound. 2 months prior, he had still been maintaining his marriage with Song Qianqian. In order to support Song Qianqian's company, he deliberately arranged for Zhou Qinquan to register this small enterprise. He intended to leverage various trade fairs and exhibitions to promote Song Qianqian's business. Now, however, he and Song Qianqian have divorced. This small company has become, for him, not only a useless endeavor, but also a thorn embedded in his heart. Nevertheless, Li Shuo pondered that although the Hanhui company currently serves little purpose, it might one day become his talisman in Binhai. After all, matters concerning the Maritime Chamber of Commerce should not be disclosed lightly. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips, imbued with a sense of significance. The Hanhui company is situated in an office building that towers over the most bustling commercial center of Binhai City. Through the glass curtain wall, the sunlight reflects dazzlingly off the marble floor. However, in stark contrast to the opulence of the building, the Hanhui company, located in a corner on the top floor, appears particularly desolate. As Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan exited the elevator and approached the company's entrance, they noticed that the simple glass door bore only the company logo. Brother, the setup I arranged for you. Doesn't it seem a bit too shabby? Zhou Qinquan scratched his head, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Li Shuo pushed open the ajar glass door, offering a faint smile. This is precisely what we need. It avoids drawing undue attention. Inside the office, a few employees were deeply engrossed in their work. Upon seeing Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan enter, they all looked up with curiosity. Everyone gathered around for a meeting. Zhou Qinquan clapped his hands, calling all the employees together. The meeting was brief. Zhou Qinquan introduced Li Shuo and announced that he would officially take over Hanhui Company. Though the employees were somewhat puzzled by the background of their new boss, none dared to inquire further, respecting Zhou Qinquan's reputation. Li Shuo surveyed the room with eyes sharp as an eagle. I am aware that you are all talents meticulously selected by Qinquan. I expect you to dedicate yourselves earnestly to the company. As for your remuneration, I assure you, it will not disappoint. His succinct words carried an air of authority, evoking an invisible pressure that enveloped all present. After concluding matters related to Hanhui, nightfall descended. Zhou Qinquan led Li Shuo to a 5-star hotel named Yixing. Brother, please stay here tonight. I've arranged a presidential suite for you, ensuring your utmost comfort. Li Shuo nodded, refraining from further comment. Upon entering the presidential suite, the lavish decor immediately captivated the eye. The soft wool carpet, genuine leather sofa, and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows all exuded the suite's prestige. Li Shuo stood by the window, gazing down at the illuminated cityscape. A sense of loss after his divorce washed over him once more. Once, he and Song Qianqian had shared sweet memories in this very city. Now, everything had changed, and those moments had become mere wisps of the past. His fingertips grazed the cool glass, the chill snapping him back to clarity. Song Qianqian's visage flickered momentarily in his mind, only to be forcefully cast aside. Let the past remain in the past. Li Shuo is certainly not the kind of man ensnared by affection. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Li Shuo glanced at the screen and saw it was Lu Yinyin. Hello, Yin Yin. Li Shuo, are you free right now? I need to discuss something with you. Lu Yinyan's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. This girl was not typically one to be so hesitant. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Well, it's nothing major. It's just... Lu Yinyan stammered for a while without articulating her thoughts. Li Shuo felt a flicker of confusion, but patiently inquired. Where are you? I will come to find you. I am currently at the rooftop garden terrace of Yixing Hotel. Can you come over? Yixing? Isn't that the very hotel where I am staying? Li Shuo's curiosity deepened. What was this girl up to with her mysterious demeanor? All right, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 10. A heart full of anger upon hanging up the phone. Li Shuo felt an unsettling premonition. Perhaps something significant would occur this evening. He quickly straightened his attire and made his way to the elevator. The rooftop garden terrace had been meticulously arranged, adorned with soft lighting, fragrant flowers, and romantic music, creating an atmosphere of exquisite warmth. In the center of the terrace stood Lu Yinyan, draped in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The thought of her imminent confession sent her heart racing with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Yinyan, are you truly resolved to do this? This is your first time taking the initiative to confess. What if? Zhang Miao, biting on her straw, gazed at Lu Yinyan with concern. Lu Yinyan inhaled deeply, smoothing out non-existent creases on her skirt. There is no what if, meow meow. I have harbored feelings for Li Shuo for a long time. Now that he is divorced, I refuse to let this opportunity slip away. Guiyin gently patted Lu Yinyan's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fret, Yinyan. If Li Shuo genuinely cannot comprehend your feelings, then he is indeed blind. We have put considerable effort into this confession setup. It's romantically exquisite. I cannot believe he would remain unmoved. Guiyin, the daughter of the Gu family from Binhai, was Lu Yinyan's university classmate and dearest friend. She had long been aware of Lu Yinyan's affections for Li Shuo and felt sorrow for her years of silent devotion. Therefore, when Lu Yinyan proposed a confession, Guiyin promptly rallied a group of friends to orchestrate this romantic declaration. However, Zhang Miao still felt a tinge of hesitation. What if Li Shuo is still thinking about his ex-wife? That one tea happened. Lu Yinyan replied with conviction. Li Shuo and I grew up together. I know him well. He is not one to linger in the past. Besides, a woman like Song Qianqian, who cares for nothing but money, he should have divorced her long ago. As Lu Yinyan spoke, a chill flickered in her eyes. Memories of Song Qianqian's past actions towards Li Shuo ignited a flame of indignation within her. She had silently cherished Li Shuo for so many years, and she yearned to seize this moment to express her feelings. Indeed, with Song Qianqian's character, it's a wonder Li Shuo ever noticed her, Zhang Miao scoffed. But, Yinyan, are you certain Li Shuo will come? I called him, and he said he would arrive shortly. Lu Yinyan glanced at the time, her heart racing with anticipation. He should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Li Shuo had just reached the elevator entrance, preparing to head to the rooftop terrace when he was called by a woman. Li Shuo, is that really you? A fashionable young woman looked at him with astonishment. Li Shuo turned to see a woman he did not recognize, though she seemed familiar with him. Who are you? He inquired, puzzled. I am Wang Li. Don't you remember me? We met at Qianqian's birthday party. The woman enthusiastically introduced herself. Li Shuo pondered for a moment, faintly recalling having seen this woman at Song Qianqian's birthday celebration. Oh, it has come back to me, he thought, nodding lightly. What brings you here? Weren't you with Qianqian? Wang Li hesitated, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Understanding her unasked question, Li Shuo replied directly, I am divorced from Song Qianqian. Divorced? Wang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. When did this happen? How come I didn't hear about it? Today, Li Shuo said, not wishing to elaborate on the matter. I have other responsibilities. I must take my leave. After offering a few perfunctory remarks, he disregarded Wang Li and made his way toward the elevator. As Wang Li watched him depart, a sense of confusion washed over her. The Yixing Hotel is the pinnacle of luxury in Binhai City, with exorbitant expenses. What could possibly draw Li Shuo here? Perhaps he is rendezvousing with another woman? A smirk of intrigue crept on her lips as she pulled out her phone and dialed Song Qianqian. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian and son Qian returned home in disarray, stripped of their usual public glamour. "Mom, this is all your fault. If you hadn't caused a scene at the resort, I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation." Song Qianqian flung her handbag onto the sofa. Sun Qian, equally irate, retorted, "Blame me? If it weren't for your pathetic fiancé, would we have been thrown out?" She seethed. "I swear this is not over. He will pay for this." Rubbing her aching shoulders, Song Qianqian felt an emptiness within her. In the past, at this hour, Li Shuo would have tenderly approached her, offering massages and sweet words to lift her spirits. Now, the room felt desolate, filled only with Sun Qian's incessant complaints, amplifying the solitude. Recalling the day's humiliations at the resort, Song Qianqian felt her cheeks burn. As the esteemed president of the Song family, being ejected by a mere waiter felt utterly disgraceful. If word of this spread, how could she ever navigate the elite circles of Binhai City again? Just as her frustration mounted, her phone rang. It was her assistant. "President Song, I called you this afternoon regarding the Zhou family's withdrawal from our collaboration. The project department insists on reassessing the project risks. What shall we do about the ongoing initiatives? They are already halfway through." The assistant's voice brimmed with urgency. Song Qianqian felt a surge of dizziness wash over her. Contemplating the potential losses, panic gripped her heart. "I understand. I will find a solution," she replied, feigning composure as she hung up, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. In a moment of desperation, she thought of Tang Hao, whose family wielded considerable influence in Binhai City and might be able to assist her. Eagerly, she dialed his number, but it rang unanswered. After several attempts with the same result, her frustration mounted to the point where she nearly hurled her phone. Damn Tang Hao, of all times to be unreachable. At that moment, Wang Li's call came through. "Qianqian, guess who I just saw at the Yixing Hotel?" "Who?" Song Qianqian asked irritably. Her mind was consumed with the matter of the Zhou family's contract termination, leaving her no inclination to ponder such trivialities. "Your husband, Li Shuo." Wang Li deliberately paused before continuing. "He even told me that you two have divorced." "What did you get divorced?" "Such significant news, and you didn't inform me." Song Qianqian was taken aback. Li Shuo had actually divulged their divorce to others. She had indeed underestimated him. Yixing Hotel. Song Qianqian murmured to herself, realizing that Yixing was the most prestigious hotel in Binhai City. What would Li Shuo possibly be doing there? Did he have money? For the past 2 years, he had been spending her family's resources. With this thought, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her. "Lily, could you help me find out what Li Shuo is doing at Yixing Hotel?" Chapter 11. The interrupted confession. Meanwhile, on the rooftop terrace of the Yixing Hotel, the meticulously arranged setting appeared particularly romantic under the night sky. The twinkling stars sparkled above, and soft melodies flowed gently through the air, mingling with the fragrant scent of roses. In the midst of a sea of flowers stood Lu Yinyin, cradling a bouquet of luscious red roses, anxiously awaiting Li Shuo's arrival. "Yinyin, you look absolutely stunning," Gu Yinin exclaimed from beside her. Lu Yinyin smiled, but remained silent, her gaze fixated on the elevator, her heart racing with anticipation. Finally, the elevator doors opened slowly, revealing Li Shuo's figure. The moment she laid eyes on him, Lu Yinyin felt as though her breath had been stolen away. Clad in casual attire, he nonetheless radiated an undeniable charm that spoke of maturity. Li Shuo spotted Lu Yinyin and paused momentarily, taken aback by the flowers and music. Could it be that Lu Yinyin was planning to confess her feelings to him? Just then, the elevator dinged open, and Wang Li stepped out. Her eyes immediately caught the romantic ambience of the rooftop, complete with flowers and music, and then she saw Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin. Wang Li was momentarily stunned. What was happening here? She recognized Lu Yinyin as the detestable adopted sister of Song Qianqian. Wasn't she Li Shuo's sister-in-law? The atmosphere, the scene. Was Lu Yinyin truly about to confess her feelings? Her brother-in-law had just divorced, and now the sister-in-law was moving in? Wang Li's curiosity was piqued, and she discreetly took out her phone, capturing a snapshot of Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. She could hardly wait to see Song Qianqian's reaction upon receiving this photo. As she edited the WeChat message, she relished the thought. After successfully sending it, Wang Li left, content with her mischief. At that moment, Song Qianqian was overwhelmed with stress due to the contract termination with the Zhou family. Upon receiving Wang Li's photo, she erupted in fury. In the picture, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan stood amidst the romantic setting, with Lu Yinyan holding roses, and from this angle, it appeared as though they were gazing tenderly into each other's eyes. Despicable. This pair of scoundrels. Song Qianqian trembled with rage, hurling her phone to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Sun Qian rushed over, picked up the phone, and nearly fainted at the sight. This Lu Yinyan. I told her not to get involved with Li Shuo. She fumed. She mentioned wanting to marry him this afternoon, and I thought she was joking. Sun Qian's face turned a deep shade of fury. If Lu Yinyan truly married Li Shuo, all the resources of the Song family would fall into the hands of this worthless man. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Sun Qian gritted her teeth. We must find Li Shuo and keep him away from Yinyan. On the rooftop terrace of the Yixing Hotel, Li Shuo surveyed the meticulously arranged scene before him. The sweet scent of roses was almost overwhelming, and the gentle music made him feel somewhat uneasy. Li Shuo. Lu Yinyan's voice was soft as a whisper, like a feather gently brushing against his eardrum. Li Shuo felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This young lady truly intended to confess her feelings. Actually, I have always liked you. Lu Yinyan finally summoned the courage to lift her gaze and meet Li Shuo's eyes. Her expression was as pure as a mountain spring, tinged with youthful shyness. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Do you remember? When you and Song Qianqian first returned to the countryside, the three of us went out to play. Later, you went missing, and I searched for you all night, eventually finding you at the foot of the hill, injured. I even helped bandage your leg. Li Shuo strained to recall, and fragments of memory began to coalesce. A hazy image gradually sharpened. A little girl, clumsily attempting to wrap a torn piece of cloth around his wounded leg. That night, we had forgotten the way home and slept beneath the hill. Lu Yinyan's voice carried a note of nostalgia, laced with sweetness. It dawned on Li Shuo that indeed, such an event had occurred. He had mocked Lu Yinyan for bandaging him like a zongzi, causing him to limp the following day. Gazing into Lu Yinyan's earnest eyes, Li Shuo felt a sudden tenderness. Earlier that afternoon, defense of him in front of the Song family had warmed his heart. To be honest, he harbored a certain fondness for Lu Yinyan. She was clever, charming, and undeniably lovely. Yet, was this truly the right moment for such sentiments? Just as he was about to speak, the elevator doors opened with a chime. Song Qianqian's sharp voice sliced through the night. Li Shuo, you scoundrel. Lu Yinyan's bashful expression instantly froze, the rose in her hand trembling slightly. Gu Yining stood nearby, utterly flabbergasted. How could Song Qianqian be here? Sun Qian followed closely, rushing up to Li Shuo and pointedly accusing him. You, Li Shuo, just divorced Qianqian, and now you're trying to woo Yinyan. Do you have no conscience? What do you take the Song family for? Li Shuo regarded Sun Qian with cold indifference, devoid of warmth in his gaze. First of all, my divorce from Song Qianqian was orchestrated by you and her. Now you come to blame me? Secondly, Lu Yinyan confessed her feelings for me. What business is that of yours? I did not coerce her. Sun Qian was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. Yinyan is also my daughter. I absolutely will not permit you two to be together. Li Shuo scoffed. Your daughter? What did you ever treat her as such? You abandoned her in the countryside, turning a blind eye to her existence. And now you dare to claim her as your daughter? Sun Qian trembled with rage, her finger quivering as she pointed at Li Shuo. Song Qianqian stepped forward, feigning vulnerability as she gazed at Li Shuo, her voice choked with emotion. Li Shuo, were all those years we spent together merely a fade? We have only just divorced, and you. Li Shuo, impatient, interrupted her. Stop the pretense, Song Qianqian. Who was it that despised my poverty and forced me into divorce? And now you come to play the heartbroken lover. Don't you find that repugnant? Suddenly, the long-silent Lu Yinyan stepped forward, taking Li Shuo's hand in a firm grasp. She turned to Song Qianqian and Sun Qian, declaring each word with conviction. It is I who confess to Li Shuo. It is I who harbor feelings for him. This has nothing to do with Li Shuo. Yinyan, have you lost your mind? He is your brother-in-law. Song Qianqian shouted hoarsely. Yet, Lu Yinyan met her gaze fearlessly. Brother-in-law? He is no longer that. You have already divorced. She then turned to Li Shuo, her eyes soft and tender as water. Li Shuo looked down at Lu Yinyan, and the girl's clear gaze was filled with affection, causing his heart to flutter. This scene pierced Song Qianqian's heart deeply. She clutched her chest, feeling as though her breath had become labored. She was unwilling to accept this. Why? Why was it that Li Shuo could immediately be with Lu Yinyan after the divorce? Chapter 12. We Are Together. Song Qianqian was engulfed in fury, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Yinyan and exclaiming, Lu Yinyan, you shameless wretch. I regarded you as my sister, yet you dared to steal my love. Have you no conscience? As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to slap Lu Yinyan across the face. Li Shuo, quick to react, seized Song Qianqian's wrist. His voice cold and steady. Song Qianqian, have you not caused enough trouble? You were the one who initiated the divorce. Now you feign the role of a victim? With Li Shuo's grip tightening around her wrist, pain etched across her features as she struggled to free herself, yet to no avail. Li Shuo, let me go. You dare to lay hands on me for her. Song Qianqian shouted in a frenzy. Song Qianqian, I advise you to calm down. Sun Qian interjected, hastily stepping forward to restrain Song Qianqian. Qianqian, stop this ruckus. There are so many witnesses. She then turned to Lu Yinyan, her tone firm. Yinyan, you two, leave this place at once. Li Shuo is already divorced from your sister. You two can never be together. Lu Yinyan clutched Li Shuo's hand tightly, gazing at Sun Qian with sincerity. Mom, my feelings for Li Shuo are genuine. Please do not interfere with our relationship. Song Qianqian, incensed by Lu Yinyan's demeanor, retorted, do you even understand what love is? Li Shuo is nothing but a penniless wretch. He can offer you no happiness. Otherwise, I would not have divorced him. With a scoff, Lu Yinyan replied, you are mistaken, dear sister. Li Shuo is not a mere pauper. He possesses both capability and talent. I firmly believe he will bring me happiness. She paused before continuing. Furthermore, I advise you to cease meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, I shall withdraw all support from the Song family. Sun Qian's face blanched at her words. The Song family was currently reliant on Lu Yinyan's financial backing to remain afloat. If she were to withdraw her support, the Song family would face ruin. Li Shuo observed Song Qianqian's frantic state, his heart untouched by her turmoil. A realization dawned upon him. It became clear that in Song Qianqian's eyes, he had always been a man of no worth. Regardless of his achievements, his fate with Song Qianqian was sealed in separation. Turning to Lu Yinyan, his gaze softened as he declared, Yinyan, I promise you, we will be together. A radiant smile blossomed on Lu Yinyan's face. She rose on her toes and gently kissed his cheek, prompting a chorus of gasps from those around them. Guinin, witnessing this scene, was nearly beside herself with excitement. She rushed to Lu Yinyan's side, embracing her tightly and exclaiming, Yinyan, congratulations. I knew Li Shuo would undoubtedly agree to you. Song Qianqian, watching the intimate exchange between Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan, felt her heart wrench in agony. Clutching her chest, she staggered back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she abruptly turned and stumbled out of the room, vowing in her heart to make Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan pay dearly for their betrayal. Li Shuo, observing Song Qianqian's disheveled retreat, felt not a ripple of emotion, only a profound sense of relief. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the underground parking lot. Li Shuo located the car that Zhou Qianquan had mentioned leaving for him in the garage, intending to first escort Guinin home. Throughout the journey, Guinin playfully teased Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan. Yinyan, you are truly remarkable. You managed to capture Li Shuo's heart in front of so many people. I admire you immensely. Guinin gazed at Lu Yinyan with awe. Lu Yinyan blushed, playfully retorting, Yinyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Guinin giggled and then turned to Li Shuo, saying, Li Shuo, you must treat our Yinyan well. She is truly a treasure. Li Shuo smiled and nodded, assuring her, I will. So, when do you plan to get married? Guinin inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Lu Yinyan and Li Shuo exchanged a shy glance, both feeling a bit bashful. Clearing his throat, Li Shuo replied, well, we haven't decided yet. Oh, why be shy about it? Hurry up and get married. I want to be Yinyan's bridesmaid. Gu Yining exclaimed excitedly. Li Shuo chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. Upon reaching Gu Yining's home, she reluctantly bid farewell to the two. Yanyan, Li Shu, Guodbia. Gu Yining waved and dashed into the building. He turned to Lu Yinyan and asked, "Shall I take you home?" Lu Yinyan nodded softly, replying, The two remained silent during the drive, an ambience of warmth and subtle intimacy enveloping the car. Once they arrived at Lu Yinyan's residence, she unfastened her seatbelt and turned to Li Shuo, saying, "Li Shuo, would you like to come up for a bit?" Li Shuo glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. He hesitated before replying, "It's too late. I won't go up. Perhaps next time." A hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Yinyan's eyes, yet she smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, be careful on your way." You too. Rest early," Li Shuo said gently, looking at Lu Yinyan with tenderness. Lu Yinyan exited the car and stood by the roadside, watching as Li Shuo's vehicle gradually disappeared into the night. Only then did she turn and walk into the building. Upon returning to her apartment, she slipped off her high heels and walked barefoot on the floor. Everything that had transpired today felt like a beautiful dream, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Li Shuo had accepted her confession. This thought replayed in her mind like a sweet melody, leaving her in a delightful daze. She covered her face and rolled around on the sofa. I'm in love," Lu Yinyan screamed into a cushion, feeling as if her happiness might burst. She envisioned outings with Li Shuo, watching movies, traveling. Various sweet scenes flashed through her mind, causing her lips to curve upwards involuntarily. However, the moment she recalled Song Qianqian's sharp visage and Sun Qian's greedy demeanor, her joy was abruptly dimmed by half. How dare they speak of Li Shuo in such a manner? A surge of anger ignited within her chest. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant. "Hello, Xiao Zhang. Hold off on sending that batch of goods to the Song family for now." Lu Yinyan's tone was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. But President Lu, the contract has already..." The assistant's voice wavered. "I said do not give it. Do you not understand?" Lu Yinyan impatiently interrupted her. "Inform the partnering company not to disclose that this is my decision." With that, Lu Yinyan hung up the phone. She had no regard for any contract. If the Song family dared to bully the person she cherished, she would make them pay. She was no saint. Why should she continue to indulge them? Meanwhile, Li Shuo drove back to the hotel. The night in Binhai City was ablaze with lights, the streets teeming with traffic. Yet he felt no sense of merriment. A sense of unease churned within him. Had he been too impulsive in agreeing to Lu Yinyan's confession? It had not been long since his divorce from Song Qianqian. Would it appear frivolous to embrace another relationship so swiftly? Recalling Lu Yinyan's clear, luminous eyes, filled with admiration and affection as she gazed at him, he felt a pang in his heart. Without hesitation, she had stood up for him in the face of Song Qianqian's humiliation. In that moment, he was profoundly moved. Perhaps giving it a try would not be such a bad idea, after all. Chapter 13. A project is essential in the villa of the Tang family. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Tang Hao, clutching his swollen cheek, stood before Tang Zhenhai like a child caught in wrongdoing. With a sharp crash, Tang Zhenhai hurled the teacup he held onto the floor, scattering shards everywhere. "Ungrateful wretch! Do you even comprehend who you have offended today?" Tang Hao bowed his head, fearing to utter a word. He understood that his father was in a furious mood, and any response would be deemed wrong. Zhou Qinquan, is he someone you can provoke? With a mere word, he could obliterate the Tang family in Binhai City. "You fool!" Tang Zhenhai's finger jabbing at Tang Hao's nose, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol, spittle landing on Tang Hao's face. Though a fire of indignation burned within him, Tang Hao dared not retort. He merely clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding painfully into his flesh. He felt humiliated, insulted by Li Shuo, and further berated by his father. This bitterness was intolerable. As Tang Zhenhai's rage subsided slightly, his tone softened. "Listen carefully. You're never to provoke Zhou Qinquan or that Li Shuo again. Do you understand?" Tang Hao replied sullenly, "I understand." With a weary sigh, Tang Zhenhai waved his hand. "Get out." Upon exiting his father's study, the flames of anger within Tang Hao only intensified. He stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. "Li Shuo, just you wait. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. He seethed through clenched teeth. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. Li Shuo sat at the dining table, savoring breakfast, golden fried eggs, aromatic bacon, accompanied by a steaming cup of black coffee. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou Qinquan entered, clad in a casual suit, his face adorned with his customary smile. "Ah, big brother, indulging in life so early?" Li Shuo set down his coffee cup, chuckling lightly. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Zhou Qinquan pulled out a chair and sat opposite Li Shuo, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "The international commodity exhibition we discussed has been confirmed. Is Hanhui planning to participate?" "Of course we must participate." Li Shuo took a bite of bacon, deep in thought. Only with achievements can Hanhui rightfully engage with the International Chamber of Commerce. Once the influence of the Four Seas Chamber shifts over, Hanhui will stabilize and flourish. He paused, his eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. The Four Seas Chamber cannot be overly ostentatious. Hanhui is undoubtedly the best shield for me, concealing my identity. Zhou Qinquan nodded in agreement. "Big brother, you always think ahead." After breakfast, the two drove to Hanhui Company. At this nascent stage, Hanhui needed to secure projects and possess 3 million in liquid assets to qualify for participation in the exhibition. As Zhou Qinquan observed the company's environment, he remarked, "Big brother, why don't I just transfer 3 million directly to the company account?" Li Shuo shook his head, declining Zhou Qinquan's offer. "I have the funds as well. It's merely a small company. Without any projects at hand, an unexpected surplus of 3 million appeared in the account. Should the employees become aware of this, it would surely astonish them, and rumors would inevitably circulate." Zhou Qinquan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "So, brother, what do you intend to do?" Li Shuo's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of intrigue. "I have someone in mind, the CEO of the premier foreign trade company in Binhai, Jin Haicheng of Zhu Yi Foreign Trade. Zhu Yi Foreign Trade is the leading enterprise in Binhai, and its CEO, Jin Haicheng, is a legendary figure in the business world, renowned for his astute business acumen and ruthless methods. It is said that he rose from humble beginnings and, in just a few short years, established a vast commercial empire. Jin Haicheng, he is notoriously difficult to deal with. Obtaining a project from him may prove challenging," Zhou Qinquan remarked with a furrowed brow, expressing his concerns. "Ah, Jin Haicheng." Li Shuo's fingers gently tapped the table as a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. "This cunning fox is not easily trifled with." Zhou Qinquan chuckled, "Fear not. Brother, in Binhai, there is nothing that Zhou Qinquan cannot handle. Just leave it to me." He rose, thumping his chest confidently. "I shall first scout the terrain and ascertain this old fox's true nature." Zhou Qinquan acted decisively, leveraging his extensive network. From dinner gatherings to private clubs, he diligently sought out information. After half a day, he indeed unearthed some valuable intelligence. Jin Haicheng was recently preparing to launch an overseas construction materials project, urgently requiring a substantial supply of materials. Coincidentally, Li Shuo was aware of an overseas manufacturer capable of providing high-quality products at competitive prices. "Brother, I've learned that the old rogue Jin Haicheng has recently set his sights on an overseas construction materials project and is struggling to find suitable suppliers." Zhou Qinquan reported exuberantly. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Li Shuo smiled slightly, fully aware that everything was under his control. "In that case, let us make arrangements. I will personally visit Jin Haicheng." Before meeting Jin Haicheng, Li Shuo prepared meticulously, studying his personality and mannerisms in detail. He even inquired about his preferred tea and tobacco. Jin Haicheng's office was lavishly decorated, exuding an air of opulence. Priceless calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, and various rare antiques were displayed on the shelves. "You are Li Shuo?" Jin Haicheng greeted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, scrutinizing him with an assessing gaze. He appraised Li Shuo, dressed in an unremarkable suit that seemed far from the attire of someone capable of handling significant projects. "Indeed, Mr. Jin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Our Hanhui company may be modest in scale, and I hope for your kind guidance." Li Shuo replied with measured humility. Guidance? You yist, emerli. Jin Haicheng responded with a tone laced with disdain. Zhuyi Foreign Trade is the leading enterprise in Binhai, collaborating only with major international firms. A small entity like Han Hui hardly merits my attention. Li Shuo remained unfazed. He understood that Jin Haicheng was merely testing him. Mr. Jin, such words should not be uttered. Though the sparrow is diminutive, it possesses all its vital organs. Although Han Hui may not boast a grand scale, our acumen in market trends and understanding of the building materials industry rivals that of any large corporation, Li Shuo proclaimed with unwavering confidence. He elaborated on topics ranging from international dynamics to domestic policies and the future trajectory of the building materials sector, articulating his analysis with remarkable clarity that compelled Jin Haicheng to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, Mr. Li is a promising talent. The disdain that once lingered on Jin Haicheng's face gradually faded, supplanted by a hint of admiration. I have heard that you possess considerable knowledge of overseas markets. Li Shuo replied with a subtle smile, aware that he had successfully piqued Jin Haicheng's interest. I possess merely a rudimentary understanding. He feigned modesty, all the while savoring the intrigue he had kindled in Jin Haicheng. I am currently in the process of preparing an overseas building materials project. Chapter 14. The project is snatched. Li Shuo promptly seized the opportunity to respond. Is General Jin referring to the project that requires a substantial amount of high-quality building materials? How fortuitous! I happen to be acquainted with an overseas manufacturer that provides superior products at competitive prices, and their supply is consistently reliable, undoubtedly capable of meeting General Jin's demands. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jin Haicheng's eyes, for this was precisely the concern that plagued him the most. Oh, Mr. Li, you have such connections? Pray do tell. Li Shuo presented the meticulously prepared proposal to Jin Haicheng, which detailed the qualifications of the overseas manufacturer, product specifications, pricing, and supply capabilities. Jin Haicheng scrutinized the document, his brow furrowing and then relaxing intermittently. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze to Li Shuo, a smile gracing his lips. Mr. Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. After signing the contract, Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan exited the building of Zhuyi Foreign Trade. Zhou Qinquan, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Brother, your strategy is truly remarkable. A 3 million project, effortlessly secured. As they drove away, Zhou Qinquan remained enveloped in joy, humming a tune and occasionally stealing glances at Li Shuo. Brother, how did you manage that? Jin Haicheng is notoriously difficult to deal with. Countless companies have tried to ingratiate themselves with him only to be met with rejection. Yet you managed to win him over with just a few words and signed a 3 million contract. Li Shuo merely smiled faintly. It was merely a matter of catering to his needs. Jin Haicheng has recently encountered financial difficulties and is eager to find a project that can yield quick returns. I simply provided him with what he required. It is time to focus on the task at hand. Meanwhile, Tang Hao sat in Tang Jinhai's study, his countenance filled with despair. The previous day, he had been harshly reprimanded by Tang Jinhai. Just as he was about to retire for the night, Song Qianqian had tearfully called him, lamenting that her company had been cut off from collaboration with the Zhou family, facing financial turmoil, and pleading with her fiancé for assistance. Tang Hao had always found Song Qianqian's coquettishness intolerable, and compounded by her subtle comparisons of him to Li Shuo, he had impulsively agreed to help. However, when he prepared to transfer funds, he discovered, to his dismay, that his account had been frozen without his knowledge. Dad, you must help me. Qianqian's company truly needs my assistance. Tang Hao implored, desperation lacing his voice. Tang Jinhai shot him a fierce glare. Do you think I run a bank? Do you not understand why your account is frozen? All you do is squander your time and resources, achieving nothing of substance. Tang Hao shrank back, unwilling to retort. How about this? Tang Jinhai mused after a moment. I have heard that Jin Haicheng from Zhuyi Foreign Trade is embarking on an overseas building materials project. If you can secure this project, I will lend you a hand. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's spirits soared. Really? Dad, rest assured, I will definitely secure this project. He dashed out of the study, eager to contact Jin Haicheng. Almost simultaneously, Two vehicles brushed past each other on the streets of Binhai City. Shuo, seated in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, seeking a moment of tranquility. Zhou Qinkuan hummed a cheerful tune as he drove with a light heart. In stark contrast, Tang Hao in another vehicle wore a look of anxiety, incessantly urging the driver to accelerate. Upon arriving at the Zhu Foreign Trade Company building, Tang Hao meticulously adjusted his designer suit. After ensuring his hairstyle was impeccable by glancing at the car window, he strode confidently inside. The receptionist politely inquired, "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" Tang Hao lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am here to see General Manager Jin Haicheng. Inform him that Tang Hao from the Tang Group has arrived." The receptionist, not daring to show any negligence, promptly dialed Jin Haicheng's number. Moments later, she hung up, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Mr. Tang, General Manager Jin is expecting you on the 32nd floor." Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction and made his way toward the elevator. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, he immediately spotted Jin Haicheng seated behind his desk. With a broad smile, he quickly approached Jin Haicheng and extended his hand. "Greetings, General Manager Jin. I am Tang Hao from the Tang Group. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Jin Haicheng shook his hand politely, though his smile appeared somewhat perfunctory. "Tang San Xiao, a pleasure indeed. May I ask what brings you here today?" Tang Hao wasted no time, stating directly, "General Manager Jin, I have heard that you are currently preparing an overseas building materials project. The Tang Group boasts extensive experience in this domain and would undoubtedly be your best partner." Jin Haicheng chuckled lightly. "It seems Tang San Xiao is a bit behind the times. I've already awarded this project to another company." Tang Hao's smile instantly froze. "What? To whom?" Jin Haicheng picked up the contract from his desk, pointing to the signature. "To Hanhui Company." Tang Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. "Hanhui? When did such a company emerge in Binhai City?" "General Manager, you must be mistaken." His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Jin Haicheng casually smiled, tapping the name of Hanhui Company on the contract. "Tang San Xiao, I am not yet so old that I cannot read the words on a contract clearly. Hanhui Company is a burgeoning enterprise, vibrant and formidable." "Formidable? What strength can a new company possess?" "General Manager, please do not jest with me." Tang Hao felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he'd been dealt a stinging slap. The Tang Group was a well-established enterprise in Binhai City, and to have business snatched away by an obscure newcomer was a bitter pill to swallow. "Tang San Xiao, I understand your thoughts." Jin Haicheng set the contract down, fingers interlaced on the table, leaning slightly forward. "You perceive the Tang Group as a venerable establishment with profound roots, while considering Hanhui merely a fledgling firm of little consequence. However, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield, not a realm where seniority prevails. Hanhui's proposal, in terms of cost control, technological innovation, and risk assessment, far surpasses that of the Tang Group. To speak frankly, in my view, Tang's proposal is nothing short of a heap of rubbish." Jin Haicheng's words were merciless, piercing through Tang Hao's pride like a sharp blade. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his fists clenched tightly, desperately striving to maintain his last semblance of dignity. "Mr. Jin, your assertion seems rather absolute, does it not? Our Tang Group." "Tang San Xiao." Jin Haicheng interrupted him, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. "My time is precious, so I shall not mince words. Hanhui's proposal is undeniably superior to yours, a fact that cannot be disputed. Should you harbor any doubts regarding Hanhui's capabilities, feel free to conduct your investigation. However, I would advise you to concentrate your efforts on enhancing your own strength, rather than questioning the success of others." Chapter 15. Unable to handle a woman, Tang Hao felt like a mere jester, ensnared in the machinations of Jin Haicheng. He opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself utterly speechless. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the tumult of anger within. "Since you have made your decision, Mr. Jin, I shall refrain from further discourse. However, I sincerely hope you do not come to regret today's choice." With that, he turned and departed, his back exuding an air of disarray. He hurried into the elevator, fervently pressing the close button. The doors slowly slid shut, isolating him from the slightly mocking gaze of Jin Haicheng. "Hanhui Company." Tang Hao gritted his teeth as he muttered the name. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Investigate the origins of a company named Han Hui. I want to know everything about them. A respectful voice responded from the other end. Understood, third young master. I will get right on it. Upon returning to Han Hui Company, Shuo promptly convened a meeting with all employees. In the conference room, hushed whispers filled the air. The company had only recently been established, and most employees were fresh graduates, unfamiliar with their boss. Shuo, typically reserved in demeanor and attired plainly, appeared to be an unassuming individual. Many harbored doubts about his capabilities. Rumor had it that the Tang Group was determined to secure the project from Jin Haicheng, and for Han Hui to succeed would be nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, one wondered what methods their boss employed. It couldn't he possibly be? A female employee lowered her voice and mimed counting money. Shuo, keep it down, or we'll be in trouble with the boss. Shuo entered the conference room, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, absorbing their murmurs. Without further ado, he tossed the contract onto the table. The sound echoed, and the room fell silent. We have secured the project from Jin Haicheng. A pin drop could have been heard in the ensuing stillness. Moments later, Astunisha gasps arupta. Is this for real? Did I hear correctly? Wow, the boss is incredible. Those who had previously doubted Shuo exchanged glances, their faces burning as if they had been soundly slapped. Now, I need each of you to spring into action immediately, formulating a comprehensive marketing strategy and sales plan. Shuo's voice cut through their astonishment, pulling them back to reality. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, having been humiliated by Jin Haicheng, was seething with rage. He investigated Han Hui Company and discovered its clean background and modest registered capital. What infuriated him further was the utter lack of information about the company's owner. Damn it, what is the true nature of this Han Hui Company? Tang Hao slammed the investigation report onto the table, bellowing. Third young master, could it be that someone is deliberately concealing information? His assistant cautiously inquired. Tang Hao's brow furrowed, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Whoever dares to oppose me, Tang Hao, shall pay the price. By the way, has Song Qianqian called? The assistant suddenly recalled that Song Qianqian had been incessantly calling Tang Hao since morning. With trepidation, the assistant handed the phone to Tang Hao. Third young master. Miss Song's calls. There have been many. Tang Hao, feeling irritable, raked his fingers through his hair and snatched the phone. Song Qianqian's shrill voice pierced through the air, nearly shattering his eardrums. Tang Hao, when will you finally give me the money? My company is pressing hard. Tang Hao gripped the phone tightly, his expression darkening. The project with Zhu Yi had fallen through, and his father, Tang Zhonhai, had berated him thoroughly, withholding any funding. He had initially intended to impress Song Qianqian, but now found himself in a predicament. Qianqian, I've encountered a slight issue. A slight issue? What could possibly be more pressing than my company's cash flow? Song Qianqian's voice trembled with desperation, her tone almost hysterical. Tang Hao, overwhelmed by her incessant shouting, irritably replied, All right, enough with the tears. I'm working on it and will give you an answer in a couple of days. After saying this, he abruptly hung up and tossed the phone onto the table, listening to the busy tone resounding in her ears. Song Qianqian found herself unable to stem the flow of tears. Clutching the phone tightly, her nails nearly dug into her flesh. She recalled Shuo, the man who once catered to her every whim. If it were Shuo now, he would surely scrape together funds, even if it meant selling everything he had. But Tang Hao, his words were filled with evasion and indifference. Feeling despondent, Song Qianqian covered her face and began to sob quietly. Thoughts of Lu Yinyan crossed her mind. Lu Yinyan was now a billionaire businesswoman, and this amount of money was nothing to her. However, the memory of Lu Yinyan publicly confessing her feelings to Shuo the previous day made Song Qianqian hesitate. Biting her lip, she struggled internally. On one hand, she was in urgent need of money. On the other, she found it hard to swallow her pride and approach Lu Yinyan. What should I do? Song Qianqian pounded the sofa in frustration, feeling on the verge of a breakdown. Meanwhile, Shuo was presiding over a meeting at Han Hui Company. He divided the Jin Haicheng project into several segments, assigning each to different teams, while clearly defining their tasks and objectives. His approach was decisive and methodical, swiftly arranging all responsibilities. Mr. Li, we have preliminarily drafted 3 proposals. Please let us know which one you find most suitable. The marketing manager presented a document to Li Shuo. He took the file and diligently reviewed it, occasionally offering suggestions for revisions. The creativity in Proposal 2 is commendable, but its execution poses significant challenges and costs are excessively high. Proposal 3 is relatively safe, but lacks highlights, making it difficult to stand out with President Jean. He continued, I believe we can amalgamate the strengths of Proposals 1 and 3, complementing each other's weaknesses to formulate a more comprehensive plan. The employees nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by Li Shuo's expertise and leadership. They had initially thought he was merely fortunate, having stumbled upon success in securing the Jean Haiqing project. However, it now appears that their employer is not merely a figure of empty reputation. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Having spoken, Li Shuo rose and exited the conference room. Zhou Qinquan was already awaiting him in the office. Brother Shaw, my associate Tang Hao has uncovered some information, Zhou Qinquan remarked, handing over a document to Li Shuo. Li Shuo accepted the file and swiftly perused its contents. Why was Tang Hao investigating Hanwei Company? Surely, he too sought collaboration with Jui Foreign Trade. Yet we had managed to secure this construction project first. It dawned on Li Shuo that the Tang family would not be closely monitoring this partnership. Would they? Brother Shuo, is there anything you require me to do? Zhou Qinquan inquired. Li Shuo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Let him have a few days of freedom. When the time is ripe, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Zhou Qinquan nodded in understanding. He was well aware that Li Shuo approached his endeavors with caution, never engaging in battles without preparation. Chapter 16. New characters emerge by the way. How is Song Qianqian doing? Li Shuo suddenly inquired. Zhou Qinquan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that Li Shuo was referring to Song Qianqian. After a brief hesitation, he decided to speak candidly. Song Qianqian has been in contact with Tang Hao, seemingly concerning some financial matters. Li Shuo furrowed his brow, as he could roughly surmise Song Qianqian's predicament. He fell silent for a moment before responding, I understand. He closed the documents, rubbed his temples, and said to Zhou Qinquan, Come along, I need to take you somewhere. Zhou Qinquan was momentarily stunned. Where to, Shuo? He was filled with questions, yet years of ingrained habits compelled him to refrain from probing further, simply acquiescing to follow Li Shuo out of the company. Inside the car, Li Shuo suddenly spoke. Qinquan, Lu Yinyin confessed to me yesterday. Zhou Qinquan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, nearly veering onto the sidewalk. He glanced at Li Shuo through the rearview mirror in astonishment, stammering, She confessed? Miss Lu? He was aware that Lu Yinyin was Li Shuo's sister-in-law. Having met her a few times previously, he was taken aback by the revelation that she harbored feelings for Li Shuo. Moreover, the audacity with which she confessed was truly unexpected. Li Shuo let out a wry smile. Indeed, I didn't anticipate it either. To be honest, I initially declined. Why, Shuo? Zhou Qinquan blurted out, then quickly realized his indiscretion, adding what I meant is, Miss Lu is so exceptional and likes you. I know. Li Shuo rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yin Yin is a wonderful girl, intelligent, beautiful, and capable. However, she is Qianqian's sister, and that complicates matters. Shuo, you and Song Qianqian are divorced now. What is there to be concerned about? Zhou Qinquan interjected impulsively. Moreover, considering Song Qianqian's character, you must have been blind to have married her in the first place. Enough. Li Shuo interrupted. Let us not dwell on the past. He paused before continuing. I had intended to turn Yin Yin down. Yesterday, Song Qianqian and her mother caused a scene on the terrace, nearly confronting Yin Yin. Zhou Qinquan slammed his hand on the steering wheel, cursing, those two shrews. Yin Yin stood in front of me without a trace of fear. Li Shuo's tone softened. Her defending me truly moved me. He paused again, then added, thus I agreed. Zhou Qinquan was momentarily dumbfounded, taking a while to process. Agreed? Shuo, does that mean you're officially together with Miss Lu now? Li Shuo nodded yes. Zhou Qinquan abruptly slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road, and excitedly grasped Li Shuo's shoulder. That's wonderful. Shu Yi, I am genuinely happy for you. I've seen it for a while. Miss Lu truly cares for you. Unlike Song Qianqian. He halted abruptly, realizing he should not continue. Li Shuo chuckled, patting Zhou Qinquan's hand. All right, let us get back to driving. Master Shaw, you must treat Miss Lu with utmost sincerity. Her feelings for you are genuine, and it would be a pity to let her down. I understand. Li Shuo replied with unwavering confidence. Let us give it a try. Perhaps it will flourish. The car journeyed onward until it finally halted before an upscale office building. As Li Shuo and Zhou Qinquan alighted from the vehicle, a figure rushed toward them with fervor. The intensity of his approach might lead one to believe he was seeking a confrontation. Master Shuo, it's been ages, the newcomer exclaimed, enveloping Li Shuo in an embrace, his tone reminiscent of an old friend reunited after decades apart. Li Shuo smiled gently, patting the other's back. Guam Li, your spirited nature remains unchanged. Gu Li, the young scion of the Gu family in Binhai City, was often regarded as one half of the twin stars of the Binhai business circle alongside Zhou Qinquan. The two were markedly different in demeanor, one composed and reserved, the other flamboyant and extroverted, yet both stood as titans in the business realm, inevitably drawing comparisons. Releasing Li Shuo, Gu Li surveyed him with astonishment. Master Shuo, after all these years, you still look remarkably youthful. You haven't changed a bit. Unlike me, burdened by worries, I'm nearly a relic. He exaggeratedly touched his non-existent wrinkles. I heard the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is relocating domestically soon. Gu Li lowered his voice, a hint of mystery lacing his words. If you need assistance, Master Shuo, don't hesitate to ask. I am at your disposal. As Li Shuo attempted to introduce Zhou Qinquan to Gu Li, he noticed Zhou Qinquan's expression had morphed into one of vibrant disbelief. You're also part of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Qinquan pointed at Gu Li, incredulous. Gu Li raised an eyebrow, a look of pride adorning his face. Surprised? Master Shuo helped me immensely back in the day. Joining the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to repay him seems only natural, doesn't it? Zhou Qinquan was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. I'm also part of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. How is it that I have never encountered you? Gu Li rolled his eyes. Do you think the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is a place where anyone can waltz in? I am a core member, someone of your stature, a mere small fry. Certainly lacks the privilege to meet me. You. Zhou Qinquan's face flushed with indignation. The audacity of this fellow was truly infuriating. Li Shuo shook his head in resignation. These two were bickering like children upon their reunion. All right, enough of this banter, Li Shuo interjected with a smile. We're here to dine, not to quarrel. Oof. Both Zhou Qinquan and Gu Li huffed in unison, ignoring each other. Let us go. I've already reserved a private room for us at the Gu Club. The Gu Club is the most elite private establishment in Binhai City, renowned for its opulent decor and exclusivity. Upon entering the reserved room, they were greeted by a setting adorned with antique decor and fragrant sandalwood furnishings. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of Binhai's nightscape. As the waiter presented the dishes, each a signature offering of the Gu Club, Gu Li raised his glass first. Master Shuo, it's been too long. This toast is for you. Li Shuo smiled and raised his glass in return. You too. Gu Li. Zhou Qinquan raised his glass as well, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. From the moment Gu Li entered the private room, he had been casting a disdainful gaze upon him, which made Zhou Qinquan quite uncomfortable. Zhou Xiao, I hear you have been performing admirably at Hanwei recently? Gu Li remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Qinquan replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. It's all right. Though it pales in comparison to your bustling schedule, Gu Xiao. That is certainly the case. Gu Li accepted Zhou Qinquan's compliment without a trace of modesty. I am striving alongside Brother Shuo. As for others, I cannot say. Zhou Qinquan's expression darkened as he was about to retort, but Li Shuo interjected, all right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. We are here to dine, not to quarrel. Chapter 17, Borrowing Money. Gu Li. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is about to arrive in Binhai City. I would like you to assist Qinquan. What do you think? Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Brother Shuo, you truly hold me in high regard. Zhou Xiao is a well-known heir in Binhai City. I hardly have the qualifications to assist him. Li Shuo spoke calmly. Though Qian Kuan is the young master of the Zhou family, we will soon be working together. So you two should get accustomed to each other. Gu Li's eyes twinkled as he adopted a fervent demeanor. Since you say so, Brother Shuo, I will certainly rise to the occasion. Zhou Xiao, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will fully support you. Zhou Qian Kuan scoffed inwardly. This fellow changes his demeanor quicker than one can turn a page. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew more congenial, Gu Li, emboldened by the alcohol, draped an arm around Li Shuo's shoulders and inquired, Brother Shuo, how are things with your wife? When will you bring her out for us to meet? Li Shuo's smile faltered for a moment. Zhou Shuo wanted to intervene, but realized it was too late. Clearing his throat, Li Shuo composed himself. Actually, I divorced Song Qianqian yesterday. Gu Li nearly spat out his drink, eyes wide in disbelief. What? You got divorced? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? His expression reflected sheer incredulity. Zhou Qian Kuan set down his glass with a sigh, offering an explanation for Li Shuo. This has all transpired in the past few days. Qianqian has gotten involved with Tang Hao from the Tang family, and it seems a good outcome is near. Tang Hao? That good for nothing? Guam Li Skufa. His disdain evident. With his character, he is worthy of Brother Shuo. Song Qianqian is truly blind. He slammed his hand on the table, seething with anger. My Gu family was negotiating a partnership with the Tang family. It appears that collaboration is no longer necessary. To dare poach from Brother Shuo, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Li Shuo observed Gu Li's indignant demeanor, feeling a touch of gratitude. He raised a hand to urge Gu Li to calm down. Enough. It is all in the past. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. The most pressing concern now is still the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Brother Shuo, you are far too kind. Gu Li huffed. Such a woman should pay the price. If it weren't for you, the Song family would not be where they are today. Now that she has grown wings, she dares to act high and mighty. Zhou Qian Kuan chimed in. Indeed, Brother Shuo, do not dwell on her. Leaving her behind is her loss. Li Shuo smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He raised his glass and drank it down in one go. The past should be left behind. He must prepare for a new life and new challenges ahead. At that moment, Li Shuo's phone vibrated, a WeChat message popping up. It was from Lu Yinyan. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Gazing at the message, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. He replied, sure. Li Shuo drove to the restaurant Lu Yinyan had reserved. It was a tastefully decorated Chinese restaurant, exuding a serene ambience. Lu Yinyan was already waiting there. She donned a gracefully simple white dress today, her lustrous black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion. Her exquisite features, coupled with her bright, clear eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness, enveloped those around her in a gentle warmth. As Li Shuo approached, a faint blush crept onto Lu Yinyan's cheeks, and her heart raced with heightened anticipation. It felt almost surreal, as though she were wandering through a dream, to realize that she had truly become Li Shuo's girlfriend. Li Shuo settled across from her, observing her slightly awkward demeanor, and a tender smile graced his lips. Have you been waiting long? He inquired. Lu Yinyan quickly shook her head. No, not at all. I just arrived. The ambience of this restaurant is quite pleasant, Li Shuo remarked, surveying their surroundings. Yes, I've been here once before and found it to be serene, perfect for conversation, Lu Yinyan replied, her gaze lowered as she gently fidgeted with her teacup. Li Shuo ordered several dishes, all tailored to Lu Yinyan's tastes. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere grew relaxed and joyful. Lu Yinyan gradually let her guard down, her face radiating a brilliant smile. She realized that being with Li Shuo felt immensely comfortable and natural, devoid of any pressure or constraint. Just as their lively exchange reached a peak, Li Shuo's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Song Qianqian. Frowning slightly, he hesitated before answering the call. Hello? Li Shuo, could we meet? I wish to discuss something with you. Song Qianqian's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Li Shuo glanced at Lu Yinyan, an expression of apology flickering in his eyes. Isn't it better to discuss it over the phone? There are matters that cannot be conveyed through a call. I prefer to speak with you in person, Song Qianqian insisted, her tone laced with urgency. After a moment's silence, Li Shuo acquiesced. Very well. Where shall we meet? At the CAF we used to frequent, she suggested. All right, I'll be there shortly. Upon ending the call, Li Shuo turned to Lu Yinyin with an apologetic look. Yinyin, I need to step out for a moment. Please continue eating. I'll return shortly. Though a pang of discomfort stirred within her, Lu Yinyin nodded understandingly. Go ahead. I'll be fine. As Li Shuo exited the restaurant, a sense of unease settled over him. He and Song Qianqian were already divorced. What more could there be to discuss? Was she having second thoughts? Upon arriving at the CAF, he found Song Qianqian waiting, dressed in a somber black dress. She appeared particularly haggard, her complexion pale. Li Shuo, you're here. She managed a strained smile as he took a seat across from her, his tone curt. What is it? Biting her lip, Song Qianqian looked at him with a pitiful expression and softly asked, Li Shuo, do you still have any money? Li Shuo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Her ability to switch from arrogance to supplication was astounding. Just moments ago, she had been adamant about their divorce, and now she was here, pleading for financial assistance. Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied coolly, What's the matter? Can't the third young master of the Tang family support you? Song Qianqian's expression shifted, a flicker of panic igniting in her eyes. He has encountered some troubles. Oh, troubles? Li Shuo raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, yet inwardly, he had already surmised the truth. Recently, the company has faced some issues. Mysteriously, many collaborative projects have been abruptly terminated. Li Shuo remained silent, merely gazing at her intently. Sensing Li Shuo's indifference, Song Qianqian grew increasingly anxious. She clenched her teeth and pressed on, Li Shuo, I know you must still have some funds. Please help me out. I promise I will repay you in due time. Li Shuo skufa internally. Help her? What reason did he have to assist her? How had this woman treated him in the past, when she and her mother had humiliated and ridiculed him, even going so far as to cast him out of their home? Had she ever considered offering him help? Nevertheless, Li Shuo maintained an outward calm, replying coolly, I have a modest sum left in my bank account, a mere 100,000, saved from our marriage. If you truly find yourself in need, I suppose, considering our past as husband and wife, I can allow you to take it. Chapter 18. The pursuer of Lu Yinyin, 100,000? Song Qianqian's expression changed dramatically. Such a sum was utterly insufficient for her needs. The financial deficit of her company was far from trivial. Li Shuo, 100,000 is not enough. Her voice quivered, tinged with desperation. Li Shu shuja nonchalantly. That is all I can offer. Frantic like an ant on a hot pan, Song Qianqian racked her brain for solutions. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Li Shuo, you have that jade bracelet. If you were to pawn it, it would surely suffice. Li Shuo's countenance darkened, his gaze turning icy in an instant. The jade bracelet held profound significance for him. How could Song Qianqian suggest such a thing? Song Qianqian, you have gone too far. With her head bowed, she dared not meet his eyes, acutely aware of her misstep, yet feeling utterly cornered. Li Shuo, I beg you, consider a loan. I promise to redeem it later. She pleaded earnestly. Li Shuo let out a cold laugh. Redeem it? What will you use to do that? His tone was frigid, laced with unabashed sarcasm. Let me be clear. You shall not even think of touching that bracelet. The jade bracelet was the sole heirloom left by his mother, the final remnant of their family's memories. He would never part with it for someone like Song Qianqian. Seeing his resolute demeanor, tears streamed down Song Qianqian's face, her sorrowful expression akin to a wilting flower. Li Shuo, I truly have nowhere else to turn. The company's financial chain has collapsed, several major projects have fallen through, and Tang Hao, he is of no help to me. She choked on her words, her hesitation adding an air of fragility to her plea. But Li Shuo was impervious to her theatrics. He watched her performance with disdain, feeling a wave of revulsion. This woman could change her demeanor quicker than one couture page. Just days ago, she had arrogantly declared her desire for divorce, and now she feigned vulnerability to solicit his aid. Stop crying. Anyone who doesn't know would think I have bullied you, Li Shuo interrupted impatiently. Song Qianqian's facade crumbled under his piercing words, her face a kaleidoscope of emotions, shame and anger intertwined. She had not anticipated his mercilessness. leaving her feeling both humiliated and furious, yet too intimidated to retaliate. Li Shuo, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have treated you that way, but I truly have no other options. Please help me, and in the future. The future? You still dare to speak of a future? Li Shuo's cold laughter cut her off, his interruption devoid of courtesy. Song Qianqian, this is where it ends for us. I have transferred 100,000 to this card. The password is your birthday. He tossed the bank card onto the table and stood up, leaving the CAF without a backward glance. As Song Qianqian watched his retreating figure, a flash of resentment flickered in her eyes. Yet, she quickly donned a guise of pitiful despair, picking up the card from the table and sobbing softly. Back at the restaurant, Lu Yinyin was idly playing on her phone, seemingly bored. Upon seeing Li Shuo return, she immediately set aside her phone and inquired with genuine concern. How'd it go? Was the matter resolved? Li Shuo seated himself across from her, gently shaking his head, his tone laced with weariness. It's nothing serious, just a minor inconvenience. He wished to spare Lu Yinyin any worry and thus downplayed the situation. Oh! Though Lu Yinyin felt a twinge of confusion, she chose not to press further. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Li Shuo's bowl, softly urging, "Eat up. The dishes are getting cold." A warm surge filled Li Shuo's heart as he gazed at the ribs in his bowl. Just as he swallowed the last bite, a rather frivolous voice chimed in at their table. "Yinyin, what are you doing here? You didn't respond to my message today." Li Shuo turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting a young man clad in a floral shirt and distressed jeans, his hair dyed a granny gray, leaning casually against their table. He held a set of car keys in a carefree manner, while the young man possessed an attractive appearance. His roguish demeanor rendered him less appealing. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Yinyin couldn't help but roll her eyes, not even lifting her head as she continued to eat. And who might this be? Li Shuo set down his chopsticks, casting a dispassionate glance at the young man. An annoying fly, Lu Yinyin muttered disdainfully. This is my college classmate, Guo Tianyi, who pesters me incessantly. It's utterly exhausting. Guo Tianyi seemed oblivious to Lu Yinyin's disdain. Instead, he approached with increased enthusiasm. He pulled out a chair beside them and plopped down without invitation. "Yinyin, don't be so cold. We're classmates after all. Can't we enjoy a meal together?" As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Lu Yinyin's hand. Li Shuo, quick as a flash, seized Guo Tianyi's outstretched hand with such force that it made Guo Tianyi grimace in pain. "Sir, please conduct yourself appropriately." Li Shuo's voice remained calm, yet a chilling intensity glimmered in his eyes. Startled by Li Shuo's imposing presence, Guo Tianyi instinctively withdrew his hand, rubbing his sore wrist and offering an awkward smile. "Bro, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with Yinyin." "A joke? My girlfriend does not appreciate such jesting," Li Shuo stated firmly, deliberately emphasizing the words "my girlfriend," each syllable pronounced with clarity. Hearing Li Shuo refer to her as his girlfriend stirred a sweet sensation within Lu Yinyin. She looked up, beaming at Guo Tianyi, and deliberately linked her arm with Li Shuo's, sweetly saying, "Boyfriend, let us eat. Don't mind him." Li Shuo observed Lu Yinyin's feigned intimacy with a slight smile, and he reciprocated by placing a piece of fish into her bowl. "Make sure to eat more fish. It's good for the brain." Guo Tianyi watched the affectionate exchange between the two, his expression fluctuating between green and white with jealousy. He never anticipated that Lu Yinyin would be so close with a man he deemed a mere pretty face, especially considering Li Shuo's ordinary attire, devoid of any designer labels. One could easily perceive him as a wretched figure, unworthy of someone as divine as Lu Yinyin. "Yinyin, surely you cannot be serious about this fellow? When did your standards diminish to such an extent?" Guo Tianyi pointed disdainfully at Li Shuo, his words dripping with contempt. Upon hearing Guo Tianyi's remarks, Lu Yinyin's brows furrowed in anger, ready to retort, but was halted by Li Shuo. He set down his chopsticks and regarded Guo Tianyi with a half-smile. "What manner of person I am is of no concern to you. However, it would serve you well to understand that Yinyin harbors no affection for you. It would be prudent not to trouble her further. What are you even worth? How dare you lecture me?" Guo Tianyi seethed with rage, abruptly rising to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Shuo. "A mere parasite, living off others, dares to be arrogant in my presence?" Chapter 19. engagement in a fit of rage. Guitiani swung his fist violently towards Li Shuo's face. The force of the blow created a gust of wind, causing the surrounding diners to gasp in shock. However, Li Shuo effortlessly sidestepped the attack with a casual grace, countering by seizing Guitiani's wrist and twisting it with a firm grip, pinning him down onto the table. Ouch! Guitiani cried out in pain, feeling as though his wrist might shatter under the pressure. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized, resembling a turtle flipped onto its back, helpless and awkward. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, pointing and whispering about the spectacle before them. "This kid deserves it. You should know better than to provoke someone else," one remarked. "Look at him. He is probably going to end up with a mouthful of teeth on the floor." Lu Yinyan observed the scene with a cold indifference, showing no intention of intervening. She had long harbored a disdain for Guitiani, the self-important brat who buzzed around her like a bothersome fly, incessantly annoying her. Today was the perfect opportunity for Li Shuo to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before harassing her again. From his elevated position, Li Shuo gazed down at Guitiani with a chilling glare, his tone grave. "I warn you, do not dare to disturb Yinyan again, or I shall not let you off easily." Realizing he was in the wrong and intimidated by Li Shuo's demeanor, Guitiani could only nod repeatedly in agreement. "I want tea, I promise. I won't do it again." Only then did Li Shuo release his grip, taking Lu Yinyan's hand as they departed the restaurant. Guitiani watched their retreating figures, his eyes flashing with resentment. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Brother, I've been bullied. You need to help me get even." A boastful voice responded from the other end. "Who dares to bully you? Tell me where, and I'll come over immediately." Guitiani exaggeratedly recounted the incident, emphasizing how Li Shuo had humiliated him, and concluded with a venomous plea. "Brother, you must teach him a lesson so he knows my power." After leaving the restaurant, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan did not head straight home, but instead found themselves in a quaint CAF. "Thank you, Shuo," Lu Yinyan said, cradling her coffee cup and taking small sips, her cheeks slightly flushed. "If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have known how to escape that annoying guy." "It was merely a trivial matter," Li Shuo replied with a faint smile. He was simply too blind to see who he was provoking. He hesitated, as if wanting to say more, but then refrained. Lu Yinyan lifted her gaze, her eyes keenly probing Li Shuo's expression. "What were you about to say?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed under her scrutiny, Li Shuo cleared his throat, shifting the conversation. "Is the coffee good?" Yet Lu Yinyan was not inclined to let him off the hook. Pressing further, "What were you trying to say earlier? What about me?" Under her persistent gaze, Li Shuo felt cornered and reluctantly replied, "My friend." "Friend?" Lu Yinyan raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with the response. "You were obviously about to say girlfriend, weren't you?" Li Shuo, exposed in his thoughts, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, forcing a nervous smile. You misheard me." However, Lu Yinyan pressed on, leaning slightly forward. She drew closer to Li Shuo, her breath fragrant as she softly intoned. "I did not mishear. Master Shuo, do you perhaps harbor some affection for me?" Li Shuo gazed at Lu Yinyan, so near he could discern the delicate fragrance enveloping her. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Yet his gaze betrayed him, lingering upon Lu Yinyan's luscious, crimson lips. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian returned home in a daze. Upon entering, Sun Qian rushed toward her, bombarding her with questions. "Did you manage to borrow the money? Is it enough? The company is pressing us." Song Qianqian wearily retrieved a bank card from her bag and tossed it onto the table. It was merely 100,000, the amount Li Shuo had provided, likely the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. Sun Qian snatched the bank card, glancing at it. Her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Only 100,000? This is a pittance. What can this amount possibly cover? How did you even manage to borrow this?" "Mom, I tried my best. Li Shuo left me with nothing." "He certainly doesn't have that much," Song Qianqian explained feebly. "A pitiful little company? He must be deceiving you. He is undoubtedly hiding money, unwilling to lend it to us. After all, our Song family has supported him for so many years, providing for him, and now he is so miserly. This 100,000 should be considered a repayment to our family." Sun Qian's agitation grew, her words punctuated with fervor. Listening to Sun Qian's scathing tirade, Song Qianqian felt a surge of irritation. She recognized that Sun Qian would forever view matters in terms of money, never comprehending the bond she once shared with Li Shuo. No matter how harsh or ungracious Sun Qian's words were, in her heart, the years of marriage with Li Shuo were undeniably real. Those cherished memories could never be erased. Mom, please stop. You simply do not understand my relationship with Li Shuo. Song Qianqian covered her ears, unwilling to endure any further of Sun Qian's clamor. At that moment, she found herself yearning for Li Shuo, missing his warm embrace and gentle gaze. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Tang Hao. Qianqian, you need not worry about the company's finances. I have secured the funds. Please come see me. The excitement in Tang Hao's voice brought a sense of relief to Song Qianqian. She hastily ended the call, barely pausing to explain to Sun Qian, and hurriedly grabbed her coat, rushing out the door. In the car, Song Qianqian busily touched up her makeup, defining her brows and lips. She contemplated Tang Hao's proposed solution, envisioning the company's revival. Upon reaching Tang Hao's apartment, she could hardly contain herself, pressing the doorbell with urgency. As the door swung open, she leaped into Tang Hao's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and they shared a passionate kiss. After an impassioned encounter, Song Qianqian nestled in Tang Hao's embrace and softly inquired, what is the method you mentioned? Please tell me. Tonga ou li a cigarette. Taking a deep drag before exhaling a ring of smoke, and leisurely responded, my father has stated that if we promptly hold an engagement ceremony and officially announce our engagement, he will provide me with a sum of money sufficient to alleviate the current crisis facing the company. Upon hearing this, Song Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. Engagement? Isn't that rather hasty? Although she had divorced Li Shuo, the prospect of getting engaged to Tang Hao so soon felt somewhat inappropriate. However, could this truly be too swift? Song Qianqian hesitantly questioned. Chapter 20. Unyielding in the face of adversity within the confines of the apartment. Tang Hao extinguished his cigarette and pulled Song Qianqian closer, whispering softly in her ear, Qianqian, I understand that you harbor reservations, but consider this. The company's circumstances are dire. If we do not swiftly resolve the financial predicament, bankruptcy looms ahead. All your endeavors would be in vain. Can you truly accept that? After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, you are well aware of the strength of the Tang family. Once you become my wife, a life of affluence and grandeur will be yours to enjoy. And who would dare look down upon you? Imagine the expression on Li Shuo's face when he sees you again. Regret? Jealousy? Just the thought is exhilarating. Tang Hao's words struck Song Qianqian's heart like an incantation, each phrase resonating deeply within her. She had to admit that the future he painted was immensely tempting. A successful company, prestige, and the chance to ascend the social ladder. These were her most fervent desires. Yet, she hesitated, thinking, I am still not prepared. Tang Hao chuckled lightly and pinched her cheek playfully. Silly girl, it's merely an engagement, not a marriage. What is there to fear? Besides, you are already mine. Why hesitate? Do you wish to return to that impoverished Li Shuo? Of course not. Song Qianqian retorted immediately. Li Shuo was admirable, but he could not offer her any assistance. Exactly. Being with me is your wisest choice, Tang Hao declared, leaning in to kiss her once more. In the CAF, the atmosphere between Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin was charged with subtle intimacy. Lu Yinyin lowered her gaze, delicately, sipping her coffee. Her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Li Shuo's eyes lingered on her face. Suddenly, the melodic chime of his phone shattered the enchanting moment. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Zhou Qinkuan. Hello, Qinkuan, he answered. Shuo, where are you? Guli and I have come to fetch you. Zhou Qinkuan's voice resonated from the other end. At that moment, Li Shuo recalled their prior arrangement. He turned to Lu Yinyin and said gently, Yinyin, Qinkuan and Guli are here to pick us up. Lu Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in acknowledgement. The two rose, and Li Shuo settled the bill as they exited the CAF together. Outside, Zhou Qinkuan and Gu Li were playfully bickering while leaning against a flashy red sports car. I say, Gu Li, could you tone it down a bit? Driving such an ostentatious car. Do you want everyone to know our purpose? Zhou Qinkuan remarked with disdain. eyeing the vehicle. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Gu Li raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. This is a limited edition. You can't envy it. Who envies you? I merely think it's too showy. We are here to pick up Shuo, not to flaunt our wealth. Zhou Qinquan rolled his eyes. And what's wrong with being showy? Shuo is now a billionaire. He deserves this car? Gu Li retorted dismissively. Zhou Qinquan was about to counter when he noticed Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan approaching. Instantly, they ceased their quarrel and stood at attention. Shuo, Zhou Qinquan approached with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes glimmering as they roamed over Lu Yinyan. Is this the new sister-in-law? Indeed, she is stunning. Brother Shuo has great taste. Gu Li quickly stepped forward, bowing and smiling as he said, Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Gu Li. It is an honor to finally meet you. Truly, your beauty surpasses all tales. Lu Yinyan felt a bit shy from the flattery, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet she graciously greeted the two. Hello, I am Lu Yinyan. Li Shuo observed Lu Yinyan's poised demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let us get in the car, he said, patting Zhou Qinquan on the shoulder. Just as the four were about to enter the vehicle, a sharp and acrimonious voice halted them. Li Shuo, stop right there. Guo Tianyi approached, accompanied by a tall and burly man, exuding an intimidating presence that blocked their path. Standing before Li Shuo, Guo Tianyi arrogantly declared, Weren't you quite arrogant earlier, making me look foolish in the restaurant? I will definitely settle this score with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan's anger flared. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Shuo, and scolded, Guo Tianyi, do not go too far. It was you who harassed me first. Brother Shuo was merely defending himself. Guo Tianyi's irritation deepened at Lu Yinyan's defense of Li Shuo. He believed he had shown her endless courtesy at school, yet she had always treated him with indifference. Now, she was standing up to him for someone she deemed a pitiful failure, which was a blow to his pride. Yinyan, are you really turning against me for this worthless loser? What has he ever given you that I haven't? Have you lost your mind? Mind your language. Lu Yinyan retorted angrily. Mind my language? Today, I'll show you what it means to be unrefined. Guo Tianyi, in a fit of rage, turned to the burly man beside him and commanded, Brother Lei, teach this kid a lesson. The sturdy man, Zhao Lei, a champion from the underground boxing arena in Binhai City, cast a dismissive glance at Li Shuo, as if sizing up a lamb for slaughter. With that puny frame, I could crush him with a single finger. Li Shu's Gaza Aravanat. Zhou Qinquan and Gu Li, sensing the tension, prepared themselves for action. Zhao Lei let out a cold laugh, his massive fist hurtling toward Li Shuo's face. In a swift movement, Li Shuo evaded the blow effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qinquan delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Lei's abdomen. A thud echoed, and Zhao Lei staggered back, clutching his stomach, his face a mask of disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly refined young man could possess such speed and strength. Enraged, Guo Tianyi pulled out his phone, ready to call for reinforcements. You all wait here. My brother will be arriving soon, and then you'll regret this. At that moment, Gu Li suddenly recognized Guo Tianyi and couldn't help but let out a derisive snicker. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the second son of the Guo family. How dare you boast in our presence? Upon hearing Guo Li's words, Zhou Qinquan vaguely recalled who Guo Tianyi was. Unbeknownst to Guo Tianyi, he was unaware of the true identities of Guo Li and Zhou Qinquan. He merely perceived their arrogance, which infuriated him further. My brother is Guo Tianqin. Are you not afraid? Guo Li disdainfully curled his lip. Guo Tianqin? Huh. I suggest you hastily summon him to come and collect your remains. Guo Tianyi, witnessing Guo Li's contemptuous demeanor, felt an intense rage boiling within him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Guo Li and shouted, Were you even worth to speak to me like that? Lei, strike him. Strike him fiercely. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Chapter 21. The banquet. Zhao Lei felt a lingering pain from the kick delivered by Zhou Qinquan. He could hardly believe that he, a champion of the underground boxing arena, will be bested by such a pretty boy. Come on, you brat. Zhao Lei bellowed, shifting his focus to Li Shuo. Li Shu, no longer content to play defense, seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Lei's nose. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Zhao Lei's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. With a pained cry, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his face and writhing in agony. Brother Lei, Guo, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fear, astonished by Li Shuo's prowess. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li took advantage of the chaos, both skilled fighters in their own right. Within moments, they subdued Zhao Lei and Guo, pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Li Shuo approached Guo, looking down at him from above, his tone icy as he warned. I advise you to keep your distance from Lu Yinyan. Should I see you harassing her again, it will not merely be a matter of broken bones. Though pinned down and sporting injuries, Guo remained defiant. He glared at Li Shuo, gritting his teeth as he spat. You will regret this. My brother will not let you off easily. At that moment, the screech of tires pierced the air as several black cars raced to a halt at the roadside. A group of burly men clad in black emerged, striding menacingly towards them. Leading the pack was a tall man in a suit, Guo brother, Guo Tianxian. Upon seeing his younger brother bruised and battered, Guo Tianxian's fury ignited. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shuo and the others, his voice booming. Who dares to touch my brother? Are you tired of living? Who did this? Step forward. The black-clad men swiftly spread out, subtly encircling Li Shuo and his companions. Guo, eager to curry favor, pointed at Li Shuo and exaggeratedly complained. Brother, it was him. This brat stole my girlfriend and beat me up like this. Guo Tianxian scrutinized Li Shuo from head to toe. Dressed in ordinary attire, Li Shuo appeared unremarkable, prompting a derisive snicker. You dare to compete with my brother for a woman? Take a good look at yourself. Li Shuo maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by Guo Tianxian's imposing presence. Instead, he responded with interest. Your brother's girlfriend? Since when did Lu Yinyan become your brother's girlfriend? Guo, incensed by Li Shuo's casual mention of Lu Yinyan's name, seethed with rage. Stop pretending. Yinyan will inevitably be mine. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or I'll make my brother take action. Guo Tianxian let out a cold snort. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. If you have any sense, kneel and apologize to my brother, then get as far away as possible. I might consider sparing your life. Zhou, Qianquan, and Gu Li, watching from the sidelines, struggled to stifle their laughter. The Guo brothers were indeed brazen, utterly oblivious to the identities of their opponents. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Shuo's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. Is Lu Yinyan your brother's girlfriend? Your words hold no weight, nor do mine. Only hers matter. Just then, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously groomed, strode over with purpose. He approached Gu Li, slightly bowing, and respectfully announced, Young master, the welcome banquet on the yacht is ready. Mr. Li, please. Gu Li nodded and turned to Li Shuo, saying, Brother Shuo, let us dine and converse. Guo Tianxian stood frozen, recognizing the middle-aged man as the steward of the Gu family, who in Binhai City was unaware of the Gu family. They were among the foremost aristocratic families. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and scrutinized Gu Li once more, waves of astonishment surging within him. He certainly knew Gu Li, the young master of the Gu family, who typically regarded others with disdain. How could he display such respect towards this seemingly ordinary fellow? Instinctively, he swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It felt as though he had struck a solid wall, and not just any wall, but one of diamond-like resilience. Gu, young master. Guo Tianxian's voice trembled as he struggled to muster a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. You are here as well. Gu Li cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone indifferent. What? Do you wish to attend my banquet too? Guo Tianxian's expression stiffened, and he hastily waved his hands. No, I would dare. I'm merely passing by, just passing by. Zhou Qianquan found himself amused by Guo Tianxian's cowardice. He said coolly, if you're just passing through, then you should leave promptly. Do not waste our time. Guo Tianyi, clutching his swollen face, looked on in confusion. Brother, why are you being so polite to that guy? Shut up. Guo Tianxian interrupted him sharply, grasping his arm and nearly dragging him away. Let's go. Stop wasting time. Guo Tianyi, bewildered by his brother's sudden aggression, felt a surge of frustration. He struggled to break free from Guo Tianxian's grip, muttering, Brother, what on earth is going on? That guy stole my girlfriend, and yet you, Gui Tianqin abruptly halted, turning back to glare at him fiercely, his voice low and commanding. You understand nothing. That is young Master Gu. The Gu family S. Gu Li. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. Guam Li. The Gu family? These words struck Gui Tianqin like a thunderclap, leaving him agape in disbelief as he watched Gu Li's retreating figure, looking at his own disheveled appearance. A chill rushed from his toes to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended why his brother had suddenly changed demeanor. As he watched the Gu brothers flee in disgrace, Zhou Qingquan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Every time I witness these fellows suffer, it brings me such joy. Gu Li chuckled in agreement. Indeed, these clowns dare to prance before Brother Shuo. Li Shuo smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. He then turned to Lu Yinyin, gently inquiring, Yinyin, are you tired? Shall we depart? Lu Yinyin shook her head lightly, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Not tired at all, let's go. Gu Li had already arranged for a vehicle, a stretched Lincoln parked by the roadside. As the door swung open, Gu Li graciously gestured for them to enter. Once the four of them were seated, Gu Li, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Shaw, to celebrate your liberation from hardship and to welcome your new life. I have chartered an extravagant luxury yacht at the seaside pier. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingquan rubbed his hands together in excitement, saying, Wonderful. It has been ages since I attended a party. We must indulge ourselves tonight. Li Shu, observing the childlike exuberance of the two, couldn't help but smile. He turned to Lu Yinyin and gently inquired, Yinyin, do you wish to join us? If you prefer not to, we can choose another venue. Lu Yinyin's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a faint smile as she replied, Sure. I would love to see what kind of luxurious yacht Gu Shao has prepared. Chapter 22, Thank You. The coastal pier, illuminated in resplendent lights, is anchored with a variety of yachts, resembling a scattering of brilliant pearls beneath the night sky. The yacht chartered by Gu Li is particularly striking, its pure white form boasting graceful lines as it rests quietly at the center of the dock. The interior is a realm of unparalleled luxury, adorned with opulent decorations, plush and comfortable sofas, and a dazzling array of fine wines and gourmet delicacies, complemented by attractive waitresses clad in revealing attire. On the deck, the gentle sea breeze mingles with melodious tunes, creating an atmosphere of elegance and conviviality. Zhou Qingquan has long since immersed himself in the festive ambience. Gu Li navigates among the guests, engaging in lively conversation. In a relatively quiet corner, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin savor exquisite wines while admiring the night scenery. Li Shuo gently sways his glass, the amber liquid dancing within. Lu Yinyin steals glances at Li Shuo, noting his lack of enthusiasm, as a faint cloud of melancholy seems to shroud his brow. A sense of unease stirs within her. Has she erred in some way? Or is he simply disinclined toward such gatherings? Li Shuo, Lu Yinyin softly breaks the silence. Shall we step onto the deck for some fresh air? It feels a bit stifling here. Li Shuo, roused from his thoughts, meets Lu Yinyin's concerned gaze. All right, on the deck. The refreshing sea breeze carries a hint of brine, caressing their faces. In the distance, the city lights shimmer on the water's surface, creating a sparkling tableau. Li Shuo, Lu Yinyin approaches the railing, gazing into the night, and speaks softly, I've always been grateful for the opportunity you have given me. Li Shuo pauses, following her gaze across the undulating sea beneath the dark sky. I know I can be quite willful and perhaps a bit naive, Lu Yinyin continues, her voice trembling slightly. However, I truly wish to give it a try. I will always support you, no matter what happens. Upon hearing Lu Yinyin's heartfelt words, a warm tide of emotion washes over Li Shuo. He gazes at the girl before him, who once appeared as a little sister trailing behind him, calling out Li Shuo Ji with innocent affection. Now, she stands before him, blossomed into a graceful young woman, radiating maturity. Silly girl. Li Shuo tenderly ruffles Lu Yinyin's hair, his tone gentle. Lu Yinyin looks up at him, her eyes slightly glistening, yet her lips curve into a radiant smile. Li Shuo, I believe in you. Li Shuo regards Lu Yinyin, his eyes filled with affection. He suddenly perceives that she seems to have matured, no longer the little sister who sought refuge behind him. The two stand side by side at the railing, quietly reveling in the caress of the sea breeze, cherishing this moment of tranquility. Just then, Gu Li rushes onto the deck, exuberantly wrapping his arm around Li Shua's shoulder. "Shuaji, come on. Let me introduce you to some friends, prominent figures from Binhai City." Li Shua discreetly brushes aside Gu Li's arm, replying coolly, "No, I'm not interested in such socializing." Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Shaw, Gu, this opportunity is rare. Please do me a favor." Li Shua continued to shake his head in refusal. "Haven't you noticed what I'm doing?" Gu Li followed Li Shua's gaze towards Lu Yinyan, his eyes brimming with a hint of flirtation. He then patted Li Shua on the shoulder, winking and saying, "I see, I understand." With that, he turned and returned to the center of the party. Watching Gu Li's retreating figure, Lu Yinyan felt a twinge of guilt. "Li Shu, perhaps we should join them for a moment, lest we offend Gu Li." Li Shua gently ruffled Lu Yinyan's hair, his tone tender. "No need to mind him. Our happiness is what matters." Lu Yinyan gazed into Li Shua's gentle eyes, a wave of sweetness washing over her. She nestled beside him, savoring the caress of the sea breeze. In that moment, she felt an immense sense of bliss. As the party concluded, Li Shua escorted Lu Yinyan home. "Thank you for bringing me back, Li Shua," Lu Yinyan said at her doorstep, reluctant to part ways. "Get some rest," Li Shua replied softly. "Yes, you should also return and rest early." Lu Yinyan nodded, turning to enter her home. After ensuring Lu Yinyan was safely inside, Li Shua turned and departed. Upon returning to Yixing Hotel, Li Shua washed up and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. "Boss, we've uncovered some information about that group." Li Shua's expression hardened as he replied, "Speak." "They belong to an organization called Tianmen, which is shrouded in mystery. So far, we have only traced them overseas. Their influence is vast, and they're linked to those who once destroyed the Li family." The mention of Tianmen sent a glint of cold light through Li Shua's gaze. He responded, "Continue the investigation. I want to know everything about them." "Understood, boss." Setting down his phone, Li Shua rose and approached the window, gazing out at the nightscape, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Tianmen, I shall uncover your true nature." The following day, Li Shua arrived at Hanhui Company, where a bustling atmosphere prevailed. Employees were fervently evaluating several new types of renewable energy products. Li Shua stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting on the successful signing of the Jui Foreign Trade Project, which had injected robust momentum into Hanhui and bolstered his confidence in securing targets at the Coastal Product Exhibition. Li Zong. The test data for the solar energy converter has come in. Its conversion efficiency surpasses similar products on the market by 15. A young employee with black-rimmed glasses hurried over to Li Shua. Li Shua took the report, meticulously reviewing it, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Excellent. Continue with in-depth testing to identify all its strengths and weaknesses. Ensure absolute reliability." "Understood." The young employee returned to his duties with renewed vigor. Li Shua closed the file, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, and after a moment of contemplation, stated in the office, "We must secure the target at the exhibition. This is a crucial step for Hanhui to penetrate the coastal market. Arrange for someone to conduct an on-site test. I require the most authentic data, with no allowance for any deviation." Meanwhile, in Gu Li's opulent villa, Zhou Qinquan emerged from the guest room, his hair in disarray. The previous night's party had left him thoroughly inebriated. Upon awakening, he discovered himself sprawled in Gu Li's guest room, a pink blanket draped over him. "Gu Li, you wretched homosexual! How dare you cover me with a pink blanket?" Zhou Qinquan bellowed at Gu Li, who had just stepped out of the bathroom with an innocent expression. Gu Li shrugged nonchalantly. "Brother, you were vomiting like a fountain last night. I couldn't possibly let you sleep in the nude, could I? Besides, that blanket belongs to my sister, not me." Chapter 23. Respect. Zhou Qinquan disdainfully tossed aside the blanket and gulped down several mouthfuls of mineral water from the table. "Who came last night? Why do I have no recollection at all? Besides a few young masters from Binhai City and several young models, you were certainly surrounded by admirers. Indulging in considerable fortune," Gu Li teased. Zhou Qianquan rubbed his aching temples, striving to recall fragments of the previous night, but only vague images lingered in his mind. At that moment, the television abruptly interrupted with breaking news. According to reliable sources, Miss Song Qianqian, the president of the Song Group, is set to become engaged to Mr. Tang Hao, the heir of the Tang family department store, and both groups will be entering into a profound collaboration. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li froze simultaneously, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. What is happening? Wasn't Song Qianqian just divorced from Shuo? How is she getting engaged to Tang Hao so quickly? Zhou Qianquan was utterly bewildered. Gu Li was equally perplexed. There must be something amiss. Does Shuo know about this? Let us go to Han Wei and find Shuo. Zhou Qianquan hastily grabbed his coat and pulled Gu Li out the door. At the Song Villa, opulent crystal chandeliers radiated dazzling light. On the television screen, handsome men and beautiful women stood hand in hand. The engagement announcement was on a continuous loop, showcasing Song Qianqian and Tang Hao. Sun Qian wore a beaming smile, her chin quivering with excitement. Oh, my dear daughter, look at how wonderful Tang Hao is. Young, accomplished, and exceptionally handsome. The engagement ceremony is simply magnificent. As she spoke, she swiftly dialed a number on her phone. Hello, is this the Regal Hotel? I would like to reserve your largest banquet hall for the 8th of next month. And I want the most luxurious decorations with the finest cuisine. Money is no object. However, Song Qianqian did not share her mother's exuberance. She sat stiffly on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the television screen. Her mind was plagued with flashes of the previous night, the air thick with ambiguity in Tang Hao's apartment, and how, inexplicably, she had agreed to both the engagement and the partnership. Qianqian, what's wrong? Are you so happy that you become dazed? This is the Tang family. After all, the dream of countless girls. You've truly struck gold. Sun Qian hung up the phone and, noticing her daughter's distracted demeanor, couldn't help but wave her hand in front of her eyes. Song Qianqian snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Tired? What do you mean tired? Hurry and choose your wedding dress, finalize the hotel menu, and compile the guest list. There's so much to do. This is a major event in your life. You cannot afford to be careless. Sun Qian continued, bustling about with an air of authority. Song Qianqian felt a surge of frustration, yet found herself unable to argue. Yes, the Tang family, a prestigious lineage, the object of envy for many. A union with the Tang family would indeed be advantageous for the Song Group. Yet, why did she feel a persistent unease and emptiness within? She thought of Li Shuo, the man she had callously discarded. Although Li Shuo is not wealthy, he possesses a unique charm that draws her in unconsciously. Mom, I need some time alone, Song Qianqian said as she rose and walked towards her room. Time alone? There's so much to do. Sun Qian muttered in dissatisfaction. But Song Qianqian had already closed the door. Inside her room, she took out her phone and scrolled through the sparse chat history with Li Shuo. The few messages exchanged were all concerning their divorce. She stared at Li Shuo's profile picture, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately lacking the courage to dial his number. Li Shuo, what are you doing now? She murmured to her phone, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Meanwhile, in the office of Han Wei Company, the atmosphere was tense. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li sat on the sofa, both wearing grim expressions. Brother Shuo, how could Song Qianqian be so heartless? She just divorced you and immediately got engaged to Tang Hao. Zhou Qianquan exclaimed indignantly. Gu Li also looked displeased. Exactly. It's clear she sees you as a stepping stone. If it weren't for your assistance, would the Song Group be where it is today? Now that she has gained her wings, she kicks you aside. Li Shuo remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the news. I see, he replied lightly, continuing to peruse the documents in hand. If she wishes to leave, then let her go. He murmured softly, devoid of any sorrow, only an almost indifferent tranquility. For him, Song Qianqian's departure was less a loss and more liberation. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li, his eyes sharp and profound. Giangong Guam Li, I need you to investigate the current state of the new energy sector in Binhai City. The more detailed, the better. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. The new energy sector? This seemed to have no direct connection to their current core business. However, they had always unreservedly supported Li Shuo's decisions, having witnessed his insight and judgment many times before. Brother Shuo, no problem, we will get right on it. Zhou Qinquan replied first, his tone resolute. Gu Li nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Shuo, we will ensure the task is completed. Although he and Zhou Qinquan often had their differences, they consistently worked seamlessly together when it came to business matters. Li Shuo nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, but remember to act discreetly and avoid unnecessary attention. He paused for a moment before adding, as for Song Qianqian, you need not concern yourself with her. Her choices are her own. I wish to focus solely on the development of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and his gaze suddenly turned cold, and his tone became chilling. Find those who brought ruin to my family. Zhou Qinquan and Gu Li felt the icy aura emanating from Li Shuo, their hearts tightening in response. They dared not delay further and promptly exited the office. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyin was lost in a sweet dream. She dreamt of strolling along a sun-drenched beach hand in hand with Li Shuo, a moment of unparalleled sweetness. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a mobile phone ringing shattered this idyllic scene, jolting her awake from a reverie. Groggily, she reached for her phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Sun Qian. Frowning slightly, she pressed the answer button, her tone laced with impatience. Hello? Yin Yin. Your sister and Tang Hao are holding their engagement banquet the day after tomorrow. You need to hurry back and help with the arrangements. Sun Qian's voice was sharp and piercing, carrying an air of command. In an instant, Lu Yin was fully alert, letting out a cold laugh. Help you? You mean you want me to foot the bill, don't you? What are you talking about, child? We're family. Why bring up money? Sun Qian's tone was somewhat awkward, but she quickly regained her assertiveness. Your sister is getting engaged. As her younger sister, shouldn't you show some support? Chapter 24 Invitation. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yinyin instantly understood. Sun Qian was attempting to enlist her financial and physical assistance for their engagement banquet. Previously, out of respect for Li Shuo, she had lent the Song family a considerable amount of help. Now that Li Shuo and Song Qianqian had divorced, she had no inclination to involve herself in their trivial matters. I'm sorry, but I'm quite occupied at the moment and have no time, Lu Yinyin unhesitatingly declined. Occupied? What are you busy with? Is it related to that rascal Li Shuo? Sun Qian's tone suddenly sharpened. Lu Yinyin felt a surge of anger rise within her. What is wrong with Li Shuo? He is my brother-in-law. Now that he and my sister are divorced, what business is it of yours if I meet him? You. Yin, do you even comprehend the concept of propriety? He is still your brother-in-law. Sun Qian, somewhat hesitant to express her anger, still sought to persuade Lu Yinyin. My brother-in-law? Do you remember how you treated Li Shuo back then? Are you truly oblivious? If it weren't for grandfather, I would have severed ties with you long ago. Lu Yinyin retorted defiantly. You. Sun Qian was left speechless by Lu Yinyin's rebuttal, taking a breath before altering her demeanor, speaking earnestly. Yin, Mother is only looking out for your best interests. What merits does that Li Shuo possess? Mother has already identified several young heirs from affluent families for you, each one 100 times better than Li Shuo. You. Enough. Lu Yinyin could no longer tolerate the conversation and interrupted her. Sun Qian, I tell you, Li Shuo is no longer my brother-in-law. Whatever we choose to do is of no concern to you. If you dare speak ill of him again, I shall withdraw all investments from the Song family. You can manage it as you see fit. With that, Lu Yinyin decisively hung up the phone, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She had long harbored resentment towards Sun Qian. This scheming woman, who constantly plotted against others, was finally experiencing the repercussions of her actions. Sun Qian, taken aback by Lu Yinyin's scathing remarks, found herself at a loss for words. The busy signal echoed in her ears, akin to a series of slaps across her face. Trembling with rage, she forcefully threw her phone onto the sofa. This little vixen, has she grown wings? How dare she speak to me like that? Sun Qian cursed, her chest heaving violently. Yet, despite her anger, Sun Qian understood that Lu Yinyin was the Song family's financial lifeline, a connection they could not afford to offend. The Song family's publicly listed company appeared prosperous on the surface, but had long been in dire straits, relying on Lu Yinyan's intermittent financial support to barely survive. If she were to anger Lu Yinyan and withdraw her investments, the Song family would face utter ruin. Sun Qian's mind raced as she plotted. The implication in Lu Yinyan's words clearly indicated a lingering connection with that impoverished Li Shuo. No, she absolutely could not allow them to be together. Li Shuo, that good-for-nothing, had nothing to offer besides a handsome face. No wealth, no influence. How could he possibly be worthy of Lu Yinyan? A thought flickered through Sun Qian's mind. Guotiani. Although the Guo family's young scion was somewhat of a wastrel, despite the wealth and influence of her family, and her status as a university classmate of Lu Yinyan, Sun Qian felt that perhaps she might have a chance. With this thought in mind, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed the Guo family's number. The phone rang several times before a middle-aged man's voice answered. Hello. Who is this? It's Sun Qian. Is Tianyi at home? I would like to speak with him, she replied, forcing a smile and adopting a sycophantic tone. Oh, it's Mrs. Sunday. Tianyi is currently occupied and unable to take your call. If you have something to discuss, you may relay it to me, Guo's father responded. His tone tinged with hesitation. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Qian. Guo's father had always been polite to her, yet today he was unusually distant. Could it be that he had learned of the incident at the restaurant yesterday? It's nothing significant. I merely want to check on how Tianyi has been and see if he might be free to have dinner with Yin. Sun Qian probed cautiously. Dinner? Guo's father paused. I'm afraid that won't be possible for the time being. Tianyi is grounded and cannot go anywhere without my permission. Grounded? Sun Qian's confusion deepened. What has happened? With a sigh, Guo's father expressed his exasperation. It's because of yesterday's events. He caused a ruckus at the restaurant with a group of people and offended the young master of the Guo family. They are currently looking into the matter, and I need to resolve this first. Understanding dawned on Sun Qian. The Guo family was even more formidable than the Tang family, comparable to the Zhou family in Binhai. What had prompted Guotiani to provoke them? Ah, youth and their impulsiveness, she thought. Yet, feigning concern, she offered. But do not worry too much. I have warned him countless times to avoid associating with unsavory characters. Yet he refuses to listen. Guo's father's voice was laced with fury. Sun Qian quickly interjected. Now, old Guo, there is no need to be angry. Please have Tianyi return my call later. Very well. I must hang up now. I have matters to attend to, Guo's father concluded, disconnecting before Sun Qian could utter another word. As she listened to the dial tone, her expression darkened. It seemed she would need to devise another plan. However, the immediate priority was to ensure that Qianqian's engagement banquet was executed flawlessly. Once that was settled, she would deal with Lu Yinyan. Li Shuo, the impoverished man, had been completely drained of his last 10,000 by Song Qianqian yesterday. There was nothing left to gain from him. Lu Yinyan must have simply acted out of momentary confusion. Once she recognized Li Shuo's true nature, she would undoubtedly reconsider her choices. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Sun Qian's lips. Tang Hao, through intermediaries, had finally managed to deliver a gilded invitation to Li Shuo. The names of Tang Hao and Song Qianqian were printed side by side on the card. Holding the invitation, Li Shuo scoffed. What is Tang Hao up to? Does he really think I'm unaware of his intentions? He merely seeks to flaunt his success and humiliate me. Does Song Qianqian wish to see me regret my choices? Li Shuo tossed the invitation onto the table, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. When the news reached Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li, both erupted in alarm. Zhou Qianquan was the first to rush into Li Shuo's office, his tone urgent. Boss, are you really going? That Tang fellow is clearly intent on humiliating you. You've divorced Song Qianqian, and attending their engagement party would only be a source of ridicule for yourself. Gu Li followed closely behind, his face a mask of disapproval. Indeed, Shuo, Tang Hao clearly harbors ill intentions. If you go, who knows how they might belittle you? Li Shuo leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the surface of the table, his expression composed. If Tang Hao seeks to see me in a pitiful light, I shall not grant him that satisfaction. Moreover, how can I properly congratulate them if I do not attend? He paused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since it is an engagement party, I ought to prepare a splendid gift for the Tang family. Chapter 25. What is the true nature of this company? The offices of Hanhui Company were ablaze with light. Li Shuo rubbed his aching temples, fixated on the densely packed planning documents on his computer screen, and exhaled deeply. From the conceptual design of new energy products to the comprehensive process of the exhibition and down to every meticulous detail of the venue arrangement, he had personally overseen nearly all aspects. Even with his significantly advanced cognitive abilities, he felt a twinge of fatigue. "Director Li, everything is ready," announced the marketing manager, his voice brimming with excitement. Li Shuo glanced at the clock. It was 8 in the evening. He nodded, surveying the equally weary faces of his colleagues in the office before declaring, "Thank you all for your hard work. We will call it a day and take 2 days off to rest. The exhibition begins in 5 days, so let us all recharge." As his words echoed, the office erupted in cheers. Employees hurried to gather their belongings, teasing one another about finally getting a good night's sleep. Li Shuo watched them depart with a slight smile. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Tang Group was tense. Tang Jinhai wore a grim expression as he listened to the shareholders' heated debates. His brows furrowed in concern. New energy? With so many products flooding the market, what advantages do we possess? One shareholder questioned. "Indeed, Mr. Tang. Hastily entering the new energy sector poses significant risks," another shareholder concurred. Seated beside Tang Jinhai, Tang Hao displayed an air of arrogance. "Dad, I believe new energy is promising. It's all the rage now, and our Tang Group should embrace the trend." Tang Jinhai shot him a sharp glare. "What do you know? The technological barriers in the new energy field are high, and the market is fiercely competitive. It's not that simple." With a fierce look, Tang Jinhai rapped his pen against the table. "Do you think you could just throw some money at it and reap bountiful rewards? Dad, you're being overly cautious. In this world, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Is our family afraid of such risks?" Tang Hao retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. The father and son exchanged heated words, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly charged. Several shareholders exchanged glances, hesitant to breathe, fearing the fallout of the escalating conflict. Finally, Tang Jinhai slammed his hand on the table, making a decisive proclamation. "Fine. Since you are so confident, I will entrust this new energy project entirely to you. I want to see just how capable you truly are." Tang Hao's face lit up with joy at this declaration. Just then, Tang Jinhai's assistant knocked and entered, holding a document. "Mr. Tang, the list of companies participating in the exhibition has just arrived." Tang Jinhai took the list. Glancing over it, the names of prominent enterprises from Binhai City, Song, Tang, Zhougu, were all present as he had anticipated. However, his gaze landed on an inconspicuous name at the bottom of the list, Hanhui. Hanhui, why does that name sound so familiar? Tang Jinhai furrowed his brow, straining to recall where he had heard it before. Hanhui, when did such a company emerge in Binhai? I have never heard of it before. He turned to his assistant and inquired, "Has there been any information disclosed regarding the products showcased by Hanhui?" The assistant flipped through the documents in hand and replied, "It is stated to be a series of new energy products. A little-known company dares to compete with the Tang Group in the same field. Moreover, it has snatched away the project from Jinhai City. This is simply inconceivable. It is well known that Jinhai City is notoriously difficult to deal with in the Binhai business community. Countless companies have faced setbacks attempting to collaborate with them." Tang Jinhai's expression darkened like a sky before a storm. Suddenly, he recalled something and pointed at the name Hanhui, sharply questioning Tang Hao. "Is it not true that the building materials project you were responsible for was also taken by this company?" Tang Hao's face stiffened, and he stammered in response, "Yes, it was Hanhui." He remembered his earlier determination to secure the project from Jinhai City, only to have it snatched away by Hanhui, a grievance he had yet to swallow. "Damn it!" Tang Jinhai thundered, slamming the documents onto the table. "A nameless little company dares to repeatedly seize projects from our Tang family? Do they truly believe we are made of clay?" The air in the conference room instantly thickened. Several shareholders were too frightened to breathe, fearing they would become the target of Tang Jinhai's wrath. Tang Hao's complexion also turned pale. He had already faced defeat in the building materials project. He was determined to reclaim victory in this new project, where he would have no face left to stand in the Tang Group. "Dad, we must teach Hanhui a lesson." Tang Hao gritted his teeth and declared, I suggest we immediately investigate Han Hui, uncover their background, identify their weaknesses, and then concentrate our efforts to strike at their new energy project, making them aware of the consequences of offending our Tang family. Tang Zhenhai nodded grimly. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggested. You are fully responsible for this new energy project. If you mess it up again, you will be expelled from the Tang family. Tang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that his father was serious this time. He hastily assured, Dad, rest assured, I will not disappoint you this time. Tang Zhenhai began to utilize his connections, probing into Han Hui's background. He sensed that this company's emergence was too peculiar, as if there were unseen forces at play behind it. The name Han Hui lodged itself like a nail deep within his heart. To be cautious, Tang Zhenhai called Jinhai City, seeking to glean some information about Han Hui. After all, Jinhai City had collaborated directly with them. President Jin, have you heard of a company called Han Hui recently? Tang Zhenhai asked directly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Jinhai City responded coolly. President Tang, I cannot disclose too much information regarding Han Hui. Jinhai City held a favorable impression of Li Shuo during their collaboration. Li Shuo had mentioned that all information about Han Hui was kept confidential. Jin Haiqing was naturally unwilling to divulge any information regarding Han Hui to Tang Zhenhai. Tang Zhenhai furrowed his brow, and Jin Haiqing's demeanor only deepened his suspicions. He realized that Han Hui might be even more intricate than he had previously imagined. Old Jin, we have been friends for many years. Is there anything we cannot discuss openly? Tang Yin Gui. Mr. Tang, as businessmen, we value integrity in our dealings. Wouldn't you agree? Jin Haicheng remained tight-lipped about any details concerning Han Hui. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was dining with Lu Yinyan at an upscale restaurant. Lu Yinyan donned a delicate lavender dress, her long, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders. With her exquisite features and fair complexion, she exuded a charm that was both innocent and alluring. Chapter 26, Investigation. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier cascaded over the dining table, reflecting the luster of silver cutlery. The aroma of filet mignon wafted through the air. Li Shuo sliced off a small piece of steak and placed it into his mouth, while across from him, Lu Yinyan appeared somewhat distracted. She occasionally glanced up at Li Shuo, her lips parting as if to speak, only to close again. Li Shuo naturali notisa Liu Yinyan su unusual dameno. He set down his knife and fork, concern etched on his face as he asked, Yinyan, is something troubling you? You seem unwell. Lu Yinyan forced a faint smile and shook her head. It's nothing, just a lack of appetite. Really? Li Shuo raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of her words. Lu Yinyan's gaze flickered, avoiding Li Shuo's eyes as she lowered her head, fiddling with the napkin in her hands, murmuring, I'm truly fine. Li Shuo refrained from pressing further. He picked up his utensils once more and resumed his meal, though his attention frequently drifted back to Lu Yinyan. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft strains of music and the occasional clink of cutlery, creating a delicate atmosphere. Internally, Lu Yinyan wrestled with the news of Song Qianqian and Tang Hao's engagement, unsure of how to convey it to Li Shuo. She feared he might be saddened, and more so, that he might act impulsively. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. Some matters, perhaps, are better left unspoken, at least for now. Li Shuo finished the last piece of steak, elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin. He retrieved a gold-embossed invitation from the inner pocket of his suit and placed it before Lu Yinyan. Yinyan, is this what you wish to ask me about? His voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lu Yinyan stared, slowly picking up the invitation, her gaze fixating on the conspicuous words engagement feast. The names Tang Hao and Song Qianqian were printed side by side. She abruptly looked up at Li Shuo, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Shuo, how do you have this? Li Shuo chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Surprised? It's quite normal for a divorced husband to receive an invitation to his ex-wife's engagement. Lu Yinyan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She had thought that Li Shuo was unaware of the situation and was still contemplating whether to inform him, only to discover he had already received the invitation. Yinyan, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I am fine. Let the past remain in the past. Meanwhile, within another upscale club, Tang Hao sat at a round table surrounded by several sharply dressed men, the atmosphere tense and serious. Tang Xiao, are you certain you want to proceed with this? A burly man asked in a low voice. Tang Hao sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. What is there to fear? It's merely a small company. The Tang family isn't intimidated by them. That may be, but it seems there are powerful figures backing Han Hui. We must remain cautious, another man cautioned. Regardless of who they are, I will make them pay. Tang Hao slammed his hand on the table, his tone resolute. This new energy project is a must for me. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path will find themselves utterly obliterated. He retrieved his phone and dialed a mysterious number, speaking respectfully. Hello, is this Mr. He? I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. A deep, raspy voice responded from the other end. Speak, what is it? I would like your help in investigating a company. Tang Hao whispered, revealing the name of Han Hui. Very well, but my fees are quite substantial. Money is of no concern. As long as you can help me accomplish this task, I am willing to pay any amount. The night enveloped Binhai City, with streetlights casting elongated shadows of the trees. Li Shuo drove his black Bentley, a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Lu Yinyin hesitated several times before finally breaking the silence. Li Shuo, do you really not care at all? About Song Qianqian. Care about what? Li Shuo kept his gaze fixed ahead, his voice calm as a still pond, betraying no hint of disturbance. Is it that she is marrying Tang Hao? Yin, we are already divorced. She has the right to pursue her own happiness, and I wish her well. But Lu Yinyin bit her lip, her brow furrowed. You know what kind of person Tang Hao is. He purposely invited you to the engagement party. His character is irrelevant to me. Li Shuo interrupted her, halting the car at a red light. Yin, you needn't worry about me. I have moved on, truly. When the time comes, I will graciously wish her well. Lu Yinyin studied Li Shuo's profile, the sharp contours of his face appearing especially austere beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. Arriving at Lu Yinyin's residence, Li Shuo parked the car and turned to her. We've arrived, you should go in. Lu Yinyin nodded, unfastening her seatbelt but pausing momentarily. Li Shu, is there something else? Lu Yinyin hesitated, ultimately saying nothing, and pushed open the car door to step out. Li Shuo watched her slender figure vanish into the hallway before restarting the vehicle and driving into the depths of the night. Meanwhile, the Tang family villa was ablaze with light. Tang Hao sat on the sofa, a triumphant expression on his face as he reported today's achievements to his father, Tang Jinhai. Dad, guess what? I gave Li Shuo the invitation to my engagement with Song Qianqian today. Since our last encounter at the resort, my resentment towards Li Shuo has only intensified. Now, I can finally vent my frustrations. Tang Jinhai nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Hao Wei. You have finally matured and learned how to deal with your adversaries. Of course. After all, look at whose son I am. Tang Hao's pride swelled further. By the way, Dad, I've already contacted Mr. He to help investigate Han Hui's background. I want to see what big names are backing this little company. Indeed, you are handling this matter well. The new energy project is of utmost importance to our family. We cannot afford any missteps. Though Han Hui is but a modest company, one must remain vigilant. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Father, rest assured, I have already made all the necessary arrangements. Tang Hao vowed with resolute conviction. In the dimly lit room, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of cigars. Mr. He, a notorious information broker from the underworld of Binhai City, was irritably massaging his temples. Scattered across the table were the documents pertaining to Han Hui, resembling a jumbled mess, devoid of any useful leads. What on earth is this Han Hui company? No matter how I investigate, I cannot uncover its secrets. Mr. He slammed the papers onto the table, muttering curses under his breath. His subordinates, each an elite in the realm of intelligence, found themselves thwarted by this seemingly insignificant company. Every possible channel had been explored, yet the business registration information was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. The backgrounds of the company's employees were as simplistic as a primary school essay. Even the company's transactions yielded no hint of any impropriety. Chapter 27. The trade fair, sir. Han Hui's registered capital amounts to merely 1 million. Although its office is situated in the financial hub, our associates have observed that the company is rather small and appears quite unremarkable. A slender man, clad in glasses, reported cautiously. However, we have discovered that the legal representative of Han Hui is Zhou Qingquan. Zhou Qingquan? Mr. He abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Is he the scion of the Zhou family? How could he possibly be involved with such an insignificant company? We are uncertain. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting ominously. Though Zhou Qingquan does not directly partake in the operations of Han Hui, he seems to be the financial backer behind the scenes. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice. We have found that several of Han Hui's key operations are linked to some mysterious overseas accounts, which exhibit an immense flow of funds that we are utterly unable to trace. Mr. He's countenance grew grave. He was well aware of Zhou Qingquan's stature, the heir of one of Binhai City's premier families, with influence in both legitimate and illicit realms. If Han Hui indeed had the Zhou family as its support, the situation would become quite precarious. Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the identities of all individuals associated with this company. Mr. He's subordinate, the bespectacled man, along with several others, surveilled the vicinity of Han Hui for several days. They noted that the number of individuals entering and exiting the company was scant, yet each appeared to be in a great hurry, emanating an indefinable air of competence. Even more perplexing was the fact that, despite its modest size, Han Hui's security measures were exceedingly stringent. The guards at the entrance were imposing figures, and the interior was equipped with a multitude of surveillance cameras. This small company is anything but ordinary, the bespectacled man mused, stroking his chin, his eyes filled with curiosity. What on earth is Zhou Qingquan up to? They endeavored to obtain internal information about Han Hui using various methods, yet all attempts proved futile. The company's network was fortified against intrusions, impenetrable as a fortress. They even attempted to bribe Han Hui's employees, but those individuals remained tight-lipped, seemingly having undergone rigorous training. Sir, we have discovered that Han Hui is currently developing a new type of energy battery, featuring highly advanced technology, and they have reportedly applied for a patent. The bespectacled man informed Mr. He. Moreover, their internal security system was designed by a top-tier international security firm, reputedly utilized even by certain underground organizations overseas. Upon hearing this, Mr. He's expression grew even more solemn. It seemed evident that Han Hui had formidable backing, and the individual behind it wielded significant power. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Continue the investigation. I must uncover who is orchestrating affairs behind Han Hui." 3 days later, the Binhai City Trade Fair grandly commenced at the exhibition center. Han Hui participated in this event and was allocated a particularly impressive booth due to its series of new energy products, offering ample space for presentation. The booth of Han Hui is arranged in a simple yet elegant manner, with the company logo emblazoned on a white backdrop. Several models of innovative energy batteries are displayed, capturing the attention of numerous visitors. Manager Lee from the marketing department is enthusiastically introducing their products to clients. This battery utilizes our company's latest research and development technology, boasting a 30% improvement in endurance compared to similar products on the market, along with enhanced safety and a longer lifespan. He explains passionately. We firmly believe that this battery will lead the new energy vehicle industry. Meanwhile, the booths of the Tang and Song families are adjacent to each other, one focusing on new energy, the other on supermarket food products, creating a striking contrast. Tang Hao, impeccably dressed in a suit, stands before the booth with a feigned smile, promoting their products to passing customers. Young Master Tang, I've heard your new energy project is progressing splendidly. Congratulations. A middle-aged man in a floral shirt, sporting a protruding belly, approaches with a beaming smile. Oh, it's nothing, mister. Wang is too kind. Tang Hao waves his hand dismissively, feigning modesty. Our family has always been dedicated to research in the new energy sector, hoping to contribute to the nation's environmental efforts. Young Master Tang is truly impressive, Mr. Wang exclaims, giving a thumbs up with an obsequious expression. I look forward to your continued guidance. Oh, it's all thanks to my father's wise teachings, Tang Hao replies, feigning humility while secretly reveling in the praise. At that moment, He catches a glimpse of Han Hui's booth from the corner of his eye, and a look of disdain crosses his face. If a small, insignificant company dares to participate in the trade fair, such arrogance. Tang Hao snorts contemptuously, turning away to disregard them. Song Qianqian follows his gaze to Han Hui's booth, her eyes widening in surprise. How? Is that the Han Hui you mentioned? It seems they have attracted quite a crowd, and their products look quite impressive. How good can they possibly be? A company with a registered capital of merely 1 million. What technical prowess could they possess? Tang Hao scoffs disdainfully. Their products are surely subpar, meant to deceive those uninformed laymen. However, Song Qianqian seems to want to say more, but is interrupted by Tang Hao. Enough about them. It's disheartening. Let us focus on entertaining our clients. As she attempts to interject, Tang Hao pulls her along. Come, Qianqian, let me show you our family's new products. With that, he leads Song Qianqian away from Han Hui's booth. On the other side, in a refined private room of a high-end club in Binhai City, Shuo, Zhou Qinquan, and Gu Li sit facing each other, a selection of exquisite dishes laid before them. This trade fair marks the official debut of Han Hui. Li Shuo lifts his glass, taking a gentle sip, his gaze contemplative and profound. Zhou Qinquan raised his glass in acknowledgement, then set it down and remarked, "The results are promising. The new energy battery has garnered considerable attention, and several automotive manufacturers have expressed their willingness to collaborate." Li Shuo nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This is merely the initial step. Next, Han Hui must swiftly expand to become a leading enterprise in the new energy sector, not only in Binhai City, but across the nation. I have already prepared the expansion plan. We are just awaiting your command, boss, Zhou Qinquan stated, extracting a document from his briefcase and handing it to Li Shuo. Upon receiving the document, Li Shuo meticulously perused its contents. The document outlined Han Hui's developmental strategy for the coming years, detailing the construction of new factories, the expansion of the research and development team, marketing strategies, and more, all meticulously orchestrated by Zhou Qinquan. Qinquan, your diligence instills confidence in me, Li Shuo remarked, patting Zhou Qinquan on the shoulder in appreciation after reviewing the document. Once the influence of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce fully shifts to Binhai, we will be able to unleash our potential. Chapter 28. An unexpected collaboration, a flicker of excitement danced in Zhou Qinquan's eyes as he lowered his voice, saying, "Boss, regarding the matters of the Li family from years past, as well as the individuals recently appearing around your sister, I have already dispatched people to investigate. I believe we will have results shortly." Li Shuo's gaze turned icy, his grip tightening around the wine glass. "I shall spare none of those individuals." The trio continued their discussion about the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, secure in the knowledge that the private club maintained an exceptionally high level of confidentiality. During the afternoon exhibition, the Han Hui booth was bustling with a crowd. Clients seeking collaborative ventures arrived in a steady stream. Manager Li was busy, his feet barely touching the ground. Yet a warm smile adorned his face at all times. Tang Hao and Song Qianqian also arrived at the Han Hui booth, observing the lively scene, while Tang Hao's expression darkened ominously. A bunch of fools deceived by Han Hui's misleading promotions. He scoffed bitterly. However, Song Qianqian appeared unconvinced. How? I genuinely believe Han Hui's products are commendable. Their technology is quite advanced and may indeed lead the new energy vehicle industry. Qianqian, what do you know? Tang Hao deeply imba di. Han Hui is nothing more than a shell company. Their products are undoubtedly subpar and will eventually be exposed. At that moment, Manager Li approached them, greeting them warmly. "Young Master Tang, Miss Song, welcome to the Han Hui booth. Do you have any questions regarding our products?" Tang Hao snuck de the sizing up Manager Li with disdain. "Are your batteries really that good? Don't inflate your claims beyond reason." Manager Li smiled, maintaining his composure. "Young Master Tang, our products at Han Hui have undergone rigorous testing, and their quality is assured. If you remain skeptical, you are welcome to conduct a personal test." "A test? Excellent." Tang Hao's interest was piqued. "If your batteries truly perform as you claim, I shall place an order on the spot." Manager Li nodded confidently, instructing someone to bring forth a Han Hui new energy battery alongside a common similar product from the market, connecting them to a testing apparatus. The results emerged swiftly, showcasing that Han Hui's battery surpassed its competitors in every metric, boasting a range improvement of over 30. Tang Hao's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated Han Hui's battery to be so formidable. So, young Master Tang, do you believe now? Manager Li inquired with a smile. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. This is merely lab data. Actual performance may differ. Young Master, if you remain apprehensive, you could place a small initial order for testing. Should you be satisfied, you may consider a larger order. Manager Li continued to smile. Tang Hao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from placing an order. He harbored a persistent suspicion that something was amiss with Han Hui, and he was unwilling to take risks. I'll think it over. Manager Li observed their departing figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Han Hui's products had already captivated the market. Tang Hao's rejection was but a futile struggle against inevitability. At that moment, a man clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses approached Manager Li, presenting him with a business card. Hello, Manager Li, I am Guanji. Upon receiving the card, Manager Li glanced at it and was momentarily taken aback. You are Mr. Guan from Shuo Energy? Guanji removed his sunglasses, revealing a warm smile. Indeed, that is correct. I am quite interested in your innovative energy batteries at Hanhui and would like to discuss potential collaboration. Manager Li guided Guanji to a quieter negotiation area deep within the Hanhui booth. This space was simply decorated, with several leather sofas surrounding a glass coffee table adorned with bottles of mineral water and exquisite snacks. Mr. Guan, please have a seat. Manager Li gestured invitingly and took his place opposite Guanji. Removing his sunglasses, Guanji revealed a pair of astute eyes. He surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly. Quite nice, elegantly arranged. It is evident that Hanhui places great importance on detail. You flatter us, Mr. Guan. We merely aim to provide a comfortable environment for our partners. Manager Li replied modestly with a smile. What are your thoughts on our battery technology at Hanhui? Guanji picked up a sample battery, examining it closely. To be honest, I had my reservations at first, given the high technical barriers in the field of new energy vehicle batteries. However, after reviewing your test data and listening to the presentations, I must admit that Hanhui's battery technology is indeed impressive, particularly in terms of endurance and safety, far surpassing other similar products on the market. A glint of pride flickered in Manager Li's eyes. The battery technology at Hanhui was the result of considerable investment and time dedicated by Shuo over the past few days. It was undoubtedly of world-class caliber. While he was uncertain how their boss managed to finalize the new energy solution, produce samples, and implement them in such a short time frame, Manager Li genuinely admired Shuo. Such a leader possessed a sharp business acumen, promising profitable ventures. Indeed, Mr. Guan, your keen insight is commendable. Our battery technology is at least 5 years ahead of the industry, and we are continually developing new technologies in pursuit of greater breakthroughs. Precisely. Technological innovation is the core competitive advantage of a business, Guanji remarked approvingly. I am here to discuss collaboration. Shuo Energy is vigorously expanding its new energy vehicle business, and we are in great need of partners like Hanhui who possess advanced battery technology. Manager Li felt a surge of excitement. Should this collaboration materialize, it would present an enormous opportunity for Hanhui. Mr. Guan, we at Hanhui are also very eager to collaborate with Shuo Energy to jointly explore the new energy vehicle market. We believe that a strong alliance will undoubtedly lead to a win-win situation. Seizing the moment, Manager Li began to elaborate on the advantages of Hanhui's batteries, detailing everything from technical specifications to production processes and future development plans. Guanji understood that possessing such advanced battery technology must be supported by formidable forces behind the scenes. Collaborating with Hanhui would not only grant access to cutting-edge battery technology, one can still harness this enigmatic power to gain a greater advantage in the fiercely competitive market. Following an in-depth discussion, both parties have tentatively reached a cooperation agreement, with plans to further refine the specifics of their collaboration and formally sign a contract. Mr. Li, may our partnership be fruitful, Mr. Guan remarked, rising to shake hands with Manager Li. Indeed, a delightful collaboration, Mr. Guan. Manager Li beamed with a radiant smile. At that moment, a young man in a suit, clutching a folder, hurriedly approached the vicinity of the Han Hui exhibition booth. He scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone. He was none other than Xiao Zhang, assistant to Tang Hao. Upon spotting Mr. Guan engaged in a handshake with Manager Li, he was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Tang Hao. Chapter 29. Plagiarism by Han Hui, Young Master Tang. We have a serious problem. I just saw Mr. Guan from Jiwa Energy. He was actually discussing a collaboration with Han Hui. Xiao Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. On the other end of the line, Tang Hao was brooding in his office. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's report, he abruptly leapt from his chair, his complexion ashen. What did you say? Mr. Guan is negotiating with Han Hui? Are you certain you are mistaken? Absolutely, young Master Tang. I saw it with my own eyes. They seem to have reached some sort of agreement. Xiao Zhang spoke hurriedly. Fearing Tang Hao would doubt him, Tang Hao's expression darkened further. He never anticipated that the company he had so disdainfully dismissed, Han Hui, could attract Mr. Guan from Jiwa Energy. He felt as though he had been slapped fiercely, the sting lingering painfully. Damn it! What on earth is Han Hui? Tang Hao muttered through clenched teeth, hurling his phone to the ground, the screen shattering into countless pieces. It mirrored his fragmented emotions at that moment. In a fit of rage, he began smashing items in his office, the sounds of shattering echoing around him. Tang Hao's fury was palpable as he shouted into the phone, "Stop them, at any cost. If Han Hui signs a contract with Jiwa Energy, you should prepare to pack your bags and leave." Xiao Zhang trembled in fear, hastily responding, Yes, young Master Tang. I will take care of it right away." After hanging up, Xiao Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting internally. What kind of figure was Mr. Guan? As a mere assistant, how could he possibly intervene? Xiao Zhang called another assistant and briefly relayed Tang Hao's instructions. Young Master Tang also mentioned, his voice lowered. If we can't stop them, then just present that document. Document? The other assistant asked, puzzled. What document? Xiao Zhang's eyes flickered as he retrieved a folder from his briefcase, handing it over. This is it, evidence of Han Hui plagiarizing Tang's renewable energy technology. The other assistant took the folder and flipped through a few pages, his expression turning peculiar. Is this reliable? It seems a bit dubious. Xiao Zhang snatched the folder back, glancing around nervously. Lower your voice. What if someone hears us? Young Master Tang said, as long as we can stall Mr. Guan. Authenticity doesn't matter. But what if it gets discovered as fake? Tang's reputation. What are you afraid of? Xiao Zhang interrupted brusquely. The situation is urgent. Who cares about reputation now? If Han Hui truly partners with Jiwa, Tang's company will be doomed. Then, what shall we do now? Xiao Zhang clenched his teeth and declared fiercely, What else can we do? We must take the risk. Come, follow me to cause a scene. With that, Xiao Zhang, accompanied by several assistants, strode determinedly towards Han Hui's booth. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Everyone, come and see. Han Hui Company is using improper means to compete, plagiarizing the latest research achievements of Tang Group. The sudden outburst immediately captured the attention of everyone in the exhibition hall. The once lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence as curious eyes turned towards the Han Hui booth, eager to discern the unfolding events. Manager Li, engaged in a spirited conversation with Guanji, felt his countenance change upon hearing the commotion. He glanced at Xiao Zhang and others, internally lamenting the dire situation. Seizing the moment of attention, Xiao Zhang intensified his performance, indignantly pointing at Manager Li while proclaiming, This company, Han Hui, in its pursuit of unscrupulous competitive advantages, has shamelessly stolen confidential information from our Tang family group, developing what they call advanced battery technology. Such conduct is utterly disgraceful. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, some of whom, misinformed, began to point fingers at Han Hui. Guanji's expression turned grave. Although he admired Han Hui's technology, he feared becoming embroiled in a commercial dispute. He cast a questioning glance at Manager Li. Suppressing his rising fury, Manager Li understood that he must maintain composure. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the crowd with conviction. Sir, I urge you to choose your words carefully. The battery technology of Han Hui is entirely our own innovation, possessing complete intellectual property rights. There is no instance of plagiarism whatsoever. Original innovation? Xiao Zhang scoffed. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still intend to deny it? I possess comprehensive proof that Han Hui's battery technology is merely a theft of our Tang family group's innovations. With that, he raised his folder high, presenting it to the crowd. A stir rippled through the audience, with increasing skepticism directed towards Han Hui. Manager Li cursed Tang Hao's despicable tactics, realizing that such underhanded methods were employed to ensnare Han Hui. He understood that compelling evidence was essential to vindicate Han Hui from these accusations. You claim to possess evidence, then present it for all to see, Manager Li stated coldly. Xiao Zhang, brimming with self-satisfaction, opened the folder and pointed to the documents within, declaring, "This is the evidence. This material meticulously details how Han Hui has pilfered our company's technology." Manager Li sensed the situation slipping beyond control. He grabbed his phone and called Li Shuo. At that moment, Li Shuo lounged on the leather sofa of a private club, discussing the future direction of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce with Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li. When he received Manager Li's call, a slight frown crossed his face. "Li, there's a crisis at the exhibition." Manager Li's voice came through, laced with urgency. "What has happened?" Li Shuo replied, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of discernible emotion. "Members of the Tang family are causing a scene at the exhibition, claiming we have plagiarized their technology, and the event has come to a standstill." Manager Li's tone grew more frantic. "They have produced a so-called evidence, and the crowd is swelling. The situation is increasingly unfavorable for us." Li Shuo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "Understood. Maintain control of the situation. I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li turned their gazes toward Li Shuo, their eyes filled with inquiry. There had been an incident on Han Hui's side. Li Shuo offered a brief explanation. The Tang family caused a disturbance at the exhibition, alleging that we had plagiarized their technology. "That scoundrel, Tang Hao." Zhou Qianquan slammed his hand on the table, cursing furiously. "Upon seeing their exhibition position adjacent to ours, I suspected he harbored ill intentions. Brother Shuo, should I gather some people and drive them out?" "No need." Li Shuo waved his hand dismissively. "This minor issue can be resolved." He then turned to Gu Li. "Gu Li, please make arrangements on your end to ascertain what exactly the Tang family refers to as evidence." Chapter 30. Do not attempt to defame. Gu Li nodded slightly, retrieving his phone to make arrangements. "What do you plan to do, Shuo?" Zhou Qianquan inquired. "Since the Tang family wishes to play, I shall indulge them," Li Shuo replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It is just as well. I too am curious to ascertain the true capabilities of the Tang family." At the exhibition venue, a cacophony of voices filled the air, the atmosphere charged with tension. The evidence in Xiao Zhang's hands detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Manager Li's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He endeavored to maintain composure, yet his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. "Manager Li, do you have anything left to say?" Xiao Zhang pressed, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "The facts are undeniable. You, Han Hui, have indeed plagiarized the technology of our Tang group." Surrounding customers murmured among themselves, casting doubtful glances towards the Han Hui booth. Jiyu's expression was clouded with concern as he stood nearby. Initially optimistic about Han Hui's technology, the unfolding events left him wavering. At that moment, a brazen voice emerged from the throng. "What is happening? Anyu? Which Han Hui dares to plagiarize our Tang family's technology? They must be tired of living." The crowd parted to reveal Tang Hao, flanked by a retinue of bodyguards. "Young Master Tang, you have arrived." Xiao Zhang immediately approached, pointing at Manager Li. "It is this Han Hui. They have stolen our new energy battery technology." Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Manager Li, contempt evident in his eyes. "Anyu, a mere insignificant company dares to challenge our Tang family? How utterly foolish." He approached the Han Hui booth, inspecting a battery with feigned scrutiny before disdainfully tossing it to the ground. "This trinket claims to be independently developed? It is nothing short of a joke." Manager Li, suppressing his fury, replied coldly, "Young Master Tang, I implore you to speak with respect. The technology at Han Hui is entirely independently developed, with no instances of plagiarism whatsoever. Independently developed? With your credentials? What capability could such an obscure company possibly possess in research and development? Do not make me laugh. He turned to the surrounding customers, exaggerating his tone. Ladies and gentlemen, do ensure your eyes are wide open. Do not be deceived by such a fraudulent company. Their technology is stolen and utterly unreliable. Tang Hao's arrival undoubtedly intensified the already volatile atmosphere. Some customers, initially intrigued by Han Hui, began to reconsider their interest. Young Master Tang, you are spouting baseless accusations. Manager Li could no longer contain himself, shouting in anger. Our technology at Han Hui can withstand any scrutiny. You are engaging in malicious defamation. Defamation? Do I, Tang Hao, need to defame you? Tang Hao said, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. He waved his hand, and his bodyguards promptly produced several documents, distributing them to the customers in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, here lies the technical patent certificate of our Tang Group, accompanied by the evidence of Han Hui's plagiarism. You may examine it for yourselves. Facts speak louder than words. The clients eagerly accepted the documents, poring over them with utmost scrutiny. A profound silence enveloped the exhibition hall, creating an atmosphere of intense tension. Manager Li seized a copy, swiftly scanning its contents, and his countenance darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that Tang Hao would indeed fabricate evidence. The forgery was executed so flawlessly that it was nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Manager Li's complexion grew even paler as he gripped the incriminating document, his fingertips turning white. This was clearly a frame-up, yet the trap was so meticulously laid that he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. At that moment, a sharp voice interjected. Tang Hao, what is the meaning of this? Such chaos is utterly unbecoming. Song Qianqian approached, her high heels clicking against the floor. She had been overseeing her own booth, instructing her employees in the arrangement of the display. From a distance, she noticed a crowd gathered around Tang Hao, seemingly in the midst of some commotion. Thus, she set aside her tasks to uncover the situation. Qianqian, your arrival is timely. Upon seeing Song Qianqian, Tang Hao immediately donned a look of feigned victimhood. Han Hui Company has audaciously plagiarized our Tang Group's technology. Song Qianqian cast a disdainful glance at Manager Li, her eyes glimmering with contempt. She approached General Manager Guan of Jiue, speaking with a biting tone. General Manager Guan, do exercise caution. Such a small company is unreliable, and partnering with them may lead to dire consequences. General Manager Guan, already harboring doubts due to Tang Hao's appearance, felt even less assured after Song Qianqian's remarks. He nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze flickering as if he were contemplating a hasty exit from this den of controversy. Just then, a stir arose at the entrance of the exhibition hall. A throng of people surrounded two young men of distinguished bearing as they entered, Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li. Trailing behind them was Li Shuo. Prior to their arrival, Li Shuo had already established that he would remain behind the scenes, allowing Zhou Qianquan to take the lead in addressing the matter. After all, with Han Hui still unsettled, Li Shuo believed he should not draw too much attention to himself. Upon spotting Li Shuo, Manager Li's eyes brightened. However, Li Shuo discreetly signaled him to remain silent, and Manager Li promptly complied, standing obediently in place. What is going on here? Zhou Qianquan surveyed the room with a composed demeanor. Is there someone bold enough to bully a company under my name? The entrance of Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li immediately captivated the attention of all present. These two were prominent figures in the business circle of Binhai City. Nearly everyone recognized them. Tang Hao and Song Qianqian were momentarily taken aback. Han Hui was backed by the Zhou family. Observing the scene, General Manager Guan of Jiue swiftly approached to extend his greetings. Young Master Zhou, Young Master Gu, greetings. I am Guan Jiming from Jiue. He paused, then cautiously inquired. I came to attend the exhibition, but did not anticipate encountering such a situation. I have heard rumors of Han Hui plagiarizing Tang's technology. Is there any truth to this? Gu Li let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward, looking down at Tang Hao from his elevated position. Tang, San Shao, which of your eyes perceived that Han Hui had committed plagiarism? Tang Hao found himself somewhat breathless under Gu Li's imposing presence. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to assert, the evidence is irrefutable. Han Hui's technology is nearly identical to ours. Oh, is that so? Zhou Qianquan remarked as he took the document from Tang Hao's hand, casually flipping through its pages before passing it to Li Shuo behind him. Li Shuo, take a look at this. Zhou Qianquan thought to himself. Addressing oneself by their real name feels quite unfamiliar. It gives the impression that he has truly become the leader. Li Shuo received the document, scrutinizing it carefully, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He returned the file to Zhou Qianquan and commented coolly, this so-called evidence is riddled with flaws. Perhaps one should investigate the credibility of this appraisal agency more thoroughly. What do you mean? Dang hao dito an vili. Do you dare to question my evidence? Chapter 31. The person behind Han Hui, Li Shuo, disregarded Tang Hao, instead turning his attention to General Manager Guan, calmly stating, General Guan, the technology of Han Hui is undoubtedly developed independently. We welcome any form of verification. Observing Li Shuo's confident demeanor and contrasting it with Tang Hao's blustering expression, Guan had already formed a judgment. He smiled and replied, I have faith in Han Hui's technology. We can continue to discuss the collaboration in detail. Instantly, the expressions of Tang Hao and Song Qianqian darkened. They had originally thought to seize this opportunity to undermine Han Hui, only to find themselves shooting themselves in the foot. Young Master Zhou, young Master Gu, what does this mean? Tang Hao asked, unwilling to relent. Are you really going to oppose the Tang family for the sake of Han Hui? Zhou Qianquan sneered. The Tang family? What significance does it hold? It dares to compare itself with our Zhou family? Gu Li bluntly stated, Tang Hao, you would do well to watch your words and refrain from foolish talk. Otherwise, be prepared to face the consequences. Tang Hao was rendered speechless by their retorts, his face shifting between shades of green and white. Noticing this, Song Qianqian quickly tugged at Tang Hao's sleeve, signaling him to cease his confrontational stance. As Tang Hao continued to press, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. It was then that Li Shuo leisurely stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile. We are all friends. Why should we let such trivial matters disrupt our harmony? General Guan has traveled a long distance. We should treat him with courtesy. He turned to General Guan, his tone warming. General Guan, you must be weary from your journey. Why not take a moment to rest in our VIP lounge, savoring the fine tea we have prepared for you, before we gradually delve into the details of our cooperation? Li Shuo's words provided an opportunity for both sides to de-escalate, while simultaneously showcasing Han Hui's thoughtfulness. Naturally, General Guan was pleased to acquiesce and nodded in agreement. Manager Li, understanding the cue, promptly led General Guan to the lounge. It was only when Li Shuo spoke that Song Qianqian and Tang Hao became aware of his presence. Song Qianqian's gaze fixated on Li Shuo, confusion flickering in her eyes. Following their divorce, she had anticipated that Li Shuo would succumb to despair, perhaps even come to plead for reconciliation. Yet here he was, appearing more composed than their last meeting at the CAF. Even better, had he truly forged ties with the Zhou family? Song Qianqian muttered to herself. She had initiated the divorce, finding Li Shuo lacking in wealth and influence, unable to provide the life she desired. However, now he was engaging in light-hearted conversation with top-tier heirs like Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li, which stirred a sense of inexplicable unease within her. Could it be that he had been concealing his capabilities all along? Tang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Li Shuo, recalling how Zhou Qianquan had defended him during their encounter at the resort. At that time, he had thought they were merely acquaintances. To his surprise, they crossed paths again at Han Hui's exhibition, and it appeared that Li Shuo and Zhou Qianquan shared an extraordinary bond. Isn't this our renowned Li Shuo? What is this? Have you latched onto the Zhou family's coattails? Tang Hao spoke with a sarcastic tone. I thought you would vanish after your divorce, yet here you are working. How much does Han Hui pay you each month? Is it enough for a decent bottle of wine? While Tang Hao continued to ridicule Li Shuo, Song Qianqian paid no heed, her gaze fixed solely on Li Shuo. Do you truly believe that associating with the Zhou and Gu families will lead to your success? Tang Hao's taunts interrupted Song Qianqian's thoughts. Li Shuo cast a nonchalant glance at them, ignoring their scornful remarks. He turned to Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li, stating, "You may handle this. I will attend to General Manager Guan." With that, he departed, leaving Tang Hao feeling awkward and humiliated, not even sparing a glance for Song Qianqian. Watching Li Shuo's retreating figure, Tang Hao's feelings of discontent deepened. He could not fathom how a penniless man, cast aside by Song Qianqian, could associate with business magnates like Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li. Was it mere luck? Li Shuo has certainly struck it rich. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. What right does a spineless freeloader have to earn the Zhou family's favor? Song Qianqian gazed at Li Shuo's silhouette, a pang of bitterness washing over her. She recalled his despondency at the time of their divorce, and now, witnessing his newfound confidence, she felt a twinge of regret. "Qianqian, what are you thinking?" Tang Hao asked, his irritation evident as he noticed her distraction. "Are you still pondering that good-for-nothing?" Coming back to her senses, Song Qianqian managed a forced smile. "No, I merely think he has changed quite a bit. Humph, it's only because he has latched onto the Zhou family's big tree." Tang Hao scoffed. Who knows what methods he employed to ingratiate himself with Zhou Qianquan. Nonetheless, someone like him will inevitably be discarded by the Zhou family. Song Qianqian remained silent. Yet a nagging feeling tugged at her. Perhaps the situation was not as straightforward as Tang Hao believed. Li Shuo's transformation was certainly not solely due to his connection with the Zhou family. Upon entering the members' reception room, General Manager Guan was savoring tea. "Manager Li, I will take over from here. You may attend to other matters." Manager Li hesitated, glancing at Guan before looking back at Li Shuo. Ultimately, he nodded and exited, closing the door behind him. Guan scrutinized Li Shuo, noting his ordinary business suit, devoid of designer labels, making him appear like an average employee. A cold smile crept onto Guan's face. Han Hui was indeed lacking, unable to send a competent representative. Coupled with the recent scandal at the exhibition, his impression of Han Hui had diminished significantly. "Hello, General Manager Guan." Li Shuo extended his hand, his tone balanced. "I am Li Shuo, the representative of Han Hui." He deliberately paused, omitting his specific title, which added an air of mystery. Guan shook his hand dismissively, responding, "Mr. Li, I believe there is little to discuss regarding your company's products." Li Shuo smiled, unperturbed, as he pulled out a chair and sat down across from Guan Ji. "Mr. Guan, the way of a gentleman lies in sincere dialogue. I am aware that you hold certain misconceptions about our company. Yet I believe that business matters ought to be grounded in fact. Wouldn't you agree?" Guan Ji raised an eyebrow, finding this young man rather intriguing. He remained calm and spoke with precision. "Mr. Guan, regarding the allegations of plagiarism, we shall present evidence to vindicate ourselves shortly. For now, I wish to discuss the true advantages of our battery." Li Shuo's tone was filled with confidence. "Oh, I would be eager to hear more," Guan Ji responded, leaning slightly forward with interest. "This battery was developed by my team and me within a mere fortnight," Li Shuo declared, dropping a significant bombshell, fully aware that this information would capture Guan Ji's attention. Chapter 32. Securing the partnership indeed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Guan Ji's face. "Half a month? How is that possible?" Having been immersed in the battery industry for many years, he understood the immense time and effort required for the research and development of a new battery. Li Shuo continued, "I recognize that this may sound implausible, but it is the reality. We have adopted a groundbreaking technology that—" He paused deliberately, heightening Guan Ji's anticipation. "Currently, it remains confidential, yet I assure you that its performance surpasses all comparable products on the market." Guan Yi's Brett Kwitskenet. He fixed his gaze on Li Shuo, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Earlier at the exhibition, he had observed this young man treating Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li with utmost respect, mistakenly believing that Han Hui was a venture of the Zhou family. It now appeared that this young man was indeed the true mastermind behind it all. "Mr. Li," Guan Ji's tone grew solemn. "Do you have any evidence to support your claims?" Li Shuo smiled slightly and retrieved a document from his briefcase, presenting it to Guan Ji. "Here are the performance parameters and test reports of our battery. You may examine them closely." Guanji accepted the document, poring over its contents with great diligence. The data astonished him. If these figures were accurate, this battery would revolutionize the entire industry. Li Shuo smiled gently. Mr. Guan, our company places great importance on our partners and, more significantly, on the quality of our products. This collaboration represents a rare opportunity for both parties, and we shall exert every effort to achieve a win-win outcome. Nodding, Guanji set down his teacup, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. Mr. Li, to speak candidly, Tang Hao's earlier remarks have indeed caused me some concern. Although I believe in Han Hui's capabilities, if there are indeed issues with your technology, it would pose a substantial loss for us at GUE. Mr. Guan, I can vouch for the integrity of Han Hui's technology. It is entirely independently developed, devoid of any plagiarism. Should you have reservations, we can engage any authoritative third-party institution for verification. If the assessment reveals any flaws in our technology, I am willing to accept all consequences. Very well, you are an upfront individual. However, I must inquire. Out there, it appeared that Han Hui is indeed affiliated with Zhou Qianquan? Guanji asked curiously, having already formulated his plan. If Han Hui truly had the Zhou family backing it, he would undoubtedly seize this partnership opportunity. Should he have the fortune to collaborate with the Zhou family in the future, his company would ascend to new heights. Li Shuo nodded slightly, acknowledging the observation. Mr. Guan, you possess keen insight. Han Hui is indeed currently operating under Zhou Xiao's name. He paused before adding, however, this is merely a temporary arrangement. As Han Hui is in its nascent stage, we rely heavily on Zhou Xiao's support in various aspects. Once Han Hui achieves stability in its development, we will naturally operate independently. Upon hearing this, Guanji beamed with delight. So, Han Hui was indeed backed by the Zhou family. He quickly rose to his feet and warmly grasped Li Shuo's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Li, you are truly a young talent. To be esteemed by young Master Zhou, your future is boundless. We must collaborate. In this regard, I shall concede an additional percentage point in the profit sharing outlined in the contract, as a gesture of my sincerity. A mutually beneficial partnership is precisely what we aspire to. Li Shuo raised his teacup in agreement. Here's to a delightful collaboration. The two exchanged smiles, clinking their cups together before downing their drinks in unison. Outside the members' reception room, Gu Li and Zhou Qianquan were frantically sifting through the evidence provided by Tang Hao. What is this nonsense? Zhou Qianquan scoffed, flinging a stack of documents onto the table. It's all mere conjecture, lacking any concrete proof. Could Tang Hao possibly think us fools? I have already dispatched someone to investigate, Gu Li replied. However, it will require some time. Indeed, Zhou Qianquan nodded. We must expedite this. I fear Tang Hao may have further tricks up his sleeve. As they spoke, a man in a black suit approached swiftly and whispered a few words into Zhou Qianquan's ear. Upon hearing, Zhou Qianquan's expression shifted slightly. Have you confirmed the investigation? Yes. The man affirmed. The documents were likely fabricated by someone on Tang Hao's behalf. Gu Li cannot help but curse. Tang Hao is indeed ruthless. The lesson we imparted at the resort was insufficient, and he dares to oppose us again. Zhou Qianquan narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. It appears the Tang family is resolute in their opposition. Let us engage them in this game, then. Meanwhile, Tang Hao and Song Qianqian were in their own reception room. How? Do you think that useless Li Shuo can truly succeed in collaborating with GUE? Song Qianqian asked, her face etched with concern. Tang Hao scoffed. Impossible. I have already ensured that the evidence of Han Hui's plagiarism has been submitted to General Guan. He will certainly not partner with them. However, Song Qianqian remained uneasy. I just feel that Li Shuo seems somewhat different this time. Different? In what way? Tang Hao dietz me seen. He is merely riding on the coattails of the Zhou family. Once the Zhou family tires of him, we shall see how long he can persist. Just as Tang Hao finished speaking, his phone rang abruptly. He answered the call, and his expression turned ashen. What did you say? General Guan has signed a contract with Han Hui and granted them an additional percentage point in profits? Tang Hao's voice was nearly a growl as he spoke through clenched teeth. How is that possible? After hanging up, he slumped against the car's seat, deflated. Song Qianqian, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a chill of foreboding wash over her. How? What is wrong? What happened? Tang Hao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red and teeth gritted, declaring that bastardly Shuo has actually signed a contract with Jiyue. Moreover, General Guan has given them an extra percentage point in profits. Song Qianqian was left momentarily stunned by the revelation. She could not comprehend why, having already submitted the evidence of Han Hui's plagiarism to General Manager Guan, he would still choose to collaborate with them. Just then, Tang Hao's phone chimed once more. "Hello, Dad. You worthless fool. What have you done?" The furious voice of Tang Zhenhai erupted from the other end. "Do you have any idea how much our Tang family has lost because of your foolish actions?" As Tang Hao listened to his father's tirade, he was utterly bewildered. He had no inkling of what had transpired to provoke such wrath from his father. Tongue-tied, he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. The roar from Tang Zhenhai grew even louder. The deal with Jiyue has been secured by Han Hui, and now the entire Binhai is aware of it. General Manager Guan from Jiyue had a favorable impression of our Tang family. I had you attend this trade fair personally to secure this partnership. Yet, you have managed to sabotage it, not only relinquishing the collaboration, but also causing our family's inaugural showcase of new energy to lose a significant client. How am I supposed to report this to the board? Tang Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He understood his father's temperament, and this time he had truly provoked him. "Dad, I had no idea it would turn out this way. I clearly..." Chapter 33, A Bunch of Fools, How Dare You? Tang Zhenhai interrupted him violently. "Do you really think those trivial tricks of yours can deceive the world? Who is Mr. Guan? He has navigated the business world for decades. What schemes has he not encountered? Your petty antics are akin to a child's play in his eyes. And now look, not only has the collaboration been lost, but Tang's stock price has also begun to plummet. Are you trying to ruin the Tang Corporation?" Tang Hao, felt utterly humiliated, yet dared not utter a word in defense. Song Qianqian, listening from the side, grew increasingly distressed. After unleashing his fury, Tang Zhenhai's tone softened slightly, though it remained as frigid as ice. "Now, immediately return. Convene an emergency board meeting to discuss countermeasures. Furthermore, you will explain to me, in earnest, what exactly is the background of Han Hui. Why would Mr. Guan choose to collaborate with them instead of our Tang Corporation?" "Father, I truly do not know what happened." Tang Hao stammered, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I have already submitted the evidence of Han Hui's plagiarism to Mr. Guan, who knew he would." "Shut your mouth." Tang Zhenhai roared in fury, cutting him off. "Evidence? That flimsy proof of yours is nothing more than a joke. Get back here immediately." Tang Hao crawled back to the Tang Corporation, hastily gathering the senior executives. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, each face etched with anxiety. With great reluctance, Tang Hao disclosed the news of Han Hui having snatched the collaboration with Jiyue. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into chaos. "Tang Hao, how on earth did you let this happen? Such a crucial collaboration has been taken away. Tang's stock price has already started to decline. Do you realize the immense loss this will bring to the company? You have done more harm than good. You have tarnished the reputation of the Tang Corporation." The directors, each chiming in, vehemently criticized Tang Hao for his ineptitude, their verbal onslaught nearly drowning him. Tang Hao's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat pouring down. Yet he felt powerless to refute their accusations. Seated at the head of the table, Tang Zhenhai's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Silence. What good is arguing now? The urgent task is to ascertain Han Hui's background and why Mr. Guan chose to partner with them." After the meeting adjourned, Tang Hao exited the conference room like a defeated rooster, utterly dejected. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Mr. He, I previously asked you to investigate Han Hui. What have you discovered? Why have you not informed me of anything?" Tang Hao's tone was laced with anger. A deep voice responded from the other end. "Tang San Xiao, mind your manners. I am Mr. He. One may eat without decorum, but one must not speak carelessly. Mind my manners? I have spent so much money, and this is all you have managed to uncover?" Tang Hao shouted in frustration. "Han Hui has already seized the collaboration with Jiyue. How am I to explain this to the old man?" "Tang San Xiao, please remain calm," Mr. He replied slowly. "Rest assured, I'm still investigating Han Hui's background. However, it currently appears that the Zhou family is providing support from behind the scenes. Yet, the actual executor of Han Hui is not a member of the Zhou family. Not a member of the Zhou family? Tang Hao was taken aback. Then who is it? Mr. He paused, his tone growing grave. I suspect it is Li Shuo. Li Shu, that incompetent fool? Tang Hao sick up. How could he possibly possess such capability? Tang San Xiao, do not underestimate Li Shuo, Mr. He said with significant implication. He has undergone considerable change recently. I have a feeling he harbors a hidden secret. Tang Hao hung up the phone, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Li Shuo, the worthless individual he had always looked down upon. Could he truly wield such influence? Li Shuo? What a preposterous joke. Tang Hao furiously ended the call, slamming his phone onto the desk. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, finding Mr. He's words utterly absurd. This pathetic Li Shuo had once been the son-in-law of the Song family. Now, he had supposedly transformed into the mastermind behind Han Hui. It was utterly ludicrous. Xiao Zhang, go settle Mr. He's final payment. We need not contact him again. Tang Hao bellowed at his assistant outside the door, his tone dripping with disdain. In his view, Mr. He's intelligence was nothing more than a heap of nonsense, unworthy of consideration. Just then, the office door burst open. Tang Zhenhai entered, his face ashen. He shot Tang Hao a fierce glare and roared. Do you still have the presence of mind to throw a tantrum here? The Zhou family just paid us a visit. Tang Hao shuddered, quickly rising from his chair and cautiously inquired. Father, what did the Zhou family come for? What else could it be? Tang Zhenhai seethed, his anger palpable. They made it clear that if our Tang family dares to touch Han Hui, they will ensure the Tang family vanishes from Binhai. Tang Hao's complexion instantly paled. He was acutely aware of the Zhou family's influence in Binhai. Although the Tang family was also a prominent family in Binhai, they were still significantly outmatched by the Zhou family. Father, what? What should we do? Tang Hao's voice trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Tang Zhenhai took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and said in a low voice, What else can we do? Withdraw from the exhibition. Immediately at once. Though Tang Hao felt reluctant, he dared not defy his father's command and could only nod in agreement. He promptly arranged for the withdrawal of the Tang Group's exhibition booth from the expo. Once the news spread, the entire exhibition erupted in chaos. The Tang Group, the leading enterprise in Binhai, had unexpectedly pulled out midway through the expo, an unprecedented occurrence. Various rumors began to circulate among the crowd. Some speculated that the Tang Group was facing a financial crisis, while others suggested that it had offended a powerful figure. Meanwhile, Li Shuo stood before Han Hui's exhibition booth, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The crowd surged around Han Hui's booth, vibrant and bustling with activity. Li Shuo, with his exceptional products and remarkable eloquence, has captivated a multitude of clients. Orders have poured in like snowflakes. A subtle smile graces his lips as he confidently and calmly addresses each customer. His every gesture exudes the charm of a mature man, a stark contrast to the timid Li Shuo of yore. Jin Haiqing has observed all of this. Initially, he held a mere admiration for Li Shuo, but now he is utterly enchanted. He senses a mysterious force emanating from Li Shuo, compelling one to draw closer and delve deeper. After the exhibition, Jin Haiqing took the initiative to invite Li Shuo to dinner. Mr. Li, truly a hero, emerges from youth. Jin Haiqing raised his glass, his words tinged with a hint of inquiry. Chapter 34. Who could the executor be? Inside the private room, Li Shuo and Jin Haiqing sat facing each other. At such a young age, managing such substantial affairs undoubtedly required the guidance of remarkable individuals. Li Shuo smiled lightly, leisurely sipping his red wine, his tone unhurried. You flatter me, Director Jin. I merely consider myself fortunate. Jin Haiqing, evidently dissatisfied with this response, set down his wine glass and fixed his penetrating gaze on Li Shuo. Mr. Li, let's speak candidly. I have gathered some information regarding the background of Han Hui. Gaining the support of the Zhou family is no small feat. Li Shuo maintained his enigmatic smile, deftly shifting the subject to discuss the future trends of commercial development in Binhai. Although Jin Haiqing was curious, he recognized the boundaries and refrained from further probing. The dinner proceeded with both men engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere congenial, yet each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang Hao sought solace in alcohol, downing drink after drink. He staggered to Song Qianqian's villa, stumbling as he entered. Tang Hao, what madness has taken hold of you again? Song Qianqian, clad in her pajamas, regarded him with evident annoyance. Hanwei, I must destroy them. Tang Hao slurred, his eyes aflame with fury. Hanwei, what has happened now? Song Qianqian furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping in. That damned Mr. He has discovered that the Zhou family is behind Hanwei. The Zhou family. Do you comprehend? Tang Hao abruptly grasped Song Qianqian's arm, his grip so forceful that she could not suppress a cry of pain. The Zhou family? How could it possibly be the Zhou family? Song Qianqian was increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, she recalled seeing Li Shuo at the trade fair yesterday, her heart racing. A bold thought flickered through her mind. At the fair, she had noticed how closely Li Shuo and Zhou Qianquan interacted. Could it be that Zhou Qianquan and Li Shuo were in cahoots? Almost immediately, she laughed at herself, deeming her thoughts absurd. When Li Shuo divorced her, he left with nothing, even taking the 100,000 yuan she had saved. How could he possibly have the means to establish a company, let alone have ties with the Zhou family? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Qianqian murmured to herself, yet she could not dispel the doubts lingering in her mind. The following morning at Binhai University, as soon as the bell rang, Lu Yinyin eagerly packed her books, ready to head to the cafeteria with her best friend Gu Yining to indulge in a meal. They had long anticipated the university's newly introduced spicy crayfish, their mouths watering in anticipation. Just as they reached the classroom door, an unwelcome figure blocked their path. Guo Tianyi. Today, Guo Tianyi was dressed particularly ostentatiously in a full Armani suit. His hair was slicked back to a shine, and he held a gaudy bouquet of red roses in his hands. A sycophantic smile adorned his face. Yin, class is over. Shall we go grab a bite? I know a newly opened Western restaurant with an exquisite ambience. Without even raising her eyelids, Lu Yinyin circumvented him, intent on leaving. Guo Tianyi, undeterred, approached once more. Yin, I admit my previous actions were inappropriate. I should not have acted so impulsively and clashed with Mr. Li Look. I have deeply reflected on my behavior. Please forgive me. Beside them, Gu Yining could no longer contain herself. Rolling her eyes, she remarked sarcastically, Oh, isn't this the esteemed young Master Gu? What is this? Haven't you learned your lesson from Mr. Li? Are you back for another round of embarrassment? Guo Tianyi's expression stiffened, yet he restrained his anger, forcing a smile as he replied, Yining, you misunderstand. Yin and I merely had a minor disagreement, which has since been resolved. Right, Yin? As he spoke, he extended a bouquet of red roses towards Lu Yinyin. She forcefully pushed his hand away, causing the roses to fall to the ground, petals scattering everywhere. Guo Tianyi, let me reiterate, I have a boyfriend. Please do not pursue me any further. Guo Tianyi's face turned crimson with humiliation. Enraged, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yinyin, shouting, Lu Yinyin, don't be so ungrateful. This incited Gu Yining's fury. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Lu Yinyin grasped her arm, casting a cold glance at Guo Tianyi. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? You merely wish to ascend to greater heights by associating with Yin, hoping to elevate your father's business. Let me assure you, it is nothing but a pipe dream. Guo Tianyi, his motives exposed, shouted in a fit of rage, Are you not aware? Your mother, Sun Qian, has already negotiated a union between our families with my father. Lu Yinyin and Gu Yining stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Sun Qian would act so deceitfully behind Lu Yinyin's back. Gu Yining trembled with indignation, pointing a finger at Guo Tianyi, berating him, Guo Tianyi, did you have Yinyin's consent? This is coercion, and it is illegal. Yin would never agree to this marriage. Guo Tianyi sneered, his confidence swelling. Illegal? Huh. In this world, wealth dictates the law. My father has already signed an agreement with Sun Qian. Once your family consents to this union, he will inject 50 billion into your company. 50 billion, enough to catapult the Song family to unprecedented heights. Then, let us see what grounds you have to refuse. A wave of nausea washed over Lu Yinyan. She could hardly believe that Sun Qian would sell her out for such a sum. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she spoke icily. Guotiani, I will say this one final time. I will not marry you. Even if you two families have signed an agreement, I will find a way to annul this engagement. Give up on that notion. Trembling with fury, Lu Yinyan fled the scene, seeking refuge in a secluded corner. She dialed Sun Qian's number. On the other end, Sun Qian's voice was languid. Hello, what is it? Sun Qian, I must ask you, have you finalized our marriage arrangement with Guotiani's father? A brief silence followed. Before Sun Qian's voice, tinged with unease, responded, Yinyan, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Don't understand? Guotiani explicitly stated that you and his father have already signed an agreement. As long as I marry him, the Guo family will invest 5 billion into Song's company. Do you still wish to deny it? Lu Yinyan's voice grew increasingly louder, nearly erupting in a shout. At that moment, Sun Qian's mind conjured the memory of the day she had spoken with Mr. Guo over the phone. After hanging up with Guotiani's father, a greedy smile had spread across her face, hinting at her thoughts. She promptly dialed Mr. Guo's number again, her tone dripping with flattery. Mr. Guo, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. As you know, my daughter Yinyan has reached the age for marriage. I was wondering if it would be possible for her to marry into a respectable family. Chapter 35. The marriage of Lu Yinyan. Upon hearing Sun Qian's intentions, Father Gu immediately grasped the underlying message. He had been pondering how to secure a suitable girlfriend for Guotiani to manage his troublesome ways. Lu Yinyan, whom he had encountered on several occasions, was indeed a beautiful young lady from a respectable family, making her an appropriate choice. Thus, he seized the opportunity to respond, Madam Sun, I comprehend your meaning. I have met Yinyan, and she is indeed commendable. If she were to marry into the Gu family, I would wholeheartedly welcome it. Sun Qian, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly exclaimed, Mr. Gu, you are truly forthright. Should this union come to fruition, the Song family would be immensely grateful. At that time, you see, Madam Sun, rest assured, if this marriage is realized, I shall promptly invest 5 billion into your Song company. Sun Qian was elated by this pledge, exclaiming, Mr. Gu, your generosity is unparalleled. It is settled then. I will ensure Yinyan is agreeable to this arrangement. As her reminiscing concluded, Sun Qian had always believed that the Song family had benefited significantly from Lu Yinyan's assistance. However, the mere thought of Lu Yinyan potentially being with Li Shuo was unacceptable to her. Determined, she resolved to find Lu Yinyan a wealthy suitor who would treat her well and also benefit the Song family. With fury, she shouted into the phone, Sun Qian, how dare you? Why should my marriage be dictated by you? I am not your dependent, nor are you my biological mother. You have no authority over me. Finally shedding her pretentious facade, Sun Qian's tone became sharp and acerbic. Lu Yinyan, do not forget who brought you back from the countryside. Without me, you would still be scraping by in that impoverished village. I have raised you, providing you with a life of comfort. And now you balk at contributing to the Song family? 5 billion. That is enough to elevate the Song family to great heights. Marrying Guotiani would also be for your own benefit. For my own benefit? Spare me your sanctimonious rhetoric. You merely wish to exploit me for the Gu family's investment. You do not care for my happiness. Lu Yinyan retorted vehemently. Happiness? What happiness could you possibly find with that impoverished boy, Li Shuo? He cannot even afford to buy you a decent handbag. Guotiani is different. He is the youngest son of the Gu family, wealthy and powerful. Marrying him would elevate you to the status of a high society lady, living a life of opulence. Sun Qian sneered. I would rather marry a dog than Guotiani. Sun Qian, I assure you, I will never consent to this marriage. Lu Yinyan declared before forcefully ending the call. Gu Yinyan, who had been listening nearby, was left astounded. She had never anticipated that Sun Qian could be so ruthless, pushing Lu Yinyan into a perilous situation for the sake of money. With compassion, she embraced Lu Yinyan, offering solace. Yinyan, do not be disheartened. We will find a way to prevent you from marrying Guotiani. Lu Yinyan took a deep breath, striving to quell the anger within her. This was not the time for sorrow. She needed to devise a plan to resolve this predicament. at the Seaside Hotel Banquet Hall. The crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly amidst a sea of elegantly dressed attendees, where toasts and conversations flowed seamlessly. The closing ceremony of the exhibition was more akin to a grand spectacle of vanity and ambition. Song Chanqian occupied a seat in the second row, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Li in the front row. Tang Hao's words echoed in her ears, piercing her heart like a thorn. Behind Han Hui lay the Zhou family, but the true puppeteer was someone else entirely. Could it truly be Li Shuo? A cold laugh escaped her lips. How could the man she had cast aside rise again in merely half a month? What resources or abilities could he possibly possess? Unless he had been masquerading all along, concealing his true self from her. This thought twisted her heart in agony. The host on stage exuberantly announced the achievements of each company. Yet Song Chanqian absorbed not a single word. Congratulations to Han Hui Company for securing the highest performance at this exhibition with absolute superiority. The host's voice rang out triumphantly. Simultaneously, Han Hui Company would receive 20 million in support funds from the Binhai municipal government. The applause resounded, yet Song Chanqian felt as if she were ensconced in an ice chamber. Chilled to the bone, she beheld Li Shuo, Zhou Qiankuan, and Gu Li laughing together, as if they held all the cards. Particularly Li Shuo, whose countenance bore a subtle smile, a confidence laced with victory and a blatant disdain for her. Now, let's invite the chief executive of Han Hui Company, Mr. Li Shuo, to the stage to accept the award. The moment the host's words fell, all eyes converged on Li Shuo. He rose slowly, his steps deliberate as he approached the stage. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, Tang Hao awaited Song Chanqian with mounting anxiety. He had just received a call from his assistant, revealing a shocking revelation. The chief executive of Han Hui was none other than Li Shuo. Impossible. This could not be. Tang Hao gasped in disbelief, feeling as though his entire worldview was on the brink of collapse. He had always regarded Li Shuo as a worthless pawn, a mere insect beneath his heel, unaware of the depths of his deception. Inside the banquet hall, Li Shuo stood at the podium, accepting the trophy and certificate, his expression remaining inscrutable. He surveyed the audience, his gaze ultimately landing on Song Chanqian. Their eyes locked, and her heart jolted. Within Li Shuo's gaze, she discerned a complex array of emotions, a blend of pity, mockery, and disappointment. Thank you all for your support and recognition of Han Hui Company. Li Shuo's voice was deep and resonant. The success of Han Hui is a testament to the hard work of every employee and the unwavering support of our partners. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Song Chanqian once more, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Of course, I must also thank those who once offered me assistance. They have illuminated the harsh truth of this world, the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As the awards ceremony concluded, attendees began to disperse from the banquet hall. Song Chanqian's complexion paled as she watched Li Shuo surrounded by admirers, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within her. She could not comprehend how Li Shuo could achieve such remarkable success in merely half a month. This thought sent a wave of panic coursing through her, as if something of great significance were slipping through her fingers. Just as Li Shuo was preparing to depart with Zhou Qiankuan and Gu Li, Song Chanqian suddenly dashed in front of him, obstructing his path. Li Shuo, we need to talk, she implored, her voice trembling with urgency. Li Shuo Baozha. Gazing at the woman who had once shared his bed, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly. All right. The trio retreated to a secluded corner outside the banquet hall. Song Chanqian took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Li Shuo, where did you acquire all these resources? Is Han Hui truly your own company? Chapter 36. So what? Li Shuo gazed at Song Chanqian, his eyes calm as a placid lake, as if she were a stranger. What connection do you have with Han Hui? What right do you have to question me? His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing Song Chanqian's complexion to fluctuate between crimson and pallor. I. Song Chanqian stammered, longing to reveal that she had once been his wife, to express the sacrifices she had made for their marriage. Yet the words failed to escape her lips. Li Shuo's gaze pierced through her facade like a sharp sword. leaving her utterly exposed and mortified. Stop pretending. At that moment, Tang Hao rushed in, breathless. He pulled Song Qianqian behind him and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shuo. I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought you could establish a company in such a short time? Perhaps you had been plotting this even before parting ways with Qianqian? Surely, the funds for your venture came from the Song family, didn't they? Tang Hao's arrival escalated the tension in the room. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li stepped forward, subtly positioning themselves to shield Li Shuo. In a corner of the banquet hall, the previously animated crowd fell silent, their attention now riveted on the unfolding drama, as though witnessing a captivating performance. Li Shuo regarded Tang Hao with a cold smile. Tang Xiao, mind your words. Han Hui is my company, and it bears no relation to the Song family. As for the source of my funds, that is of no concern to you. Nonsense. Tang Hao bellowed. You, a parasite living off others. How could you possibly afford to start a company? It's merely Qianqian's foolishness that allows you to deceive her so effortlessly. A glint of frost flashed in Li Shuo's eyes. Tang Hao, it would be wise for you to watch your tongue. Otherwise, I may be compelled to teach you a lesson with my fists. Zhou Qianquan interjected, stating, if Li Shuo dares to deceive us, I should certainly be allowed to speak my mind. Tang Hao. Song Qianqian tugged at Tang Hao's sleeve, signaling him to cease his tirade. The Zhou and Gu families were not to be trifled with. Li Shuo's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized Tang Hao, his tone devoid of warmth. Tang Xiao. While it's acceptable to indulge in reckless behavior, it is unwise to speak without restraint. I advise you to keep your mouth in check. Otherwise, you may come to regret it. Tang Hao, momentarily daunted by Li Shuo's imposing presence, involuntarily took a step back. He blustered. Who are you trying to intimidate? I, Tang Hao, am not someone to be easily frightened. Despite his bravado, Tang Hao's eyes betrayed his uncertainty, avoiding direct contact with Li Shuo's piercing gaze. After all, Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li stood behind Li Shuo, both formidable figures he could not afford to provoke. Seeing the escalating confrontation, Song Qianqian quickly grasped Tang Hao's sleeve again, softly urging, Hao, let's just go. She yearned to escape this mortifying scene as swiftly as possible. Though reluctant, Tang Hao weighed the situation and begrudgingly fell silent. He shot Li Shuo a fierce glare before following Song Qianqian out. Watching Li Shuo's retreating figure, Song Qianqian felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She could not comprehend why the once timid Li Shuo had transformed into such a formidable and unfamiliar figure, as if he were a different person altogether. A vague sense of regret washed over her, as if she had committed an irreparable mistake. Upon witnessing Li Shuo's departure, Tang Hao began to stoke the flames of discord. Qianqian, look at him. He must feel guilty, which is why he can't answer directly. I wager his company is fraught with problems. Perhaps it was even funded with your family's money. Song Qianqian found herself perturbed by Tang Hao's words, and the more she pondered, the more she felt his assertions held merit. Her determination to uncover Han Hui's background solidified. Hao, you are absolutely right. I must get to the bottom of this. A flicker of resolve flashed in Song Qianqian's eyes. That's the spirit. I refuse to believe Li Shuo can stir up any trouble. Tang Hao declared with conviction. Lu Yinyan sped towards the Song family villa in her sleek black Porsche, akin to an arrow released from a bow. She forcefully swung open the car door and dashed straight into the living room. Sun Qian, leisurely painting her nails, was taken aback by Lu Yinyan's fiery entrance, causing her to smudge the bright red polish on her fair skin, creating a stark contrast. Yinyan, what has gotten into you? Such fury could lead to wrinkles. Sun Qian feigned calmness as she set down the nail polish and reached for a tissue to rectify the mistake. Don't play coy with me. Lu Yinyan snatched the tissue from Sun Qian's hands and flung it to the ground. By what right do you unilaterally decide my marriage? A flicker of panic crossed Sun Qian's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Adopting a serious tone, she replied, Yinyan, I am doing this for your own good. Guotiani is well-connected and comes from a good family. Marrying him would secure your future. Am I to rely on you for my future? Lu Yinyan scoffed. I can handle my own affairs without your meddling. Sun Qian's expression shifted, contemplating Lu Yinyan's substantial assets. She suppressed her rising anger and softened her tone. Yinyan, I understand you have your own capabilities now, But the Guo family is not to be trifled with. At the banquet today, Guo Tianyi's father made it clear that he will only marry you. If you refuse, it will be a loss of face for the Guo family, and then what? Will they devour me? Lu Yinyan interrupted boldly. I'm not one to be easily intimidated. Sun Qian, incensed by Lu Yinyan's defiance, retorted sharply, oh. So you've grown wings and no longer heed your mother's words? Let me remind you, Lu Yinyan, who nurtured you from infancy. Don't bring that up. Lu Yinyan grimaced in distaste. You abandoned me in the countryside for over a decade, and now you dare to say such things? Ask yourself, have you fulfilled your duties as a mother? Sun Qian, struck to the core by Lu Yinyan's words, erupted in anger. You ungrateful wretch. I raise you with great effort, and this is how you repay me? Repay you? Lu Yinyan seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, unable to contain her laughter. I thank you for abandoning me in the countryside all those years ago, allowing me to escape your schemes and hypocrisy. Had it not been for that, I fear I would have long been sold off for profit. You, Sun Qian, trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Yinyan, speechless for a moment. Lu Yinyan, disinterested in further entanglement, turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, Sun Qian suddenly called out to her, How are you and Li Shuo faring now? Lu Yinyan paused, glancing back at Sun Qian, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Are you genuinely concerned about my affairs with him? Sun Qian's eyes flickered, hesitant as she stammered. And no, I was just asking casually. Chapter 37. Unyielding Lu Yinyan offered no reply, merely casting a meaningful smile before departing from the Song residence without a backward glance. Sun Qian, having just chastised Lu Yinyan for her lack of conscience, was startled by the sound of a car engine outside. Rushing to the window, she beheld Tang Hao's vehicle. Song Qianqian emerged from the car, her countenance ashen, as if someone had owed her a few million. Qianqian, you're back. How'd it go at the trade fair? Did the Tang family secure the top spot in Binhai? Sun Qian approached eagerly, her face adorned with a servile grin. Upon entering, Song Qianqian hurled her bag onto the sofa and collapsed onto it in a fit of exasperation. Don't even mention it. Today was utterly disastrous. What happened? What's wrong? Sun Qian hurriedly inquired with genuine concern. It's all about Han Hui. The ultimate executor behind them is actually Li Shuo. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth, as though she wished to chew Li Shuo's name into pieces. What? Sun Qian was struck dumb by this revelation, frozen in place. Li Shuo? What right does he have? That good-for-nothing leech couldn't possibly be the chief executive of company. Who knows what luck he stumbled upon? Moreover, the Zhou family even warned the Tang family to withdraw from the trade fair because of him. Song Qianqian's anger intensified, her chest rising and falling violently. The Zhou family? How could they support Li Shuo? Sun Qian was further perplexed. To her, Li Shuo was an utter failure, unworthy of any association with the Zhou family. How would I know? Song Qianqian irritably raked her fingers through her hair. Regardless, the Tang family has lost face today, all thanks to that damned Li Shuo. Sun Qian joined in the cursing. That Li Shuo is truly a jinx. Did he steal money from our Song family to start some pathetic little company? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, given that Li Shuo had previously managed the family's finances. Didn't you say you'd make Lu Yinyan leave Li Shuo? What is the situation now? Song Qianqian suddenly recalled Lu Yinyan's earlier confession to Li Shuo, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over her. Sun Qian smiled smugly. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. I plan to have Yinyan engage with Guo Tianyi. Guo Tianyi? The son of the seaside business tycoon? Song Qianqian frowned. Is he truly worthy of Lu Yinyan? Whether he is worthy is my concern. So mind your own business. Sun Qian waved her hand dismissively. The Guo family is affluent and influential. If Yinyan marries into them, she will enjoy a life of luxury. Song Qianqian wished to interject further, but was interrupted by Sun Qian. Enough. Don't fret about this. Go upstairs and rest. We have a banquet to attend tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, Song Qianqian stood and returned to her room. Meanwhile, Li Shuo sat in the office of Han Hui, gazing at the dazzling cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Qinquan stood behind him, respectfully reporting on the day's events at the trade fair. Brother, today, Han Hui has truly made a name for itself. Zhou Qinquan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Is there anything you need me to do regarding Tang, Hao, and Song Qianqian? He inquired cautiously. Li Shua's eyes glinted with a cold light. Not for now. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyan returned to her villa, took a warm bath, and changed into a comfortable set of pajamas. As she lay on her bed, the images of her argument with Sun Qian replayed in her mind. That Sun Qian was truly becoming increasingly outrageous. Lu Yinyan angrily pounded her pillow. She actually wants to sell me off to that playboy Guo Tianyi. I will not let her succeed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Li Shua's number. On the other end, Li Shua's deep voice resonated. Hello? Li Shua, where are you? I need to talk to you. Lu Yinyan's tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of tears. Li Shua was in his office on the top floor of Han Hui Company, gazing out at the city's nightscape, which sparkled like a galaxy of stars. Hearing Lu Yinyan's voice tightened his heart. I'm at the Night Lantern restaurant. Come over. After hanging up, Lu Yinyan hurriedly drove to Night Lantern. When she found Li Shua, he was seated by the window. Li Shua, Lu Yinyan rushed to him. That old witch Sun Qian wants to marry me off to that playboy Guo Tianyi. She claims it's for my own good and the benefit of the Song family. What does she take me for? A mere commodity? Li Shua set down his glass, observing the reddening of Lu Yinyan's eyes, a chill flickering in his gaze. Do not worry, Yinyan. I will handle this matter. No one can force you into anything you do not wish to do. Lu Yinyan, reassured by Li Shua's resolute gaze, felt a measure of calm wash over her. Meanwhile, Guo Tianyi was at home, smugly directing his subordinates to load a heap of exquisitely packaged gifts into a vehicle. Lu Yinyan, you will be mine sooner or later. Just wait, and we shall see how you maintain your fade of purity. Early the next morning, Guo Tianyi arrived at the Song residence, laden with meticulously prepared gifts. Sun Qian and Song Qianqian had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, their eyes widening at the sight of the lavish presents. Oh my, Mr. Guo, you are too generous. You could have simply come without all these gifts. Sun Qian exclaimed, her words polite, yet her hands eagerly accepting the offerings, her smile practically overflowing. A small token of appreciation, nothing more. Guo Tianyi feigned humility. Once the gifts were secured, Sun Qian grasped Guo Tianyi's hand, enthusiastically assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Guo, I will ensure that Yinyan marries you obediently. Guo Tianyi, buoyed by Sun Qian's promise, felt his pride swell. Auntie, you truly understand. After Yinyan and I wed, you shall not be left out of the benefits. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will arrange a dinner at the Binhai Grand Hotel with the Guo and Song families, where you will officially meet Yinyan. Guo Tianyi nodded in satisfaction and departed from the Song residence. After leaving the restaurant, Li Shua drove straight to Zhou Qinquan's private club. In a lavish private room, Zhou Qinquan and Gu Li were engaged in a convivial exchange, their table replete with an array of exquisite wines and delicacies, yet neither seemed inclined to indulge. Brother Kun, Brother Li, I have matters of import to discuss with you, Li Shua stated directly, his tone laden with gravity. Zhou Qinquan flicked the ash from his cigar and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what issue could possibly render you so solemn, my esteemed brother? Pray, enlighten us. Li Shua succinctly recounted the unsettling news that Sun Qian intended to marry Lu Yinyan to Guo Tianyi. Has that old crone lost her senses? How could she even contemplate marrying Yinyan off to that good-for-nothing Guo Tianyi? Chapter 38. Disturbance. Zhou Qinquan slammed the table, causing the wine in his glass to splash out. Disbelief etched across his face. Gu Li furrowed his brow. What sort of character does that brat Guo Tianyi possess? Who in Binhai City is unaware of it? Sun Qian is clearly pushing Yinyan into a pit of fire. That is precisely why I sought your counsel, Li Shua said, rubbing his temples, weariness evident in his expression. What counsel is there to discuss? Just break that brat Guo Tianyi's legs and see if he dares to covet Yinyan again. Zhou Qinquan retorted angrily. Yet Gu Li shook his head. This merely addresses the symptom, not the root cause. If we break Guo Tianyi's legs, Sun Qian will merely find another Zhang Tianyi or Li Tianyi. We must tackle the issue at its core. Li Shua cast an approving glance at Gu Li. He was indeed correct. The reason Sun Qian feels emboldened to act thusly is that she perceives Yin Yin as easily manipulable, hoping to gain some advantage from the Gu family. We must make her understand that Yin Yin is not someone she can control at will. As they spoke, Li Shua's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Yinyan. Li Shua, where are you? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Yinyan's voice sounded hesitant. I am with Kuan Ge and Li Ge, deliberating on matters. What is it? Sun Qian stated that tomorrow she will host a banquet at the Binhai Grand Hotel for the Gu family, claiming it is to formally establish my engagement with Gu Qiani. Lu Yinyan's voice quivered with a hint of tears. A chill flickered in Li Shua's eyes. I understand. Do not worry. I will handle this matter. Li Shu, I want to go with you. I wish to publicly declare our relationship before everyone, so that Sun Qian will completely give up. Though her voice was tinged with anguish, it bore a resolute strength. Li Shua paused momentarily, realizing that Lu Yinyan was fully committed, driven to the edge by Sun Qian's actions. He sighed. Very well, I will accompany you. Tomorrow, I shall pick you up. Then let us head to the mall now. I will fetch you. Since we are going, we ought to prepare our battle attire. After ending the call, Li Shua turned to Zhou, Qinquan, and Gu Li, saying, Yin Yin wishes to join me and publicly affirm our relationship. Zhou Qinquan downed his drink in one go, excitement glimmering in his eyes. How thrilling. I like it. I have long found that old hag intolerable. Gu Li, however, remained more composed, pondering. Going public is inevitable. Yet this occasion tomorrow, I fear it may become even more chaotic. Li Shua nodded. We shall face whatever comes. I will go pick up Yin Yin now. Driving to Lu Yinyan's residence, he found her waiting downstairs, donned in a simple white dress. Together, they ventured to the most upscale mall in Binhai City to select their attire for the banquet. Liu Yanyan ultimati chose à Burgundy Mermegon, the hem trailing elegantly behind her, highlighting her fair complexion with a blend of grace and allure. Li Shua selected a deep gray suit, impeccably tailored, exuding understated luxury. Once they had changed into their outfits, Lu Yinyan twirled in front of the mirror, her eyes sparkling with delight. Li Shua, what do you think? Li Shua gazed at her, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. You look magnificent. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. Upon returning to Zhou Qinquan's private club, Guli had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lu Yinyan, he whistled, Oh, Yinyan, you look absolutely radiant today. One might mistake you for a celebrity. Lu Yinyan playfully rolled her eyes at him. Li Ge, you always have a way with words. The four took their seats and began discussing the plans for the following day. Sun Qian and the Gu family had long maintained business relations. It seemed she was eager to climb the ranks by associating with such a prominent family. Gu Li remarked that Gu Tianyi was a typical scion, foolish and lecherous, making him easy to deal with. Zhou Qinquan rubbed his hands in anticipation. I've long wanted to teach that brat a lesson. Tomorrow, let us see how he tries to show off in front of me. Li Shuo interrupted their banter with a tap on the table. Yin Yin, didn't you mention Gu Tianyi would showcase an antique at the banquet tomorrow? Lu Yinyan nodded. Sun Qian mentioned it. It's supposedly a porcelain piece from the Ming and Qing dynasties, valued at over $1 million. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Li Shuo's eyes. Over $1 million? It may not be that simple. He turned to Zhou Qinquan. Kuan Ge, do you know any experts in antique appraisal? Zhou Qinquan grinned. You've come to the right person. I have a friend who is an expert at the Palace Museum with an exceptionally keen eye. I'll invite him tomorrow. He'll surely expose Gu Tianyi's true colors. Gu Li added, at that time, we should arrange for a few reporters to uncover this matter. The Gu family will lose face and naturally retreat from their alliance with the Song family. Listening to their plans, Lu Yinyan felt her previously anxious heart gradually calm. With Li Shuo around, what was there for her to fear? Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan dressed elegantly to attend a matchmaking banquet arranged by Sun Qian for Song Qianqian. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers dazzled, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fine attire, as laughter and clinking glasses created a lively atmosphere. Song Qianqian, adorned in a stunning Chanel haute couture gown, her makeup meticulously done, wore a poised smile. Sun Qian, bedecked in gold and silver, radiated warmth. As midnight approached, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall as the Gu family arrived late. Mr. Gu sported a beer belly, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a thumb, while Mrs. Gu shimmered in jewels, her makeup reminiscent of a theatrical performer, seemingly eager for all to know of their wealth. Following them was Gu Tianyi, clad in an Armani suit, holding a beautifully wrapped box evidently meant for Sun Qian and Lu Yinyan. "Oh, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Sun Qian exclaimed, her face lighting up with a beaming smile as she rushed to greet them like a blossoming trumpet flower. "Qian, come here and greet your Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu." Song Qian gracefully stood, her expression embodying a standard professional smile as she greeted them warmly. "Hello, Uncle Gu, hello, Auntie Gu." Mr. and Mrs. Gu were thoroughly impressed by Song Qian's appearance and demeanor, nodding in approval. What a wonderful child. Well-educated and refined. She is clearly from a distinguished family. After the pleasantries, Gu Tianyi scanned the banquet hall and feigned surprise, asking, "Oh, why hasn't Yin Yin arrived yet? Aunt Sun, did you not say that today you would introduce me to Yin Yin?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sun Qian's face as she forced a smile and replied, "That child, Yin Yin, is a bit of a heavy sleeper. She is probably still getting ready. I called her this morning, and she said she would be here shortly." However, she inwardly lamented, for Yin Yin had not answered her call earlier, and she had no idea where she might be now. Mother Gu cast a skeptical glance at Sun Qian before turning to inquire of Song Qian. "Qian, how are the preparations for your marriage with the Tang family coming along? When will the celebration take place?" Song Qian responded with poise, "It will be in just a few days, Aunt. I promise to invite you to join us in celebrating." Chapter 39. The destructive blind date banquet. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they took their seats at the main table. As the minutes slipped away, nearing 1 o'clock, Lu Yinyan still had not made an appearance. Sun Qian, anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, kept glancing towards the entrance. "Qian, please step outside and give Yinyan a call to check her whereabouts," Sun Qian urged in a hushed tone to Song Qian. "The Guo family has a high profile. If we offend them, it could lead to complications in the future." Though somewhat reluctant, Song Qian rose and walked outside. Reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, she dialed Lu Yinyan's number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, Yinyan, where are you? Everyone's waiting for you." Song Qian's voice carried a hint of impatience. On the other end, Lu Yinyan's languid voice responded, "Oh, I'm still on my way. Is there something urgent? On your way? Today is your blind date banquet. Why aren't you here on time?" Song Qian nearly shouted in frustration. "The Guo family is already here. You need to hurry." "The Guo family? What does that have to do with me? I have no intention of marrying into their family," Lu Yinyan replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "You." Song Qian was at a loss for words, her anger boiling over. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to maintain her composure. "Yinyan, don't forget. This is arranged by Mom for you. If you dare to stand up the Guo family, you will face the consequences." "Oh, really? What can you do to me if I'm late?" Lu Yinyan chuckled lightly before hanging up the phone. Standing there with her phone in hand, Song Qian trembled with fury. She could hardly believe Lu Yinyan had the audacity to defy her mother's authority so openly. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance of the banquet hall. The door swung open, and Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan emerged side by side. Li Shuo, clad in a bespoke suit, exuded confidence, while Lu Yinyan dazzled in a wine-red mermaid gown that radiated elegance. Together, they appeared as a striking couple, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian's complexion paled, as if struck by lightning. She never anticipated that Li Shuo would attend her blind date banquet alongside Lu Yinyan. Her face shifted from pale to green, then to a deep purple, resembling a chameleon in a vivid display of emotions. She fixed her gaze on Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan, her nails nearly digging into her skin. The man she had discarded as worthless was now seen with Lu Yinyan, and their apparent closeness was unmistakable. Suppressing her surging jealousy and resentment, she endeavored to maintain a smile, though it was more ghastly than a grimace. The atmosphere in the banquet hall erupted into whispers. Several waitstaff recognized the Song family and murmured among themselves, "Isn't that Song Qian's ex-husband? Why is he here with Lu Yinyan? They seem quite intimate." Could it be? This is too shocking. Song Qianqian's blind date banquet, and her ex-husband brought along her sister-in-law, Guotiani, upon observing Lu Yinyan entwined with Li Shuo, whispering sweet nothings, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. He strode over to the pair, pointing accusingly at Li Shuo with an arrogant tone. What are you doing with Yinyan again? Yinyan, what does this mean? Lu Yinyan cast a disdainful glance at Guotiani, her voice icy. Guotiani, when did I ever agree to an engagement with you? Your self-importance knows no bounds. And this is my boyfriend, Li Shuo. Boyfriend? Guotiani scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He scrutinized Li Shuo from head to toe, his tone dripping with mockery. Him? A worthless man discarded by Song Qianqian? Yinyan, when did your standards drop so low? Li Shuo remained composed, as if Guotiani's tirade was not directed at him. He gently patted Lu Yinyan's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Lu Yinyan reciprocated by clasping Li Shuo's hand tightly, their fingers interlocking as she defiantly gazed at Guotiani. My standards are not for you to judge. Perhaps you should take a long look in a mirror. Do you truly believe you deserve me? Guotiani, incensed by Lu Yinyan's words, swung his fist toward Li Shuo's face, shouting, "You bastard!" Li Shuo reacted swiftly, seizing Guotiani's wrist and twisting it gently, causing him to yelp in pain. Following this, Li Shuo delivered a swift kick to Guotiani's knee, bringing him crashing to the ground. The entire scene transpired so rapidly that onlookers were left in stunned silence as Guotiani knelt before Li Shuo. Sun Qian's face paled at the sight. She rushed to confront Li Shuo, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Li Shuo, what do you think you're doing? Do you believe you can act out here? Get out this instant. Li Shuo regarded Sun Qian coldly, his voice unwavering. Why should I leave? I am Yinyan's boyfriend. My presence here is entirely justified. Yet you, as her mother, show no concern for her happiness, instead pushing her towards someone she does not care for. Do you even deserve the title of mother? Lu Yinyan stepped forward, resolutely standing beside Li Shuo, her voice firm. Let me reiterate, Li Shuo is my boyfriend, and I love him. I will not be engaged to Guotiani. So abandon that notion. Guotiani's parents, witnessing the unfolding drama, wore expressions of disbelief. Guo's father thundered, Sun Qian, what on earth is going on here? Sun Qian stammered, struggling to find her words, utterly taken aback by how the situation had spiraled out of control. Guo's mother, unable to contain her fury, shouted, Sun Qian, are you toying with us? Your daughter has had a boyfriend all along, yet you still arrange a blind date? What do you think our Guo family is? Sun Qian's face drained of color. She realized that the day's events had taken a turn for the worse. Guo's father slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle ominously. Sun Qian, what do you mean by this? Are you treating our Guo family like fools? What is your true intention behind this blind date? Guo's mother chimed in sharply. Exactly. Not only have you wasted our time, but you've also brought shame upon our family. You must provide us with an explanation today. Sun Qian's face flickered between shades of red and white, resembling a vivid palette of emotions. I truly had no idea that Yin Yin had a boyfriend. She had previously assured me, expressing her willingness to meet Tian. Goodness, how long do you intend to maintain this facade? Lu Yinyan unceremoniously interrupted her. I have explicitly rejected Guotian in no fewer than 3 times. Each instance, you dismissed my words as if they were mere whispers in the wind, while compelling me to come here. What schemes are you concocting in your heart? You know very well. How can you speak to me like this? Sun Qian exclaimed in exasperation, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lu Yinyan. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Is it not for your sake? The Guo family is quite well off. Marrying into them would bring you a life of comfort. A life of comfort? Lu Yinyan scoffed. The so-called comfort you speak of is merely selling me for a good price. I assent to it. Aside from money, what else do you see? Sun Qian was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Chapter 40. The facade of falsehood. At this moment, Li Shuo, who had remained silent, finally spoke. His voice calm, yet laced with a hint of frost. Ms. Sun, I comprehend your desire for your daughter to lead a prosperous life. Yet is it not somewhat excessive to use her as a bargaining chip for personal gain? Upon his utterance, the room erupted in an uproar. The crowd cast scornful and disdainful glances towards Sun Qian. Her complexion turned ashen, lips trembling, yet she found herself unable to retort. "All right, everyone, let us not linger in this standing posture. Please take your seats." Sun Qian feigned composure as she attempted to mask the awkward tension. Although the Guo family was infuriated, they reluctantly settled into their seats, mindful of the potential for collaboration. The atmosphere at the dining table grew heavy and uncomfortable. Song Qianqian observed the close camaraderie between Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin, her jealousy igniting a tempest within her heart, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned, sour and bitter. She clenched her chopsticks tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. However, Guitiani refused to concede. He retrieved a beautifully packaged box from his pocket and eagerly presented it to Sun Qian. "Annie, this is a small gift I prepared especially for you. A token of my esteem." As he opened the box, it revealed a jade pendant, its hue warm and its craftsmanship exquisite. "This is an antique jade pendant from the Ming and Qing dynasties, worth $1 million. I hope it pleases you." Sun Qian's eyes instantly sparkled, and a broad smile spread across her face as she examined the pendant closely. "Oh dear, Tianni, you are far too generous with such an extravagant gift." "Not at all, not at all," Guitiani replied, his expression brimming with pride as he provocatively glanced at Li Shuo. Li Shu Shuklatsufuli, casually toying with the jade pendant, his gaze imbued with disdain. "An antique jade pendant from the Ming and Qing dynasties? Young Master Guo, are you certain you are not mistaken?" Guitiani stood tall and confident. "Of course. I procured this at great expense from an auction house. It is undoubtedly genuine." Li Shuo shook his head, holding the pendant up to the light. His tone was unassuming yet authoritative. "The quality of this jade is indeed commendable. However, the carving is excessively modern, the technique rigid, lacking the ancient charm. It is evidently a contemporary imitation. More importantly, authentic Ming and Qing jade pendants, having endured the ravages of time, develop a natural patina. Yet yours, with its glaring sheen, bears no trace of such age, revealing the unmistakable signs of forgery." Guitiani's expression faltered, his eyes darting as he protested weakly. What do you know? This is new craftsmanship with old material. It employs jade from the Ming and Qing periods, sculpted with modern techniques, enhancing its collectible value." Li Shuo scoffed, tossing the pendant back onto the table. His words tinged with mockery. "Young Master Guo, if you were to weave a tale, at least ensure it is somewhat plausible. The quality of this jade is worth at most a few tens of thousands, yet you claim it to be $1 million antique. Such exaggeration is rather absurd, is it not?" Whispers began to ripple among the surrounding waitstaff, their gazes filled with skepticism towards Guitiani. Sun Qian's expression also darkened, as she had not anticipated Guitiani would attempt to deceive her with counterfeit goods. Enraged and humiliated, Guitiani pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shuo, exclaiming, "You shall cease your baseless drivel. What are you, a mere parasite, know of antiques? What right do you have to question me?" He attempted to divert the conversation, disparaging Li Shuo. Unlike certain individuals who rely on others, unable to present even a decent gift, yet still have the audacity to criticize here. Li Shuo's expression remained unchanged as he cast a fleeting glance at him. "Who said I had not prepared a gift?" He retrieved an exquisite box from his pocket, and upon opening it, a translucent white jade bracelet lay quietly within, emanating a gentle luster. The craftsmanship of the bracelet was exquisite, adorned with a vividly carved phoenix design, clearly indicative of its considerable value. "This is a small gift for Yin Yin, a token of my esteem." Li Shuo extended the bracelet toward Lu Yinyin, his gaze tender. Lu Yinyin's eyes sparkled with joy as she gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. She accepted the bracelet and gently placed it on her wrist. It fit perfectly, as if it had been custom-made for her. "Thank you." Lu Yinyin's voice was shy, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Li Shuo gently caressed her hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, Guitiani was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Li Shuo would present such a lavish gift. Having previously investigated Li Shuo, he was aware that, despite being the owner of a small company, he could never afford such an extravagant bracelet. Is this bracelet genuine?" Guo Tianyi stammered, his tone laced with bitterness. Li Shuo chuckled lightly. Young Master Guo, are you questioning my taste? I specially acquired this from an auction house abroad, worth over 10 million. And it is indeed authentic. Over 10 million. Guo Tianyi's complexion turned ashen, as the fake jade pendant he had previously gifted was worth far less than the bracelet's mere fraction. Song Qianqian's expression also soured considerably. Guo Tianyi's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, discomfort evident as if he had swallowed a fly. He had intended to impress everyone, only to be profoundly humiliated by Li Shuo, losing all dignity. He shot Li Shuo a resentful glare before turning to leave, his retreat marked by a sense of disgrace. Guo's parents followed suit, with Guo's mother glaring at Sun Qian with a look of deep resentment as they departed. What commenced as a matchmaking banquet intended to unite Guo Tianyi and Lu Yinyan concluded with Guo Tianyi's disgraceful exit. Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything without words. Sun Qian's face turned a shade of deep anger. She had not anticipated that her meticulously planned matchmaking banquet would devolve into such chaos. She shot Lu Yinyan a fierce glare before storming out of the private room. Song Qianqian's countenance fluctuated between red and pale. She forced out a semblance of a smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yinyan, that bracelet. It looks quite unique. Where did you purchase it? It wouldn't be from a street vendor, would it? Sun Qian echoed her sentiment. Indeed, there are far too many fakes these days. One must be cautious. As for Li Shuo, his current job isn't particularly impressive. How could he afford something so expensive? Implicitly, they questioned the authenticity of the bracelet. Lu Yinyan, unfazed, gently touched the jade bracelet on her wrist, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mother, elder sister, this bracelet is a token of affection from Li Shuo. Its authenticity matters little to me. She paused, her gaze sharpening. For what truly matters is that someone is willing to invest thoughtfulness in me. Observing her demeanor, Li Shuo gently tugged at Lu Yinyan's sleeve and said, Yinyan, it's getting late. We should be on our way. However, Lu Yinyan softly extricated herself from his grasp and turned to him, speaking gently, Please wait for me outside for a moment. I have something I wish to discuss privately with Annie and my sister. Although Li Shuo felt a tinge of confusion, he nodded in acquiescence and turned to leave the private room. Chapter 41. A fruitless endeavor as the door to the private room closed. The gentleness on Lu Yinyan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a frigid detachment. She gazed at Song Qianqian and Sun Qian with a calm demeanor. Auntie, I can overlook the matter concerning Guo Tianyi, but I do not wish for similar incidents to recur. I am not one to be trifled with. Sun Qian's expression shifted dramatically. She was about to retort when Lu Yinyan interrupted. I know what you are thinking. You believe I am young and easily deceived, that I have usurped Qianqian's man, and that you feel guilty. Rising to her feet, Lu Yinyan looked down upon them. Let me reiterate. I, Lu Yinyan, am not so easily manipulated. I can forgive the past regarding Guo Tianyi, but if there is a next time, I cannot guarantee what might ensue. The Song family relies on my collaboration, and I trust you understand my meaning. Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Qianqian abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yinyan. Lu Yinyan, do not be so arrogant. Li Shuo is my ex-husband. Your actions amount to stealing my man. Lu Yinyan let out a cold laugh, fearlessly meeting Song Qianqian's gaze. Steal? Song Qianqian, clarify your thoughts. You are the one who cast him aside. What right do you have to accuse me of theft? You abandoned him for money and a so-called love, and now, witnessing his happiness, you regret your decision? Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. She stepped closer to Song Qianqian. Her tone as frigid as a winter's breeze. Moreover, the bracelet Li Shuo gifted me is far more valuable than that shabby watch you once gave him. Do you truly believe he still cares for your paltry offerings? Do you think he would return to your side? Dream on. You were the one who forsook Li Shuo. With each word, Lu Yinyan's remarks pierced Song Qianqian's heart like a sharpened blade. Her face turned pale, lips trembling, yet she could not utter a single word. Sun Qian, witnessing her daughter's humiliation, could not help but interject. Yinyan, watch your words. Qianqian is your sister. How can you speak to her this way? Lu Yinyan turned her gaze to Sun Qian, her eyes brimming with derision. Sister, I dare not aspire to such heights. I grew up in the countryside, unfamiliar with the ways of the world, let alone the rules of affluent families. All I know is, if one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. But should anyone dare to bully me, I will surely retaliate tenfold. With that, she disregarded the two and turned to leave the private room, leaving Song Qianqian and Sun Qian looking as dismal as frostbitten eggplants. Sun Qian's face was ashen. Lu Yinyan's final remark about retaliation echoed in her ears like a curse. The Guo family's business was undoubtedly doomed, and she felt as though money was slipping through her fingers, causing her heart to ache as if it were being twisted by a knife. She shot a scathing glance at Song Qianqian. Look at the mess you've created. Now, it seems the Guo family has no hope. How am I to explain this to the group? A fire of indignation burned within Song Qianqian as Lu Yinyan's words struck at her deepest vulnerabilities. She had abandoned Li Shuo for Tang Hao, and now she was faced with the sight of Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan in such intimate proximity. Her heart felt as if it had been upended, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, bitter and painful. She abruptly stood, forcefully pushing aside Sun Qian, exclaiming in anger, "What does this have to do with me? It is that shameless Lu Yinyan who has stolen my man. I am the victim here." Sun Qian staggered back, nearly losing her balance, her body trembling with fury. "And now it's all for naught. Enough!" Song Qianqian shouted, interrupting Sun Qian's lamentations. Her eyes were red, as if she had made a resolute decision. "I'm going to find Tang Hao. I will marry him immediately. With the support of the Tang family, the Song group will have nothing to fear from Lu Yinyan. We don't need her." Grabbing her bag, Song Qianqian stormed out of the private room without a backward glance. One thought consumed her. She would show Lu Yinyan that she, Song Qianqian, was not to be trifled with. Outside the room, Li Shuo leaned against the wall, a cigarette delicately poised between his fingers, exhaling wisps of smoke. He had overheard everything that transpired within the room, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The Tang family? Did they truly believe they could contend with him? Such arrogance was laughable. As Lu Yinyan emerged from the restroom, she noticed Li Shuo standing by the door and walked over. "Li Shuo, why are you out here smoking?" she inquired gently. "Is it too stuffy inside?" Li Shuo flicked the ash from his cigarette and, watching Lu Yinyan approach, extinguished it in a nearby bin. "No worries, it was just a bit smoky in there. I needed some fresh air." His tone was soft, his gaze indulgent. Lu Yinyan sidled up to him, naturally linking her arm with his. "Let us go." The pair exited the hotel together and entered Li Shuo's car. Inside, his phone rang. "Hello, Qian Kuan. Shuo, that Tang Hao has begun to act. Trying to suppress Hanhui Company. Should I?" Li Shuo's lips curled into a cold smirk. "No need to concern ourselves with him. He is merely a clown. Everything is proceeding as planned." After ending the call, he tossed his phone aside. "What has Tang Hao done?" Lu Yinyan asked, her curiosity piqued. "Just a trivial maneuver. Nothing to worry about," Li Shuo replied dismissively, not wanting to distress her. "Oh," Lu Yinyan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The car was enveloped in a serene silence, only the gentle strains of music flowing through the air. Li Shuo turned to glance at Lu Yinyan, her profile illuminated by the streetlights, appearing particularly tender. 3 days from now, Tang Hao and Song Qianqian will be engaged, Li Shuo suddenly remarked. Lu Yinyan paused, taken aback. "Is that so? Will you be attending?" "Of course. I intend to present them with a grand gift," Li Shuo replied, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "What kind of gift?" Lu Yinyan inquired, intrigued. Li Shuo offered a mysterious smile. "You'll find out in due time." 3 days later, at the most luxurious hotel in Binhai City, the engagement banquet for Tang Hao and Song Qianqian was in full swing. The venue was abuzz with guests mingling and toasting, a scene of lively celebration. Tang Hao, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuded confidence, while Song Qianqian donned a resplendent wedding gown, her face radiant with joy. Two individuals stood side by side, a perfect match that evoked envy in those around them. Sun Qian, in particular, was brimming with pride, extolling the virtues of her daughter and son-in-law to anyone who would listen, praising their excellence and compatibility. She envisioned the day she would ascend to the status of a distinguished matron in Binhai City. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "I apologize for my tardiness." The crowd turned to see Li Shuo, clad in an elegant black suit, striding in with an impressive demeanor. Following closely behind him was Lu Yinyan, equally resplendent in a black gown, exuding grace and poise. Upon Li Shuo's arrival, the expressions of Tang Hao and Song Qianqian soured instantly. Sun Qian, trembling with rage, could hardly fathom that Li Shuo had dared to show up. Chapter 42. The Wedding Banquet Turmoil. Li Shuo, what are you doing here? You are not welcome. Sun Qian shrieked, positioning herself defiantly before Song Qianqian and Tang Hao. Li Shuo chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with derision. But I was invited by Tang Hao. Why am I unwelcome? He raised the invitation card in his hand, waving it before Sun Qian's face. Momentarily at a loss for words, Sun Qian's complexion flushed crimson. Tang Hao awkwardly rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. Li Shuo, you made it, huh? Li Shuo disregarded Tang Hao entirely, striding over to an empty table nearby, where Lu Yinyan elegantly took a seat beside him. This scene gradually hushed the previously raucous banquet hall, with all eyes converging upon them. "Isn't that Mr. Li from Hanhui Company?" A middle-aged man in a tailored suit whispered. "Indeed, just a few days ago at the trade fair, he claimed first place and secured a 20 million project from the Binhai Chamber of Commerce." Another man chimed in. "I heard he has the Zhou family backing him. No wonder he's so formidable." The surrounding murmurs grew louder, and Tang Zhenhai's expression darkened ominously. He seized his assistant beside him, hissing under his breath, "Who allowed this brat to enter?" The assistant, trembling, replied, "It was the invitation sent by the young master earlier." "Fool!" Tang Zhenhai slapped the assistant on the head. "You let him in at an occasion like this?" Tang Hao shrank back, too intimidated to speak. He had intended to humiliate Li Shuo, only to inadvertently elevate his status instead. On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Guer wore expressions of deep discontent. Just yesterday, they had arranged for their son to meet Lu Yinyan at the hotel, and now they found her arriving paired with Li Shuo, leaving them feeling as though they had been dealt a harsh slap across the face. Mrs. Guer was so enraged that she ground her teeth, muttering, "This little vixen dares to toy with us." At that moment, a server approached Mr. Guer, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Guer, Chairman Tang requests your presence upstairs for a discussion." Mr. Guer paused for a moment, then understood that Tang Zhenhai wished to consult him on a matter. He rose and followed the server upstairs to Tang Zhenhai's private booth. "Old Gua, as you can see, this Li Shuo simply disregards us," Tang Zhenhai stated bluntly, his tone brimming with fury. Mr. Guer nodded, his expression grim. "This brat is indeed arrogant. I have heard that the new energy project of the Yinqing Group is about to launch. This is a significant undertaking." A glimmer of insight flashed in Tang Zhenhai's eyes. "If our two families join forces, we can surely secure this project." Mr. Guer's mind raced at the mention of Yinqing Group's new energy project. He had certainly heard of it. Securing this project would elevate the Guer family's status immensely. "Are you suggesting we collaborate? A 70-30 split, with you receiving 70 and I 30? Tang Zhenhai extended 3 fingers. "As long as we unite, dealing with Li Shuo will be a piece of cake." Mr. Guer pondered for a moment. The proposition was indeed enticing. He nodded. "Very well, I accept your terms." Downstairs, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan were engaged in lively conversation with several business individuals. "Mr. Li, I have long heard of your esteemed name, and upon meeting you today, it is indeed evident that you are a remarkable young talent," exclaimed a bald man, raising his wine glass with a beaming smile. "Mr. Li, we shall have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future, so I hope you will extend your guidance." Another rotund gentleman chimed in, offering a business card. Once Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan had dealt with the flattery of those business persons, they made their way to the buffet area. A long table was adorned with exquisite delicacies and fruits. Li Shuo picked up a piece of salmon sushi, while Lu Yinyan selected a few luscious strawberries. At that moment, Guo Tian approached, swaying slightly with a drink in hand, reeking of alcohol. "Oh, ISNT this Mr. Li? What a rare guest," he said with a sarcastic tone, his eyes betraying jealousy and disdain. Li Shuo cast him a cold glance, akin to that of a person regarding a bothersome fly, and chose to ignore him, savoring the fresh fish in his mouth. However, Guo persisted, continuing his mockery. I heard that Mr. Li's company recently secured a major project. Congratulations. But I've heard whispers that there might be some issues with it. I wonder if Mr. Li has any insider information to share? He deliberately emphasized the word issues, attempting to provoke Li Shuo. Li Shuo set down his plate, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on Guo. Guo, I advise you to watch your words and refrain from seeking trouble. He replied coldly, a hint of warning lacing his tone. Emboldened by his inebriation, Guo sneered. What's wrong? Is Mr. Li feeling guilty? Afraid to speak? He puffed out his chest, as if he had caught Li Shuo in a compromising position. Lu Yinyin could no longer stand idly by. She stepped forward, positioning herself before Li Shuo. Guo, that's enough. I know exactly what kind of person Mr. Li is, far better than you do. Please show some respect. Guo laughed derisively, his gaze leering over Lu Yinyin. Lu Yinyin, you've been deceived. He is merely a man living off others. If it weren't for his connection with the Zhou family, where would he be today? With that pathetic company of his? He isn't even worthy to carry our family's shoes. I wonder how much he has bribed the Zhou family, or perhaps, is it you? He paused deliberately, his gaze shifting suggestively between Lu Yinyin and Li Shuo, laden with vile insinuations. Lu Yinyin's face flushed with anger, ready to retort, but was restrained by Li Shuo. Stepping forward, he fixed Guo with a frigid stare, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Guo, your mouth is so foul. Did you grow up eating excrement? You think I am leveraging the Zhou family? Which of your eyes saw that? And are you insulting my woman? Do you believe I want to throw you out of here this very moment? Guo, momentarily daunted by Li Shuo's imposing presence, instinctively took a step back. Yet he quickly regained his composure, shouting defiantly, What do you think you're doing? This is the Tang family's banquet. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? My father, however. Before he could finish his words, Li Shuo suddenly intervened, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Guo resembled a fledgling chick, suspended in the air, desperately struggling. The onlookers were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, halting their actions to witness the scene. I care not for the Guo family's background. Today, you must apologize to Yin. Li Shuo's voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority. Guo face flushed crimson, and he gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Li Shuo, filled with dread. Chapter 43. Chunming, he finally realized that he had provoked someone he should not have. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed over, pushing Li Shuo aside and rescuing Guo from his grasp. Li Shuo, what are you doing? The newcomer was none other than Guo's father, glaring at Li Shuo with fury as he shielded Guo behind him. Guo's father pulled Guo close, guarding him like a frightened chick. With eyes wide open in anger, he pointed a finger at Li Shuo, berating, You have some audacity. Attacking someone at the Tang family banquet. Do you have any respect for the law? Do you know the position my Guo family holds in Binhai? Li Shuo let out a cold laugh, unfazed. The law? Mr. Guo, your son spewed filth and insulted my woman. Does that constitute the law? Let me make it clear today. I, Li Shuo, will not be intimidated by you. Your son must apologize. Apologize? Ridiculous. Guo, hiding behind his father, defiantly shouted. Who do you think you are to demand an apology? You're just a good-for-nothing leech. You. Li Shuo's eyes narrowed, fists clenched tightly. The atmosphere at the banquet growing tense. Everyone paused their activities, intrigued by this sudden confrontation. At that moment, Tang Hao leisurely approached. A facade of insincere smiles plastered on his face. Oh dear, what seems to be the trouble between you two? Both are prominent figures in Binhai. Why let something trivial ruin the peace? While he feigned mediation, a glint of malicious delight sparkled in his eyes. Dang Sao, please judge for yourself. This brat is far too arrogant. Guo's father pointed at Li Shuo, embellishing his grievance. To strike my son in front of so many people is a blatant disregard for my Guo family. Tang Hao patted Guo's father's shoulder, pretending to be helpless. Mr. Guo, calm down. Li Shuo, you should also refrain from being impulsive. Let us talk this through. He turned to Li Shuo, his tone turning icy. Today is my Tang family's banquet. Causing a scene here is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Seeing Li Shuo besieged by the crowd, Lu Yinyan felt an overwhelming urge to defend him. Tang Hao, stop with your insidious remarks. It was clearly Guo Tianyi who first insulted Li Shuo, prompting him to act. As Li Shuo sensed Lu Yinyan's support, an unusual warmth surged within him. He tightened his grip on her hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Guo's father, witnessing this, was even more infuriated. You, Li Shuo, not only did you pursue my son's girlfriend, but now you dare to strike him. This matter will not end here. Let me tell you, even if you have the Zhou family backing you, my Guo family will never let you off the hook. Prepare to find it impossible to survive in Binhai. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Shuo's eyes. Just as he was about to retort, suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Mr. Guo, what an audacious claim. When did Binhai become a realm dictated solely by your Guo family? The crowd turned to see a tall man of remarkable presence striding forward, flanked by several bodyguards in black, exuding an imposing aura. The person who approached was none other than the legendary figure of the coastal business world, Chun Ming. He walked up to Li Shuo, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother Li Shuo, it has been a long time. Chun Ming, he has returned? Li Shuo had encountered him at an investment conference before his divorce from Song Qianqian. This man was indeed formidable. Upon seeing Chun Ming, Mr. Guo's expression turned grim. He hadn't anticipated Chun Ming's presence here, nor the fact that he was acquainted with Li Shuo. Chun Ming held a pivotal position in the coastal business realm, and even he dared not offend him lightly. Mr. Chun, what brings you here? Mr. Guo stammered, his tone faltering. Chun Ming regarded him with a bemused smile. Why? May I not attend? Naturally, I must show my support at young Master Tang's banquet. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Guo Tianyi, his tone turning icy. However, Mr. Guo, I heard your son's remarks just now. To insult women is unbecoming of a gentleman. Guo Tianyi, pale with fright, cowered behind his father, unable to utter a word. Chun Ming turned his attention back to Li Shuo, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Brother Li Shuo, you handled that splendidly. Some individuals simply need to be put in their place. Li Shuo offered a slight smile in response, saying, You flatter me, Mr. Chun. Tang Hao, watching from the sidelines, felt his face darken with fury. He had initially intended to use the Guo family to deal with Li Shuo, but with the unexpected arrival of Chun Ming, his plans had unraveled. Chun Ming's commanding presence left Mr. Guo struggling to breathe. He forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a grimace. Bowing to Li Shuo with exaggerated humility, Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my son's ignorance and his disrespect towards you. As he spoke, he shot a menacing glare at Guo Tianyi. Apologize to Mr. Li at once. Reluctantly, Guo Tianyi mumbled an apology. I'm sorry. Mr. Guo, you are too courteous. Li Shuo replied in a nonchalant tone, as though the earlier incident had never occurred. Youth can be impulsive. A little guidance will suffice. His seemingly casual remark sent a chill down Mr. Guo's spine. He understood that Li Shuo was subtly admonishing him to keep his son in check and prevent further trouble. Tang Hao's expression darkened further, simmering with resentment. He had aimed to use the Guo family to intimidate Li Shuo, but Chun Ming's sudden appearance had thwarted his intentions. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he could only swallow his anger in silence. With a smile, Chun Ming addressed Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan, saying, Brother Li Shuo, Miss Lu, shall we converse over there? He gestured towards a quieter corner of the banquet hall. Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan exchanged glances before following Chun Ming. At that moment, Song Qianqian, having finished attending to the previous guests, entered the banquet hall. Upon her arrival, she spotted Li Shuo and Chun Ming engaged in amiable conversation, with Lu Yinyan standing nearby. Her expression soft with a smile. A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged within her, causing her to clench her fists, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. However, she swiftly composed herself, donning a facade of insincerity as she gracefully approached Tang Hao. Brother Hao, I apologize for my tardiness, Song Qianqian said in a flirtatious tone. Tang Hao forced a smile, replying, Qianqian, you've arrived. Inwardly, he was still contemplating how to deal with Li Shuo, showing little regard for Song Qianqian's presence. In a corner, Chun Ming observed Li Shuo with keen interest. Brotherly, Your reputation has soared recently. Even I have heard numerous accounts of your exploits. Li Shuo humbly smiled. Thank you, Mr. Chun, but they are merely trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Chapter 44. The New World Project Small Potatoes? The company you founded, Hanhui, has secured several substantial projects in just a few months. This is no trivial feat. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chun Ming's eyes. I have heard that you have connections with the Zhou family? Li Shuo did not refute this claim, but merely smiled faintly. President Chun, you are well informed, he replied. Chun Ming laughed heartily. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. I have a new project. Would you be interested? Instead of responding immediately, Li Shuo countered. What kind of collaboration does President Chun envision? With a mysterious smile, Chun Ming replied, I possess a plan that could elevate your status in the Binhai business community, even granting you control over the entire economic lifeblood of Binhai. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, I would like to hear more. Half an hour later, the engagement ceremony commenced officially. Tang Hao and Song Qianqian stood upon the stage, receiving the blessings of the gathered crowd. While Tang Hao wore a facade of insincerity, his heart brimmed with animosity towards Li Shuo. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian occasionally cast her gaze towards Li Shuo in the corner, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Lowering his voice, Chun Ming spoke with fervor. The New World Plan, in essence, aims for monopoly. We intend to consolidate all premium industries in Binhai, from real estate to entertainment, from technology to finance, under our control. Just imagine if we hold the economic lifeblood of Binhai in our grasp, the power and wealth that would entail. His eyes sparkled with avarice, as if he could already envision the splendor of a future empire. Li Shuo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression pensive, as though weighing the feasibility of this proposal. President Chen's ambitions are quite grand, he remarked calmly. However, the Binhai cake is not easily devoured. Various factions are intricately interwoven. Swallowing it whole may prove to be no simple task. Of course, Chun Ming chuckled confidently. That is precisely why I require your assistance, brotherly. Although your Hanhui company is relatively new, it has demonstrated remarkable potential. I firmly believe that with your capabilities and my resources, we can achieve success. The two delved deeply into discussions regarding the collaboration's details and profit distribution. Chun Ming assured Li Shuo that upon the successful execution of the New World Plan, he would receive unimaginable rewards. Li Shuo, however, remained unperturbed by the prospect of immediate gain. He calmly analyzed the associated risks and opportunities. Ultimately, the two reached a preliminary agreement on their collaboration. After the engagement ceremony concluded, Tang Hao's face darkened as he seized Song Qianqian's arm. That Li Shuo dares to disregard me. I will make him pay dearly. Song Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she pressed down on Tang Hao's hand, sweetly advising, Hao Ge, do not act impulsively. Confronting someone like him head-on is futile. I have ways to ensure his downfall. Leaning close to Tang Hao's ear, she whispered a few words, and his expression softened, revealing a sinister smile. As Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan exited the banquet hall side by side, the night breeze tousled Lu Yinyan's hair gently. Li Shuo Ge, what did you discuss with Chun Ming? You seemed rather secretive, Lu Yinyan inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Li Shuo smiled and briefly explained the New World Project to Lu Yinyan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yinyan's eyes. What an ambitious endeavor. Do you have confidence in it? Of course. Upon returning home, Li Shuo received a call from Zhou Qingquan. Boss, there's an informant named Mr. Kuan Binhai who has been inquiring about you lately. It seems someone has hired him to investigate you. Li Shuo scoffed coldly. Mr. Ke? Merely a buffoon. Keep a close watch on him and uncover who is pulling the strings. Understood, boss. Li Shuo hung up the phone, a frigid smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had long suspected that someone would seek to eliminate him, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. It seemed that during this time, he had indeed amassed quite a few enemies. As Li Shuo prepared for bed, he unexpectedly received an email from Zhou Qingquan, accompanied by a photograph. The man in the image wore sunglasses and casual attire, exuding a sense of nonchalance and lethargy. Mr. Ku, Li Shuo murmured, contemplating the name. Mr. Ku was the head of the underground intelligence organization in Binhai. Over the years, he had expanded his influence with the support of Chun Ming. Once Chun Ming's right-hand man, he had garnered considerable prestige. However, he had later offended the wrong individuals, leading to a relentless pursuit that forced him to flee Binhai. After reviewing the email, Li Shuo snorted coldly, a glint of ice appearing in his eyes. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you fully. He fixed his gaze on the photograph of Mr. Ku, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. This man had resurfaced after so many years. Qin Kuan, investigate where Mr. Ku has been these past years and whom he has associated with. I want to know every detail. Boss, we've already uncovered that this old rogue has been active in Southeast Asia, reportedly thriving in the underground world, and he just returned to Binhai recently. Zhou Qinquan's voice came through the phone. Moreover, I discovered that he has been quite close to Tang Hao's assistant. Tang Hao. A chill flickered in Li Shuo's eyes. It appeared this scoundrel sought to exact revenge on him. Keep a close watch on them. Inform me immediately of any developments. After ending the call, Li Shuo dialed Gu Li's number. Gu Li, do me a favor. I need all the dirt on the Tang group. The more detailed, the better. Boss, are you planning to take action against the Tang family? Gu Li's voice brimmed with excitement. Not certain yet. Prepare it just in case. Li Shuo's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Chun Ming personally drove to pick up Li Shuo for a tour of his company. Throughout the journey, Chun Ming enthusiastically elaborated on the grand vision of the New World Project. Upon arriving at Chun Ming's company, Li Shuo feigned attentiveness to Chun Ming's explanations while secretly scrutinizing his surroundings. The figures on the financial statements appeared unrealistically attractive, and some project timelines diverged from Chun Ming's descriptions. Li Shuo astutely sensed that Chun Ming might be concealing something. After the tour, Chun Ming warmly invited Li Shuo to join him for lunch. During the gathering, Chun Ming persistently urged drinks upon Li Shuo, attempting to unveil his secrets. Li Shuo responded with composure, maintaining a clear mind throughout. That evening, Li Shuo relayed his observations to Lu Yinyan. Yinyan, I sense that Chun Ming is not an ordinary individual. The New World Project may indeed be a trap. Lu Yinyan furrowed her brow slightly. I too find him rather suspicious. Li Shuo, you must exercise caution. This man is quite cunning, and you should not trust him easily. I understand, Li Shuo replied, grasping Lu Yinyan's hand. Let us investigate his background together and discern the true nature of his schemes. In the following days, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan took separate paths to delve into Chun Ming's background and the genuine intentions behind the New World Project. New information also emerged from Zhou Qinquan, indicating that Mr. Ku had been frequently visiting a private club, whose shadowy proprietor was none other than Chun Ming. Chapter 45. Scandal of the New World. Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan were nestled on the sofa, the coffee table before them cluttered with documents, resembling a scene that had just weathered a minor tornado. Lu Yinyan rubbed her temples and sighed. That Chun Ming truly is a cunning fox. This new world plan is nothing short of a meticulously packaged ticking time bomb. Li Shuo picked up a financial report, his fingertips lightly tapping against it. On the surface, it appears dazzling, yet underneath, it is riddled with gaping holes. He uses the funds from new investors to pay the interests of old ones. Once the financial chain breaks, it will unleash a financial tsunami. And that Mr. Ku, Lu Yinyan interjected. He is nothing but Chun Ming's henchman, tasked with intimidating those investors wishing to withdraw. These two are colluding, unaware of how many they have already duped. Her face flushed with anger, and her fists clenched tightly. Li Shuo reached out to hold her small hand, gently caressing it. Do not fret. I will ensure they pay for their transgressions. His tone was calm, yet imbued with a persuasive strength. I have already instructed Qian Kuan and Gu Li to gather more evidence. We must take action. We cannot allow more people to suffer, he continued. Lu Yinyan nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. Li Shuo, tell me what to do. Rest assured, I will not put you in danger. Your responsibility is to help me analyze these financial statements and uncover further discrepancies. As for the rest, leave it to me. In the days that followed, Li Shuo, under the guise of Han Hui Company, injected a substantial sum into the New World Plan. He deliberately created minor troubles, such as delaying payments and requesting amendments to contract terms to gauge Chun Ming's reaction. Indeed, Chen Ming took the bait. He called Li Shuo multiple times, his tone shifting from initial enthusiasm to growing agitation. Li Shuo feigned ignorance, persistently posing intricate questions that left Chen Ming scrambling to respond. Simultaneously, good news arrived from Zhou Qiankuan and Gu Li. They had located several investors who had been threatened by Mr. Ku and secured their testimonies. These statements were ample to bring Chen Ming and Mr. Ku to justice. With everything in place, Li Shuo decided it was time to ensnare his prey. He invited Chen Ming to Han Hui Company for a discussion on collaboration, discreetly arranging for journalists and police to be ready to unveil Chen Ming's crimes to the public. Dressed in a tailored suit, Chen Ming arrived at Han Hui Company, a facade of insincere smiles plastered on his face. He believed Li Shuo was merely an inexperienced youth, easily manipulated at his whim. Little did he know, he was about to step into a meticulously laid trap. In the conference room, Li Shuo got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, I have summoned you today to discuss the future of the New World Plan. Chen Ming feigned composure, smiling faintly. Mr. Li, the prospects for the New World Plan are exceedingly bright. I am confident it will become the most successful investment project in Binhai City. Li Shuo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Is that so? However, to my knowledge, the funding chain of the New World Plan has already encountered severe issues. The so-called bright prospect you speak of is merely a deception built upon the sweat and toil of countless investors. Chen Ming's face instantly paled, his mouth opened. Yet no words emerged. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and a throng of reporters and police surged in. Flashes from cameras illuminated the room as reporters crowded around, microphones nearly poking Chen Ming's face. He appeared ghostly pale, his eyes wide with terror, struggling futilely against the police's grip. Mr. Chen, what is your explanation for the rupture in the funding chain of the New World Plan? Do you acknowledge the accusations from those investors? What is the nature of your relationship with Mr. Ko? The sharp inquiries reverberated, yet Chen Ming could only muster vague justifications. In the face of irrefutable evidence, his lies seemed feeble and insipid. Li Shuo stood calmly to the side, observing the spectacle with a faint smirk. He had orchestrated this drama for quite some time, and now it had finally reached its conclusion. Once Chen Ming was taken away, tranquility returned to the conference room. Lu Yinyan approached Li Shuo, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Li Shuo, you are truly remarkable. Li Shuo tousled her hair, chuckling. This is merely the beginning. The collapse of a New World Plan detonated like a bomb in the coastal business community, causing substantial upheaval. Chen Ming's downfall brought immense satisfaction, simultaneously prompting many to regard Li Shuo with newfound respect. This previously obscure young man had displayed a business acumen and prowess that left many seasoned veterans in awe. Jin Haicheng promptly called Li Shuo, his voice laced with admiration. Li Shuo, you truly astound me. That was a masterstroke. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Jin. I merely did what was necessary, Li Shuo responded humbly, though he could not entirely conceal his pride. Praise? Not at all. You possess courage and skill. I greatly admire you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Jin Haicheng openly expressed his admiration for Li Shuo, an acknowledgement from a business tycoon that many coveted. Meanwhile, within the Tang family's villa, the atmosphere was starkly different. Tang Jinhai smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Dumb Li Shu! How dare he involve Chen Ming? Tang Jinhai roared, his face a deep shade of anger. Tang Hao stood nearby, head bowed, too afraid to speak. This incident had utterly humiliated him and deepened his animosity toward Li Shuo. Dad, I cannot swallow this insult. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. Of course, we must retaliate. He shall pay for this. A glint of malice flickered in Tang Jinhai's eyes. Go, contact Chen Ming. I want to see him at the police station tomorrow. The cold iron bars separated two worlds. On one side stood the impeccably dressed Tang Jinhai and his son. On the other, a gaunt Chen Ming clad in prison garb. Mr. Chen, I never imagined you would fall to such depths. Tang Hao feigned sorrow, yet his tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Chen Ming lifted his head, his eyes brimming with resentment. All thanks to Li Shuo. This scoundrel. I shall not let him off even in death. Tang Jinhai handed Chen Ming a cigarette and said in a deep voice, Tell me, who exactly is Li Shuo? Chun Ming took a deep drag from the cigarette and recounted in meticulous detail how Li Shuo orchestrated his schemes and collected evidence. He even divulged some speculative conjectures, including the possible forces lurking behind Li Shuo. After hearing Chun Ming's account, the expressions on Tang Junhai and his son darkened. They had initially thought Li Shuo was merely a somewhat clever businessman, but they soon realized that his background was far more intricate than they had imagined. "Dad, this kid is truly elusive." Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems we have underestimated him all along." Chapter 46. The scene of retribution. Tang Junhai narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint residing within, regardless of his background. Anyone who dares to provoke the Tang family shall pay the price. Upon leaving the police station, Tang Hao immediately contacted Mr. He. "Please assist me in investigating an individual. I require all available information. The more detailed, the better." Simultaneously, in a high-end restaurant, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan were celebrating the success of the New World Initiative. "Brother Li Shuo, a toast to you." Lu Yinyan raised her glass, astonished that you truly managed to bring Chun Ming down. Li Shu Shuklat Sufli, gently clinking glasses with Lu Yinyan. "This is merely the beginning. The best is yet to come." Lu Yinyan playfully blinked. "So, what are your next plans, Brother Li Shuo?" Feigning mystery, Li Shuo smiled. The wise have their own clever schemes. After the celebration, Li Shuo did not let his guard down. He understood that the Tang family would not rest easily. A greater storm was brewing. He dialed Zhou Qianquan's number. "Qianquan, keep a close watch on the Tang family. Inform me immediately of any developments." "Rest assured, boss, I have already made arrangements." Zhou Qianquan's voice resonated from the other end. Those Tang family members won't last much longer. A few days later, Jin Haiqing invited Li Shuo to a high-profile cocktail party. "Li Shu, this gathering is a congregation of the elite from the business world of Binhai City. Perform well, it will greatly benefit your future endeavors," Jin Haiqing said, patting Li Shuo on the shoulder with earnestness. Mr. He exhibited remarkable efficiency, delivering a brown paper bag containing information about Li Shuo to Tang Hao within 2 days. Tang Hao eagerly opened it, reading word for word, his expression darkening with each line. "Is this it?" Tang Hao tossed the documents onto the table, his tone dripping with disdain. "The owner of a mere small company. What worthless information." Tang Junhai picked up the documents and scrutinized them, his brow furrowing. This young man's public persona is indeed as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, but the incident with Chun Ming cannot be mere coincidence. He must have someone backing him. A glimmer of insight flickered in Tang Junhai's eyes. "However, it seems we have underestimated him. Continue the investigation. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover his true background. If the Zhou family dares not act against Chun Ming, why should Li Shuo?" Days later, in the splendid ballroom of a hotel, adorned with elegance and lively chatter, the elite cocktail party of Binhai City was in full swing. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, Li Shuo exuded the charisma of a mature man, engaging effortlessly with the surrounding business magnates, devoid of any naivety typical of a newcomer. Jin Haiqing approached Li Shuo with a glass in hand, smiling. "Li Shuo, how are you finding this atmosphere?" Li Shuo took a sip of red wine, a faint smile gracing his lips. "President Jin, you jest. I have always been quite adaptable." Observing Li Shuo as confidence, Jin Haiqing silently nodded in approval. This young man was indeed worth his attention. Jin Haiqing's hearty laughter resonated throughout the gathering as he raised his glass, addressing Li Shuo. "Li Shuo, I am increasingly impressed by you. You, a youth of such tender years, possess remarkable insight, truly impressive." Li Shuo smiled modestly, raising his glass to clink with Jin Haiqing's. "You flatter me, Mr. Jin. I have much to learn from esteemed predecessors like yourself." "No need for false modesty." Jin Haiqing waved his hand dismissively. "Your recent actions have been quite significant. Even that old fox Chun Ming has been taken down by you, something not easily accomplished." He paused, lowering his voice. "To be frank, I have long held a disdain for that old fellow. Your actions have avenged us." Li Shuo made his mind in silence, fully aware of Jin Haiqing's probing intentions. He understood that in the realm of business, there exist no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. At that moment, a tall, impeccably dressed young man approached, a haughty smile adorning his face. He strode directly to Li Shuo, his tone flippant. "You must be Li Shuo?" Li Shuo frowned slightly, assessing this unwelcome guest, sensing hostility in his demeanor. "I am. May I inquire who you are?" "Wang Jinhao, of the Wang family from Nanzhou. Guitiani is my childhood friend." Wang Jinhao's tone was laced with provocation. "I hear you've had some recent disagreements with Brother Guo, even going so far as to take his fiancée, Li Shuo scoffed inwardly, recognizing Wang Jinhao's intent to provoke. He glanced at Guitiani, whose expression was grim, and calmly replied, "My matters with Mr. Guo seem to be of no concern to you, Mr. Wang. How can they be unrelated?" Wang Jinhao raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. "My brother's affairs are my own. You would do well to stay away from Lu Yinyan, or else." "Or else what?" Li Shuo met Wang Jinhao's gaze without fear, his eyes reflecting a chill. For a moment, Wang Jinhao faltered under Li Shuo's stare, but soon regained his arrogance. "Or else, I will ensure your life in Binhai City becomes unbearable." Li Shuo chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Mr. Wang, you boast grandly. I would relish the opportunity to witness how you intend to make that happen." Wang Jinhao's facial muscles twitched as he struggled to contain his anger. "Very well. You have guts. I shall see just how long you can maintain this bravado." He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, speaking with bravado. "Dad, I'm at the Binhai Grand Hotel, and someone's causing me trouble. Hurry." After hanging up, Wang Jinhao cast a triumphant glance at Li Shuo. "Just wait. My father will be here soon. Prepare yourself." Whispers rippled through the crowd as Jin Haiqing's expression shifted. He approached Li Shuo, advising in a hushed tone, "Li Shuo, Wang Jinhao's father, Wang Guo, is a formidable figure in the Nanzhou business world. It may be wise to relent." Li Shuo patted Jin Haiqing's shoulder, wearing a serene smile. "Mr. Jin, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my situation." Approximately 20 minutes later, a robust and imposing middle-aged man strode in with commanding presence. Flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, his formidable aura seemed to solidify the air around them. "Who dares to trouble my son?" Wang Guo thundered, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. Wang Jinhao immediately rushed to Wang Guozhing's side, pointing at Li Shuo, and exclaimed, "Dad, it is him. This brat not only offended me, but also dared to steal my brother's woman." Wang Guozhing followed the direction of Wang Jinhao's finger, and upon seeing Li Shuo's youthful visage, he was momentarily taken aback, only for his pupils to constrict sharply thereafter. The fury that had once marred his countenance vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable shock. You, Wang Guozhing stammered, pointing at Li Shuo, yet he struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Li Shuo's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of amusement. "Old Wang, long time no see. I never imagined your son would be so well accomplished." Old Wang. Chapter 47. Long time no see. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment upon hearing this address. Even Jin Haiqing stood, wide-eyed and incredulous, gazing at Li Shuo. Who was Wang Guozhing? The kingpin of the business realm in Nanzhou City, a figure whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout the entire province. And yet Li Shuo so flippantly referred to him as Old Wang. Had this young man lost his senses? Wang Jinhao was equally bewildered, staring at his father in disbelief before shifting his gaze to Li Shuo, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. When had his father become acquainted with this young man? And, judging by the tone, it seemed they were quite familiar. Upon hearing Li Shuo's address, Wang Guozhing's body trembled violently, his complexion draining to an ashen hue. He inhaled deeply, striving to rein in his emotions, and stammered, You are what is the matter? Don't you remember me?" Li Shuo observed him with an amused expression. Wang Guozhing's legs buckled, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, his voice quivering as he implored, "It truly is you. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, my lord." An eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone regarded Li Shuo as if he were a mythical creature. What manner of individual was he that could compel Wang Guozhing to kneel? Wang Jinhao was paralyzed with fear, gaping at his father kneeling on the ground, then looking back at the composed Li Shuo, his mind blank, utterly unable to comprehend the surreal scene before him. Li Shuo looked down from his elevated stance at the kneeling Wang Guizheng, his tone calm. Rise, old Wang. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Guizheng shakily stood, his gaze fixed downward, not daring to breathe audibly. A sudden change washed over his countenance as he shot a fierce glare at Wang Jinhao, reprimanding him, unfilial son. Why haven't you apologized to Mr. Li yet? Only then did Wang Jinhao snap to attention, hastily approaching Li Shuo, stammering, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Li Shuo waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. It's all right. I shall let it go this time. He then turned to the pallid Jin Haicheng, smiling as he remarked, Mr. Jin, it seems today's banquet cannot continue. We shall converse another time. The smile on Li Shuo's lips deepened as he gestured for the onlookers to disperse. Although curiosity lingered in the air, the spectators, intimidated by Wang Guizheng's authority, tactfully withdrew. Jin Haicheng glanced between Li Shuo and Wang Guizheng, his eyes filled with confusion. Yet, recognizing that this was not the moment for inquiries, he too joined the departing crowd. Old Wang, it's been a while, Li Shuo said with a light-hearted tone, as if the earlier events had been but a jest. Wang Guizheng continued to bow his head respectfully, responding, Chairman, it is my fault. I never anticipated my son would offend you. Li Shuo gently patted his shoulder. His tone considerably softened. Stand up, it's all in the past. Your son acted thoughtlessly, so there is no need for excessive guilt. Only then did Wang Guizheng dare to straighten, yet he still refrained from meeting Li Shuo's gaze, stealing glances at the young man before him. He was overwhelmed by emotion. The boy who had once remained calm and resolute on that isolated island, leading them to safety, had now matured into such a formidable presence. He could scarcely believe that he had encountered him in Coastal City. Old Wang, how have you fared over the years? Li Shuo inquired. Wang Guizheng hastily replied, Thanks to the president, everything is well. Since returning to Nanzhou City, I have established my own company, and business has been quite smooth. That's wonderful, Li Shuo nodded. If it weren't for you back then, the initial stages of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I'm well aware of your capabilities. Hearing these words, Wang Guizheng felt a warm surge within. Back on the island, he was 15 years older than Li Shuo and had watched him grow step by step. He had always regarded Li Shuo as a younger brother and felt proud of his achievements. President, had it not been for you back then, I fear I would have. Wang Guizheng choked on his words, unable to continue. Li Shuo patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's all in the past. Do not dwell on it. After your return to the country, I have been keeping an eye on you. Seeing your progress brings me great comfort. President, how is it that you find yourself in Coastal City? Wang Guizheng finally voiced his lingering confusion. Li Shuo chuckled lightly. It's a long story. My return this time is primarily to attend to some personal matters. Then, what is your current status? Wang Guizheng asked cautiously. I am merely a junior employee at Hanwei Company. Li Shuo responded nonchalantly. Wang Guizheng was taken aback, but soon grasped Li Shuo's intent. He nodded, saying, I understand, President. Li Shuo glanced at the time and remarked, Old Wang, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall converse more thoroughly another day. Very well, President. Please take care. Wang Guizheng respectfully saw Li Shuo off. As he watched Li Shuo's departing figure, a whirlpool of emotions surged within him. The once spirited youth had matured into someone more composed and inscrutable. He sensed that Li Shuo's return was not solely for personal affairs. After Li Shuo left, Wang Guizheng immediately retrieved his phone and dialed a number with urgency. Book me the earliest flight to Nanzhou City at once. Hanging up, he took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with determination. Nanzhou City was his territory, where he had cultivated extensive connections and resources over the years. With the president's return, he was resolved to spare no effort in paving the way for him. Just as he arrived at the hotel, Li Shuo received a call from Lu Yinyan. Li Shuo, go. Let us have dinner together tonight. I've reserved your favorite Western restaurant. Lu Yinyan's voice, gentle and sweet, instantly soothed Li Shuo's earlier agitation. All right, he replied. The dinner took place in an elegantly appointed Western restaurant. Lu Yinyan, adorned in a light blue gown, appeared especially fresh and refined. She inquired with concern, Were you all right at the cocktail party today? I've heard about it. Li Shuo smiled. It's nothing, just a minor incident. That Wang Guozhang seems quite formidable. Lu Yinyin remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, he has some background, Li Shuo offered without elaboration. Lu Yinyin discerned that Li Shuo seemed to be preoccupied with some thoughts. Yet she refrained from probing further. She was aware that Li Shuo was not one to divulge personal matters easily. After dinner, Li Shuo accompanied Lu Yinyin home. The street lights elongated their shadows, while the gentle evening breeze brought a refreshing coolness. You seem to harbor many secrets, Lu Yinyin suddenly remarked. Li Shuo chuckled softly. Everyone possesses secrets, but I sense that your secrets far exceed those of an ordinary person. Lu Yinyin tilted her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she gazed at Li Shuo. He remained silent, merely observing her with a tranquil demeanor. The glow of the streetlight illuminated Lu Yinyin's face, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. Brotherly, I've heard that you spent a considerable amount of time abroad. Chapter 48. You investigated me? Li Shuo was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that Lu Yinyin had such a profound understanding of him. You investigated me? Li Shuo inquired, a hint of wariness lacing his tone. Lu Yinyin quickly clarified. No, I merely heard some things from friends. Which friends? Li Shuo prasa. Lu Yinyin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from divulging. Forget it. It's not important, Li Shuo replied nonchalantly, not wishing to pursue the matter further. Li Shuo ye. Lu Yinyin suddenly halted, gazing earnestly at him. Regardless of what secrets you harbor, I shall not mind. As Li Shuo met Lu Yinyin's sincere gaze, his heart trembled. He sensed that something was gradually evolving between them. After Li Shuo departed, Lu Yinyin stood still for a few seconds, the evening breeze gently tousling her hair. The glow of the street lamp casting a soft halo upon her face. She reflected on Li Shuo's expression. Unconsciously, she extended her hand, as if attempting to grasp something, yet it halted midair. Upon returning home, Lu Yinyin strode directly to her study and dialed a number on her phone. Hello, Xiaoya, Inishchit Plambe. Target, the Guo family. I want them to know what regret truly means. Lu Yinyin's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The secretary, Xiaoya, seemed accustomed to Lu Yinyin's tone, responding calmly. Understood, General Lu. I will make arrangements immediately. After hanging up, Lu Yinyin approached the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city's nightscape. Recalling the events of the evening's gala, Gui Tianyi's arrogant demeanor filled her with revulsion. Li Shuoge, who exactly are you? Lu Yinyin murmured. At the gala, Wang Guozhang from the Wang family of Nanzhou City had publicly apologized to Li Shuo, a scene that left her utterly astonished. Wang Guozhang, a titan of the business world, whose very presence could send ripples through Binhai, had shown such deference to Li Shuo. Could it be that Li Shuo was acquainted with Wang Guozhang? Moreover, Wang Guozhang appeared genuinely fearful of him. Lu Yinyin was beset with questions. She recalled Gu Yinin's animated recounting of Wang Guozhang's expression at that moment, which was not merely a simple apology, but clearly tinged with fear. Rubbing her temples, Lu Yinyin felt the situation growing increasingly intricate. She had initially believed Li Shuo to be an ordinary entrepreneur, but now it seemed that matters were far more complicated than she had imagined. Upon arriving at the company, she found that Xiaoya had already organized the information on the Guo family, neatly placed on her desk. General Lu, the Guo family primarily engages in the seafood business, operating 3 publicly listed companies with total assets exceeding 10 billion. Xiaoya reported. Understood, Lu Yinyin replied, her gaze icy as she perused the documents. Let's first target their import and export trade, sever their supply lines, and then strike at their stocks. I intend to bring them to their knees. Understood. Xiaoya nodded, turning to make arrangements. Lu Yinyin looked out the window, a cold smile gracing her lips. The Guo family, your prosperous days have come to an end. Meanwhile, Li Shuo arrived at Hanhui Company. Boss, you're here. Zhou Qinquan greeted him with a smile. Li Shuo nodded, striding directly into the office. Boss, have you clarified the collaboration project between the Guo family and the Tang family? Zhou Qinquan inquired cautiously. The Guo family is preparing to collaborate with Tang Jinhai on a project with an investment amount reaching 100 billion. It is an overseas mining venture, Li Shuo replied. That project is nothing but a trap. There are no minerals at all. It is a scheme devised by Tang Jinhai and the Guo family. waiting for unsuspecting victims to fall into it, Li Shuo stated flatly. Zhou Qinquan gasped in shock. Although he was aware of the treachery in the business world, such a brazen scam still astonished him. Boss, is this information reliable? He asked with trepidation. Li Shuo glanced at him and replied coolly, when have I ever deceived you? If you wish to test it, feel free to jump in. Zhou Qinquan hastily waved his hands. No, boss, I trust you. I am merely curious. Tang Jinhai must be incredibly bold to dare perpetrate such a fraud. Money can make the devil push a millstone. What cannot happen in this world? Li Shu Skufa. Keep an eye on them for me. Inform me immediately of any developments. No problem, boss. Leave it to me, Zhou Qinquan assured, thumping his chest. On another front, Lu Yinyan's revenge had commenced. She first severed the Guo family's seafood import channels, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. Guo Tian was like an ant on a hot pan, scurrying about, yet finding no solution. Which scoundrel is causing trouble behind the scenes? Guo Tian slammed his fist on the desk, scattering documents everywhere. He had a hunch that this was related to Lu Yinyan, yet lacked concrete evidence. Reluctantly, Guo Tian sought assistance from Tang Jinhai. President Tang, you must help me. My import channels have suddenly been cut off, and now goods are piling up while funds are frozen. If this continues, I will go bankrupt. Tang Jinhai feigned surprise. Is that so? Rest assured, President Guo, I will help you contact new suppliers. However, he inwardly cursed Guo Tian for being incompetent, unable to handle such a trivial matter. Upon learning that Guo Tian sought help from Tang Jinhai, Li Shuo's lips curled into a cold smile. He instructed Zhou Qinquan to start spreading rumors about the Guo family's fractured financial chain. In an instant, Guo family's stock plummeted, investors hastily sold their shares, and the Guo family found themselves engulfed in crisis. Guo Tian was utterly panicked, finally unable to restrain himself from confronting Lu Yinyan. Is it you causing trouble behind the scenes, Lu Yinyan? Why are you doing this? He demanded outside her building. Lu Yinyan bore a mocking expression. Guo Tian, are you questioning me? Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? Besides, which of your eyes saw me doing this? Present your evidence. Guo Tian was thoroughly enraged by Lu Yinyan's condescending demeanor. Lu Yinyan, do not be too complacent. I shall not let you off easily. I am waiting. Lu Yinyan responded with a disdainful smile. Meanwhile, far away in Nanzhou City, Wang Guizheng had learned through his own channels of the grievances between the Tang family and Li Shuo. To his astonishment, the very person who had labored to repay a debt of gratitude was unexpectedly betrayed by Tang Hao, who seized his beloved, leaving Li Shuo destitute. The audacity of the Tang family was astounding, yet Wang Guizheng was no pushover. Did they think the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce could be so easily bullied? A cold smile crept across his lips. Tang Jinhai, how dare you provoke my superior? You truly are asking for trouble. He promptly convened the senior management of his company to strategize an offensive against the Tang Group. As the Tang Group's primary business lies in real estate, they would begin by targeting their land. Inform all concerned. Wherever the Tang Group bids for land, we shall compete with unwavering determination, sparing no effort or expense. Chapter 49. The Tang family on the frying pan. Additionally, the Tang Group is currently developing a large commercial center project, which necessitates a substantial amount of construction materials. Contact all suppliers of building materials to either cease deliveries to the Tang Group or inflate prices to a point that renders their operations untenable. Furthermore, the Tang Group has been struggling with a tight financial chain and is recently seeking bank loans. Reach out to several banks to deny their loan applications, thereby severing their funding chain. Wang Guizheng issued a series of commands that swept through the coastal business community like a tempest. Meanwhile, at the Tang residence, Tang Jinhai and his son, upon learning of the events at the banquet, wore expressions as dark as ink. Tang Hao was so enraged that he trembled all over, slamming his fist onto the mahogany desk, causing the teacups to rattle violently. That damn Li Shuo, how dare he humiliate us like this? And that Wang Guizheng, he audaciously supports him too. A flicker of trepidation crossed Tang Jinhai's grim gaze. Wang Guizheng was not an adversary to be trifled with. It seemed they needed to reassess Li Shuo's background. He had initially believed Li Shuo to be a mere clever little figure. Now it appeared that the forces behind him were far more formidable than they had anticipated. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. Father, are we just going to let this slide? I cannot swallow this humiliation. Tang Jinhai snorted coldly. Of course, we cannot let it go. However, now is not the time for a head-on confrontation. A gentleman avenges himself. It is never too late. We shall take our time to play this game. As the father and son deliberated on how to retaliate against Li Shuo, Tang Jinhai's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Wang Guizheng? Why would he be calling me? Tang Jinhai furrowed his brow slightly and answered the call. Hello, President Wang. What can I do for you? President Tang, I've heard you are currently undertaking a significant project. Wang Guizheng's voice was exceedingly polite. Yet Tang Jinhai detected an underlying discord. Indeed, that is the case. What? Is President Wang interested? Tang Jinhai inquired cautiously. Interest is perhaps too strong a word. I merely wish to caution you, President Tang, that this project carries substantial risks. An investment should be approached with caution, Wang Guizheng said meaningfully. Tang Jinhai's heart sank. He immediately realized Wang Guizheng was issuing a warning. He was all too aware of Wang Guizheng's standing, a prominent figure in the business realm of Nanzhou City, with connections in both legitimate and illicit sectors. If he intended to target the Tang family, their circumstances could become dire. Thank you for your warning, President Wang. I shall consider it carefully, Tang Jinhai replied, suppressing the unease within him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. After hanging up, Tang Jinhai's expression darkened further. Father, what is wrong? Tang Hao noticed his father's disquiet and quickly inquired. Wang Guizheng just called to warn me against continuing to invest in that project. Tang Jinhai replied in a low voice. Wang Guizheng? Why would he do that? Tang Hao asked, baffled. Tang Jinhai did not respond. He sensed that this matter was inextricably linked to Li Shuo. Could it be that Li Shuo was orchestrating something behind the scenes? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. In the following days, the Tang family faced a succession of troubles. Tang Jinhai realized that Wang Guizheng was indeed serious about his intentions. The Tang mansion, once a landmark of Binhai City, now shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Seated behind his expansive desk, Tang Jinhai wore a grim expression. The cigar in his hand had long extinguished, and the ashtray was overflowing with butts. The family encountered an unprecedented crisis. Partners were breaching contracts, bank loans were being denied, and the company's stock plummeted. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightening its grip around the Tang family's throat, suffocating them. Tang Hao sat across from his father, equally troubled. He had anticipated that with the strength of the Tang family, they could easily overpower Li Shuo. Yet here they were, mired in such a dire predicament. Anxiously rubbing his hands, he spoke with a hint of panic. Dad, what should we do now? If this continues, the company will truly go bankrupt. Tang Jinhai took a deep drag from his cigar, striving to maintain his composure. What are you panicking for? If the sky falls, I'll bear the weight. He feigned calmness as he continued. I have contacted Wang Guizheng and arranged to meet him tomorrow. Wang Guizheng, can he truly assist us? Tang Hao questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. The Tang family had no significant ties to him. At this point, we have no choice but to try, Tang Jinhai sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The following day, father and son arrived at Wang Guizheng's private club, a luxurious villa nestled in the suburbs, surrounded by lush greenery and tranquility. Wang Guizheng had been waiting for some time. He lounged on a leather sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, wearing a playful smile. Mr. Tang, what an unexpected visit. What brings you here? Tang Jinhai forced a smile, engaging in pleasantries before getting straight to the point. Mr. Wang, let's be straightforward. I have come to request that you spare the Tang family. Wang Guizheng took a sip of his wine, remaining noncommittal. Mr. Tang, on what grounds do you say that? When have I ever acted against the Tang family? Tang Jinhai's expression darkened. He understood Wang Guizheng was feigning ignorance. But with a request in mind, he had to swallow his pride. Mr. Wang, you're surely aware of the recent events. If it weren't for your interference, the Tang family would not have descended to this state. Wang Guizheng set down his glass, his eyes sharpening. The recent tribulations of the Tang family can only be described as self-inflicted. You and your son have been excessively arrogant, offending those who ought not to be offended. Those who ought not to be offended? Who are you referring to? Tang Jinhai's heart sank. He had a nagging suspicion that this individual was likely Li Shuo. This person has done me a considerable favor. I must repay him in some measure, Wang Guizheng implied without naming names. But his meaning was unmistakable. It is Li Shuo, isn't it? Tang Zhenhai gritted his teeth. Wang Guizheng smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Mr. Tang, I advise you to refrain from pursuing this matter further. Some truths are better left unknown. Tang Hao could no longer contain himself. He leaped to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Guizheng, exclaiming, Wang Guizheng, you go too far. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Wang Guizheng's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. Tang Hao felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his throat, rendering his breathing labored. Tang Zhenhai hurriedly grasped his son's arm, hissing softly, silence. Do you wish to endanger our lives? He then turned to Wang Guizheng, his voice laced with a hint of pleading. Mr. Wang, we acknowledge our mistakes, and we sincerely hope you can grant us a chance to make amends. We are willing to atone. Wang Guizheng regarded Tang Zhenhai with a derisive glint in his eye. Atone? How do you intend to atone? What does the Tang family possess now that can possibly be redeemed? Chapter 50. Public Apology. Tang Zhenhai gritted his teeth, fully aware that Wang Guizheng was compelling him to concede. Mr. Wang, if you could spare the Tang family, I am willing to pay any price. Any price? Wang Guizheng echoed, with keen interest. Does that include bowing down and admitting fault? Tang Zhenhai's expression darkened. He recognized this as Wang Guizheng's ultimate challenge. Should he refuse, the Tang family would indeed face ruin. Taking a deep breath, he finally replied, Very well, I agree. Excellent. Wang Guizheng nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow, I expect you to personally apologize to Li Shuo. Once outside Wang Guizheng's villa, father and son fell into a heavy silence. Tang Hao was consumed by humiliation. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Hao's fury remained unquenched as he violently smashed a teacup onto the floor. Why should we apologize to that waste? When has the Tang family ever endured such indignity? Tang Zhenhai's expression darkened further as he struck Tang Hao across the face. Silence. This is not the time for bravado. If you had not provoked Li Shuo, would the Tang family be in such a predicament? Tang Hao covered his face, his eyes brimming with resentment. I cannot swallow this insult. You must. Tang Zhenhai's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination. Li Shuo is backed by Wang Guizheng, and we cannot afford to offend him. If we wish to rise again, we must first endure humiliation. After a brief discussion, the father and son decided to contact Jinhai City to reach out to Li Shuo. Given that Jinhai City had a favorable relationship with him, perhaps they could mediate. When Jinhai City received Tang Zhenhai's call, he was somewhat taken aback. After listening to Tang Zhenhai's request, he pondered for a moment before replying, Mr. Tang, this matter may be quite troublesome. You know Li Shuo's temperament. He is not easily swayed. Mr. Jin, I am aware, but you are our only hope. If you can intervene, the Tang family will be immensely grateful. Tang Zhenhai's tone was earnest. After some contemplation, Jinhai City ultimately agreed. He dialed Li Shuo's number and succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo replied indifferently, Have them come to the Yunding Club to see me at 10 tomorrow morning. The next day, at 9:50 a.m., Tang Zhenhai and his son arrived at the Yunding Club 10 minutes early. This luxurious private club exuded elegance and offered excellent privacy. As they settled onto the sofa in the reception area, anxiety gnawed at their hearts. At precisely 10 o'clock, Li Shuo appeared on time, clad in casual attire. He bore an air of nonchalance, as if everything was under his control. Mr. Tang, young Master Tang, it has been a while. Li Shuo, indeed. It has been too long. Tang Zhenhai forced a smile, striving for a calm demeanor. The events prior were merely a misunderstanding. We have come today to clarify. Misunderstanding? A smirk curled at the corners of Li Shuo's mouth. Young Master Tang did not express it quite like that before. He insisted that I should kneel in apology and even threatened to break my legs. Is that also a misunderstanding? Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, ready to speak, but was halted by Tang Zhenhai's restraining hand. Li Shuo and Xiao Hao, in their youthful exuberance, often speak impulsively. I ask you, for the sake of our friendship, to overlook his insolence. Youthful arrogance? I perceive it as a lack of discipline. Li Shuo retorted without reservation. Mr. Tang, your parenting is flawed. Yet you still expect me to show you respect? Tang Hao could no longer contain himself. Li Shuo, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe that your connection with Wang Guozheng makes you exceptional? Do not forget, you are merely the son-in-law of the Song family. Slap. Tang Jinhai struck Tang Hao's face with force. Silence. How dare you speak to Mr. Li in such a manner? Tang Hao clutched his face, his eyes brimming with resentment. Li Shuo observed the scene with an impassive gaze, his heart untouched by emotion. Mr. Tang, your physical reprimand will not alter the facts. I remember clearly how your family treated me in the past. Now you wish for reconciliation? It is too late. Li Shuo, what do you truly desire? Tang Jinhai's voice carried a hint of helplessness. What do I desire? Quite simply, I want your family to pay the price. Li Shuo's eyes were frigid. I demand tenfold retribution for the humiliation your family has inflicted upon me. Tang Jinhai's complexion turned pale, realizing that Li Shuo was settling old scores. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mr. Li, as long as you spare the Tang family, we are willing to pay any price. Any price? Li Shuo echoed with intrigue, including the Tang group. Tang Jinhai's expression shifted drastically. The Tang group was the culmination of his life's work. How could he relinquish it? Mr. Li, you cannot be serious. What? Are you reluctant? Li Shuo regarded Tang Jinhai with a smile that held no warmth. It seems your family lacks the sincerity I had anticipated. Tang Jinhai wet aware that refusal would spell doom for the Tang family. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, Very well, I agree. A cold smirk graced Li Shuo's lips. Mr. Tang, you truly are a man of discernment. However, I have one more condition. What condition? Tang Jinhai asked nervously. You must publicly apologize to me and Lu Yinyan in front of all the media, Li Shuo stated, each word deliberate. Tang Jinhai's expression shifted once more. This was more difficult to accept than relinquishing the Tang group. Mr. Li, are you not making it impossible? What? Are you unwilling? Li Shuo esa gaza ardanat. Indicating that further discussion was futile. Tang Jinhai clenched his teeth, realizing he had no alternative. He inhaled deeply and finally said, Very well, I agree. Excellent. Li Shuo nodded in satisfaction. It is settled then. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the Binhai Grand Hotel, I shall await your arrival. After the Tang father and son departed, Li Shuo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, devoid of any elation from his victory, only an endless coldness within. I wonder how Song Qianqian would feel if she knew that the Tang Hao she chose was so spineless. At that moment, the phone rang, and Li Shuo glanced at the caller ID, a smile gracing his lips. Hello, Yin Yan, Brother Li. I just received news that Tang Jinhai and his son have gone to Hanhui to find you. Are they seeking your mercy regarding the Tang family? Lu Yinyan's voice brimmed with anticipation. Li Shuo chuckled softly. Your sources are quite astute. Indeed, they have come to negotiate peace. And then? Lu Yinyan pressed eagerly. Did you agree? What do you think? Li Shuo kuntarat. I believe you certainly won't let them off easily. Lu Yinyan asserted confidently. Astute, Li Shuo remarked with a smile. Tang Jinhai has promised to publicly apologize to both you and me tomorrow. A moment of silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by Lu Yinyan's incredulous voice. What? Tang Jinhai actually agreed to apologize publicly? This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 51. The chaotic press conference, there is nothing astonishing about it. Li Shuo's tone remained calm. He had no other choice. Li Shuo, you are truly remarkable. Lu Yinyan exclaimed, her voice brimming with admiration. I can hardly wait to witness Tang Jinhai's apology tomorrow. Isn't it simple to desire such a spectacle? Li Shuo replied with a smile. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the Binhai Grand Hotel. Let us not miss it. As he hung up the phone, the smile on Li Shuo's face deepened. Tang Jinhai's public apology was merely the first step of his meticulously crafted plan. He intended to make the Tang family, along with all those who had previously belittled and humiliated him, pay the requisite price. He dialed Zhou Qianquan's number. Qianquan, please help me contact major media outlets. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the Binhai Grand Hotel, I am convening a press conference. A press conference? Boss, are you revealing your identity? Zhou Qinquan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Not just yet, Li Shuo replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I intend to have Tang Jinhai apologize publicly to both me and Yin Yan. What? Boss, you actually want Tang Jinhai to apologize publicly? That is rather ruthless. Zhou Qinquan exclaimed, astonished. Ruthless? This is merely the beginning. Li Shuo's tone turned icy. By the way, remember to arrange for a live broadcast. I want everyone to witness how the Tang family bows down and admits their mistakes. Understood. Boss, I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Zhou Qinquan's excitement was palpable. He knew a grand performance was about to unfold. The following morning at 10 o'clock, the conference hall of the Binhai Grand Hotel was filled to capacity. Journalists from various media outlets had already set up their cameras, eagerly awaiting Tang Jinhai's public apology. Tang Jinhai and Tang Hao arrived punctually, their expressions grave. Tang Hao appeared particularly haggard, his eyes rimmed with dark circles, clearly having had a restless night. In stark contrast, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan sat calmly at the podium, their demeanor composed, highlighting the stark difference with the Tang father-son duo. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Tang Jinhai trembled as he grasped the microphone. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he began to read the apology statement in a low, quivering voice. I, Tang Jinhai, on behalf of the Tang family, hereby extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Li Shuo and Ms. Lu Yinyan. Tang Jinhai's voice wavered. He acknowledged the injustices the Tang family had previously inflicted upon Li Shuo and expressed his willingness to take full responsibility. He also publicly apologized to Lu Yinyan for his son's reckless actions and assured that such incidents would never recur. Standing beside his father, Tang Hao's face was ashen. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet he understood that he had no room for choice. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and follow his father in admitting fault. The reporters below went into a frenzy, rapidly clicking their cameras, capturing this historic moment. The flashes illuminated the Tang father-son duo's embarrassed faces, rendering them even paler. Just then, a piercing female voice suddenly echoed from the crowd. Tang Jinhai, you old wretch. You actually sacrificed your own son to preserve the Tang family. Are you still a man? The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing a middle-aged woman adorned in exquisite attire, her makeup meticulously applied, who was vehemently berating Tang Jinhai. She was none other than Wang Meiling, the mother of Tang Hao and the wife of Tang Jinhai. Her sudden appearance rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Tang Jinhai's expression darkened further, shocked that his wife would disrupt the situation at such a critical moment. Silence. Tang Jinhai bellowed, his voice echoing with authority. This is not your place to speak. Silence? On what grounds should I remain silent? Wang Meiling retorted defiantly. Tang Hao is my son, and I will never permit you to cast him aside as a scapegoat merely to protect the Tang family. Tang Jinhai trembled with rage, pointing at Wang Meiling. His words caught in his throat. Be quiet, he thundered, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He lunged towards her, seizing her wrist, teeth clenched in fury. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting here? Wang Meiling forcefully shook off his grasp, her voice piercing through the chaos. Nonsense? Tang Jinhai, do you dare claim that I speak untruths? Do you dare assert that you have not committed any wrongs over the years? Do you dare deny your involvement in the Tang family's unsavory dealings? Like a powder keg ignited, Wang Meiling erupted in fury, accusing Tang Jinhai of numerous transgressions. From deceitful business practices to indiscretions in personal life, every detail was laid bare. You old scoundrel, for the sake of profit, you would stoop to any depravity, she cried, her excitement escalating, spittle flying as she resembled a shrewish harpy. The journalists present buzzed with exhilaration, their cameras flashing incessantly, eager not to miss a single captivating moment. This apology conference was more thrilling than any soap opera. Tang Hao stood aside, his face ashen, yet he dared not intervene to halt Wang Meiling, for he knew that every word she uttered bore the weight of truth. In fact, he felt a strange relief at her arrival, as it alleviated the burden of humiliation he had borne alone. Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan observed the scene with detached amusement, a faint smirk gracing their lips. As Tang Jinhai recognized that the situation had spiraled completely out of control, he could do nothing but forcibly drag Wang Meiling out of the venue. She struggled and shouted all the while, her voice piercing the air with sharp intensity. As the press conference concluded, Li Shuo turned to Lu Yanyan beside him. A gentle smile playing on his lips. "Would you care to see my company?" Lu Yanyan shook her head, but Li Shuo grasped her hand, his tone softening. "Cool, me. Let me show you my little company. Perhaps I will need your insights in the future." They exchanged smiles and drove towards Hanhui Company. The news of the Tang family's bankruptcy spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire coastal city. Once a family of great prominence, the Tang household had now become a pariah, shunned by all. Tang Jinhai sought help everywhere, yet encountered repeated setbacks. Former partners now regarded him with the same trepidation one would reserve for a venomous serpent, fearing the misfortune that had befallen the Tang family might taint them as well. Dejected, Tang Hao returned home, collapsing onto the sofa, his gaze vacant. After a long pause, he suddenly sprang to his feet, seized his coat, and dashed out. He intended to find Song Qianqian, for he required her to plead with Li Shuo. Only Li Shuo possessed the power to rescue the Tang family. Meanwhile, far away in her villa, Song Qianqian and son Qian also watched the live broadcast of the press conference. Song Qianqian stood there as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. She could not fathom how matters had escalated to such a dire state. What on earth was happening? Her expression darkened, her voice sharp, as if it had erupted from between clenched teeth. Chapter 52. Unbelievable, this Wang Meiling is truly a lunatic. Sun Qian's complexion turned ashen as she murmured to herself. "It's over. Everything is over." She sank heavily onto the sofa, her mind racing with anxiety over the recent events. Their family was irrevocably tied to the Tang family. If the Tang family faced calamity, they would undoubtedly suffer as well. "Qianqian, what should we do now?" In her state of utter disarray, she instinctively glanced at Song Qianqian beside her. With a grim expression, Song Qianqian replied, "What else can we do? We must hurry to find Tang Hao and see if we can salvage the situation." Upon hearing this, Sun Qian immediately picked up her phone and dialed Tang Hao's number. However, a cold, mechanical female voice responded, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." Both women's expressions shifted dramatically. At that moment, Tang Hao had arrived at the Song family's doorstep, bursting through the door with a look of urgency. "Qianqian, you must find Li Shuo and plead with him to spare the Tang family." Song Qianqian was taken aback by Tang Hao's sudden outburst. "What is going on? Please clarify. What happened at the press conference? Is the Tang family really on the brink of collapse?" Tang Hao did not answer her questions. Instead, he grasped her shoulders, his tone bordering on desperation. "Qianqian, this is not the time for such discussions. You must find Li Shuo. He is our only hope." Despite her confusion, Song Qianqian could see the urgency in Tang Hao's demeanor and decided to comply without further inquiry. Outside the Hanhui Company, Song Qianqian felt a tumult of emotions swirling within her. It seemed as though she had been blind to the true value of things, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. She had not anticipated that merely 2 months after her divorce from Li Shuo, he had successfully established a small to medium-sized company. The office was tastefully decorated, exuding an air of simplicity and elegance, entirely unlike a fledgling enterprise. She recalled her previous disdain for Li Shuo, and now it appeared that she had become the fool in this narrative. Before long, the receptionist escorted Song Qianqian into the conference room. Upon seeing Li Shuo, she instinctively adopted her former haughty demeanor. "Li Shuo, regarding the situation with the Tang family, could you possibly..." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shuo coldly interrupted her. "Song Qianqian, we are divorced. What does the Tang family's predicament have to do with me? Have you come here to revel in my misfortune?" Song Qianqian was left speechless by Li Shuo's merciless sarcasm. She had not expected him to be so indifferent. "Li Shu, I realize I was unkind to you in the past, but the Tang family is genuinely in trouble now. Please help us." Her tone softened, tinged with a hint of desperation. Li Shuo scoffed. "Song Qianqian, do you think I will allow you to manipulate me, as you did before? Are you unaware of how you treated me?" Just then, Lu Yinyan emerged from the office and approached Li Shuo, affectionately linking her arm through his. Brother Li, you mentioned wanting to create a lounge for the office, right? As Lu Yinyan spoke, she finally noticed Song Qianqian standing opposite Li Shuo. Sister, what brings you here? As Song Qianqian observed the intimate gestures of the two, a surge of jealousy welled up within her. Her gaze fixated on Lu Yinyan, who had entwined her arm with Li Shuo's, as if she longed to pierce a hole through their intertwined limbs. Suddenly, she recalled Li Shuo's reaction at the time of their divorce, and only now understood that it was not weakness, but a profound indifference. Biting her lip, Song Qianqian could almost taste the metallic tang of blood. She was utterly bewildered as to how circumstances had devolved into their current state, why the trajectory of events had spiraled beyond her control. Sister, are you here to see brotherly Shuo about something? Lu Yinyan's voice jolted Song Qianqian back to reality. The polite address, at that moment, felt steeped in sarcasm to her ears. Li Shuo, regarding the Tang family matters, you truly cannot. Song Qianqian attempted to speak again, her tone laced with a hint of desperation. You cannot. Li Shuo curtly interrupted her, showing no inclination to hear more. The Tang family's downfall is of their own making. They have no one to blame. But Song Qianqian sought to explain, but was once again cut off by Li Shuo. Security. He raised his voice, and two security personnel promptly appeared behind him. Escort her out. Thus, Song Qianqian was unceremoniously expelled. Standing beneath the towering edifice of the Han Hui Company, a wave of helplessness washed over her as she gazed upward. She was unwilling to surrender, unwilling to lose everything, and even more so, unwilling to be bested by Lu Yinyan. Clenching her lips tightly, she silently vowed to reclaim Li Shuo and retrieve all that was rightfully hers, even if it meant resorting to every conceivable means. Upon returning home, Song Qianqian recounted the events to Tang Hao and Sun Qian. He dared to treat me this way. Tang Hao erupted in fury, unable to accept that Li Shuo, once beneath his heel, now dared to humiliate him so. I will make him pay. Sun Qian, however, sat silently on the sofa, her expression darkened. She had not anticipated Li Shuo's utter callousness. She had forced him into divorce to climb the social ladder of the Tang family. And now that the Tang family had crumbled, he had severed all ties with her. Regret began to gnaw at her, but it was too late for second thoughts. In a fit of rage, Tang Hao stormed out, determined to find someone to exact revenge on Li Shuo for his actions. Meanwhile, after sending Song Qianqian away, Lu Yinyan inquired with concern, Brother Li Shuo, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? Li Shuo chuckled, dismissing her concern. She is merely a foolish jester. But she is. Lu Yinyan hesitated, words caught in her throat. I know what you wish to say, Li Shuo interrupted her, but she is no longer relevant to me. Moreover, concerning the Tang family's affairs, I neither can nor wish to assist. He turned his gaze to the window, his expression contemplative. Some individuals must inevitably pay the price for their actions. Later that evening, Li Shuo received a call from Zhou Qinquan. Boss, Tang Hao has gone to find Mr. He. He likely intends to deal with you. Li Shuo scoffed. Mr. He? Does he really think he stands a chance? The leader. Though Mr. He is merely an information trafficker, he commands a cadre of desperate individuals, which necessitates caution. Zhou Qinquan expressed his concerns. There is no need for worry. Li Shu replied calmly. In fact, I'm curious to see what tricks he can conjure. In a fit of fury, Tang Hao stormed into Mr. He's presence, slamming a bank card onto the table upon their first encounter. This contains 500,000. I need you to assist me with a task. Mr. He picked up the card, scrutinizing it under the light, a greedy smile creeping across his lips. Young Master Tang, feel free to articulate your request. As long as the funds are secured, there is nothing beyond my capability. I need you to teach someone a lesson, to make him understand the consequences of crossing me. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, adding it would be best to break his legs, ensuring he can never again act so arrogantly. Chapter 53. Ambushu is so blind as to offend young Master Tang? Mr. He inquired. A scoundrel by the name of Li Shuo. Tang Hao's eyes flickered with a malevolent glint. He is the worthless husband of Song Qianqian from before. Mr. He pondered for a moment and replied, Is it him again? 500,000 is somewhat insufficient, young Master Tang. Li Shuo has recently been quite formidable, and I hear he is backing The risk on my end is considerable. 1 million. Tang Hao produced another card, stating, I shall pay you another 1 million upon successful completion. Deal. Mr. He immediately acquiesced. 1 million to teach someone a lesson was a lucrative transaction. Money can move mountains, and few would willingly shun it. He quickly arranged for several burly subordinates to prepare an ambush for Li Shuo. On Li Shuo's end, he had long since grasped Tang Hao and Mr. He's plans through Zhou Qianquan. He intentionally allowed Zhou to leak some false information, luring Mr. He's men into a trap. In the evening, Li Shuo drove alone to the outskirts. As night fell, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Suddenly, several black sedans sped up from behind, surrounding Li Shuo's vehicle. A group of thuggish men, brandishing clubs, approached with menacing intent, sealing off any escape route. Li Shuo calmly opened his car door and stepped out. Gentlemen, are you attempting to rob me? He asked nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Enough nonsense. Are you Li Shuo? Someone has paid to have your leg broken. The lead thug growled. Li Shuo smiled slightly. Is it just you lot? Kid, don't push your luck. The thugs charged at him, swinging their clubs. With a swift motion, Li Shuo evaded their attack effortlessly. He struck with lightning speed, and the thugs fell to the ground before they could even close in. The entire encounter was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Subsequently, Li Shuo dialed Zhou Qianquan's number. Kunzi, the task is complete. You can contact the police now. Boss, are you all right? Zhou Qianquan asked with concern. Not a scratch on me, Li Shuo replied casually. By the way, has Mr. He been dealt with? He has been brought to the Blue Sea Mountain Villa, as per your instructions. Excellent. Li Shuo hung up, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He was eager to see what tricks Mr. He would employ. Meanwhile, at a luxurious private villa on Blue Sea Mountain in Binhai City, Mr. He found himself bound tightly and thrown to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He never anticipated being brought here by Gu Li, the young heir of the Binhai business circle, who treated Li Shuo with utmost deference, referring to him as boss. Who exactly is he? Mr. He's heart was filled with dread. In the dimly lit basement, a flickering chandelier cast a ghastly pallor on Mr. He's sweat-soaked face. Bound to a chair, he shook uncontrollably like chaff in the wind. Li Shuo stood before him, toying with a Swiss Army knife, its blade reflecting a chilling glint under the light, sending shivers down Mr. He's spine. How much did Tang Hao pay you? Li Shuo's voice was calm, yet it carried an unsettling sense of pressure. 1 million. Mr. He stammered, the tremor in his teeth unmistakable. 1 million just to buy one of my legs? He truly overestimates me. Li Shuo chuckled softly, a hint of derision lacing his tone. Now tell me, what else did Tang Hao instruct you to do? Mr. He, too frightened to conceal anything, divulged all he knew in a torrent of words. It turned out that Tang Hao, in a bid to curry favor with Chun Ming, had previously directed Mr. He to investigate Chun Ming's competitors and even resorted to sabotage and framing. Furthermore, Tang Hao was implicated in smuggling and massive tax evasion. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo's gaze turned frigid. Excellent, you are quite cooperative. He sheathed the Swiss Army knife and dialed Gu Li's number. Gu Li, we can commence with the Tang family's affairs. I intend to make them pay. After hanging up, Li Shuo addressed Mr. He. You may leave now. Stay close to Tang Hao and inform me of any developments immediately. Mr. He felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling out of the basement in a hurry. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shuo had implanted a listening device on him, rendering all his movements under Li Shuo's control. At the Blue Sea Mountain Villa, having just settled matters with Mr. He, Li Shuo received a call from Lu Yinyan. Li Shuo, are you all right? I heard from Zhou Qianquan that you were attacked. Lu Yinyan's voice was filled with urgency and concern. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Li Shuo reassured her lightly, attempting to alleviate her worries. Minor injury? How can I not be concerned? I'm coming over right away. With that, Lu Yinyan hung up the phone. Within an hour, she arrived at the Blue Sea Mountain Villa. Seeing Li Shuo unharmed, her anxious heart finally settled. Are you truly unscathed? Are you hurt? She scrutinized Li Shuo's body with genuine concern in her eyes. I'm perfectly fine. Do I look injured? Li Shuo smiled as he grasped her hand, his gaze tender. Lu Yinyan then noticed that there were indeed no wounds on Li Shuo's hands, only some abrasions. She let out a sigh of relief and chided. You mustn't take such risks again. Do you know how worried I was? All right, I won't do it again, Li Shuo replied, holding her hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of her palm, his heart gradually calming. Lu Yinyan's presence brought a touch of warmth to Li Shuo's previously cold heart. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, upon learning that Mr. He had been released, not only harbored no suspicions but felt an increasing trust in him. He believed that Li Shuo had been intimidated. Thus let Mr. He go. Mr. He, I owe you a great deal for uncovering Li Shuo's secrets, Tang Hao declared with a smug demeanor. Next, I shall ensure his complete downfall. Mr. He, feigning obedience, could not help but smirk inwardly. Oh, Tang Hao, you will surely regret this in the future. The Tang Group building, once bustling with a constant flow of people and vibrant activity, now stood in somber silence. At this moment, a palpable sense of panic permeated the lobby, where employees huddled in small clusters, whispering anxiously to one another. Have you heard? Our company's stock has plummeted. Indeed, I glanced at it this morning. It has nearly vanished. What could be the reason? Is the company on the brink of collapse? The atmosphere of dread spread like a contagion, transforming the previously orderly office space into a chaotic scene. In the executive conference room, Tang Jinhai's face was ashen as he forcefully slammed a document onto the table. Incompetence. A mere gathering of incompetence. How could the company have descended into such turmoil? Tang Hao shrank back, daring not to utter a word. Chapter 54. A complete break. The stock of the Tang Group plummeted like a diver from a high platform, exhibiting no signs of halting its descent. Investors, gripped by panic, hastily liquidated their holdings, fearful of becoming the last unfortunate buyer. The Tang Group, once a formidable commercial empire, now teetered on the brink of collapse. The ominous shadow of bankruptcy loomed over every employee. Tang Jinhai sat in the conference room, his expression dark and foreboding, his gaze slicing through the gathered executives like a blade. Speak up. What are we to do now? He bellowed, his voice trembling with fury. The executives bowed their heads, rendered mute by fear, none daring to provoke his wrath. These individuals, who typically engaged in grandiloquent discourse and strategic pontification, now resembled withered vegetables, deflated and despondent. Dad, this cannot be solely my fault. Market fluctuations are unpredictable. Tang Hao timidly interjected, attempting to shift the blame onto the elusive market forces. Nonsense. Tang Jinhai slammed his palm onto the table, causing the water in the teacup to ripple violently. Market fluctuations? I believe it is our missteps with certain individuals that have led us to this predicament. Although seething with anger, Tang Jinhai understood that this was not the moment for assigning blame. He forced himself to suppress his rage and addressed the assembly once more. Is there no solution? Have you all lost your voices? The conference room remained enveloped in a heavy silence, the attendees exchanging glances, yet none dared to speak. Meanwhile, Guli sat in his office, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He gazed at the stock chart of the Tang Group on his computer screen, reveling in the sight of a floundering prey. He picked up the phone, his tone icy as he commanded, "Continue to apply pressure. Do not afford them a moment's respite." The Tang Group's partners, sensing blood in the water like sharks, swiftly tore up contracts and reveled in their downfall. 3 days later, the Tang Group's financial lifeline was severed completely. Tang Jinhai sought assistance far and wide, only to find that former friends and allies now shunned him. Desperate, Tang Hao recalled his fiancée, Song Qianqian. He drove to her family's villa, only to be met with a cold reception. Ultimately, it was Sun Qian, Song Qianqian's mother, who emerged. "Oh, if at ISNT, the young master of the Tang family. What brings you to our humble abode?" Sun Qian remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Tang Hao plastered a sycophantic smile across his face. "Auntie, I came to see Qianqian. I have some matters to discuss with her." "Discuss? What is there to discuss?" "How to go bankrupt together." Sun Qian retorted mercilessly. "Your family is in no position to concern itself with others. Let's not forget that your misfortunes have caused our company's stock to plummet alongside yours. Auntie, please, could you allow Qianqian to lend a hand? After all, our families." Tang Hao attempted to plead further. Families? Who are you to speak of families? Sun Qian interrupted, her eyes filled with disdain. Qian has made her decision. She intends to annul your engagement. From now on, paths will diverge. Your family's affairs are of no concern to the Song family. With that, Sun Qian turned to retreat indoors, but Tang Hao hurried after her, grasping her arm in desperation. Aunt, please reconsider, Qian. Sun Qian abruptly shook off Tang Hao's hand, her disgust evident as she brushed her arm as if it had come into contact with something filthy. Reconsider? What is there to deliberate? With the current state of the Tang family, do you still wish to elevate yourselves to our Qian's level? You ought to take a good look at yourselves. Sun Qian scornfully rebuked. Hurry and leave. Don't dirty our floors. Tang Hao felt his face flush with humiliation from Sun Qian's words, yet he dared not retaliate, retreating from the Song residence with his tail between his legs. He aimlessly drove through the streets, his mind a chaotic whirl. The crisis facing the Tang group, coupled with the annulment of his engagement to Song Qian, loomed over him like two insurmountable mountains, suffocating him. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, unleashing a desperate roar. In the conference room of the Tang group, the atmosphere was tense, akin to the stillness before a storm. Tang Zhenhai sat upright, his face ashen, confronted by the skeptical gazes of the shareholders. He feigned composure as he attempted to elucidate the company's financial predicament, striving to restore the shareholders' faith. However, before he could finish his explanation, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. Several uniformed police officers strode in, making a beeline for Tang Zhenhai. Mr. Tang, we have received reports alleging your involvement in commercial fraud and illegal fundraising. Please accompany us, the lead officer stated, his tone grave and unyielding. Tang Zhenhai's face drained of color in an instant. He opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. Dejectedly, he rose, escorted out of the conference room by the police. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the shareholders present were left in shock, the room erupting in confusion. When Tang Hao arrived at the Tang group, he was met with this chaotic spectacle. A throng of reporters had gathered at the entrance. Cameras trained on the company's doors, flashes illuminating the scene. Employees clustered in small groups, murmuring anxiously, their faces betraying unease and worry. Have you heard? The chairman has been taken away by the police. What's going on? Is the company going under? What about my mortgage? My child still needs to go to school. As Tang Hao listened to their conversations, a dull roar filled his head, a tremendous pressure rendering him breathless. He pushed through the crowd and entered the company, grabbing an employee by the shoulder, his voice urgent. What is happening? Why was my father taken by the police? The employee, startled by Tang Hao's sudden action, stammered. Tang Xiao, I'm not sure. I just heard that the chairman is involved in some sort of commercial fraud. Tang Hao released the employee, his expression darkening as he strode toward his office. Upon entering, he slammed his fist onto the desk with a resounding crash. Li Shuo, it must be Li Shuo's doing. Tang Hao seethed through clenched teeth. Who else possesses such power to have my father taken by the police? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Li Shuo was orchestrating this entire affair. He recalled the disdainful look Li Shuo had cast at him in the hotel, along with the ominous warning, just you wait. It appears that Li Shuo had already begun to devise his revenge back then, and that wretched Song Qian. In a fit of rage, Tang Hao violently kicked over the chair before him and bellowed. When she became engaged to me, her words were so sweet, proclaiming that she would marry no one but me. Yet now, at the first sign of trouble, she has turned her back on me, refusing even to meet my gaze. She must have been conspiring with Li Shuo all along. At this moment, Tang Hao's heart was filled with fury and hatred. He felt as if he had been thoroughly deceived by both Li Shuo and Song Qian. He vowed to exact revenge upon them, ensuring they would pay the price. Li Shuo, Song Qian, you had better brace yourselves. I, Tang Hao, shall not rest until I see you both utterly destroyed. Chapter 55. Transformation within the confines of Han Hui Company. Li Shuo sat leisurely in his office, savoring a cup of coffee. Zhou Qinquan was at his desk, attending to company affairs. Boss, do you think the Tang family can recover from this? Zhou Qinquan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he set down the documents in his hands. Li Shuo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Recover? It's impossible. The Tang family is utterly finished this time. And what a Tang Hao. What will he do? Zhou Qinkuan pressed on. Li Shuo took a sip of his coffee, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He'll likely resort to desperate measures. However, his time is running out. Just then, Li Shuo's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a playful smirk crept across his face. Hello, Tang Hao. What brings you to call me? Li Shuo's tone was light, yet carried an undertone of seriousness. On the other end of the line, Tang Hao's voice was laced with fury and resentment. Li Shuo, you bastard. You caused my father's arrest and destroyed the Tang family. I will not rest until I make you pay. Tang Hao, Li Shuo interjected smoothly. One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Your father's predicament is his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. As for your family, Li Shuo paused, his tone turning icy. That is a result of your own mismanagement, and you have no one to blame but yourselves. Stop pretending. I know you orchestrated all of this. Tang Hao roared. Just wait. I will ensure you face the consequences. Li Shu shukalat coldly. I await that moment. However, I advise you to contemplate how to preserve your own life first. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Zhou Qinkuan observed Li Shuo with concern, voicing his apprehension. Boss, Tang Hao is not to be underestimated. I fear he. Li Shuo interrupted, a light laugh escaping his lips. Fear him? Can he truly turn the tide? He is merely a rabid dog. Nonetheless, caution is the mother of safety. He paused, a glimmer of coldness crossing his gaze. Arrange for a few individuals to keep watch near Yan Yan's residence. Should he dare to act recklessly, break his legs. Understood. Zhou Qinkuan acknowledged, promptly setting about to deploy personnel. Meanwhile, Tang Hao raged in his office like a caged beast, smashing documents and ornaments into smithereens. Glass shards littered the floor, reflecting his contorted, furious visage. Li Shuo, Song Qianqian, I will destroy you both. He screamed in a fit of hysteria, as if attempting to expel all his pent-up anger. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed Song Qianqian's number, only to be met with a cold, mechanical voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Time and again, the same result met his ears. Damn it, Tang Hao roared, hurling his phone to the ground, shattering the screen instantly. It was then that he realized he had been blocked by Song Qianqian. Consumed by rage, he seized an ashtray from the desk and hurled it against the wall. Damn it, you'll pay for this, you wretched woman. Simultaneously, chaos reigned within Song Qianqian's company. The Tang family's downfall had precipitated a plummet in stock prices, severely impacting the Song Group, which had collaborative projects with the Tang family. Sitting in her office, Song Qianqian's pallid complexion and icy hands and feet were unmistakable signs of her distress. She gazed at the incessantly plummeting stock graph on her computer screen, her heart racing perilously close to a standstill. How could this be happening? How could this be happening? She murmured to herself, tears of regret cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. If only she had not divorced Li Shuo, would she still be the illustrious young lady of the Song family? Would she not be in this dire predicament, feeling utterly isolated and overwhelmed? Memories of Li Shuo's kindness flooded her mind, juxtaposed with the cold detachment in his eyes as he departed, twisting her heart in anguish. At that moment, her phone rang again, the screen illuminating with the name Tang Hao. With a look of disdain, Song Qianqian furrowed her brow and decisively pressed the reject button. She promptly added Tang Hao's number to her blacklist. Even now, he dares to reach out to me? A bitter laugh escaped her lips. What a useless fool. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. This was no time for regrets. Her immediate priority was to salvage the company. Notify all department managers. We must convene an emergency meeting at once. She instructed her secretary, and have the technical department work through the night to stabilize the stock price. As her secretary hurried away, Song Qianqian wearily rubbed her temples, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was enjoying dinner at an upscale Western restaurant with Lu Yinyan. Yinyan, do try this foie gras. It is exquisite, Li Shuo said gently as he sliced the delicacy and placed it on her plate. Lu Yinyan beamed, delicately spearing a piece with her fork and savoring it. This foie gras melts in your mouth. It's delightful, she exclaimed, setting down her fork. her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Shuo watched her contented expression, warmth blossoming in his heart. If you like it, do indulge a little more. Suddenly, Lu Yinyan recalled something and asked, somewhat incredulously, by the way, Li Shuo, I heard that the Tang family has gone bankrupt. Is that true? Li Shuo sipped his red wine, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the news is accurate. The Tang family was quite prominent in Binhai. It's surprising to see their downfall. Lu Yinyan still found it hard to believe, her tone tinged with astonishment. Li Shuo chuckled lightly. In this world, what goes around comes around. He offered no further explanation, merely casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yinyan. She thought little of it, attributing the Tang family's misfortune to their own mismanagement. Then, another thought struck her. Oh, I also heard that the Guo family is facing difficulties. It seems they've offended someone and are suffering setbacks in business. Oh, the Guo family is in trouble too? Li Shuo feigned surprise. Though he was keenly aware of the situation, the Tang family's predicament was likely orchestrated by Wang Guozheng. It was unexpected that the Guo family would also be caught in the crossfire. It seemed Wang Guozheng was ruthless. Perhaps it was time to arrange a meeting with him before things spiraled further out of control. Yes, I wonder who possesses such power to simultaneously take down both the Tang and Guo families, Lu Yinyan mused. In truth, the affairs of the Guo family were orchestrated by her. Originally, Lu Yinyan intended to discreetly suppress the news regarding the impending bankruptcy of the Guo family. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Tang family also faced bankruptcy. Thus, it would be prudent to intertwine these two events, sparing her the exertion of pursuing alternative strategies. Moreover, her company, valued at 20 billion, remained largely unknown to anyone except Sun Qian and Song Qianqian. It is preferable to maintain a low profile, much like brotherly Shuo. He is adept in his endeavors, eloquent in his discourse, and within a brief span, transformed Han Hui into a small to medium-sized enterprise. Yet, he remains humble and never ostentatious. In her heart, Lu Yinyan found herself increasingly fond of brotherly Shuo. However, did he, like her, harbor similar feelings? Chapter 56. I'm trying to like you, Li Shuo smiled subtly. The coastal waters were far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to indulge in the exquisite cuisine, the atmosphere relaxed and delightful. Unbeknownst to them, in a black sedan parked outside the restaurant, a hidden camera was capturing their every move. Inside the vehicle, a man clad in black sent the captured images along with a brief message. The target is dining with Lu Yinyan. At that moment, Song Qianqian sat at her office, overwhelmed with anxiety. She felt as though she stood at the edge of a cliff, on the verge of plunging into an abyss. Just as despair began to consume her, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a message from a private investigator. The photo revealed Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan seated in a Western restaurant, laughing and sharing intimate gestures. The gaze Lu Yinyan cast at Li Shuo was filled with affection. Seeing this scene ignited a fire of jealousy within Song Qianqian. She clenched her phone tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Wretched woman, seductress, it's all you're doing. You've stolen my husband and ruined everything. She seethed through gritted teeth, abruptly rising to her feet, snatching her coat, and storming out of the office. President Song, where are you going? Her secretary called after her. But Song Qianqian shouted back without looking, don't mind me. All she wanted was to confront Lu Yinyan and unleash her fury upon this interloper. After dinner, Li Shuo gallantly pulled out a chair for Lu Yinyan. Shall we? I'll drive you back. Lu Yinyan nodded, her cheeks flushed, and the two walked side by side out of the restaurant, enveloped in the cool evening air by the coast. Upon reaching the entrance of Lu Yinyan's residential complex, she suggested taking a stroll home. Li Shuo agreed, parking the car, and they ventured into the community. The streetlights elongated their shadows, with occasional vehicles passing by. The fleeting headlights illuminated their slightly bashful faces. Lu Yinyan attempted several times to reach for Li Shuo's hand, her fingertips grazing the hem of his clothing, only to retract as if shocked. Stealing a glance at him, her heart raced like a little rabbit. Li Shuo observed her every movement, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took her hand in his, the warmth of his touch sending her heart racing even faster. Now we are officially a couple, he said gently, with a hint of teasing. You need not be so reserved. Lu Yinyan's face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple. She murmured, "Li Shuo, I know," he interrupted softly. "I'm also trying very hard to. Like you." The last 3 words slipped from his lips lightly, yet they rippled across Lu Yinyan's tranquil heart like a stone cast into a still lake. She lifted her gaze, the streetlight casting a halo over Li Shuo's face, accentuating his sharp features and enhancing his allure. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and her heart raced as though it might burst from her chest. She rose on her tiptoes and swiftly placed a kiss on Li Shuo's cheek, then, like a startled fawn, blushed and dashed away. "Message me when you get home," she called back, her voice laced with a hint of shyness and exhilaration. Li Shuo stood frozen, his fingertips seemingly lingering with the softness of Lu Yinyan's touch. He raised his hand to caress the cheek that had been kissed, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had felt such a stirring in his heart. Shaking his head, he turned and walked towards his vehicle. He started the engine and drove away slowly. All of this was witnessed by Song Qianqian, who sat in a BMW parked on the roadside. She stared intently at the retreating silhouette of the car, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white. "Wretched woman! Fox spirit!" Song Qianqian hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. Suddenly, she flung open the car door and strode towards Lu Yinyan's building. Tang Hao's car trailed behind Song Qianqian at a distance. Earlier that afternoon, Tang Hao had instructed his assistant to investigate Song Qianqian's movements, and upon discovering her whereabouts, he had begun to send people to follow her. Seeing Song Qianqian abruptly stop, he too came to a halt, pondering to himself, "What scheme is this woman concocting now?" Song Qianqian stormed out of the car, her high heels striking the ground with a sharp sound. She hastened to Lu Yinyan's residence. Lu Yinyan hummed the cheerful tune, her heart light with joy as she made her way home. Her date with Li Shuo that evening felt dreamlike, overwhelming her with sweetness and happiness. Upon reaching the entrance of her building, she fished out her keys to unlock the door when suddenly someone grasped her wrist tightly. "Lu Yinyan." Song Qianqian's voice pierced the night, sharp and grating, akin to nails on a chalkboard, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Yinyan barely had time to react before a resounding slap struck her face. The sharp crack echoed in the stillness of the night, startlingly jarring. Lu Yinyan stood dazed, clutching her face. Having never been struck before, she was bewildered. Growing up in the countryside with her grandfather, she had always been treated kindly by the villagers. Even upon returning to the city, though Sun Qian did not favor her, she had never resorted to violence. "What are you doing?" Lu Yinyan seethed, a surge of indignation rising within her at such treatment. "You wretched vixen," Song Qianqian spat, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yinyan. "You seduce my husband and shatter my family. How dare you question me?" Lu Yinyan let out a cold laugh. "Your husband? Li Shuo has divorced you. He is now my boyfriend. Please get your facts straight." "You lie," Song Qianqian screamed. "Li Shuo is mine. He will always be mine. You, a mere mistress, will never take him from me." Lu Yinyan regarded the hysterical woman before her with disgust. Initially, she had intended to speak reasonably, but Song Qianqian's actions had thoroughly provoked her. Grasping Song Qianqian's wrist, she executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending Song Qianqian crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" Song Qianqian cried out, landing in a disheveled heap. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Hao witnessed the scene before him, involuntarily drawing a sharp breath. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Lu Yinyan possessed such formidable prowess. He silently rejoiced at his decision to refrain from direct confrontation with her. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Lu Yinyan clapped her hands, looking down imperiously at the prostrate Song Qianqian, and coldly inquired, "What madness possesses you to create such a scene beneath my residence at this hour? Who do you think you are?" Struggling to rise from the ground, Song Qianqian pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yinyan, her voice dripping with venom as she declared, "Lu Yinyan, you have taken my Li Shuo, and I shall not let you go unpunished." Lu Yinyan scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Li Shuo was never yours to begin with. What right do you have to accuse me of theft? It is you who remains entangled with Tang Hao, and yet you have the audacity to cast aspersions upon me? Chapter 57. Abduction You. Song Qianqian found herself momentarily speechless, stifled by Lu Yinyan's words. Lacking the desire to continue their quarrel, Lu Yinyan turned to ascend the stairs. "Stop right there," Song Qianqian shouted, her unwillingness palpable. "What makes you think you are so special? You are merely a country bumpkin. Why do you have to compete with me?" Lu Yinyan paused, turning back to cast a cold, piercing gaze at Song Qianqian. "What of it if I hail from the countryside? Through my own diligence, I have established 2 companies valued at several hundred billion. And you? What capabilities do you possess aside from relying on your family's connections?" You. The sting of Lu Yinyan's words pierced Song Qianqian's pride. Having been pampered like a princess all her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Trembling with rage, her finger quivered as it pointed accusingly at Lu Yinyan, reminiscent of leaves shivering in an autumn breeze. "What give you the right to judge me? You are nothing but a mistress?" Lu Yinyan raised an eyebrow, interjecting with a tone laced with mockery. "At least I conduct myself with integrity, unlike some who profess love for their husbands while flirting with other men." "You lie," Song Qianqian screeched, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Lu Yinyan shrugged dismissively, exhibiting indifference. "Whether it is a lie or not, you know in your heart. Where is Tang Hao at this moment? Perhaps lurking in some shadow, spying on us?" Tang Hao, concealed in the darkness, felt a jolt of panic at Lu Yinyan's sharp observation. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. The names Lu Yinyan and Li Shuo were like venomous thorns embedded in his heart. Were it not for them, how could the Tang family have fallen into ruin? How could he have descended from the esteemed 3rd young master of the Tang family to a wretched stray? As he watched the 2 women tear into each other, a twisted sense of satisfaction began to swell within him. A mad thought flitted through his mind. To abduct them. He envisioned them trembling before him, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Tang Hao cautiously emerged from his hiding place, gradually drawing closer to the arguing women. "Lu Yinyan, don't get too complacent. One day, I will make you kneel and beg." Song Qianqian shrieked in hysteria. "Oh, is that so? I await that day," Lu Yinyan retorted with disdain, clearly unperturbed by Song Qianqian's threats. "Silence!" Tang Hao suddenly bellowed, charging out from behind them. Startled, both Song Qianqian and Lu Yinyan spun around, only to find Tang Hao had inexplicably appeared at their backs. He brandished a glinting dagger, his fierce gaze locking onto them like a predator eyeing its prey. "Tang Hao, what do you intend to do?" Song Qianqian queried, her voice trembling with fear. Tang Hao let out a cold, mirthless laugh without answering and lunged towards Lu Yinyan. In his view, she was the root of all his troubles. If he could overpower her, Song Qianqian would naturally not dare resist. Although Lu Yinyan possessed considerable skill, she was ultimately caught off guard, and Tang Hao seized her, pressing a dagger against her neck. "Do not move," Tang Hao growled menacingly, "or I shall take her life." Song Qianqian, pale with fear, trembled uncontrollably, daring not to utter a sound. "Tang Hao, have you lost your mind?" Lu Yinyan managed to maintain a semblance of calm, though a subtle quiver betrayed her composure. "Indeed, I have lost my mind. You both have driven me to madness." Tang Hao bellowed, his eyes wild with fury. "You wretched harlots have destroyed everything I held dear, and I shall make you pay dearly for it." He tightened his grip around Lu Yinyan's neck, pulling her backward. "Tang Hao, what are you doing?" Song Qianqian finally summoned the courage to shout. "I will give you whatever you desire. Just release Lu Yinyan." In her mind, Song Qianqian thought of the numerous projects the Song family depended upon Lu Yinyan. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell disaster for the Song family. Tang Hao sneered. "Now you plead for me? It is too late." He dragged Lu Yinyan toward a van parked at the roadside. "Get in." Tang Hao thrust Lu Yinyan into the vehicle and seized Song Qianqian, pulling her in as well. He brutally bound the 2 together, then started the engine and sped away from the scene. The interior of the van was steeped in silence, punctuated only by Tang Hao's heavy breaths and the soft sobs of Lu Yinyan and Song Qianqian. As Tang Hao drove recklessly, time seemed to stretch on until the vehicle finally came to a halt. He yanked the 2 women from the car and shoved them into an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was dark and damp, the air thick with a musty odor that felt stifling. Tang Hao tied them to a central pillar within the warehouse, then lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Tang Hao, what do you intend to do? Lu Yinyan asked coldly, her eyes blazing with anger and disdain. What do you think I am here for? It is for revenge. Tang Hao harshly discarded the cigarette, but extinguishing it beneath his foot. You two vile creatures, one who deceived my heart, and the other who ruined my fortune. Today, you shall pay with your blood. Meanwhile, Li Shuo hummed a cheerful tune as he drove towards the hotel. His phone vibrated, displaying an incoming call from Zhou Qianquan. Hello, boss, what are you up to? Zhou Qianquan's voice was as exuberant as ever. Heading home, what's the matter? Li Shuo replied with a flat tone. Don't go home. Come to Yingshan Club. Guli and I are here. It's been ages since we all hung out. You must join us today. Li Shuo chuckled in resignation at their boundless energy. I want to be going. You two enjoy yourselves. I'm a bit tired today. Don't be like that, boss. We rarely gather. You must come. Zhou Qianquan insisted. Guli even said he wants to challenge you to a golf match. Just then, Guli snatched the phone, urging boss, please come. Think of it as a way to unwind. With all the recent business association matters, you deserve a break. Li Shuo hesitated when suddenly his phone buzzed with an encrypted message from the bodyguard responsible for safeguarding Lu Yinyan. The target has been taken hostage by a man. There is also a woman on site, suspected to be Song Qianqian. They are currently heading westward. Instructions required. Li Shuo's expression shifted dramatically, his knuckles whitening around the steering wheel. Lu Yinyan was in peril. Boss, what's wrong? Speak to us. On the other end, Zhou Qianquan and Guli Chan sensed Li Shuo's distress and inquired anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuo suppressed the fury boiling within him and replied in a frigid tone, Yinyan is in trouble. She has been taken hostage. I do not have time to explain. Immediately dispatch personnel to search the westward route. Notify me of any developments at once. With that, Li Shuo slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 58. The despicable scoundrel, the once tranquil journey home, was suddenly engulfed in an atmosphere of peril. On the other end of the line, Zhou Qianquan and Guli swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning grave. Those who dared to lay hands on the boss were courting death. Zhou Qianquan slammed his fist on the table, cursing vehemently. Guli responded in a low voice. I will immediately arrange for personnel to conduct a search. Qianquan, go find someone to retrieve the surveillance footage from the road. Let us see if we can uncover any clues. Understood. Zhou Qianquan sprang into action without hesitation. He soon located the footage of Lu Yinyan being abducted. The video revealed Lu Yinyan and Song Qianqian being forcibly taken into a van by a man wielding a dagger. Damn it! That bastard Tang Hao! Zhou Qianquan recognized the captor immediately, his anger flaring. Guli, upon viewing the footage, turned pale and gritted his teeth, declaring, This scoundrel will pay dearly for his actions. The two promptly forwarded the surveillance footage to Li Shuo and mobilized their respective teams to conduct a thorough search for Tang Hao and Lu Yinyan. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was racing towards the west of the city at breakneck speed. He maintained constant communication with Zhou Qianquan and Guli, eager to receive updates on the search progress. Boss, our men have sealed off all exits to the west. Tang Hao cannot escape. Zhou Qianquan's voice crackled through the phone. Good. Continue the search and inform me immediately of any leads. Li Shuo pressed the accelerator to the floor, the tires screeching against the pavement. He eventually came to a sudden halt at the periphery of an abandoned factory, surveying the desolate surroundings, overgrown with weeds and despondent. He noted only a few crows circling ominously overhead, emitting eerie cries. He swiftly contacted Zhou Qianquan and Guli. I have arrived at the target location. Surround the factory. But remember, do not alert the enemy. Wait for my signal before acting. Understood. Zhou Qianquan and Guli replied in unison. Li Shuo ended the call, his gaze as cold as a drawn sword. He stealthily infiltrated the factory, moving like a panther through the shadows, keenly observing everything around him. Inside the factory, Tang Hao was bellowing at Lu Yinyan and Song Qianqian. Hurry and call Li Shuo. Tell him to transfer all shares of Han Wei to me. Otherwise, I will ensure that both of you. His lecherous gaze roamed over the two, sending chills down their spines. Lu Yinyin tightly clasped Song Qianqian's hand, striving to maintain her composure, though her trembling body betrayed her inner terror. Song Qianqian, pale and trembling, could not utter a single word. Tang Hao, please calm down. Lu Yinyin attempted to sound composed. The shares of Han Hui are not solely at my discretion. Even if I contact Li Shuo, he may not acquiesce to your demands. Stop the nonsense. Tang Hao slammed his hand on the table, roaring. Do you think I'm a fool? Li Shuo is your boyfriend now. He would do anything for you. Hurry and make the call. Lu Yinyin took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She understood that now was not the time to provoke Tang Hao. She must find a way to buy time and await Li Shuo's rescue. All right, I will call. Trembling, Lu Yinyin retrieved her phone and dialed Li Shuo's number. Meanwhile, Li Shuo had already infiltrated the factory's interior, concealing himself behind a pile of discarded building materials. Observing the situation within, although Tang Hao's bodyguards were numerous, they were lackadaisical, some even dozing off, exhibiting a remarkably low level of vigilance. A rabble of incompetence. A cold smile graced Li Shuo's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. Just then, Zhou Qinquan and Guli arrived at the factory's perimeter with their men. They reported to Li Shuo via earpiece, "Boss, we are in position and ready to act at any moment." Li Shuo whispered, "Wait a moment until I give the signal." Simultaneously, within the Tang family villa, on the other end of the line, Tang Jinhai was frantically directing his subordinates to raise funds, his tone laden with exhaustion and anxiety. "Faster! We must gather 500 million within the hour. Otherwise, the Tang family is finished." Suddenly, Zhou Qinquan's call came through, and Tang Jinhai answered impatiently. "What is it?" "I am very busy. Tang Hao has kidnapped Lu Yinyin and Song Qianqian," Zhou Qinquan stated coldly, without any hesitation. The other end of the line fell silent, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Tang Jinhai. All his agitation and fatigue transformed into disbelief. "What did you say?" "Tang Hao has lost his mind. He is at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. You had better call him immediately and demand he release them." Zhou Qinquan's voice remained icy, carrying a note of warning. If the Tang family wished to maintain their standing in Binhai, they had best not provoke those they should not. Tang Jinhai's complexion fluctuated between green and white. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his fury. "Zhou Qinquan, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me?" "I am merely stating a fact," Zhou Qinquan replied indifferently. Tang Hao's foolish actions had crossed the line. If he did not cease immediately, the consequences would be beyond what your family could endure. "You!" Tang Jinhai trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. He understood that Zhou Qinquan's background was unfathomable, and he could not afford to provoke him. If something truly went awry, the Tang family would face irrevocable ruin. Beeping echoed as Zhou Qinquan abruptly ended the call, leaving Tang Jinhai fuming alone on the other end. Tang Hao, you wretched fool." Tang Jinhai slammed his phone to the ground, his face ashen. He could hardly believe that his inept son would engage in such foolishness. He immediately dialed Tang Hao's number, and when the call connected, he forced down his anger and bellowed, "Tang Hao, what are you doing? Release Lu Yinyin and Song Qianqian at once. Do you hear me?" On the other end, Tang Hao seemed taken aback, laughing arrogantly. "Dad, how did you know?" "Cut the nonsense. Regardless of your actions, release them at once. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Tang Jinhai Bao Lao. "Father, please remain calm. I merely wish for Li Shuo to transfer his shares of Han Hui to me. Once he acquiesces, I shall immediately set them free," Tang Hao replied, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "You!" Tang Jinhai was so infuriated he nearly coughed up blood. "You wretched child! Are you even aware of what you are doing? Do you comprehend who Lu Yinyin is? How dare you kidnap her? You are playing with fire. Father, do not frighten me. Li Shuo is currently in a precarious situation. He wouldn't dare take any action against me," Tang Hao stated nonchalantly. "As long as I acquire the shares of Han Hui, our Tang family shall rise again. Who will dare to look down upon us then?" Chapter 59. Rescue You. Tang Jinhai trembled with rage, fully aware that his son had completely lost his mind, heedless of any counsel. "Tang Hao, I warn you for the last time. Release them immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Tang Zhenhai gritted his teeth as he spoke. Dad, you needn't intimidate me, Before Tang Hao could finish his sentence, a deafening noise erupted from the other end of the line, followed by a chilling scream from him. Tang Zhenhai's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what has happened? Tang Hao's scream abruptly ceased, and a cacophony of sounds filled the line, soon followed by a busy signal. Tang Zhenhai's face turned pale, sensing the gravity of the situation. He rushed toward the abandoned factory in the west of the city. At that moment, while Tang Hao was reveling in his perceived triumph, boasting about his cunning plan, he let down his guard. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yinyan and Song Qianqian, previously under his tight control, began to make their escape. Lu Yinyan discreetly shifted her bound hands, gradually rubbing against the rope. Song Qianqian mimicked her, desperately striving to break free. Finally, during a brief pause in Tang Hao's phone call, Lu Yinyan managed to free herself from the ropes. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a nearby brick and struck Tang Hao forcefully on the back of his head. Ow! Tang Hao cried out in agony, his phone clattering to the floor. He clutched his head in disbelief, staring at Lu Yinyan. Seizing the moment, Song Qianqian also freed herself and, upon witnessing Lu Yinyan's actions, screamed in terror and fled, disregarding Lu Yinyan entirely. Qianqian, you! Lu Yinyan was taken aback by his Song Qianqian's abandonment. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly realized that lamenting was not an option now. Though injured, Tang Hao was not incapacitated. He roared in fury, seizing Lu Yinyan by her hair and throwing her to the ground with ferocity. Wretched woman, how dare you strike me? Tang Hao's expression twisted with rage as he raised his hand to strike Lu Yinyan. Lu Yinyan was violently slammed to the ground, the back of her head hitting the floor with a dull thud. Darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly lost consciousness. Tang Hao's sinister laughter echoed in the air. You got some guts. Do you think you can challenge me? Just wait, I will end you today. He lifted his foot, preparing to kick Lu Yinyan. Recovering from her shock, Song Qianqian screamed and turned to flee the warehouse. The sound of her high heels echoed sharply against the concrete, resembling the relentless beat of a war drum. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape. The farther, the better. Outside the warehouse, Li Shuo, Zhou Qinquan, and Guli were preparing to storm in. Suddenly, the warehouse door was flung open. Song Qianqian stumbled out, her face streaked with tears, her makeup in disarray, resembling a refugee fleeing disaster. Li Shuo. Upon seeing Li Shuo, Song Qianqian lunged into his arms, clinging to him tightly, trembling uncontrollably. I was so scared. Li Shuo furrowed his brow, emanating an icy aura. Without hesitation, he pushed Song Qianqian aside, his tone frigid. Where is Lu Yinyan? Song Qianqian stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She looked up at Li Shuo with a face full of grievance, sobbing, She's inside. Tang Hao wants to hit her. Li Shuo's gaze turned steely. Without uttering another word, he rushed into the warehouse with Zhou Qinquan and Guli. Inside the warehouse, Tang Hao was poised to kick Lu Yinyan. Suddenly, the large door was flung open, and a figure darted in like lightning, seizing Tang Hao's ankle and twisting it forcefully. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Tang Hao's ankle was violently broken. He let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony while clutching his injured ankle. Li Shuo didn't cast a glance at Tang Hao, swiftly approaching Lu Yinyan and helping her to her feet. Are you all right? Li Shuo's voice contained a barely perceptible note of concern. Lu Yinyan shook her head, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine. That's good to hear. Li Shuo sighed in relief, turning to Zhou Qinquan and Guli. Take him away. Zhou Qinquan and Guli, one on each side, hoisted Tang Hao like a lifeless dog and dragged him out of the warehouse. His shrieks echoed mournfully in the vast space. Li Shuo supported Lu Yinyan as they exited the warehouse, and Song Qianqian hurried over, her face etched with concern. Yinyan, are you okay? Lu Yinyan glanced at Song Qianqian, her expression complex, remaining silent. The image of Song Qianqian abandoning her to flee earlier left her feeling quite unsettled. I'm fine. Thank you, Li Shuo. Li Shuo draped his coat over Lu Yinyan and assisted her out of the warehouse. Outside, Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li had already restrained Tang Hao. Li Shuo turned to Song Qianqian, his voice as cold as ice. You had better give me an explanation. Song Qianqian's face paled as she stammered. I was scared. Scared? Li Shuo laughed mockingly. You were scared, so you left her behind to escape? Song Qianqian, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Song Qianqian bit her lip, unable to meet Li Shuo's gaze. Ignoring her further, Li Shuo walked toward his car. Just as he was about to open the door, a black sedan halted in front of them. The door swung open, and Tang Junhai stepped out. As he alighted, a hypocritical smile plastered across his face. He rubbed his hands together and approached Li Shuo. Li Shuo, I sincerely apologize. My son is rather thoughtless and has caused you trouble. His tone was laced with a hint of obsequiousness, yet a cruel glint lurked in his eyes. Li Shuo shot him a cold glance. His voice as sharp as ice shards. Mr. Tang, I have no interest in your idle chatter. Keep your son in check. Do not let him harass Lu Yinyan again, or you will bear the consequences. The smile on Tang Junhai's face froze, anger surging within him. Who was Tang Junhai? A formidable figure in Binhai City. He had never endured such indignity. Yet, when he recalled Li Shuo's decisive methods and the inscrutable background he possessed, he forcibly swallowed his words. Li Shu, your remarks are rather discourteous. I have come today with genuine intent to resolve the issue. Resolve the issue? Li Shu interrupta. A mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Tang, your son has kidnapped Lu Yinyan, and this is not a matter that can be settled with mere apologies. I will not let today's events go unaddressed. Tang Junhai's face turned ashen. His fists clenched so tightly that they cracked ominously. However, he ultimately refrained from lashing out, merely casting a fierce glare at Li Shuo before falling silent. Chapter 60. They shall not have it easy, Zhou, Qianquan, and Gu Li. You shall remain to handle this matter. We must ensure that Tang Hao pays the price. Li Shuo's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Understood. Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement. They had long harbored disdain for Tang Hao, and today presented an opportunity to teach him a thorough lesson. Upon seeing Li Shuo preparing to depart, Song Qianqian rushed over. Her voice laced with a plaintive tone. Li Shuo, I wish to accompany you. Li Shuo did not spare her a glance, his voice icy. You are unworthy. I shall arrange for someone to escort you home. Song Qianqian's complexion paled, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with grievance. She watched as Li Shuo carefully assisted Lu Yinyan into the vehicle, jealousy gnawing at her heart. Why? Why did Lu Yinyan receive Li Shuo's concern and protection while she was left in such desolation? Li Shuo's vehicle sped away, leaving Song Qianqian standing alone in the wind, akin to a forsaken rag doll. Inside the car, Lu Yinyan expressed her gratitude to Li Shuo. Thank you, brother Li Shuo. Had you not arrived in time, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Li Shuo smiled gently, his tone warm. It is nothing, merely a trifling effort. I am relieved you are unharmed. By the way, how did you learn of my abduction by Tang Hao? Lu Yinyan inquired curiously. I recently became aware of the Tang family's rising prominence and grew concerned for your safety. So, I had Zhou Qianquan discreetly arrange for several bodyguards to protect you near your home, Li Shuo casually explained. A warmth enveloped Lu Yinyan's heart, a sweet sensation washing over her. It turned out Li Shuo had been quietly caring for and safeguarding her all along. Stealing a glance at Li Shuo, she found him intently focused on driving, his chiseled profile illuminated by the streetlights, strikingly handsome. Li Shuo's car glided smoothly through the streets of Binhai City, the glow of the lamps casting flickering shadows upon his defined features. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yinyan discreetly observed him, her heart racing. The atmosphere within the vehicle felt almost saccharine, as if infused with honey. Brother Li Shuo, thank you for saving me today. Lu Yinyan's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Li Shuo turned to glance at her, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Silly girl, there is no need for thanks. I'm just glad you are safe. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Li Shuo did not depart immediately. Instead, he watched her enter the house. Only when the lights illuminated her surroundings did he turn back to his car. Starting the engine, the vehicle vanished into the night. Back at the hotel room, Zhou Qinquan and Gu Li were already waiting. "Boss, everything has been taken care of," Zhou Qinquan reported, his face brimming with excitement. "Tang Hao is likely being dealt with by his father right now. We have preserved all the evidence. Tomorrow the Tang family can expect to vanish from Binhai." Gu Li added, "That old fox, Tang Zhenhai, has finally met his match. The misdeeds of his son are enough to make him rue the day." Li Shuo nodded, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Well done. However, one must remain vigilant. The Tang family has operated in the coastal region for many years, inevitably harboring some concealed forces. We must ensure that they do not act out of desperation and retaliate against Yan Yan. Rest assured, boss, we have arranged for personnel to protect Miss Lu's safety around the clock," Zhou Qinquan assured, patting his chest confidently. Li Shuo nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you should all get some rest." Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Yinyan's mind was filled with the image of Li Shuo, his decisiveness upon his arrival, his steadfastness in safeguarding her, and the tenderness he exhibited while comforting her. These scenes flickered before her like frames from film. She covered her face, feeling her cheeks burn as if engulfed in flames. "Li Shu," Lu Yinyan murmured softly, her heart racing like a startled deer, sweet yet anxious. At the same moment, in the Song family villa, Song Qianqian was dramatically recounting the events of the day to Sun Qian. "Mom, you have no idea how outrageous Tang Hao is. He actually dared to—" Song Qianqian feigned a choked voice, adding, "Fortunately, Li Shuo arrived in time. Otherwise, I truly do not know what would have happened." "What? That scoundrel Tang, how dare to lay a hand on you?" Sun Qian's face turned crimson with rage. "How dare he? And that Lu Yinyan, she must be behind this. She cannot stand to see you happy." Internally, Song Qianqian reveled in her mother's indignation, though she maintained an outwardly wronged expression. "Mom, please don't speak ill of Yinyan. She didn't mean it." "Didn't he mean it? She did it on purpose," Sun Qian retorted, her anger unabated. "I have long seen through that girl. She seeks to snatch away your man, to take everything that belongs to you. I will not allow her to succeed." A malicious glimmer flashed in Sun Qian's eyes. "I must devise a plan to tear them apart. I want to see how Yinyan fares without Li Shuo." Sun Qian's gaze brimmed with venom, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. "Qianqian, you cannot let this slide. That Li Shuo is clearly eyeing both sides. You must reclaim him." Song Qianqian, already harboring jealousy towards Lu Yinyan, felt her heart twist painfully at Sun Qian's instigation. But Li Shuo and I are already divorced." "Divorced? That can be reversed. What is there to fear?" Sun Qian slammed her hand on the table, her tone sharp. "Look at you. You possess beauty and figure, far surpassing that Lu Yinyan. Why should she compete with you for a man?" Song Qianqian bit her lip, torn between resentment and hesitation. "Li Shuo, he seems to treat Lu Yinyan differently." "Differently, my foot?" Sun Qian scoffed dismissively. "Men are all the same. Once the novelty wears off, they grow weary. You must take the initiative and remind him of your worth. Let me teach you. With men, one must employ the strategy of allure and retreat. Do you understand?" On the other side, the Tang family villa was shrouded in a pall of gloom. Tang Zhenhai's face was ashen, the teacup in his hand rattling ominously as he clenched it tightly. "Incompetence! All of you are useless." Tang Hao knelt on the ground, trembling, afraid to utter a sound. In a single night, the Tang family witnessed the confiscation of all their assets, the freezing of funds, and the withdrawal of their partners. The once glorious Tang group now teeters on the brink of collapse. Tang Zhenhai could hardly fathom that he would fall victim to an obscure little company. "Ennui, Han Hui," he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Meanwhile, Li Shuo sat in Han Hui's office, gazing at the bustling scenery of Binhai City outside the window, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Tang family was merely a pawn in his grand design. "Zhou Qinquan, inform Jin Haicheng that we can officially commence the acquisition plan." Chapter 61. Song Qianqian's new romance boss. "Are you truly going to acquire the Tang Group in the name of Jinhai City?" Zhou Qinquan inquired, surprise evident in his demeanor. For years, Jinhai City had refrained from directly intervening in the commercial activities of others. The Tang family had established a formidable foundation in Binhai over the years, and to uproot them completely would require extraordinary measures. Li Shuo's gaze was profound, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. This acquisition was merely the beginning. A few days later, a monumental event transpired within the Binhai business community. Jinhai City, with relentless vigor, acquired all the assets of the Tang Group. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout Binhai. Standing before Li Shuo, Zhou Qinquan respectfully reported, "Boss, the acquisition of the Tang Group has been entirely completed. All assets now belong to Hanwei." Li Shuo nodded, his eyes drifting to the window. The Tang Group's name emblazoned on their building had been replaced with Hanwei. Next, resource integration and a strategic reorganization awaited. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian, adorned in vibrant attire, arrived at the base of Hanwei Company. Taking a deep breath, she entered the building with graceful strides. The receptionist politely inquired, "Miss, do you have an appointment?" With a haughty smile, Song Qianqian lifted her chin, declaring, "I am here to see Li Shuo. He knows me." The receptionist maintained a professional smile. "I'm sorry, Mississippi Mr. Li is currently in a meeting. May I have your name for registration?" Clearly impatient, Song Qianqian frowned. "My surname is Song. Just inform him that Song Qianqian is here. He will surely meet with me." The receptionist continued to smile politely. "I'm sorry, Miss Song, but I still need to register." As the receptionist reiterated her request with unwavering professionalism, Song Qianqian's fury simmered. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, a familiar figure emerged from the elevator. "Li Shu," she exclaimed, instantly adopting a pitiful expression as she hurried towards him. "You finally agree to see me." Li Shuo halted, his gaze toward her icy and piercing. "Song Qianqian, what brings you here?" Biting her lip, tears shimmered in her eyes. "Li Shuo, I realize my mistakes. I should not have divorced you, nor should I have been with Tang Hao. I regret it now. Can we start anew?" At her words, Li Shuo let out a cold laugh. "Start anew? On what grounds do you believe I would grant you another chance?" Song Qianqian's face paled, yet she clung to hope. "Li Shuo, I know you still care for me. We shared so many years together. Have you truly forgotten? Tang Hao, he cannot compare to you." Song Qianqian, Li Shuo's voice was frostbitten. "Understand this. It is you who cannot reach my heights now, not that I am inferior to Tang Hao. The Tang family has been utterly destroyed by me." Song Qianqian's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. "What do you mean?" "Literally what I said," Li Shuo replied, his tone indifferent. Song Qianqian felt a dull thud in her head, her mind blank. It was impossible this could not be happening, she murmured to herself. Shaking her head and retreating a few steps, Li Shuo disregarded her, striding directly toward the office. Wandering aimlessly on the street, the sound of her high heels echoed hollowly against the pavement, resonating like a relentless beat in her already vacant heart. The Tang family was finished. The very family that once filled her with pride, the one that allowed her to hold her head high before Li Shuo, had been utterly annihilated by him. And Li Shuo, the man she once deemed utterly worthless, now towered over her like a celestial being, looking down upon her as if she were an insignificant insect. Regret surged within her like a tidal wave, nearly drowning her. She recalled the resolution with which she had pursued the divorce, remembered Tang Hao's fervent promises, and reflected on her own insatiable thirst for wealth and power. Now, everything lay in ruins. She had lost Li Shuo, lost Tang Hao, and lost the Tang family. What remained for her? The shop window beside her reflected her disheveled appearance, and Song Qianqian clenched her teeth, her heart in turmoil. A sleek black Maybach glided to a stop beside her, the window rolling down to reveal the composed face of a mature man. The man appeared to be around 40. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, exuding the charisma of a successful businessman. "Miss Song," he said with a warm smile, "might I be granted the opportunity to know you?" Taken aback, Song Qianqian instinctively scrutinized the man before her. She did not recognize him, yet there was a hint of inscrutable meaning in his gaze. "Who are you?" she asked, bewildered. "I am Wang Chao, the foremost capital investor in Binhai. We crossed paths at a gala once," he replied, offering her a business card with a subtle smile. Song Qianqian accepted the card, though she had little recollection of their prior encounter. The foremost capital investor in Binhai. This was a person whose mere presence could send tremors through the business world. "Hello, Mr. Wang," she managed to force a smile, her mind racing with calculations. Wang Chao regarded Song Qianqian, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. "Miss Song, I am aware that you have recently encountered some difficulties. Perhaps I may be of assistance." A spark of hope ignited within her. Could this be a divine intervention? "Mr. Wang, can you really help me?" Wang Chao nodded. Though the Tang family has fallen, even a famished camel is larger than a horse. There are still remnants to salvage. "I can aid you in rising again, perhaps even stronger than before." Her breath quickened, and a glimmer of hope illuminated her eyes. "Mr. Wang, what do you desire in return?" She was not naive enough to believe that fortune would simply fall into her lap. Wang Chao smiled again. "I admire your courage and beauty, Miss Song. If we could collaborate, I believe we would become an enviable pair." In that instant, Song Qianqian grasped Wang Chao's intentions. A wave of humiliation washing over her, though she quickly suppressed it. She had lost everything. What right did she have to uphold her dignity now? "Mr. Wang, I am willing to collaborate." Song Qianqian bit her lip and spoke. Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction. He opened the car door. "Miss Song, please get in. Let us discuss our future plans in earnest." After a moment of hesitation, Song Qianqian entered the vehicle. The Maybach slowly started, merging into the flow of traffic. Song Qianqian gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, uncertain if her choice was right or wrong, yet she recognized there was no turning back. The car soon arrived at the underground parking of a luxurious hotel. Wang Chao led Song Qianqian to an opulent suite. "Miss Song, please take a moment to rest while I attend to some matters. We shall dine together this evening," he said, his gaze lingering suggestively on her. Song Qianqian suppressed her discomfort and nodded. Chapter 62. The mysterious landscape painting. After Wang Chao departed, she sat alone on the sofa, gazing at the dazzling cityscape beyond the window, her heart enveloped in confusion. Song Qianqian had been sitting in the suite for what felt like an eternity. The opulent decor appeared to her like a prison, suffocating her spirit. Rising, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the twinkling neon lights below. A wave of helplessness washing over her. After a long pause, she took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a significant decision, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. She donned the gown Wang Chao had prepared for her, a wine-red dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, adding an alluring touch to her appearance. Standing before the mirror, she meticulously retouched her makeup, concealing the fatigue and despair in her eyes beneath a layer of cosmetics. That evening, Wang Chao escorted her to the restaurant atop the hotel. The exquisite dishes, rich red wine, and elegant music created an atmosphere of indulgence. "Miss Song, you look splendid tonight." Wang Chao raised his glass, his eyes betraying unmasked desire. Song Qianqian forced a smile and clinked her glass against his. "You flatter me, Mr. Wang. From now on, just call me Wang Chao," he replied, reaching out to grasp Song Qianqian's hand. She did not resist, allowing him to hold her, yet a wave of nausea stirred within her. She understood the price she had to pay. "Wang Chao," Song Qianqian spoke softly, "you promised to help me. What must I do?" A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in Wang Chao's eyes. "Though the Tang family has fallen, it is not yet dead. You must adeptly utilize the remaining resources of the Tang estate." He paused before continuing. "You must make them believe that you are sincerely repentant, that you are still one of them." Meanwhile, the relationship between Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin continued to blossom. Gu Yinyin hosted a charity gala, inviting prominent figures from all walks of life in Binhai City. As close friends of Gu Yinyin, Li Shuo and Lu Yinyin naturally attended the soiree. At the gala, Lu Yinyin donned a light blue evening gown, resembling a celestial being gracing the earth, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. Li Shuo, clad in a black suit, exuded a mature and composed aura. Together, they formed a striking pair, evoking envy from those around them. Li Shuo found himself surrounded by a throng of entrepreneurs clad in tailored suits, their beer bellies protruding, eagerly vying for his attention. They expressed a keen interest in his little-known company, Hanhui, as if it were a unicorn enterprise. "Mr. Li, you are quite the young achiever. Hanhui's growth is truly remarkable. I have great faith in your company's future." A greasy middle-aged man with a glass of red wine winked at Li Shuo. Mr. Li, our company is willing to invest 50 million in exchange for 20% of Hanhui's shares. What do you say? Another man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably combed hair, eagerly extended an olive branch. Li Shuo sipped his champagne nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. I appreciate your interest in investment. We can discuss the specifics of collaboration at a later time. Little did they know, Li Shuo's true identity was that of the immensely wealthy president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Their paltry offers held no significance to him. Were it not for the need to conceal his identity, he would never have attended such a tedious soiree. Halfway through the charity gala, the host, microphone in hand, passionately announced, "Next, we shall conduct a charity auction, with all proceeds going to the Hope Primary School." As the host's words echoed, a delicate ink wash landscape painting was brought onto the stage by the staff. The audience began to murmur, evaluating the painting's worth. The opening bid is set at 100,000. The host declared with a booming voice. 150,000. A man adorned with a gold chain raised his paddle. 200,000. Another participant, a woman clad in a cheap how, also entered the bidding fray. The price soared, quickly reaching 500,000. 550,000. A lavishly dressed socialite raised her paddle, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The bidding continued to escalate until ultimately a mysterious figure seated in a corner, obscured by a black cap and mask, acquired the landscape painting for 1 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and speculation regarding the enigmatic bidder's identity ensued. Li Shuo's gaze fixated on the painting, his mind conjuring images from the isolated island. In the dim light, the artwork hung in a sinister chamber filled with an array of bizarre instruments, the air thick with the scent of blood. He was certain it was the very same painting. How had it come to be here? Was the dark force behind that island not yet eradicated? A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. Li Shuo resolved to investigate the origins of this painting. He beckoned Gu Li, whispering a few words in his ear. Gu Li nodded and promptly exited the banquet hall. "Boss, rest assured, I will uncover the full story behind this painting." Li Shuo returned to his seat, gently swirling the champagne in his glass, his thoughts drifting back to that hellish island. The endless bloodshed, the cruel tortures, and the despairing gazes of his companions. Treated as mere experiments, all of these memories were indelibly etched in his mind, refusing to fade. He must ascertain the significance of the painting's appearance. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian, wrapped in a towel and barefoot on the carpet, watched as Wang Chao dressed. "Wang Chao, is what you said about the financing project true?" Wang Chao, tying his tie, smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? In a few days, I will arrange for someone to contact you, and we can discuss the specifics of our collaboration then." Overjoyed, Song Qianqian embraced Wang Chao, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Wang Chao. You are truly my benefactor." Wang Chao, holding Song Qianqian close, felt a surge of pride. Although the Tang family had fallen, the dying camel is larger than a horse. The Song family still possessed substantial resources. As long as he could align with the Song family, his financing project would proceed smoothly, yielding bountiful profits. "Well, I must take my leave now. There are matters to attend to." Wang Chao gently pushed aside Song Qianqian and took his coat before departing. Song Qianqian stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure with a countenance marred by resentment. She was acutely aware that Wang Chao was merely exploiting her, yet she found herself with no alternatives. To safeguard the Song family, she was compelled to endure humiliation and bear all costs. Gu Li, having received his orders, moved with the swiftness of a hound scenting blood. He initially tapped into his network in Binhai City and uncovered that the enigmatic buyer was named Zhao Kun, an obscure figure in the business realm. This revelation further deepened Li Shuo's suspicions. How peculiar it was for an unknown individual to spend 1 million on a landscape painting. "Boss, Zhao Kun usually maintains a low profile, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, rarely making public appearances. His company is modest in scale, and there seems to be no indication of any significant background." Chapter 63. Allergy Gu Li reported the investigation results, his tone tinged with perplexity. "Continue the inquiry. I wish to uncover the lineage and history of his ancestors." Li Shua's voice was frigid, as if it carried the chill of eternal ice. And that private collector, I want every detail unearthed. Understood, Gu Li acknowledged, departing with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Li Shua began to prepare for the potential crisis that loomed ahead. He dialed a secure line, and a respectful voice greeted him from the other end. President, relay this order. All members are to enter a state of heightened alert. Standing by at all times, Li Shua commanded, his voice deep and resolute. Additionally, compile all information regarding Zhao Kun and that private collector and expedite it to me. Yes. The voice on the line resonated with a palpable intensity. Gu Yining, holding 2 glasses of champagne, gracefully approached Lu Yinyin and offered her one. Yinyin, are you all right? I heard about what happened a few days ago. Lu Yinyin accepted the glass, taking a delicate sip, and forced a light-hearted smile. It's nothing. It's all behind me now. Just a minor incident. Fortunately, Brotherly arrived just in time. Gu Yining leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and whispered, I heard from my brother that Tang Hao actually kidnapped you. How audacious. He must have forgotten who you are. Gu Yining paused dramatically, winking playfully. Our esteemed female CEO of Binhai City. Lu Yinyin chuckled, a hint of exasperation in her smile. Please, Yining, spare me the mockery. Right now, I just want to manage the affairs of the company. Everything else is secondary. Oh, don't be so serious. Gu Yining nudged her gently with her elbow. When Li Shuo came to your rescue, it must have been like a divine intervention. Did he kick Tang Hao away in one swift motion? That would have been utterly heroic. Lu Yinyin's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze drifting. It wasn't he as exaggerated as you say. Oh my, are you blushing? Gu Yining teased with a mischievous grin. Be honest. When Li Shuo saved you, was he not exceptionally dashing? Did your heart not race? Lu Yinyin could no longer endure her barrage of questions. Hastily interrupting, he was indeed quite handsome at that moment. I knew it. Gu Yining clapped her hands in excitement. Do share the details. What made him so striking? As Lu Yinyin recalled the scene, her heart involuntarily quickened. The dimly lit warehouse, the pungent smell of mildew, and Tang Hao's menacing visage. Just as despair threatened to envelop her, Li Shuo appeared. He was like a beacon of light, illuminating the warehouse and her heart alike. He efficiently dispatched the kidnappers and approached her, his gaze tender. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wow, how romantic. Gu Yining's eyes sparkled with delight. And then, did he say anything moving? Lu Yinyin shook her head. No, he merely untied me and led me away. Just like that? Gu Yining felt a tinge of disappointment. There were no embraces, no kisses, and no heartfelt confessions. Lu Yinyin chuckled helplessly. What are you thinking? Such scenarios from idol dramas could never transpire in real life. Gu Yining pouted, that is not necessarily the case. What if Li Shuo is just shy? Lu Yinyin fell silent, unsure of how to respond to Gu Yining. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before them. Li Shuo, Gu Yining exclaimed with delight. Li Shuo approached, a subtle smile gracing his face. What are you chatting about? You seem so happy. We were talking about you. Gu Yining unabashedly replied. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. About me? What about me? About your heroic deeds of saving the fair maiden. Gu Yining grinned mischievously. Yinyin told me how dashing you were. Li Shuo turned his gaze toward Lu Yinyin. Is that so? What heroic act did I perform? Lu Yinyin felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny and quickly changed the subject. Oh, it's nothing. Yinyin was just praising you a bit. Nothing much. Just saying you reacted quickly, Lu Yinyin added, attempting to mask her embarrassment while her eyes inadvertently drifted toward Li Shuo. Li Shuo chuckled and refrained from pressing further. The auction has concluded. Shall I escort you home? Sure, Lu Yinyin nodded. After bidding farewell to Gu Yining, Li Shuo led Lu Yinyin toward the parking lot. As they stepped outside the hotel, Lu Yinyin felt a sudden itch. Initially, she thought it was just a mosquito bite, but soon the sensation intensified, prompting her to scratch a few times. What is wrong? Li Shuo notiget her movements. I think I might be having an allergic reaction, Lu Yinyin replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal red patches spreading across her arm. It might be something I ate at the banquet. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. I'll take you to the hospital. Li Shuo drove Lu Yinyin to the central hospital of Binhai City. After the usual rigmarole of registration, queuing, and consultation, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The doctor diagnosed her with a seafood allergy, prescribed some medication, and provided a list of precautions. Exiting the hospital, Li Shuo looked at Lu Yinyan with concern. "Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, much better. Thank you, Li Shuo," Lu Yinyan said gratefully, though the events of the evening had left her somewhat fatigued. Yet, Li Shuo's presence brought her immense comfort. "No need to be so polite with me." Li Shuo smiled. "Let me take you home so you can rest well." "All right." Lu Yinyan nodded gently, and the two walked side by side toward the parking lot. Li Shuo dropped Lu Yinyan off at her doorstep. Watching her frail silhouette vanish behind the door, an unsettling feeling growing in his chest. The suddenness and peculiarity of Lu Yinyan's allergic reaction left him unconvinced that it was merely a simple food allergy. Back in the car, Li Shu brumli dieladwam li esa numbe. Gu Li, please investigate all the dishes served at tonight's banquet, particularly those consumed by Yin Yan. I need to ascertain their origins and ingredients. Additionally, gather information on everyone who has come into contact with Yin Yan, one by one. Boss, is there an issue? Gu Li detected the gravity in Li Shuo's tone. Yin Yan's allergic reaction is exceedingly peculiar. I suspect foul play. Understood. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. Guam Li, mindful of the urgency, promptly ended the call to initiate the inquiry. The following morning, Lu Yinyan awoke, feeling considerably better, aside from some remaining rashes. Her other symptoms had largely abated. However, the recollection of last night's allergic incident still lingered in her mind, leaving her with lingering doubts. Chapter 64. Once again, Sun Qian, could it truly be an allergic reaction to seafood? Yet, she had never experienced such a situation before when consuming seafood. A wave of unease washed over Lu Yinyan, prompting her to personally investigate the hotel, hoping to uncover some clues. Upon arriving at the hotel and engaging in conversation with the manager, he promptly retrieved the surveillance footage from the night of the banquet. In a monitoring room, accompanied by the manager, Lu Yinyan fixated on the screen, exercising utmost vigilance towards every suspicious figure that appeared near her. Time ticked away, and the manager began to perspire nervously. "Pause. Zoom in on that footage and play it slowly," Lu Yinyan suddenly instructed. The hotel staff complied without delay. As the image enlarged, the subtle actions of a waiter beside Lu Yinyan came to light. When she turned to fetch dessert, the waiter, under the guise of pouring her wine, swiftly slipped something into her glass. Lu Yinyan smirked coldly. Indeed, someone was plotting against her. "Manager Wu, do you not owe me an explanation regarding this matter?" The manager, visibly anxious, wiped his sweat and nodded. "I will bring him to you immediately." He then exited to make an internal call. However, just a few minutes later, he returned with a guilty expression, unable to meet Lu Yinyan's gaze. "Ms. Lu, I inquired earlier, and that individual resigned the day after. He was merely a part-time employee. The hotel holds no further pertinent information." Lu Yinyan furrowed her brows. It seemed the mastermind had indeed prepared thoroughly. After a moment's contemplation, she captured a photo of the waiter and sent it to Li Shuo, accompanied by a message. "Li Shuo, please investigate this person. I suspect he poisoned my drink last night." Upon receiving the photo, Li Shuo immediately instructed Gu Li to perform facial recognition and track the waiter's whereabouts. "Boss, this individual is named Zhao Kuan, a local from Benhai. He has worked as a waiter in several hotels, but never remained long at any. Additionally, he seems to have a distant familial connection to Sun Qian." Gu Li reported the findings. "Moreover, I discovered that the collector who purchased that landscape painting has been engaging in close business dealings with an investor named Wang Chao. This Wang Chao has recently returned from abroad and is indeed an investor," Gu Li added. Sun Qian. Li Shuo lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He understood that Sun Qian was insatiably greedy, willing to go to great lengths for money. However, resorting to poisoning was beyond his expectations. Clearly, this woman had grown reckless. He promptly called Gu Li, investigate the relationship between Sun Qian and Zhao Kuan in detail. I want to know every connection between them. Additionally, keep a close watch on the collaboration project between Wang Chao and Tang Zhenhai. Report any developments immediately. Boss, do you suspect the Tang family is behind this? Guam Li Inkirat. The Tang family has persistently sought to trouble me. Even though they have fallen from grace now, should anyone wish to aid them, they could potentially rise again. The sudden return of Wang Chao to collaborate with them is likely no mere coincidence. Li Shuo's voice was icy. Furthermore, dispatch a few individuals to discreetly protect Yin Yin. I am concerned they may attempt to harm her again. Understood. Gu Li hung up the phone and immediately set his plans into motion. Meanwhile, Yin embarked on her own investigation. She drove to a hotel where Zhao Kun had previously been employed and sought out the manager from that time. Diao Kun. I remember now. That lad left after less than a month, citing family matters, the manager recalled, though he could not clarify the specifics, only noting that his departure was rather hasty. Yin pressed further, inquiring what was he like. Did he have any peculiar traits? The manager pondered briefly before responding. That fellow was quite silver-tongued, often trying to ingratiate himself with female guests, and he frequently slacked off. I've caught him a few times. Intrigued, Yin continued. Did he associate closely with anyone? The manager shook his head. I'm afraid I can't say. He tended to keep to himself, rarely engaging with colleagues. Yin then visited several other hotels where Zhao Kun had worked, receiving largely similar responses. His tenure at each establishment was brief, and the reasons for his departure remained vague, further solidifying her suspicions regarding his true identity. Upon returning to the office, Yin shared her findings with Li Shuo. It appears Zhao Kun is a habitual offender. There must be someone orchestrating his actions. Li Shuo contemplated this, stating, Yin, during this period, please refrain from venturing out alone. I will arrange for your protection. Yin nodded, warmth swelling in her heart. On another front, Gu Li had also uncovered a wealth of clues. Wang Chao and Tang Jinhai were indeed collaborating on a substantial real estate project, one that was intertwined with illicit dealings. Boss, Wang Chao had engaged in smuggling and money laundering activities abroad in his early years, and upon returning, he has attempted to cleanse his image as an investor, yet continues his illegal endeavors clandestinely, Gu Li reported. I suspect this real estate venture is merely a guise for money laundering. After returning, Wang Chao had also sought out Song Qianqian. Boss, there's another matter. Gu Li hesitated, his tone tinged with peculiarity. This scoundrel Wang Chao, since his return, has not only linked up with Tang Jinhai, but has also been covertly contacting Song Qianqian. Li Shuo's gaze sharpened, his fingers drumming an accelerated rhythm on the table. Song Qianqian? What could she be up to? The specifics remained unclear, but their meetings were frequent, often at discreet locations. Gu Li added, I suspect there is something dubious between them. Li Shuo scoffed. That woman truly is a relentless specter. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, continue to monitor them. I wish to ascertain their true intentions. Concurrently, another lead began to surface. Recently, a substantial sum of money unexpectedly appeared in Zhao Kun's account, and its source is none other than Sun Qian. Boss, the evidence is irrefutable. It was indeed Sun Qian who instigated Zhao Kun to frame Miss Liu. Gu Li spoke with a hint of indignation, exclaiming how malicious this woman is. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Shuo's eyes as all the clues began to intertwine in his mind. Sun Qian's jealousy towards Yin has long ceased to be a secret. She has harbored resentment over Li Shuo's close relationship with Yin. This poisoning incident undoubtedly serves as her means of revenge against Yin. This venomous woman, Li Shuo gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the table, producing a dull thud. He vowed never to let this heartless woman escape justice. He promptly called Zhou Qiankuan. Kunzi, please investigate Sun Qian's recent activities, every detail. I want to know her every move. Boss, do you suspect Sun Qian? Zhou Qiankuan's voice carried a note of surprise. Who else could harbor such deep-seated hatred for Yin Yin? Li Shuo's voice was icy. This woman will do anything for money. Understood, boss. I'll get on it right away. After hanging up, Li Shuo rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue. Chapter 65. The encounter. Wang Chao is a fool. Zhou Qiankuan exhibited remarkable efficiency, compiling a detailed report on Sun Qian's recent activities and delivering it to Li Shuo in less than half a day. Boss, this woman is truly busy, hardly ever grounded. Zhou Qiankuan remarked with a hint of mockery. though his disdain was unmistakable. Li Shuo perused the report with keen interest, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. Not only did Sun Qian frequently associate with Tang Jinhai and Wang Chao, but she also covertly transferred substantial funds to overseas accounts. What concerned him most was that she had even contacted a private investigator to probe into his relationship with Lu Yinyan. Clearly, she was plotting something. A cold smile crept across Li Shuo's face, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "Boss, should I send someone to issue her a warning?" Zhou Qinquan inquired tentatively. "Not yet," Li Shuo replied, his fingers lightly drumming on the table as he contemplated. "Let her dance around for a few days. I am eager to see what scheme she intends to unveil." Li Shuo was acutely aware that Sun Qian's jealousy toward Lu Yinyan had reached a disturbing level, and she had persistently sought ways to undermine their relationship. The recent poisoning incident was a glaring example. Now, with Sun Qian covertly investigating him and Lu Yinyan, it was likely she intended to gather incriminating evidence to leverage against them. This woman was truly relentless. Rubbing his temples, Li Shuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. While he did not fear Sun Qian's threats, he was genuinely concerned for Lu Yinyan's safety. "Yinyan, be cautious lately. Sun Qian may take action," Li Shuo warned as he dialed Lu Yinyan's number. "I understand, Li Shuo. You should also exercise caution. Don't worry about me. I will take care of myself," she assured him. "All right, call me anytime if you need anything," Li Shuo advised before ending the call, sinking into contemplation. What was Sun Qian's objective? Did she wish to thwart their relationship, or was she seeking to exploit them for her gain? Immediately after hanging up, he called Zhou Qinquan again. "Kunzi, keep a close eye on Sun Qian. Notify me at the slightest hint of any disturbance. This woman is more stubborn than a stone in a cesspit. I fear she might act out of desperation and harm Yinyan. Rest assured, boss, I have assigned several capable individuals to monitor her. Not even a fly could escape," Zhou Qinquan vowed confidently. Li Shuo massaged his temples. Sun Qian resembled a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in her potential to explode at any moment, necessitating his heightened vigilance. He sensed that her current maneuvers were driven by a determined agenda. At that moment, his secretary knocked and entered. "Mr. Li, there is a gentleman by the name of Wang who wishes to see you. He claims to be interested in discussing a collaboration with our company." Wang? Li Shu Baozha. Recalling the Wang Chao whom Sun Qian had been frequently engaging with. Could it be the same individual? Intrigued, he instructed, "Let him in." A few minutes later, a well-dressed man with an air of sophistication entered. His face bore a cultured smile, and his demeanor exuded the confidence of a successful individual. "Greetings, Mr. Li. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Wang Chao, the CEO of Jukai Investment." Li Shuo rose to shake hands with the man before him. Discreetly assessing him, Wang Chao was remarkably well-preserved, appearing significantly younger than his actual age, exuding the allure of a mature man in every gesture. "Mr. Wang, it is an honor," Li Shuo replied with a smile. "May I inquire what collaboration you wish to discuss today?" Wang Chao presented a project proposal. "Mr. Li, I hold great optimism for your company's future, particularly regarding your recently developed software, which I believe possesses substantial market potential. I hope to collaborate with your esteemed company on a new project." Li Shuo accepted the proposal, perusing its details. The plan was meticulously outlined, with remarkably favorable terms, nearly offering all advantages to Li Shuo. Indeed, Mr. Wang's conditions were quite enticing. Li Shuo closed the document and regarded Wang Chao with a bemused expression. "However, I am curious as to why you hold such a favorable view of our company and why you are willing to invest so heavily in this partnership." Wang Chao smiled. "In business, as in war, opportunities are fleeting. I see great potential in your company's growth and believe our collaboration will yield mutual benefits." Li Shuo remained silent, gazing intently at Wang Chao, his eyes deep and perceptive, seemingly capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. Wang Chao felt somewhat uneasy under that scrutiny, his gaze flickering yet maintaining composure. "Mr. Wang, we can discuss the collaboration at a later date." Li Shuo abruptly shifted the conversation. "As it is getting late, would you care to join me for dinner?" Wang Chao, taken aback by the unexpected invitation, paused momentarily before readily accepting. "Then it shall be my honor to oblige." The dinner was arranged at an upscale private club, where the ambience was refined and intimate. As they dined, Li Shuo and Wang Chao engaged in seemingly casual conversation, yet both were subtly probing each other. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Chao finally broached a delicate subject. "Mr. Li, do you have some connection with Song Qianqian, the president of the Song Group?" Li Shuo, taken aback by the question, wondered if Wang Chao had come prepared with a specific agenda. However, unbeknownst to Wang Chao, Li Shuo had already uncovered his inquiries about Song Qianqian upon returning to the country. With a light chuckle, Li Shuo swirled his glass. "Emer Wang, Yuyist. I am divorced from Song Qianqian. Nevertheless, having been married, I do still care about her recent circumstances." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Wang Chao's eyes, interpreting Li Shuo's words as an acknowledgement of lingering feelings for Song Qianqian. He feigned an air of mystery, lowering his voice. "Mr. Li, I have indeed heard about your divorce. However, it is my understanding that Miss Song is currently thriving." Li Shuo, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Oh, I will be most interested to hear more." Wang Chao took a sip of his drink, feigning a sigh. Every family has its own burdens. While Miss Song is flourishing in her career, her romantic life." He deliberately paused, studying Li Shuo's reaction. Li Shuo furrowed her brows slightly, feigning a look of concern. What was troubling her? Wang Chao, noticing her demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had grasped Li Shuo's vulnerability. "Mr. Li," he began, "you know how women are. They always crave affection. Although Miss Song appears strong-willed, deep down, she yearns for genuine love. It's a pity." "A pity about what?" Li Shuo pressed, her tone laced with an almost imperceptible urgency. Wang Chao smirked enigmatically, leaning closer to Li Shuo and lowering his voice. "It's a pity that the man currently by her side may not be capable of providing the happiness she desires." "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 66. Self-importance. Wang Chao feigned profundity, shaking his head sagely. "Mr. Li, some matters are best left understood rather than spoken. I can only say that Miss Song's recent acquaintance, well, he certainly knows how to please a woman." He punctuated his statement with suggestive glances, insinuating a deeper connection with Song Qianqian. Li Shuo scoffed inwardly. Wang Chao was indeed a superficial individual, his understanding of Song Qianqian merely skin-deep. Wang Chao swirled his wine, his gaze hazy, boasting in a slightly tipsy tone, "Mr. Li, let me tell you, Miss Song may appear astute, but she is rather ordinary." Li Shuo suppressed his disgust and feigned curiosity, inquiring, "Oh? Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang Chao smirked triumphantly, leaning closer to Li Shuo and lowering his voice. "Laced with the scent of alcohol, some things can only be inferred, not articulated. In any case, she is currently quite dependent on me. Whatever I desire, she must comply." "Truly remarkable tactics, Mr. Wang." Li Shuo raised his glass for a toast, concealing his derision. This Wang Chao was indeed a fool, so easily revealing his secrets. "Of course." Wang Chao downed his drink and continued, "We are currently collaborating on a significant project, and the profits are—" He extended 5 fingers before Li Shuo's eyes. 500 million? Li Shuo ventured cautiously. Wang Chao scoffed. 500 million? "My friend, you underestimate me." 50 billion. Li Shuo's heart raced. 50 billion was no trifling sum. It appeared that Song Qianqian had indeed invested heavily in her association with Wang Chao. He maintained his composure and probed further. "Such a colossal project. What is its nature?" Wang Chao burped, mumbling incoherently, "Business secret, cannot say, cannot say." Li Shuo ceased his inquiries, simply raising his glass. "Mr. Wang, I toast to you, wishing you prosperous ventures." "Indeed." Wang Chao drained his glass again, thoroughly intoxicated, beginning to ramble nonsensically. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shuo extracted information regarding the project Wang Chao and Song Qianqian were entangled in, along with their sordid dealings. He chuckled inwardly. Song Qianqian was evidently willing to do anything for money. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyan's envoy finally located Zhao Kuan. He was concealed in a dilapidated inn, disheveled and despondent. Upon seeing Lu Yinyan's representative, he trembled in fear, believing them to be agents sent by Song Qianqian to silence him. "Wah, who are you? What do you want?" Zhao Kuan stammered in terror. "Zhao Kuan, do not be afraid. We are sent by Ms. Liu. The envoy presented identification. Ms. Liu wishes to speak with you. Relieved yet still cautious upon recognizing Liu Yinyan's emissary, Zhao Kun asked, Ms. Liu, what does she want with me? What do you think? Brother Zhao, we have met in the countryside, and yet, because of a single word from Sun Qian, you would administer a lethal dose to me? Liu Yinyan suddenly interjected. Zhao Kun was taken aback, never expecting Liu Yinyan to come in person. He instinctively took a step back, his gaze flickering. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Liu Yinyan let out a cold laugh, approaching Zhao Kun and looking down at him. Brother Zhao Kun, let us speak candidly. How much did you receive from Sun Qian? I will double it if you tell me the whole story. Zhao Kun swallowed hard, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, but he quickly masked it. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything. It seems Brother Zhao Kun shed tears until he sees the coffin, Liu Yinyan remarked, pulling out her phone to play a recording. The recording contains Sun Qian's piercing voice conspiring with Zhao Kun to frame Liu Yinyan. Zhao Kun's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that Liu Yinyan possessed such evidence. How about it, Brother Zhao Kun? Are you willing to speak now? Liu Yinyan crouched down, looking at him with a smirk. Liu, President Liu, you must let me explain. Zhao Kun stammered. Liu Yinyan interrupted him with a cold laugh. Explain? What is there to explain? Do you think your sordid deeds can remain hidden? Terrified, Zhao Kun felt his knees, pleading, Yinyan, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused and deceived by that old witch Sun Qian. She promised me a large sum of money, and I lost my mind. Liu Yinyan regarded him from above, her eyes icy. Money? For the sake of money, you could betray your conscience and endanger lives? I didn't mean to. Zhao Kun stuttered in his defense, his eyes filled with fear. Didn't he mean to? Liu Yinyan raised her voice. If it weren't for my good fortune, I would be lying in a hospital bed right now. You think a mere I didn't mean to can absolve you of everything? Shaking in terror, Zhao Kun dared not speak further, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Zhao Kun, you have truly disappointed me. Liu Yinyan shook her head, her tone heavy with disappointment and disgust. I realize my mistake, President Liu. Please spare me. Zhao Kun cried out. I am willing to do anything to atone for my wrongs. Liu Yinyan looked at his pitiful state, but felt not a trace of compassion. She coldly stated, Atonement? What do you possess to atone? Do you think you've harmed a mere cat or dog? You have taken a human life. Zhao Kun was paralyzed with fear, fully aware that this time he was truly finished. Liu Yinyan turned away, addressing those beside her. Take him away and hand him over to the police. Yes, President Liu. After Zhao Kun was taken away, Liu Yinyan was left alone. She leaned wearily against the back of her chair, massaging her throbbing temples, feeling utterly drained. The malice of Sun Qian sent chills through her heart. She took out her phone, wishing to call Shuo, to hear his voice and seek comfort from him. However, a cold, mechanical female voice responded on the other end. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Shuo's phone was off. Liu Yinyan's heart sank, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of loss. Meanwhile, the intoxicated Wang Chao was escorted back to the hotel by Li Shuo's assistant. Li Shuo observed the departing figure of his assistant with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated that Song Qianqian had become entangled with Wang Chao. Who exactly is Wang Chao? A renowned investor in Banhai. He possesses a formidable background and is known for his lavish spending, with women revolving around him like a carousel. It is abundantly clear what Song Qianqian seeks in her association with him. She truly knows how to climb the social ladder. Chapter 67. Whispers abound. Li Shuo chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet within, he felt as if pricked by 1,000 needles. He recalled the days spent with Song Qianqian, when her demeanor was gentle, considerate, and perceptive. Though materialistic, at least she had been sincere in his presence. When had she transformed? When had she become so superficial and avaricious? Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, the taste of nicotine momentarily sharpening his senses. He thought back to the day of their divorce, when Song Qianqian had arrogantly declared, Li Shuo, you are nothing but a waste. Only by leaving you can I lead a better life. At that moment, he had been foolish enough to believe her deceitful words, convinced he was unworthy of her. In retrospect, it was utterly ludicrous. "Boss, I'm here to pick you up," Zhou Qinquan announced as he parked the car outside the hotel. Li Shuan nodded and entered the vehicle. The night breeze caressed his face, yet it could not dispel the turmoil within him. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Qinquan inquired. Noticing Li Shua's silence, Li Shua snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile. "Nothing much, just reminiscing about the past. Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on them." Zhou Qinquan reassured him. "You will be better off." Li Shuo remained silent, gazing out the window at the retreating cityscape. Zhou Qinquan was right. The past should be relinquished. Yet a lingering ache resided within him. He was uncertain of his feelings for Song Qianqian, but he understood he could never return to those days. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Shuo took a shower, yet sleep eluded him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a message appeared. It was from Lu Yinyan. "Li Shuo, where are you? I wish to see you." Li Shuo replied, "Where are you? I will come to you." He pressed the accelerator, and the sleek black Bentley surged forward like an arrow, racing toward Lu Yinyan's residence. When he arrived, he found her curled up alone on the sofa in the living room, the light casting a soft glow that accentuated her solitude and helplessness. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes were slightly swollen. Upon seeing Li Shuo, Lu Yinyan's tense nerves unraveled instantly. All her grievances and anguish poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She lunged into his embrace, holding him tightly, her body trembling slightly. Stifled sobs escaped her throat, gradually escalating into heart-wrenching cries. "Li Shuo," she choked, intermittently recounting Sun Qian's malicious actions. She actually plotted against me." Li Shuo gently patted her back, akin to soothing a child, and whispered softly, "It's all right, Yin, it's all right. I'm here. Do not fear. I never expected she could be so cruel." Lu Yinyan's sobs began to subside, yet her body continued to tremble. "She doesn't tea like me, I know, but I never thought she would secretly drug me." Li Shuo's brow furrowed, a flicker of coldness igniting in his gaze. He had long discovered that Sun Qian was the one scheming behind the scenes, but he never anticipated her to be so utterly depraved as to not spare even her own daughter. He embraced Lu Yinyan tightly and whispered in her ear, "Rest assured, I will protect you and ensure that no one harms you again." After crying, Lu Yinyan's emotions gradually settled. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Li Shuo, clutching his hand as if it were a lifeline. "Li Shuo, I am afraid." Li Shuo gently wiped away the traces of her tears and smiled tenderly. Leaning against Li Shuo's shoulder, Lu Yinyan felt the warmth and security emanating from him, her heart slowly finding peace. Li Shuo contemplated how to deal with the venomous Sun Qian. Initially, he intended to reclaim what was rightfully his from the Song family before methodically addressing Sun Qian. However, it appeared he needed to hasten his plans. "Yin," Li Shuo suddenly spoke. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately? For instance, has anyone been following you or sending you anything?" Lu Yinyan pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No, why?" Li Shuo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Could it be that he was overthinking? That shouldn't be the case. Given Sun Qian's character, she would not simply relent. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of urgent knocks interrupted Li Shuo's thoughts. "Who is it?" Lu Yinyan asked anxiously. "It's me, Guinin," came the voice from outside, tinged with urgency. "Yinyan, are you home? Something has happened." Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan exchanged glances, both sensing a wave of unease in each other's eyes. Upon opening the door, Guinin rushed in, her expression frantic as she spoke rapidly. "Yinyan, you need to look at our school forum. You are trending." Lu Yinyan was bewildered. "Trending? Me? What is going on?" Guinin pulled out her phone and handed it to Lu Yinyan. "You can see for yourself." Accepting the phone, Lu Yinyan's eyes widened as a striking headline caught her attention. Shock. The stunning college student Lu Yinyan is actually the other woman. Trembling, Lu Yinyan clicked on the post, and her eyes were assaulted by glaring images. The pictures depicted her and Li Shuo in intimate poses. Some captured them sharing smiles in a CF. Others showed them strolling side by side in a park. While the images themselves bore no ill intent, the maliciously fabricated text completely distorted their meaning. "Oh my, Who is that man? He is rather handsome, but clearly lacks discernment to pursue a mistress. This woman appears innocent, yet she turns out to be a scheming seductress, deliberately enticing married men. I heard this man's wife is the heiress of the Song family. This mistress must have quite the audacity to provoke such a person. The comment section was rife with disparaging insults and mockery. Lu Yinyin felt dizzy, nearly dropping the phone from her grasp. Anger and injustice surged within her, tears streaming down her face, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this, Shuo snatched the phone from her, his expression dark and foreboding. He enveloped Lu Yinyin in his embrace, gently patting her back while soothingly murmuring, "Do not fear, Yinyin. All of this is but a fabrication. I shall resolve it." Lu Yinyin clutched tightly to Shuo's sleeve, weeping like a child. "Brother Shuo, they all accuse me of being a mistress. I'm not." Shuo, filled with compassion, pressed a tender kiss to her forehead and replied, "I understand. You need not concern yourself with these malicious rumors. The innocent shall remain untainted." He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Qinquan's number. "Qinquan, there are slanderous accusations against Lu Yinyin circulating on the Binhai University forum. Immediately arrange for the removal of those posts, manage the public discourse, and conduct a thorough investigation. I want to uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes." Upon receiving the call, Zhou Qinquan promptly set his plans into motion. Chapter 68. The shareholders' meeting within less than an hour. All posts in the forum were removed, and related discussions were suppressed. Concurrently, Zhou Qinquan's investigation yielded progress. He discovered that the photographs had been deliberately manipulated to frame Lu Yinyin, with the mastermind behind it all being Sun Qian. "Boss, it's been confirmed. It was that old witch Sun Qian who orchestrated this," Zhou Qinquan reported over the phone. "She bribed a computer expert to alter several intimate photos of you and Miss Lu, and then enlisted online trolls to spread rumors, intending to tarnish Miss Lu's reputation." Shuo scoffed. "This woman truly will not weep until she sees the coffin. Since she enjoys playing games so much, I shall indulge her fully." He hung up the phone and turned to Lu Yinyin, assuring her, "Yinyin, rest assured, I have obtained evidence confirming your innocence. I will ensure that Sun Qian pays for her actions." As Lu Yinyin's emotions gradually stabilized, she gazed at Shuo with gratitude. "Thank you, brother Shuo." Shuo smiled gently. "Silly girl, there is no need for formalities between us." He paused, his tone shifting to seriousness. "However, this incident serves as a reminder that we must expedite our actions. Sun Qian has gone mad. We can no longer afford to be passive. We must take the initiative and resolve this issue once and for all. It seems I must retrieve what belongs to me from the Song family without delay." Years ago, when Shuo sought to repay a debt of gratitude to the Song family, their company was still in its infancy. With a singular focus on his desire to repay them, he anonymously invested 20 billion yuan in the Song family, thereby becoming the largest shareholder of the Song group. Yet, he had never mentioned this, nor attended a single shareholders meeting of the Song group. Song Qianqian remained curious about the benefactor who had saved her family's company, unaware that it was Shuo himself. After ensuring Lu Yinyin was settled back at school, Shuo watched her somewhat weary figure disappear through the school gates. His previous tenderness instantly replaced by a steely resolve. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Please connect me with the finest lawyer in Binhai. I have matters to discuss." "Certainly, Mr. Li. What is the nature of your inquiry?" "Regarding equity changes and the restructuring of the management," Shuo replied succinctly. Chen Ming, the foremost investor in Binhai, well-informed and well-connected, recommended a top-tier lawyer, Lawyer Wang, within half an hour. Shuo arranged to meet Lawyer Wang at an exclusive private club. He wasted no time, revealing his anonymous investment in the Song Group and his status as the largest shareholder, asserting his intention to reclaim what was rightfully his. Lawyer Wang, after listening intently, adjusted his glasses, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "Mr. Li, are you certain that you are indeed the largest shareholder of the Song Group?" "As far as I know, the shareholding structure of the Song Group has always been shrouded in mystery, with the identity of the largest shareholder never disclosed to the public." Shuo smiled faintly, presenting a document. "Here is the investment agreement and proof from that time. You may examine it." Lawyer Wang meticulously perused the documents, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. These documents are authentic and valid. If Mr. Li's assertions hold true, the dynamics of the Song Group will undergo a profound transformation. Mr. Li, should you wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you, I can assist in drafting a legal notice to be sent to the Song Group, urging them to convene a shareholders' meeting to reallocate shares and restructure the management. After a moment of contemplation, Lawyer Wang stated, "I will take care of it." Li Shuo nodded, expressing his desire for the shareholders' meeting to be held as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. "I will do my utmost," Lawyer Wang assured him. Upon leaving the club, Li Shuo felt little relief. This battle for power had only just begun, and Sun Qian and the Song family would undoubtedly not yield easily. He needed to prepare meticulously to secure victory in this war devoid of gunfire. Meanwhile, within the Song family's villa, Sun Qian reveled in her handiwork, delighting in the avalanche of negative comments about Lu Yinyan flooding the internet, which brought her immense satisfaction. That little harlot dares to vie for a man with Qian. She ought to reflect on her own worth. Sun Qian seethed. At that moment, Song Qian descended from the upper floor, her expression laden with concern. "Mother, did you truly post the photos of Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan online? Is this not too much? What is there to fear?" Sun Qian scoffed. "I merely wish to ruin that little harlot's reputation and teach her a lesson for seducing another woman's husband." As Song Qian attempted to voice her thoughts, Sun Qian interrupted. "Enough. Leave this to me. I know what I'm doing. As for you, hurry and secure Wang Chao. If that joint venture materializes, who cares about Lu Yinyan's investments?" Song Qian's expression shifted, hesitating to respond. Just then, the doorbell rang. She opened the door to find a well-dressed man standing outside, holding a document. "May I inquire if you are the chairperson of the Song Group?" he asked politely. "I am," Song Qian replied, stepping forward. "And you are?" "I am Lawyer Wang, and I have been entrusted to deliver this legal notice to you." He handed the document to Song Qian, his tone devoid of emotion. As she received the document, she casually glanced at it, only for her countenance to turn pale in an instant. Her fingers trembled slightly as she held the legal notice, its thin paper suddenly feeling as heavy as lead. She quickly scanned the text, her initial indifference transforming into shock, eventually settling into a state of stark pallor. The contents of the legal notice were straightforward. The largest shareholder of the Song Group, a mysterious figure who had never shown themselves, demanded the convening of a shareholders' meeting. How can this be?" Song Qian murmured, struggling to grasp the reality before her. Noticing her reaction, Sun Qian snatched the legal notice from her, hastily perusing it, her expression darkening. "Which scoundrel dares to oppose me?" she shouted, throwing the legal notice to the ground in fury. "Qian, this must be the work of that little harlot Lu Yinyan. She is surely seeking revenge." At this moment, Song Qian was utterly flustered. "Mother, what shall we do now? If a shareholders' meeting is convened, our shares will undoubtedly be diluted, and we may even lose control of the company." Sun Qian forced herself to remain calm, her eyes darting as she contemplated a strategy. "Do not panic," she reassured Song Qian. "First, let us ascertain the identity of this anonymous shareholder, and then we shall devise a plan to confront him." At that moment, Lawyer Wang, who had been standing by the door, cleared his throat softly and reminded, "Chairwoman Song, the lawyer's letter has specified the time and place for the shareholders' meeting. Please ensure your punctual attendance." After speaking, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. Chapter 69. Preparations. Sun Qian sat slumped on the sofa, her face ashen, the lawyer's letter in her hand crumpled from her grip. Song Qian paced back and forth in the living room, her lips muttering incessantly. "How could this happen? How could this happen? Stop pacing, you're making me dizzy." Sun Qian snapped impatiently. Only then did Song Qian halt. Anxiety etched across her face as she turned to Sun Qian. "Mom, what should we do now? Are we really going to hand over the company?" Sun Qian glared at her fiercely. "Hand over the company? Dream on. After all the hard work over the years to build Song Group to this scale, how could we possibly give up so easily? But this mysterious shareholder..." Song Qian hesitated. "Mysterious shareholder? I suspect it's that little vixen, Lu Yinyan. Who's behind this?" Sun Qian gritted her teeth. Who else would be so intent on opposing us? Song Qian made an effort to remain calm. Right now, the priority is to stabilize the situation. We must pretend to cooperate in holding the shareholders' meeting, while secretly investigating the true identity of this mysterious shareholder. Sun Qian suppressed her rising panic, striving to appear composed. Let us not lose our footing. We must first stabilize our position and feign cooperation. A glint of determination crossed her eyes as she added, also, you must find Wang Chao immediately and get him to finalize the partnership. With his funding, we will have the leverage to confront that scoundrel. Song Qian seized upon this as a lifeline, nodding fervently. All right, I'll go find him right away, she exclaimed, grabbing her phone and hurriedly exiting. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated office, Shuo reclined in a leather chair, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He ended a phone call and turned to Zhou Qinquan, who stood nearby. It seems our plan is progressing smoothly. Keep a close watch on the Song family, and inform me immediately of any developments. Boss, when do you intend to reveal your identity? Zhou Qinquan inquired. There's no rush, Shuo replied casually. Let them prepare. When they are thoroughly exhausted, I shall strike, delivering a decisive blow. After hanging up, Shuo began organizing the materials for the shareholders' meeting. Song Qian rushed to Wang Chao's villa, bursting through the door and collapsing into his arms, tears streaming down her face. The heavy scent of perfume mingled with the powdery essence of her distress, causing Wang Chao to furrow his brow in discomfort. Nevertheless, he gently patted her back, feigning concern. What is wrong, darling? What made you upset? Tell me, Wang Chao said in a flippant tone, his hands wandering restlessly over her. Wang Chao, there's trouble at Song Group. An unknown shareholder has emerged, insisting on convening a shareholders' meeting to dilute our shares. If the shares are diluted, I will have nothing left. Song Qian cried, her sobs growing louder, her makeup smeared, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. Wang Chao let out a silent scoff, but outwardly he adopted a gentler tone to console her. Don't cry, my dear. I'm here for you if the sky falls. I'll hold it up for you. It's just a shareholders' meeting, nothing to worry about. I'll invest for you and stabilize your shares. Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately ceased her tears, lifting her head to gaze at Wang Chao with tear-filled eyes. Is it true? Wang Chao, you are so kind. You are truly my savior. Wang Chao feigned deep emotion as he cupped Song Qian's face. Fool, why speak such nonsense? Your affairs are my affairs. How could I possibly stand idly by? Yet, within his mind, he calculated that the Song Group was currently facing both internal and external turmoil, presenting an opportune moment for a low-priced acquisition. When Song Qian found herself at a dead end, he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of her plight. How delightful it would be to acquire a controlling stake in the Song Group at an exceptionally low price. Meanwhile, Shuo sat in the office of Han Hui, perusing the materials of the Song Group, a significant smile playing upon his lips. Zhou Qinquan, has the notice for the shareholders' meeting been dispatched? It has been sent out, boss. The Song family is currently in disarray. Sun Qian and Song Qian are likely overwhelmed, Zhou Qinquan reported respectfully, standing beside Shuo. Excellent. Shuo set down the documents in hand. At this shareholders' meeting, I intend to make them aware of who the true master is. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Also, investigate Wang Chao's recent activities. I have a lingering suspicion that he harbors ill intentions. I have arranged for evidence regarding the Song Group's recent violations to be collected. I shall unveil this evidence at the shareholders' meeting, thereby stripping Song Qian and Sun Qian of their dignity and completely eroding the trust of the shareholders. Boss, you are brilliant. Zhou Qinquan gave a thumbs up. Furthermore, Shuo hesitated. Please assist me in contacting Jin Haicheng. Inform him that I wish to meet. Jin Haicheng? Boss, what do you need him for? Zhou Qinquan inquired, puzzled. Jin Haicheng's influence in the business realm is formidable. Securing his support would ensure our stability at the shareholders' meeting, as he is also a significant shareholder of the Song Group. Shu alucidata. I understand, boss. Zhou Qinquan promptly set about making arrangements. In a resplendent private club, the faint aroma of cigars wafted through the air as Li Shuo and Jin Haicheng sat facing each other. "Mr. Li, you are indeed a young achiever. The rapid success of Han Hui is truly impressive," Jin Haicheng remarked, raising his glass and regarding Li Shuo with admiration. Initially agreeing to collaborate with Li Shuo was merely a strategic decision based on the lucrative conditions he proposed, coupled with a desire to connect with a rising star. He had not anticipated that this dark horse would gallop ahead so swiftly, leaving him somewhat astonished. Li Shuo raised his glass in turn, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You flatter me, Mr. Jin. It is merely good fortune." He took a delicate sip of red wine, his gaze profound. "For the upcoming shareholders' meeting, I will rely on your support, Mr. Jin. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise." Jin Haicheng replied with a hearty laugh, then shifted his tone. "However, the Song Group is intricately entangled, with complex forces at play. Mr. Li must proceed with caution." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jin. I am well prepared," Li Shuo responded, his expression unwavering, confidence emanating from his tone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jin Haicheng rose to take his leave. As he watched the departing figure, Li Shuo's mind began to formulate a plan. He understood that Jin Haicheng's warning was not to be taken lightly. The Song Group, a lucrative asset, was not easily acquired. When he had invested years ago, he had thoroughly comprehended the entire structure of the Song Group. Behind it loomed a significant figure. Upon leaving the club, Li Shuo dialed Gu Li's number. "Gu Li, come pick me up. We are heading to Yanning Golf Course." Within half an hour, a sleek black Maybach arrived before Li Shuo. Chapter 70. Song Shanhe. Gu Li respectfully opened the car door, inquiring, "Boss, why are we going to the stadium? To play ball?" Li Shuo smiled gently. "Not today. We are meeting someone." Gu Li was puzzled. Who is so important that you would personally make the trip? As Li Shuo settled into the car, his tone became laden with significance. "We are meeting a person, someone who has the power to shake the very foundations of the Song family enterprise." Gu Li was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You cannot mean Song Shanhe?" Li Shuo nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is him." Gu Li gasped in astonishment. Song Shanhe, the shadowy mastermind behind the Song Group, was a figure both ruthless and astute in business acumen. Much of Song Qianqian's influence within the Song Group was derived from her uncle's support. "Boss, how do you intend to approach him?" "Song Shanhe is not an easy adversary." Gu Li expressed his concern. "When challenges arise, we shall meet them head-on." Li Shuo replied calmly. "I hold the majority of shares in the Song Group. He cannot afford to ignore me. Whether he agrees to this collaboration or not, he will have no choice but to comply." "So, you mean to draw Song Shanhe to our side?" Gu Li found it hard to believe. He had encountered Song Shanhe before, a man adept at navigating conversations with precision. His business tactics were shrewd, and he was a formidable negotiator. Even with the Gu family's extensive experience in business, the thought of collaborating with Song Shanhe was daunting. "Precisely," Li Shu affirmed. Song Qianqian's standing within the Song Group, aside from her mother's son Qian's minor schemes, significantly relies on Song Shanhe's backing. If we can persuade him to align with us, the internal strife within the Song Group will inevitably ensue, leading to our effortless acquisition of the enterprise." Gu Li rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Boss, you are wise. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to meet Song Shanhe." With no further questions, Gu Li focused on driving. Yanning Golf Course, the most prestigious private golf club in Binhai City, was frequented by the wealthy elite. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man stood on the green, swinging his club. With a resounding crack, the white ball traced an elegant arc, landing precisely in the hole. The man nodded with satisfaction and turned to the caddy beside him, saying, "Go check if Bai Xiaoqing has arrived." As the caddy was about to respond, he noticed a black sedan slowly entering the course. "Mr. Song, Bai Xiao has arrived." The caddy pointed toward the vehicle. The black sedan came to a halt as Li Shuo and Gu Li alighted. Li Shuo approached the man directly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Uncle Song, it has been a while." The man's expression shifted from surprise to alarm, causing his club to clatter to the ground. He recognized Gu Li immediately, for the Gu family was a prominent name in Binhai. Yet, he could not help but wonder why Gu Li was accompanying Li Shuo, a man he remembered from years past, when Li Shuo sought to marry Song Qianqian. Song Shanhe had previously opposed the union. believing that Li Shuo was unworthy of Song Qianqian. However, as Song Qianqian was resolutely willing, he ceased his objections. Recently, upon learning of Song Qianqian's divorce from Li Shuo, he was not particularly surprised. After all, when individuals from disparate backgrounds cohabit, issues and conflicts inevitably arise. If they choose to part ways, he had no intention of interfering with Song Qianqian's decision. His niece, as the head of the Song Group, had undertaken numerous projects beneficial to the corporation. Yet today, Li Shuo's presence here was perplexing. "You are Li Shu, Qianqian's ex-husband? What brings you here?" Song Shanhe furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Uncle Song, it has been a while," Li Shuo replied with a faint smile, his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. Song Shanhe scoffed. "I have no interest in meeting with you. What do you want?" Li Shuo smiled mildly, seemingly undeterred by Song Shanhe's brusque manner. "Uncle, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to seek vengeance or to flaunt my power. I have come today for the future of the Song Group." "Future?" Song Shanhe scoffed. "The Song Group has stood strong and been high for decades. What storms have we not weathered? Do we require the counsel of a divorced son-in-law? That is a flawed perspective." "Uncle," Li Shuo maintained his composure. "While the Song Group possesses profound heritage, the market is fiercely competitive. A slight misstep could lead to downfall. As you are aware, the group's recent developments have shown signs of fatigue, with several key projects lagging and stock prices consistently declining. If we do not seek breakthroughs soon, I fear." Li Shuo refrained from elaborating, yet the implication was unmistakable. Song Shanhe's expression darkened. He could not deny the veracity of Li Shuo's claims. "So what do you imply?" Song Shanhe narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man before him. "Collaboration," Li Shuo asserted firmly. "I recognize your influence within the Song Group. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I can assist in turning the tide for the Song Group, restoring it to its former glory." "You?" Song Shanhe assessed Li Shuo, as if appraising a mere jester. "What qualifications do you possess to discuss collaboration with me?" "Simply that I am the largest individual shareholder of the Song Group," Li Shuo replied, producing a document from his briefcase and extending it to Song Shanhe. "This is my proof of shares. You may verify it." Upon receiving the document, Song Shanhe's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that Li Shuo had quietly amassed such a significant share of the Song Group. "When did you?" Song Shanhe inquired incredulously. "Did you approach Qianqian with ulterior motives all along?" "Uncle, you are overthinking," Li Shuo interjected. "My marriage to Qianqian was genuine. As for these shares, they are the result of my own efforts. Of course, had I known Qianqian's true nature, I would have reconsidered my actions." Li Shuo left the statement hanging. Yet the implication was clear. Song Shanhe took a deep breath, striving to quell his tumultuous emotions. "Even if you're the largest shareholder of the Song family, what does it matter?" Song Shanhe struggled to contain his fury. "Do you really believe you can seize control of the Song Group? What capabilities do you possess?" "My abilities will soon be revealed to my second uncle." Li Shu smiled confidently. "I wonder if you have heard of Hanhui Company?" Song Shanhe was taken aback. "Hanhui Company? Isn't that the recently sensationalized dark horse in the new energy sector within the coastal business community? It is said that a mysterious investor backs this company. In just a few months, it has secured several critical projects and is experiencing rapid growth. Could it be?" Song Shanhe's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Shuo. Li Shuo nodded and calmly replied, "Indeed, Hanhui Company is my creation." Chapter 71. Collaboration amidst non-cooperation. Song Shanhe was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this impoverished youth, whom he had always looked down upon, possessed such formidable capabilities. Li Shuo continued, "I am aware that my uncle has long harbored dissatisfaction towards me, believing I am unworthy of Qianqian. However, I believe I have now demonstrated my abilities. I have come today with genuine intentions to collaborate with you, to elevate the Song Group to new heights. As for Qianqian and Sun Qian, I trust you have observed their actions. Rather than allowing them to continue tarnishing the Song family's reputation, it would be better to." Li Shuo did not continue. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Song Shanhe fell into a contemplative silence. The proposal presented by Li Shuo was undeniably a significant temptation for him. "I concede that your argument holds merit," Song Shanhe mused, his tone softening slightly, though his gaze still bore hostility. But why should I place my trust in you? You were once my niece's husband, and now you seek to undermine her. What are your true intentions? Uncle, in the realm of business, there are no eternal friends, nor are there perpetual enemies. Only enduring interests, Shuo replied, his tone devoid of emotion. I have come today, with sincerity, to discuss collaboration. As for my relationship with Song Qianqian, that is a private matter, unrelated to our business. Shuo further elaborated. The current predicament of the Song Group is significantly constrained by the limitations of the traditional energy sector. New energy represents the trend of future development. If the Song Group seizes this opportunity to collaborate with Han Hui for transformation and advancement, it will undoubtedly secure a favorable position in future market competition. Eloquently stated. Song Shanhe exclaimed as he flung the documents onto the table. I tell you, I will not assist you in dealing with Qianqian. She is my niece, my family. I will never betray her. Shuo remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to Song Shanhe's outburst, his demeanor tranquil as ever. Uncle, your current emotional state is overly agitated, which is detrimental to our ensuing discussion. I understand your protective stance towards Qianqian, yet sometimes allowing emotions to dictate one's actions only exacerbates matters. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to first examine what I have brought before making a decision. As he spoke, he subtly gestured behind him. Gu Li promptly stepped forward and placed a file folder on the table in front of Song Shanhe. Song Shanhe cast a dubious glance at Shuo, then at Gu Li, who stood respectfully behind him. How could this young master of the Gu family, a prominent figure in Binhai City, show such deference to Shuo? When did this young man establish such a connection with the Gu family? What is this? Song Shanhe inquired, furrowing his brow. Items of considerable value to you and the Song Group, Shuo replied with a faint smile, inviting Song Shanhe to open the folder. After a moment's hesitation, Song Shanhe ultimately decided to open the folder. Inside, the documents were few in number, yet each one detonated like a bomb before his eyes. They contained irrefutable evidence of Sun Qian's illicit operations utilizing the Song Group, detailing everything from inflated project costs to embezzlement of company assets, with meticulous documentation. Song Shanhe's complexion grew increasingly grim as he clutched the document, his fingers trembling slightly. This is impossible, he murmured to himself, unable to believe his own eyes. He had always thought that Sun Qian, while somewhat avaricious, would never stoop to such depths. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. Shuo spoke calmly. Uncle, do you still believe I'm sowing discord? Defeated, Song Shanhe sank into his chair, his face ashen. He had to concede that the proof Shuo provided had utterly shattered the last vestiges of his trust in Sun Qian. What do you want from me? Shuo approached the golf operations console, gazing out at the expansive course with indifference. As I mentioned, I wish to collaborate with you to elevate the Song Group. Now, Qianqian and Sun Qian are no longer fit to meddle in the affairs of the company. I hope you will make a judicious choice. Song Shanhe fell silent, caught in a moral quandary. On one side lay familial bonds, on the other, the future of the family business. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before slowly reopening them. The previous anger had dissipated, replaced by profound weariness and resignation. What do you require of me? He asked, his voice subdued. Shuo turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's simple. Convene a board meeting to remove Song Qian or Sun Qian from all positions within the company. Following that, we shall engage in comprehensive cooperation with Han Hui Company. Song Shanhe regarded Shuo, his gaze intricate. He was uncertain whether this decision was right or wrong, yet he understood he had no other choice. Very well, I accept your terms. Ultimately, Song Shanhe acquiesced. Shuo nodded in satisfaction and approached Song Shanhe, extending his hand. To a fruitful partnership, General Song. As Song Shanhe grasped the young man's firm hand, he was taken aback by the coldness it exuded, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. After the agreement was reached, Shuo and Gu Li took their leave, departing the golf course. Song Shanhe watched their vehicle drive away, a lingering apprehension gnawing at him. Why Shuo's gaze instilled such fear? No sooner had Shuo and Gu Li left than a flamboyant crimson Ferrari screeched to a halt at the entrance of the golf course. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a white leisure suit and sporting sunglasses. Removing the glasses, he revealed a chiseled visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a hint of a smile playing on his lips, none other than Bai Shaoqing. Tall and graceful, he exuded an air of refined charm with every movement. Bai Shaoqing approached Song Shanhe, wearing an impeccably measured smile. "Uncle, have you been waiting long?" The roads were rather congested. Song Shanhe regarded Bai Shaoqing with a glimmer of admiration. Though this young man was notorious for his libertine ways, he maintained a polished facade, and the Bai family's standing in Binhai City was indeed formidable. This time, inviting him out served a dual purpose beyond merely discussing collaboration. "Shaoqing, your arrival is quite timely. I was just about to discuss matters of partnership with you." Song Shanhe greeted Bai Shaoqing with a smile, urging him to take a seat. "As you are aware, the Song Group has recently encountered certain difficulties." He succinctly outlined the company's predicament, merely indicating that internal management issues had arisen, necessitating support in terms of funds and resources from the Bai family. As Bai Shaoqing listened, he casually toyed with his golf club, occasionally interjecting a comment or two, feigning genuine concern. In truth, he was well aware that Song Shanhe's invitation was not solely for the purpose of discussing collaboration. Chapter 72. Blind Date. Song Shanhe shifted the topic, saying, "Shaoqing, I have heard that you are quite interested in our yin-yin." A fleeting glimmer of intrigue passed through Bai Shaoqing's eyes, and he replied with a smile. "Yin-yin is indeed a remarkable girl. She has left a profound impression on me." "That is splendid, splendid indeed." Song Shanhe beamed with delight. "This child, Yin-yin, has endured a difficult fate since childhood, losing her parents early on. She grew up in the countryside with my family and did not receive a proper education. Now that she has finally returned to the city, I wish to find her a good home." Bai Shaoqing feigned ignorance and inquired, "Do you mean?" "My intentions are quite clear." Song Shanhe patted Bai Shaoqing on the shoulder. "If you are genuinely interested in Yin-yin, as her uncle, I will assuredly support you. A union between the Bai and Song families would be mutually beneficial." Bai Shaoqing chuckled inwardly. Indeed, this old fox was calculating. Song Shanhe sought to use Lu Yin to forge an alliance with the Bai family, a scheme so transparent that it was evident to all. However, Bai Shaoqing did not resent this manipulation. He had fallen for Lu Yin during high school, but his subsequent studies abroad had caused him to miss the chance to pursue her. Now that fate had granted them a reunion, he was determined not to let her slip away again. "Rest assured, Uncle, my feelings for Yin are sincere," Bai Shaoqing said confidently, a smile gracing his lips. "If she is willing, I can marry her at any time." Song Shanhe was overjoyed and quickly responded, "That is wonderful, truly wonderful. I shall arrange for you two to meet soon and have a good conversation. Let us not delay. Let it be today." Bai Shaoqing interjected, "I happen to have time." Song Shanhe was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Very well, very well. I will call Yin and ask her to come over." After hanging up, Song Shanhe turned to Bai Shaoqing and said meaningfully, "Shaoqing, Yin is a rather introverted child and does not speak much. Please be patient with her. Uncle, do not worry. I will take good care of her." At that moment, Lu Yin was dining at an upscale restaurant with Gu Yining. As they exchanged banter about Song Qianqian's eccentric behavior, Lu Yin's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Song Shanhe, causing her to furrow her brow. Her so-called uncle had barely contacted her since she returned to the Song family, apart from the occasional pleasantries during holidays. "Is the sun rising in the west today?" "Hello." Lu Yin answered the call, her tone laced with curiosity. "Yin, it's your uncle, Song Shanhe." His voice radiated warmth. "Where are you now? Would it be convenient for you to come to the Yunding golf course? I am waiting for you here." "The Yunding golf course?" Lu Yin's confusion deepened. "Is there something important?" "Well," Song Shanhe hesitated, adopting a serious tone. "You are not a child anymore. It is time to consider marriage. I regret not having looked after you much as you grew up. However, I know a very excellent young man whom I believe would be a suitable match for you, and I would like to introduce you to him." Upon hearing those words, Lu Yin immediately grasped Song Shanhe's intentions. Yet another instance of a commercial marriage. She let out a cold laugh, preparing to refuse, but was abruptly restrained by Gu Yining. Gu Yining subtly shook her head, signaling her not to act impulsively. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, Lu Yinyin replied, "Uncle, I am still in school and wish to refrain from considering such matters for the time being." "Studying doesn't preclude romance," Song Shanhe retorted dismissively. "This young man is indeed quite exceptional. Meeting him incurs no loss. Your uncle only has your best interests at heart." Lu Yinyin nearly dropped her phone in disbelief. For her benefit? What nonsense! He clearly intended to use her as a pawn in a business alliance. Just as she contemplated hanging up, Gu Yinin whispered in her ear, "Yinyin, rejecting him now will undoubtedly lead to more trouble later. It might be wiser to meet him and find an opportunity to dissuade him." After pondering, Lu Yinyin conceded that Gu Yinin had a point. Rather than being persistently entangled by Song Shanhe, it would be better to resolve the issue in one fell swoop. Therefore, she reluctantly agreed, "Fine, uncle. I will come over shortly." Once the call ended, Lu Yinyin bit into her steak with fervor, as if to vent her frustrations. This Song Shanhe truly treated her like a mere commodity. Gu Yinin patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not be upset. Face challenges with courage. When you arrive, employ all your wits to make that suitor retreat." Meanwhile, in the VIP box at Yending Golf Course, Bai Xiaoqing was leisurely practicing his swing. Clad in white casual attire, he exuded an aura of confidence and charm with every graceful movement. The thought of soon encountering Lu Yinyin filled him with joy. To outsiders, Bai Xiaoqing appeared to be a notorious playboy, surrounded by numerous admirers. Yet, only he understood that this was merely a fade to obscure his true self from familial scrutiny and to evade the swirling currents of power struggles. Deep within, he yearned for a pure and beautiful love, and Lu Yinyin embodied his ideal partner. From the moment he laid eyes on her in high school, he was certain she was the one. As Lu Yinyin and Gu Yinin approached Yending Golf Course, they spotted Song Shanhe standing alongside a tall, well-dressed young man, who was elegantly swinging his club towards the distant green, clearly a skilled player. What a coincidence! Gu Yinin recognized Bai Xiaoqing at once and whispered to Lu Yinyin, "That young man is the heir of the Bai family, Bai Xiaoqing. I've heard he is quite the charmer. Be cautious." Lu Yinyin smirked inwardly. What a twist of fate that was indeed Bai Xiaoqing. She had long heard of his notorious reputation as a debauched scion of Binhai City, known for changing girlfriends as frequently as one changes clothes. As they drew closer, Song Shanhe greeted them with a broad smile. "Yinyin is here. Come, let me introduce you. This is the young master of the Bai family, Bai Xiaoqing." As Bai Xiaoqing turned and caught sight of Lu Yinyin, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. After several years apart, Lu Yinyin has blossomed into an even more graceful and elegant young woman, her charm surpassing that of her high school days. "Yinyin, it's been a long time," Bai Xiaoqing said, a captivating smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand. Lu Yinyin offered a brief handshake, her tone cool and detached. "Hello." Observing the interaction, Song Shanhe quickly intervened. "Do you two know each other?" "We were classmates in high school," Lu Yinyin succinctly replied. "Ah, I see," Song Shanhe chuckled. "What a delightful coincidence. The world is indeed small." He then turned to Bai Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, Yinyin has always been exceptionally bright and is currently an outstanding student at Binhai University." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Bai Xiaoqing's eyes, further piquing his interest in Lu Yinyin. Chapter 73. I have a boyfriend. Yin is truly remarkable. I have always admired independent and self-sufficient women like you. Lu Yinyin remained unfazed in her heart, yet wore a polite smile on her face. "Thank you for the compliment. Yin. Song Shanhe began to address the matter at hand. "You are no longer young and should consider personal issues. Xiaoqing is quite the gentleman, comes from a good family, and is well matched with you. It would be beneficial for you young people to spend more time together and nurture your feelings." Lu Yinyin inwardly cursed, truly an old fox, diving straight into the topic. She composedly replied, "Uncle, I am still in school and prioritize my studies. I do not wish to consider such matters at this time." "Pursuing romance does not hinder your studies," Bai Xiaoqing interjected, gazing at Lu Yinyin with affection. "Yin, I know you are exceptional and independent, but I hope you can grant me an opportunity to care for and protect you." A wave of discomfort washed over Lu Yinyin. Bai Xiaoqing was indeed excessively self-admiring. She forced a smile and replied, "Thank you for your kindness. But I truly do not have time for a relationship." By Xiao Qing, undeterred by Lu Yanyan's refusal, found his desire for conquest further ignited. "Yanyan, I understand you may not know me well yet, but I believe that if you give me a chance, you will surely discover my merits." "Yanyan," Songshan, he added, "Xiao Qing is genuinely a good person. Your uncle only wishes the best for you. You are not young anymore. It is sensible to find a good family to marry into." Unable to tolerate any longer, Lu Yanyan directly interrupted Songshan He. "Uncle, I already have a boyfriend." Upon hearing this, both Songshan He and Bai Xiao Qing were taken aback, particularly by Xiao Qing, whose expression shifted to one of displeasure. He had never anticipated that Lu Yanyan already had a boyfriend. "Boyfriend?" Songshan He furrowed his brow. "How come I was not informed? Which young master is he? Bring him to meet your uncle." "Boyfriend?" Songshan He squinted his eyes. "How come I was not informed? Which young master is he? Bring him to meet your uncle." Lu Yanyan had anticipated that Songshan He would inquire further. She feigned helplessness, letting out a sigh. "Uncle, he is currently on a business trip and will not return for a while." "Business trip?" Bai Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of disdain. "You're not making this up to brush me off, are you?" Lu Yanyan cast a cool glance at Bai Xiao Qing. "Does young master Bai think so highly of himself that I would fabricate a lie to dismiss you? Yanyan, it is not that your uncle does not believe you." Songshan He suspected Lu Yanyan was being untruthful. "However, you're no longer a child. Matters of marriage should not be taken lightly. At the next family gathering, bring him along so that the family may get acquainted." Lu Yanyan internally scoffed. It seemed that Songshan He was resolute in pairing her with Bai Xiao Qing. She outwardly agreed. "Very well, I will certainly bring him to the next family gathering," while inwardly contemplating how to navigate the situation when the time came. Beside them, Guinin observed everything with keen awareness. She was well aware of the connection between Li Shuo and the Song family, as well as Lu Yanyan's sentiments. However, she refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to quietly watch the unfolding events. The awkward dinner finally concluded, and Lu Yanyan, along with Guinin, rose to depart. Upon exiting the golf course, they spotted Bai Xiao Qing's car parked by the roadside. He rolled down the window and, with an affable demeanor, addressed Lu Yanyan. "Yanyan, allow me to drive you home." "No, thank you." Lu Yanyan promptly declined without hesitation. "There's no need to be so courteous. We are old classmates," Bai Xiao Qing persisted, unwilling to give up. "Besides, it is quite late, and it may not be safe for you to take a taxi alone. I'm with Yinin. You need not concern yourself." Lu Yanyan replied coldly as she opened the car door and took a seat inside. Guinin followed suit, and, as Bai Xiao Qing watched the vehicle drive away, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He refused to believe he could not win Lu Yanyan over. Starting his car, he stealthily trailed after them. Throughout the journey, Guinin noticed Lu Yanyan's furrowed brows and couldn't help but tease. "Yanyan, your tactic of empty-handedly catching a wolf has proven quite effective. I wonder, what are your plans for the next family gathering?" Rubbing her temples, Lu Yanyan sighed in resignation. "Let us take it one step at a time. If it comes to it, I may have to openly clarify things in front of Songshan. However, I am also curious as to why Song Qianqian and Sun Qian have not informed him about my relationship with Li Shuo. Should I just speak plainly to Li Shuo?" Lu Yanyan pondered, her expression weary. Guinin chuckled, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Oh dear, my lady, do not fret unnecessarily. You and Li Shuo are well, so let the rest unfold naturally. As for your second uncle, delaying matters is sometimes advantageous. Who knows? He might come to a realization on his own someday." Lu Yanyan sighed, hoping that would indeed be the case. Yet, she resolved that the next time she encountered Li Shuo, they must have a thorough discussion regarding the matter. She retrieved her phone to call him, only to discover it was turned off. "How peculiar. Why is it turned off?" Lu Yanyan muttered. "Perhaps he is in a meeting?" Guinin shrugged off the concern. "Busy individuals, we must be understanding." Lu Yanyan nodded, but a subtle unease lingered in her heart. Li Shuo rarely turned off his phone unless something significant was afoot. Nevertheless, she quickly quelled her discomfort, reasoning that Li Shuo, being so capable, would assuredly be fine. "By the way, Yanyan, have you thought of any places you'd like to visit recently? Now that we've finally got some time to relax, let us go have some fun." Gu Yining proposed enthusiastically. Lu Yinyan contemplated for a moment and suggested, "How about high play? It has been ages since I last went there." "High play?" Gu Yining raised an eyebrow. "The largest bar in Binhai? Sounds great. It has been too long since we experienced the lively atmosphere there." High play is renowned as the most famous bar in Binhai City, frequented by the affluent and socialites alike. Just then, Gu Yining suddenly remembered something. "Do you remember the infamous post from school that labeled you as the third party? It seems to have vanished without a trace, as if nothing ever occurred." Lu Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of warmth surged within her. "Let's go. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight," Lu Yinyan declared with a smile, dismissing her worries. As the two arrived at the lively venue, the bar was already bustling with noise. The deafening music intertwining with the flickering lights to create an enchanting atmosphere. Gu Yining expertly led Lu Yinyan to a booth, ordering an array of cocktails and snacks. "Wow, there are so many people tonight," Gu Yining exclaimed as she surveyed the surroundings. "Indeed," Lu Yinyan replied, equally astonished, sensing that a special event was underway. Chapter 74. Stealthy approaches. At that moment, a man dressed in an unseemly manner approached, swaying as he walked, and sat down beside Lu Yinyan. He remarked, "Two beautiful ladies. Drinking alone is rather dreary. Shall we have some fun together?" Lu Yinyan and Gu Yining exchanged a glance, both detecting the mutual disdain in each other's eyes. They had encountered men of his ilk numerous times before and could discern his dubious character at a glance. "No, thank you," Lu Yinyan replied coldly. Yet the man persisted. "Don't be so aloof. We're all here to enjoy ourselves and make new friends." As he spoke, he reached out to drape his arm around Lu Yinyan's shoulders. With quick reflexes, Lu Yinyan evaded his advance, her expression turning icy. "I will reiterate. No, thank you." The man's countenance darkened, ready to retaliate, when suddenly a woman approached, wrapping her arms around his waist with a playful smile. "Darling, don't disturb these two lovely ladies. Let us entertain ourselves." The man, now embracing the woman, cast a provocative glance at Lu Yinyan and Gu Yining before turning away. "What nuisance!" Gu Yining spat, clearly annoyed. Lu Yinyan's expression mirrored her friend's displeasure as she downed her drink in an attempt to drown her sorrows. Just then, a familiar figure flashed past the entrance of the bar. At the doorway, a recognizable silhouette caught Lu Yinyan's attention. She squinted, attempting to confirm her suspicion, and was startled to realize. Zhou Qianquan? What was he doing here? Lu Yinyan was aware that Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li had a close relationship with Shuo, often collaborating with him on various matters. However, this establishment, rife with dubious characters, seemed an unlikely venue for Zhou Qianquan. Moreover, he appeared to be deliberately keeping a low profile, entering and exiting with a furtive demeanor, as if he wished to remain unnoticed. A wave of confusion washed over Lu Yinyan. Something felt amiss. She discreetly informed Gu Yining, "Yining, I need to step out for a moment. I shall return shortly." "Where are you off to, so mysteriously?" Gu Yining mumbled, distracted by her vibrant cocktail. "Just a minor matter. Please wait for me here." Lu Yinyan replied dismissively as she headed in the direction where Zhou Qianquan had vanished. Navigating through the dance floor, she avoided the throngs of people, discreetly trailing Zhou Qianquan's figure. He seemed oblivious to her presence, making his way toward a dimly lit alley behind the bar. Lu Yinyan's curiosity intensified. The Zhou family was a prominent and esteemed lineage in Binhai City. How could Zhou Qianquan, a scion of such a family, find himself in a place like this? What could possibly draw him here? Was there something Li Shuo required him to attend to? The thought of Li Shuo tightened Lu Yinyan's chest. Ever since he had vanished without a trace, she had been unable to reach him. His phone remained switched off, and he did not respond to her messages on WeChat, leaving her deeply unsettled. Could something have happened to him? Once this notion took root in her mind, it burgeoned uncontrollably like wild grass. She quickened her pace, determined not to lose sight of Zhou Qianquan. The alley was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a damp, musty odor. Zhou Qianquan ventured deep into the alley and pushed open a rusted iron door, swiftly stepping into the dimly lit room. Lu Yinyan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Inside, the light was even more subdued, illuminated only by a feeble yellow bulb casting a faint glow. The room was furnished with several dilapidated tables and chairs, while assorted debris cluttered the corners. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of smoke and alcohol. Seated within were a few unsavory characters, each exuding a menacing aura as they clutched cigarettes between their lips. Zhou Qinquan sat opposite them, his countenance dark and brooding, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. It appeared that several individuals were pressing down on those across from him. Lu Yinyin concealed herself behind the door, quietly observing the unfolding scene, cautious not to draw attention to herself. Under the dim light, tendrils of smoke hung in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes and substandard liquor. Zhou Qinquan lounged on a rickety chair, his leg crossed nonchalantly, while he toyed with a Swiss Army knife, its blade glinting ominously in the subdued illumination. Before him, a few young thugs with dyed hair were firmly pinned to the ground, their faces bruised and trembling in fear. I'll ask you once more, who instructed you to post those messages on the campus forum, claiming Lu Yinyin is a mistress? One of the trembling youths with yellow hair timidly raised his head, his eyes flickering. Kuan, Brother Kuan, we truly don't know. We were just paid to do the job. Paid to do the job? Zhou Qinquan scoffed, producing a stack of bills from his pocket and tossing them in the youth's face. Money? I have plenty of that. What I want to know now is, who is pulling your strings? The money scattered across the floor, yet the young thugs dared not move, heads bowed, necks drawn in like quails. Lu Yinyin, hidden behind the door, felt a jolt in her heart. Campus forum? Mistress? These words pierced her psyche like needles. Recently, disparaging posts had surfaced on the campus forum, alleging that she had gained her position through improper relations, accompanied by photoshopped images. These posts had caused her considerable distress, subjecting her to immense pressure. She had instructed her subordinates to investigate, and her secretary revealed that Sun Qian was the mastermind behind it all. Upon learning this, Lu Yinyin was not particularly surprised, but her mind had been racing, preparing to make Sun Qian pay for her actions. What astonished her was that Zhou Qinquan had come here regarding this matter. Why would he be helping her investigate? Could it be because of Li Shuo? The mere thought of Li Shuo sent her heart racing. If Zhou Qinquan was indeed acting on Li Shuo's behalf, did that imply he had been silently concerned for her all along? As this realization washed over her, warmth surged within Lu Yinyin. Yet it only solidified her resolve to uncover the truth behind the situation. Not speaking? Very well. Don't blame me for being unmerciful. Zhou Qinquan's gaze turned icy as he flicked open the Swiss Army knife with a chilling click, its blade glinting ominously under the light. Please, don't. Brother Kuan, I'll talk. I'll tell you. One of the frightened youths with green hair exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. It was a man who provided us with a sum of money to post those messages on the campus forum, and he also gave us some photographs. A man? What man? What is his name? What does he look like? Zhou Qinquan pressed for answers. I do not know his name. He wore a mask and a hat, so I could not see his face. I only know that he is very tall and slender, Xiao Lvy said, stammering. Very tall? Very slender? Zhou Qinquan furrowed his brow, a figure surfacing in his mind, only to be dismissed almost immediately. It cannot be him. How could he engage in such actions? What about the photographs? Where are they? Zhou Qinquan continued to inquire. They're on my phone. Xiao Lvy trembled as he retrieved his phone and handed it to Zhou Qinquan. Zhou Qinquan took the phone and gazed at the images within, to his astonishment. The figure depicted was none other than Guitiani. Chapter 75. An unexpected appearance. Zhou Qinquan was perplexed. Not long ago, the Guo family had mysteriously faced sanctions and withdrawn from the business world. Now, Guitiani was scheming behind the scenes again. If the boss were to find out, the Guo family would surely be doomed. As Zhou Qinquan scrolled through his phone, his expression grew increasingly grim. The photographs and chat records were within his expectations. But when he uncovered the detailed information regarding Li Shuo, a chill coursed through him from his toes to the crown of his head. The itinerary, residence, company information, and even the precise timings of Li Shuo's comings and goings were meticulously documented. This was no mere act of revenge. It was a premeditated surveillance and investigation. The boss absolutely could not be harmed. Zhou Qinquan's heart sank, and he promptly dialed Li Shua's number. Boss, Guitiani is not only slandering sister-in-law, but he is also investigating you. He has all your itinerary, residence, and company information. Zhou Qinquan spoke urgently, relaying the situation in full detail to Li Shua. On the other end of the line, Li Shua's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. I understand. Have Guli look into the Guo family's recent activities and see what else this scoundrel is up to. Understood. Zhou Qinquan hung up the phone and immediately contacted Guli, forwarding the information from Guotiani's phone. Outside the door, Lu Yinyin listened intently to their conversation, her heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. Guotiani had actually investigated brother Li Shuo. What would he possibly be plotting? Moreover, the relationships among Li Shuo, Zhou Qinquan, and Guli seemed rather extraordinary. Zhou Qinquan and Guli, one a scion of the Zhou family and the other of the Gu family, both prominent figures in Binhai City, were so obedient to brother Li Shuo. Who on earth was this Li Shuo? Lu Yinyin's curiosity about Li Shuo's identity deepened, while her anger towards Guotiani's despicable actions surged. She had anticipated that Guotiani might retaliate, but she had not expected him to resort to such vile methods. It seemed that her own efforts had not been ruthless enough, allowing this scoundrel to breathe. She silently resolved to make Guotiani pay a price. Daring to provoke me and brother Li Shuo. He should consider his own worth. Lu Yinyin clenched her fists, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Just then, the door to the small room swung open, and Zhou Qinquan emerged with several followers. Lu Yinyin? Zhou Qinquan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her at the door, clearly unexpected. Lu Yinyin felt a twinge of embarrassment, for eavesdropping was hardly a commendable act. What are you doing here? Zhou Qinquan asked, surprised and puzzled. Oh, I came to the bar with a friend and had a bit too much to drink. So I came to the back door to throw up. Lu Yinyin fabricated an excuse, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was unclear whether it was the alcohol or the guilt from eavesdropping that caused her to feel this way. Zhou Qinquan scrutinized her suspiciously. Her excuse seemed rather flimsy. This dark alley hardly resembled a suitable place for someone to be ill. However, he had no intention of probing further. The boss had instructed that Lu Yinyin was someone they needed to protect, and since she chose not to speak, it was not his place to inquire any further. Are you all right? Would you like me to escort you home? Lu Yinyin shook her head, replying, No, my friend is still waiting for me. Zhou Qinquan nodded, instructing his subordinate to drag away the trembling figure of the little green-haired thug. Take him back and entertain him well. Make him spill everything he knows. The subordinates understood the implication and led the little green-haired thug out of the alley, his cries echoing like a pig being slaughtered, jarring against the stillness of the night. Zhou Qinquan turned to Lu Yinyin, an apologetic tone in his voice. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Lu Yinyin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, I understand. Just as they were about to leave, a cacophony of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the alley as a group of men approached menacingly. Leading them was a burly man, his face adorned with scars, clutching a steel pipe, Guotiani. Upon spotting Zhou Qinquan and Lu Yinyin, Guotiani paused for a moment before a sinister grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a wolf spotting its prey. Lu Yinyin, you're here too? Perfect. Let us settle both old and new scores today. Zhou Qinquan immediately positioned himself defensively in front of Lu Yinyin, his gaze fixed warily on Guotiani. What do you want, Guotiani? Zhou Qinquan's voice was icy. Guotiani scoffed disdainfully. What do I want? I'm here to seek justice. This wretched woman has caused me immense humiliation, and today she will pay the price. He waved his hand, and his lackeys closed in, exuding menace, brandishing steel pipes and iron rods as weapons. Although Zhou Qinquan's subordinates were well-trained, they were soon overpowered by sheer numbers. Lu Yinyin watched anxiously as Zhou Qinquan struggled to protect her. She was not the type to cower behind a man. She rolled up her sleeves and joined the fray. Despite her petite stature, her agility was remarkable, and her strikes were decisive and fierce, quickly taking down several thugs. Her sudden outburst momentarily stunned Guotiani and his gang. Not bad. Guotiani spat in frustration, his anger boiling over. Seizing the opportunity, While Lu Yinyin was distracted, he swung the steel pipe aimed at her head. "Watch out!" Zhou Qianquan shouted, shoving Lu Yinyin aside, only to take the blow himself. "Zhou Qianquan!" Lu Yinyin watched helplessly as he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. Igniting her fury, having grown up in the countryside, she had often fought with local ruffians and possessed an innate ferocity. "Guotiani, you're asking for death." Lu Yinyin roared, charging forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, her strikes lethal and unrelenting. In a flurry of blows, she decimated Guotiani and his men, leaving them sprawled and wailing. Meanwhile, the previously quaking little green-haired thug, witnessing this sudden turn of events, seized the chance to slip away amidst the chaos. Both Lu Yinyin and Zhou Qianquan were injured and powerless to intervene. At that moment, a sleek black Maybach sped into view, and from it emerged a tall and imposing figure, Li Shuo. His gaze immediately fell upon the wounded Zhou Qianquan and Lu Yinyin, and his expression darkened with concern. What transpired? Li Shuo's voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. Zhou Qianquan briefly recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Shuo's eyes. Without uttering another word, he plunged into the throng, swiftly dispatching the remaining ruffians with a flurry of punches and kicks. Turning to the bodyguard beside him, Li Shuo commanded, "Find a way to apprehend Guotiani and deliver him to the police station. Let them handle the matter as they see fit." Chapter 76. Rising temperatures. Li Shuo approached Lu Yinyin with genuine concern, inquiring, "How are you? Are you injured?" Lu Yinyin shook her head. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." After carefully examining her wounds and confirming that there was no serious harm, Li Shuo let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Zhou Qianquan. "What about you?" Zhou Qianquan, holding his forehead, grinned and replied, "I'm tough. This little scratch is nothing." Li Shuo shook his head helplessly. "Let's head to the hospital to treat those injuries." The trio climbed into Li Shuo's car and made their way to the hospital. Throughout the journey, Lu Yinyin couldn't help but steal glances at Li Shuo. She found his presence puzzling. Could it truly be mere coincidence? "Li Shuo, how did you end up here?" Lu Yinyin finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Li Shuo smiled lightly. "I was in the vicinity for some business and heard commotion, so I came to check it out." Lu Yinyin was only partially convinced by this explanation, but refrained from pressing further. She sensed that Li Shuo harbored many secrets. Yet she understood that everyone has their own privacy. Some questions were best left unasked. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhou Qianquan's injuries were minor, requiring only a simple bandage before he was deemed fine. Li Shuo decided to stay and take care of Lu Yinyin, while he instructed Zhou Qianquan to return home and rest. "I can manage on my own, Li Shuo. You needn't worry about me," Lu Yinyin insisted. Li Shuo chuckled gently. "It's no trouble. I happen to be free." He tenderly treated Lu Yinyin's wounds, his movements gentle and meticulous, his eyes filled with concern. As Lu Yinyin watched Li Shuo's serious demeanor, her heart fluttered. "Li Shuo, when you were with the Song family, did you ever hear of my second uncle, Song Shanha?" Li Shuo paused, his actions halting abruptly. How could he not know? He had seen the man today. But why did Lu Yinyin suddenly mention Song Shanha? "I know him. But why do you ask? Didn't you say you rarely kept in touch?" "Ah, it's infuriating to talk about him." Lu Yinyin pouted, her delicate features scrunching up like a wronged kitten. "He should be my second uncle. But I was abandoned in the countryside by the Song family and raised by my grandmother. He has never cared for me." A hint of self-deprecation tinged her voice. Her gaze dimmed. Li Shuo listened quietly, his touch growing even gentler, as if he feared causing her pain. He reached out, softly stroking Lu Yinyin's head, attempting to soothe her like a ruffled kitten. "Don't be upset. I will ensure he doesn't bully you again in the future." These simple words warmed Lu Yinyin's heart. She looked up into Li Shuo's profound eyes, feeling a surge of sweetness within. Suddenly, Lu Yinyin recalled something, her tone tinged with resignation. "He also arranged a blind date for me today. The other party is the eldest son of the Bai family, by Xiaoqing. I've heard he is quite impressive, but I'm not interested." Li Shuo raised an eyebrow. "By Xiaoqing? That name seems familiar." However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. If you don't like him, simply decline. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yinyin nodded gently, then leaned closer to Li Shuo, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. In fact, I have already declined, and I told him I have a boyfriend. Li Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept across his lips. Oh, a boyfriend? Who is he? How come I wasn't aware? He teased Lu Yinyin playfully. Her cheeks flushed, and she lightly tapped his shoulder. You were just pretending to ask. Li Shuo laughed heartily, pulling Lu Yinyin into his embrace. All right, I won't tease you any longer. But has your uncle really given up so easily? Lu Yinyin shook her head. Of course not. He even asked me to bring you to the next family gathering. Family gathering? Li Shuo frowned slightly, realizing that Song Shanhe was relentless in his pursuit. Yes, it's next Saturday. Lu Yinyin looked at him with a hint of worry. Li Shuo, will you accompany me? Having recently divorced Song Qianqian, Li Shuo suspected that Song Shanhe was still unaware of Lu Yinyin's relationship with him. He thought to himself, if I go, then I go. After all, once the shareholders' meeting at Song Group takes place, with Sun Qian or Song Qianqian having no real power in the Song family, many of their decisions will be beyond their interference. Li Shuo smiled gently, playfully brushing Lu Yinyin's nose with his finger. Of course, I will go. Am I afraid of him? Lu Yinyin finally relaxed, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. I knew you were the best, Li Shuo. Saying this, she rose on her toes and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. The gentle touch and faint fragrance stirred something in Li Shuo's heart. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her softly. After a long moment, their lips parted. Lu Yinyin's face bloomed with a rosy hue, radiating shyness. Ahem. She cleared her throat twice, trying to mask her embarrassment. It's getting late, I should head back. Li Shuo realized the time as well and released her. I'll see you home. The two walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. Li Shuo, Lu Yinyin suddenly spoke. Do you hate Song Qianqian? Li Shuo paused for a moment before responding slowly. I wouldn't say hate, just a bit disappointed. I once thought she was my soulmate, someone I could spend my life with. Yet, in the end, I realized we were never meant to be. Lu Yinyin listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. She understood that Li Shuo was undoubtedly in pain. However, he shifted the conversation. But things are quite good now. At least, I have met you. Li Shuo escorted Lu Yinyin back to her apartment complex. They lingered in the car for a while longer before she reluctantly opened the door. Li Shuo, don't forget next Saturday. Before leaving, Lu Yinyin reminded him once more, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Don't worry, little one. Well, have I ever deceived you? Li Shuo chuckled, pinching her cheek affectionately, the soft texture endearing to him. After watching Lu Yinyin enter the building, he finally started the car and drove away. He took out his phone and dialed Zhou Qinquan. Kunzi, please investigate the background of Bai Shaoqing. The more detail, the better. Bai Shaoqing? The young master of the Bai family? Why do you want to look into him, boss? Zhou Qinquan asked, puzzled. Yin Yin's second uncle wishes to introduce her to Bai Shaoqing, but she has declined the offer. I have a feeling this old fellow won't easily give up. I need to understand my opponent first, Li Shuo explained. I see. No worries, boss. I will take care of it right away. Zhou Qinquan has always been efficient. Within half an hour, he sent Bai Shaoqing's information to Li Shuo's phone. Li Shuo skimmed through the details of Bai Shaoqing, the eldest son of the Bai family, a well-known playboy in Binhai City, known for changing girlfriends at a pace faster than flipping pages, having once set a record of 5 girlfriends in a month. Hobbies: sports cars, beautiful women, yachts. Humph, Li Shuo scoffed. Is this kind of person even worthy of Yin Yin? Zhou Qinquan cautiously inquired over the phone. Boss, is there something wrong with Bai Shaoqing? Chapter 77. Welcome. This fellow, aside from his numerous romantic entanglements, appears to have no significant vices. Li Shuo muttered to himself after reviewing the information, feeling a slight easing of his vigilance towards Wang Chao. Although this individual seemed unreliable, he was certainly not a ruthless villain, and thus posed no substantial threat to Lu Yinyin. Setting aside his phone, Li Shuo began to contemplate the impending shareholders' meeting of the Song Group. This gathering was crucial for both him and Lu Yinyin, and he needed to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly without any mishaps. He dialed Zhou Qinquan's number. Kunzi, for next Saturday's shareholders' meeting, arrange for a few people to keep a low profile and watch over things. Make sure Sun Qian and Song Qianqian do not pull any tricks. Boss, rest assured, I have already made the arrangements. Not even a fly will get through, Zhou Qinquan replied, his tone light and brimming with confidence. Li Shuo then contacted Gu Li. Although this man and Zhou Qinquan did not get along particularly well, he was always serious when it came to business. Gu Li, take a few people with you to join Kunzi for double assurance. Gu Li's voice carried a hint of disdain. Boss, I can handle those 2 women on my own. Li Shuo chose to disregard his arrogance, reminding himself that caution is the mother of safety. After hanging up, he rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was Wang Junhao calling. Li Shuo, I've discovered who is backing Wang Chao. It's Chun Ming. Wang Junhao's voice was low and serious. Chun Ming? Li Shuesa bro furua. Although Chun Ming was incarcerated, his influence remained formidable, stirring a sense of unease within him. Indeed, although he is behind bars, his reach extends far. Wang Chao is supported by him with the intent to undermine you. Li Shuo let out a cold laugh, realizing that this old fox would not relent until he faced dire consequences. If he wishes to play, then I shall indulge him. He immediately contacted Gu Li again. Gu Li, investigate Chun Ming's situation in prison. The more detailed, the better. Additionally, I need to know what remnants of his power still exist outside. Boss, are you planning to take action against Chun Ming? Gu Li detected the murderous intent in Li Shuo's voice. Eradicating the root of the problem prevents its resurgence. This principle should be clear to you. Understood? I will take care of it. After ending the call, Li Shuo lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a slow stream of smoke. The night outside was dark and profound, mirroring his current state of mind. Chun Ming's emergence made him realize that the challenges he faced were far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. The following day, Gu Li brought news regarding Chun Ming. Boss, Chun Ming is doing quite well in prison. He is well-connected and essentially rules the place like a local emperor. As for his external influence, Gu Li hesitated. It's somewhat tricky. His former confidants are now well hidden, making them difficult to track. Li Shuo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, recognizing the cunning nature of this old adversary. However, even the most cunning of foxes cannot escape the hunter's pursuit. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Since their traces could not be found, they would be compelled to surface. Li Shuo conceived a plan, one that would allow him to eradicate the remnants of Chun Ming's power in one fell swoop. Boss, are you certain about this? This is... Gu Li hesitated. Li Shuo curled his lips into a cold smile. One must be willing to take risks to achieve their goals. Thus, it shall be done. The shareholders' meeting was set for next Friday, and before that, Chun Ming's influence must be dealt with. Even if Song Qianqian truly sought to rely on Wang Chao for support, we would have no cause for concern. Li Shuo opted for a rather unconventional method of disseminating information. He chose Mr. Black, a notorious information broker in the underworld of Binhai City. Though driven solely by profit, he was well-informed and remarkably efficient. Mr. Black, please spread a word that I possess further incriminating evidence against Chun Ming, enough to ensure he spends the rest of his life behind bars, Li Shuo remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Mr. Black rubbed his hands together, a wide grin plastered on his face. Rest assured, Mr. Li, this news will spread throughout Binhai No, the entire underworld, by tomorrow. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and the price will not be overlooked, Li Shuo stated, sliding a check across the table to Mr. Black. Upon successful completion, there will be double. Mr. Black's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a generous offer. He seized the check, unable to contain his glee. Mr. Li, you can count on me. I will ensure this matter is handled flawlessly. As anticipated, the news spread like wildfire and swiftly reached Chun Ming's ears. Life in prison may have been comfortable, yet Chun Ming knew it was merely the calm before the storm. Li Shuo was cunning and ruthless. Should he truly acquire more evidence, Chun Ming's future would be irrevocably doomed. Without delay, Chun Ming contacted the few remaining loyalists outside. His tone was grim. At all costs, we must thwart Li Shuo, if necessary. He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. We must eradicate every trace. Li Shuo deliberately created a series of vulnerabilities within the company, such as casual conversations in the break room, carelessly discarded documents near the printer, and even a fleeting glimpse of the corner of a safe in the company surveillance footage. These seemingly inadvertent actions subtly guided Chen Ming's associates to believe that the evidence lay within Li Shuo's office safe, and that security measures were alarmingly lax. Indeed, Chen Ming took the bait. They decided to infiltrate Han Hui Company under the cover of night, intent on stealing the evidence. That evening, Li Shuo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Han Hui building, gazing down at the dazzling cityscape, a cold smile playing on his lips. The fish was finally about to bite. In the early hours of the morning, 3 shadowy figures slipped into Han Hui Company like phantoms. Agile and stealthy, they evaded all surveillance cameras and silently made their way to Li Shuo's office. "The safe is right here," one of them whispered, excitement lacing his voice. They adeptly unlocked the safe, only to discover that it contained not the crucial documents they had anticipated, but rather a beautifully wrapped cake, adorned with several burning birthday candles. The flickering light illuminated the crooked inscription on the cake, "Welcome." In that moment of bewilderment, the office lights abruptly flared to life. The blinding brightness compelled them to instinctively shut their eyes. "Well, what brings you to my company at such a late hour?" came a mocking voice from the shadows. That of Li Shuo. A wider grin spread across his face as he clapped his hands. The side door of the office swung open, and several police officers filed in, pinning the 3 stunned individuals to the ground. Chapter 78. The Downfall of the Tang Family. Mr. Li. We have received a report stating that someone has unlawfully entered a private residence. The lead police captain saluted Li Shuo, his tone tinged with confusion. After all, it was Li Shuo himself who had made the call, and the charge of trespassing seemed rather mild for these individuals who were evidently intent on theft. Li Shuo chuckled softly and gestured towards the cake in the safe. "Captain, look, my birthday cake has yet to be enjoyed, and these gentlemen have come to celebrate it." Being a timid person, I had no choice but to alert the authorities. The police captain paused for a moment before comprehension dawned upon him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. "Take them away." In the interrogation room, confronted with irrefutable evidence in the form of recordings and criminal records, the 3 suspects quickly divulged everything, including how Chen Ming had orchestrated their actions and the myriad offenses they had committed prior. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow, extinguishing any remaining hope for Chen Ming. In prison, upon hearing the news, Chen Ming's complexion turned ashen, and he sank despondently onto his bed, fully aware that his life was irretrievably ruined. Simultaneously, Tang Jinhai was also taken in for questioning by the police for his complicity in shielding Chen Ming among various other charges. The once magnificent edifice of the Tang family had finally crumbled. Upon learning of the Tang family's bankruptcy, Tang Hao felt as though he had been struck by thunder. He could not fathom this reality, and, in a fit of hysteria, he roared in anguish, ultimately succumbing to a mental breakdown and being admitted to the prison hospital. As soon as Song Qianqian received the news of the Tang family's downfall, she wasted no time in retracting all collaborative projects with them and began liquidating assets related to the Tang family, fearful of being implicated. Wang Chao, upon discovering that Chen Ming had been utterly dismantled, shattered the wine glass in his grasp in a fit of rage. "Useless. They are all a bunch of inept fools," he bellowed. He had initially hoped that Chen Ming could assist him in toppling Li Shuo, but with Chen Ming's own downfall, his plans were thoroughly thwarted. What infuriated him further was the substantial financial investment he had made in Chen Ming, which had now gone to waste. 2 days later, the shareholders' meeting of the Song Group commenced in earnest. At the top floor of the Song Group headquarters, vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed the bustling panorama of Binhai City. In the spacious, well-lit conference room, the crystal chandelier cast a resplendent glow, while the mahogany conference table was adorned with exquisite refreshments and documents, all reflecting the formidable strength of the Song Group. At this moment, the shareholders sat upright, engaging in hushed discussions. Song Qianqian and Sun Qian entered the conference room side by side, forcing smiles onto their faces. dressed in a sleek black business suit that accentuated her elegant figure. Song Qianqian's slightly pale complexion and tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Sun Qian, clad in a luxurious purple qipao adorned with pearls, could not conceal the anxiety in her eyes. Qianqian, why is your second uncle here as well? Sun Qian inquired in a hushed tone, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Song Shanhe, who occupied the main seat. Dressed in a gray suit, Song Shanhe bore a stern expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, occasionally sweeping towards Sun Qian, making her feel increasingly uneasy. Song Qianqian shook her head, equally taken aback by the unexpected presence. At this moment, Song Shanhe rose to his feet, surveying the assembly with a solemn tone. Ladies and gentlemen, there remains one esteemed guest who has yet to arrive. Let us pause for a brief moment. The attendees exchanged glances, their minds rife with curiosity about the individual who commanded such regard from Song Shanhe. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from below, as a sleek black Maybach glided to a halt at the entrance of the company. The rear door swung open, and a figure emerged. Shuo, clad in a meticulously tailored deep blue suit, showcased his tall stature to perfection. The subtle patterns of his suit shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an understated yet opulent aura. His chiseled features, profound eyes, and the faint smile gracing his lips radiated an irresistible charm. With each measured step, he epitomized poise and confidence as he entered the building, flanked by Zhou, Qianquan, and Gu Li, who followed like devoted sentinels. The shareholders in the conference room began to speculate about Li Shuo's identity, murmuring amongst themselves. Who is this person? What an impressive entrance. He seems somewhat familiar, as if we've encountered him before. Could he be the scion of a major conglomerate? Song Qianqian and Sun Qian's expressions shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated Li Shuo's presence here. His arrival was akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The hushed whispers in the conference room ceased abruptly as astonished gazes flitted between Li Shuo, Song Qianqian, and Sun Qian. A chill coursed through Song Qianqian, rising from her toes to the crown of her head, rendering her breathless. She fixated on Li Shuo, as if trying to penetrate his facade with her gaze. The man she had once scorned now emanated the aura of a triumphant sovereign, instilling in her an unprecedented fear. Sun Qian fared little better. She clutched Song Qianqian's hand so tightly that her crimson-painted nails turned pale, her face betraying her alarm despite layers of makeup. Li Shuo approached the conference table with grace and composure, his gaze sweeping the room before curling into a sardonic smile, ultimately resting upon Song Qianqian and Sun Qian. "Long time no see, ladies," he remarked lightly, yet his words struck their hearts like a hammer. What do you intend to do?" Song Qianqian feigned calmness, her voice trembling slightly. Ignoring her, Li Shuo took a document from Zhou Qianquan and gently placed it on the table. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Shuo, holder of 51% of the Song Group shares, the largest shareholder of the Song Group." At this revelation, the conference room erupted into chaos. The shareholders exchanged incredulous looks, whispering fervently among themselves. 51%? How is that possible? When did the Song Group change hands? Song Qianqian and Sun Qian were struck as if by lightning, their faces drained of color, lips quivering, yet unable to utter a word. They could scarcely fathom that the man they had once looked down upon had transformed into the master of the Song Group. Seated in the corner, Song Shanhe gradually rose, his face adorned with a radiant smile. "Mr. Li, it is an honor to have you here. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly," he said as he approached Li Shuo, extending his hand. "I hope you can forgive any previous offenses." "You are too kind, Uncle," Song Shanhe continued. "As the largest shareholder of the Song Group, Mr. Li is entitled to partake in the company's decision-making. May I inquire about your esteemed opinions on the future development of the company?" Li Shuo chuckled softly, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I wouldn't say esteemed opinions, but I do believe that some adjustments to the current management team are necessary." Chapter 79. Dismissal. Li Shuo cast his gaze upon Sun Qian, particularly at those who merely occupied their positions and filled their pockets, asserting that they should be expeditiously removed. Sun Qian's face paled drastically as she pointed an accusing finger at Li Shuo, exclaiming, You are slandering me. I have diligently served the Song Group. What gives you the right to say such things about me? Li Shuo let out a cold laugh. What gives me the right? Simply that I am the largest shareholder of the Song Group, and I possess irrefutable evidence of your embezzlement over the years. He snatched another document from Zhou Qianquan and tossed it before Sun Qian. Take a good look for yourself. Trembling, Sun Qian picked up the document and, upon a mere glance, her complexion turned even more ashen. The document contained clear evidence of her years of corruption, with every transaction meticulously detailed, leaving no room for denial. Seeing this, Song Shanha immediately interjected. Mr. Li is absolutely correct. Sun Qian's actions have gravely harmed the interests of the company and must be addressed with utmost seriousness. I propose that we immediately dismiss Sun Qian from all her positions within the Song Group. Sun Qian was left in shock, unable to believe her ears as she looked at Song Shanha. Song Shanha, why are you treating me this way? Aren't we family? With a cold smile, Song Shanha retorted, Family? When you treated the company as your personal ATM, did you ever consider us family? Now you seek mercy? It is too late. He turned to the other shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we vote to dismiss Sun Qian from her position immediately. The shareholders in the conference room nodded in agreement, expressing their support. They had long harbored dissatisfaction with Sun Qian's avarice, but had refrained from acting out of respect for Song Shanha. With Li Shuo's appearance, they were presented with an impeccable opportunity that they would not let slip away. The voting outcome was unequivocal. Sun Qian was unanimously dismissed from all her positions. She slumped in her chair like a defeated hen, her eyes vacant as she murmured to herself, It's over, completely over. Witnessing her mother's downfall, Song Qian finally lost her composure. She abruptly stood up, pointing at Li Shuo, and cried out, Li Shuo, what do you intend to do? Does your conscience not ache for treating us this way? Li Shuo regarded her coldly, his expression devoid of any emotion. Conscience? Song Qian, do you dare speak to me of conscience? How did you and your mother treat me? When you cast me out and discarded me like refuse. Where was your conscience then? Song Qian trembled under his frigid gaze, her bravado wavering. That was all in the past. We're divorced now. What right do you have to interfere with the Song Group? My right is that I hold 51% of the shares in the Song Group. Li Shuo declared, I am here today to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. He surveyed the room, his gaze resting upon the shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the Song Group has stagnated and faced myriad issues over the years, primarily due to the corruption and incompetence of the management. I hereby announce a comprehensive reform of the Song Group. As Li Shuo's words echoed, the conference room erupted in lively discussion. The shareholders buzzed with anticipation regarding Li Shuo's reform plans. Song Qian's complexion turned pale as she realized that Li Shuo's appearance was no coincidence. He had come prepared with the intent to seize control of the Song Corporation. Li Shuo, you shall not succeed, she screamed hysterically. I will not allow you to prevail. Li Shuo chuckled disdainfully. Song Qian, do you truly believe you can stop me? You possess no leverage. He then turned to his secretary to announce the reform plans. The secretary nodded, stood up, and began to read the reform agenda crafted by Li Shuo. Firstly, the plan called for the dismissal of corrupt personnel led by Sun Qian, along with the recovery of all illicit earnings. Secondly, it proposed the introduction of a new management team to oversee a comprehensive restructuring of the company. Lastly, the strategy aimed to pivot the company's focus toward the burgeoning renewable energy sector. Upon hearing the final point, Song Qian trembled with rage. The renewable energy industry was precisely the domain she had aspired to enter, for which she had exerted tremendous effort, even collaborating with someone like Wang Chao. How could she tolerate Li Shuo usurping her plans? Li Shuo, this is robbery. This is blatant theft. Song Qian bellowed. Li Shuo's gaze turned icy. Song Qian, understand this. The Song Corporation is now mine. Whatever I choose to do is beyond your jurisdiction. Speechless with anger, Song Qian could only glare at him. Li Shuo continued, I recognize that many of you harbor doubts about my reform agenda, but I assure you, the prospect for the Song Corporation in the renewable energy sector are exceedingly bright. My Hanhui company will engage in deep collaboration with the Song Corporation, combining our strengths to forge an empire in renewable energy. His words transformed the atmosphere in the conference room once more. Though Hanhui company was relatively new, it had already gained a measure of respect in the industry, especially for its remarkable research capabilities in renewable energy. A partnership with Hanhui would undoubtedly bolster the Song Corporation's standing. The shareholders began to express their support for Li Shuo's reform plans, including Song Shana, who had previously aligned with Song Qianqian. He approached Li Shuo with a fawning demeanor, saying, "Mr. Li, your vision is truly remarkable. I wholeheartedly support your initiative." Witnessing this scene, Song Qianqian was overwhelmed by despair and fury. Everything she once possessed was slipping away from her grasp. She loathed Li Shuo for robbing her of all she held dear. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a sharply dressed man strode in. He was tall and imposing, wearing a playful smile that hinted at mischief. "Oh, what a lively gathering. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment." Li Shuo's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Wang Chao. What's he doing here? The arrival of Wang Chao transformed the atmosphere from tumultuous to eerily calm within mere seconds. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes, swiftly filtering through his thoughts about this individual. Recalling Wang Chao's ostentatious and self-absorbed demeanor, a faint smirk crept across his lips. In such a setting, Wang Chao's presence undeniably added a layer of drama. "The meeting has commenced. Unauthorized personnel are requested to leave," Li Shuo stated coldly. Wang Chao chuckled softly upon hearing the words, strolling towards the conference table with an air of composure. He was not at all perturbed by Li Shuo's demeanor. Instead, he playfully remarked, "I believe I am not just an idle bystander, after all. Song Qianqian is a dear friend of mine." As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Song Qianqian. It was as if her very breath was stifled under Wang Chao's gaze. She was acutely aware that his words were merely a means to assert his stance. Yet in that moment, she could not shake the feeling that she was inadvertently handing Li Shuo the final straw. Chapter 80. Wang Chao's opposition. Li Shuo maintained his customary aloofness, his gaze scrutinizing Wang Chao with meticulous attention. The latter was clad in a well-tailored bespoke suit, a golden tie pin reflecting a blinding sheen under the lights, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Yet, to Li Shuo, these embellishments were mere pale facades. He discerned the pretentiousness in Wang Chao's every gesture. "Good friend?" Li Shuo chuckled softly, his tone laced with mockery. "So, is this good friend here today to alleviate the losses of the Song Group, or perhaps to invest in our new energy initiative?" Wang Chao's steps faltered, his previously nonchalant smile dimming slightly. He had initially dismissed the unfamiliar man before him, yet found himself unnerved by the unspoken pressure emanating from Li Shuo's gaze, both a challenge and an examination. "I truly underestimated Mr. Li. It appears my previous attempts to engage you were in vain," Wang Chao remarked, raising an eyebrow, his voice still tinged with an indiscernible air of arrogance and casualness. "Not interested," Li Shuo replied tersely, a simplicity that left no room for misinterpretation. Leaning against the table, Li Shuo's profound gaze subtly roamed over Wang Chao. He refrained from exposing the truth immediately, deliberately creating an invisible psychological pressure, quietly awaiting Wang Chao's next move. An odd sensation of being seen through enveloped Wang Chao, akin to an inexplicable weight settling heavily upon his shoulders. "Your arrival is quite timely," Li Shuo finally spoke, shattering the palpable silence that had been expanding in the room. "However, do not expect to rely on Song Qianqian. Assisting her may not be the wisest decision for you." This statement struck at Wang Chao's vanity. Unconsciously, he straightened his posture, reassembling his facade of confidence. "Wisdom is not for you to assess," he retorted. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then by all means, go ahead and try." The atmosphere in the conference room thickened, tension crackling in the air like an imminent storm. Song Shanha slowly rose, his demeanor composed as he surveyed the room, finally resting his gaze upon Song Qianqian. He slammed a stack of documents onto the table, producing a sharp and jarring sound. "Esteemed shareholders, These are the accomplishments resulting from Sun Qian's manipulation of Song resources over the years. The documents lay open, the dense details of evidence piercing through the nerves of all present. Some attendees bent their heads to examine the files, while others whispered furtively amongst themselves. "Song Shana, do not forget who my mother is," Song Qianqian exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation as she stood abruptly to confront Song Shana. "She is your sister-in-law. Do you not feel ashamed? Are you attempting to step on us to elevate yourself with these baseless accusations?" Some of Sun Qian's allied shareholders nodded in agreement, murmuring their opinions. Yet, Song Shanha appeared unperturbed. A faint smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. "Song Qianqian, I have no desire to engage in these meaningless disputes with you. The evidence presented is undeniably authentic, and the related accounts are thoroughly documented, capable of withstanding any scrutiny. If anyone should feel shame, it would be your mother and daughter." He paused momentarily, his gaze once again sharp and incisive. "As for the insinuation that I have risen at your expense, let me clarify, I have only targeted your mother this time, which is already a concession on my part. Otherwise, your name would certainly have been added to this list." Song Qianqian trembled with indignation, yet found herself at a loss for words. She understood that if Song Shanha were to disregard her as well, the brilliance of her life would likely fade into oblivion. Such a blend of resentment, unwillingness, and helplessness only elicited a flicker of delight among a select few observers. "Esteemed shareholders," Song Shanha turned once more, his voice resonating with authority. "In accordance with the company's bylaws and the unanimous agreement of the majority shareholders, effective immediately, Li Shuo shall formally assume the role of executive leader of the Song Group, succeeding Sun Qian." The conference room erupted in a clamor, with many shareholders exchanging puzzled glances, while others shared knowing looks laden with significance. Li Shuo raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly enduring the scrutiny from all directions, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. Song Qianqian clenched her jaw tightly, her nails digging painfully into her palm, her lips quivering yet unable to articulate a retort. The debate had become futile. All decisions had been irrevocably made. Just as she struggled to suppress her fury and intended to leave, a slow, nonchalant chuckle resonated from behind her. "Wait." Wang Chao lazily rose, elegantly adjusting his collar. "I have something to say." His voice, though not loud, was piercing enough to draw everyone's attention immediately. He lifted his chin slightly, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. "As a member of the Song Group's shareholder investors, I must formally express our stance. We do not believe Mr. Li possesses the qualifications to assume the role of executive leader of the Song Group." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Yet Wang Chao did not falter. Instead, he intensified his tone. "The Song Group is currently navigating a critical phase of financial turnover. To have an individual with no background or industry experience parachuted in raises a pertinent question. By what merit? Simply because you have established a company called Hanhui?" Li Shuo's lips curled slightly, his brow arched. A smile that was neither sharp nor timid gracing his features as he replied, "On what basis do I have opportunities? Then, why don't we sign an agreement to ascertain who the truly ridiculous individual is?" The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Wang Chao's challenge akin to a stone cast into still waters, sending ripples that were tinged with an undercurrent of chill. All gazes converged upon Li Shuo. A mixture of inquiry, skepticism, and even a hint of schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Song Shanha leaned back into his chair, his countenance cold, yet his gaze laced with amusement, as though he awaited Li Shuo's response. This maneuver undoubtedly shifted the spotlight entirely onto Li Shuo. He did not remain seated to endure the onslaught. He rose slowly, exuding composure, his eyes sweeping over the assembly, his lips curling into a faint smile. Neither sharp nor cowardly. He pressed his palms against the table, tapping lightly twice, the sound crisp and clear. "Mr. Wang," his voice was low and calm, yet imbued with a chilling strength that resonated deep within. "Your inquiry was indeed insightful. However, since you have called into question my qualifications, let's first examine whether your so-called credentials hold up to scrutiny." With that, he forcefully spread several documents across the table. the papers emitting a subtle rustling sound as they were laid bare. These sheets meticulously detailed the terms of transactions and execution record from the collaboration between the Song Group and the investment company overseen by Wang Chao. Wang Chao's expression shifted abruptly, his hand involuntarily tightening around the armrest of his chair. The conference room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional sound of pages turning, shattering the stillness. Chapter 81. Collective Siege. Numerous shareholders bowed their heads in scrutiny, flipping through the documents in their hands with increasing urgency. Their brows furrowed deeper, and occasionally someone would glance up at Wang Chao, their expressions imbued with complexity. There were several intriguing points here. Li Shuo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, penetrating Wang Chao's facade of confidence. According to the contractual agreement, Mr. Wang's investment firm should have shared the risks over multiple collaborations. However, the final execution suggested that the risks were entirely borne by the Song family, while the profit distribution seemed disproportionately favorable to you. Such a collaboration is rather generous, leading me to question whether you have come to cooperate or merely to exploit. A twitch of unease flickered across Wang Chao's face, and his gaze momentarily wandered. Before he could respond, Li Shuo pressed further. Even more interesting was the record of a related transaction within this document. Li Shuo placed his hand on a specific section of the page, his voice rising slightly. Mr. Wang, it appears that you have utilized the Song family's capital pool to directly inject funds into a company under your personal name. Pray tell, what sort of investment behavior is this? Or perhaps my eyesight is failing me, and I fail to see your company sharing the related profits with the Song family? You. Wang Chao abruptly stood, his face flushed with indignation, yet he could muster no rebuttal. Li Shuo afforded him no respite, smiling lightly. Since you question my qualifications, might you clarify for everyone, does the high return you frequently mention conceal an even greater risk? Or could it be that this series of maneuvers is merely a guise to mask your private interests? Before his words could settle, a figure strolled into the conference room from the entrance. It was Zhou Qianquan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, holding a document bag emblazoned with the Zhou family crest. My apologies for arriving late, everyone. Zhou Qianquan offered a polite smile before presenting the document to Song Shanhe. This is a letter of intent for strategic cooperation between our Zhou family and the Song family. The preliminary plan has already been approved. The Zhou family? It's Zhou Qianquan? Song Shanhe scrutinized Zhou Qianquan, recalling his previous investigations into Li Shuo's close ties with Gu Li from the Gu family. He had not anticipated that Zhou Qianquan was also on amicable terms with Li Shuo. With Zhou Qianquan's arrival, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to freeze momentarily. The composed and confident demeanor of Zhou Qianquan stirred a complex emotion within Song Shanhe. He began to peruse the stack of documents that Zhou Qianquan had handed him. His previously stern expression softened, while his gaze grew increasingly serious. Young Master Zhou, this letter of intent for strategic cooperation is thoroughly detailed, with remarkably precise focal points. Song Shanhe closed the document, raising an eyebrow as his gaze flickered between Zhou Qianquan and Li Shuo. I did not expect your ally, Li Shuo, to possess such profound insight. Li Shuo did not rush to reply, merely smiling faintly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhou Qianquan seized the opportunity to speak, maintaining a calm tone. President Song, our Zhou family's vision is not lacking, and we have always preferred to partner with those who show promise. You should understand this as well. Seated to one side, Wang Chao's expression began to contort after hearing the words, and he leaned forward slightly from his originally upright position, coldly scoffing. Zhou Xiao, your Zhou family is indeed formidable, but what significance does a letter of intent hold? Moreover, the qualifications of Li Shuo have already been thoroughly discussed. I still suggest that you refrain from making a move that could backfire, leading to a situation where one loses both the chicken and the egg. Lose both the chicken and the egg? Li Shuo suddenly chuckled lightly, casting a languid glance at Wang Chao. He slowly rose, his hands nestled in the pockets of his suit trousers. His tone, neither too soft nor too harsh, struck directly to the heart of the matter like a knife. Mr. Wang, perhaps you have overlooked the documents the shareholders received earlier. it would be prudent for everyone to revisit those chilling figures and ponder who is rendering the Song family a delectable morsel for others. Wang Chao's countenance instantly turned ashen, and he opened his mouth, realizing he had no retort. Several shareholders again lowered their heads to scrutinize the data in hand, and discussions gradually grew clearer. Some gazes began to cast unmistakably disdainful glances toward Wang Chao's position. If one wishes to keep their deeds hidden, they must refrain from wrongdoing. Li Shuo's tone grew colder, continuing to press forward. Mr. Wang, if you believe yourself to be entirely innocent, perhaps you might consider transparently presenting your other collaborative projects for everyone to evaluate. This statement fell like a heavy hammer, rendering Wang Chao speechless. His hands gradually clenched, as if striving to suppress the fury within, yet he ultimately found himself unable to voice a word. At this moment, Li Shuo seamlessly shifted the conversation toward Song Shanhe, his gaze calm and clear. General Manager Song, as the captain of the group, you undoubtedly comprehend the significance of resource integration. Within this letter of intent, I believe there are several key proposals worthy of scrutiny that may potentially dismantle some of the bottlenecks faced by the Song family. Furthermore, I have heard that Gu Xiao from the Gu family has recently expressed interest in the investment market at Binhai. Perhaps we could introduce the Gu family's technical team for deeper collaboration. Gu family? Song Shanhe's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could not help but glance at Li Shuo several times. It appeared that he had concealed himself rather well. Li Shuo smiled nonchalantly, unfazed by the probing nature of Song Shanhe's words. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian, seated at the back of the conference room, furrowed her brows tightly, her emotions difficult to decipher. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the documents on the table, where the signature area prominently bore the emblem of a business association. She attempted to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Song Shanhe. The atmosphere within the conference hall began to undergo a subtle transformation. As more shareholders perused the strategic cooperation letters submitted by Li Shuo and Zhou Qingquan, those who had initially harbored doubts began to waver, exchanging approving comments in hushed tones. In the corner, Wang Chao felt as though he were a thief forced to stand under a glaring light. He struggled to mask his unease, but the grip of his hands on the chair's back betrayed his turmoil. These figures, indeed profound, remarked a senior shareholder, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a meaningful expression. It is evident that considerable effort has been invested behind this letter of intent. Another middle-aged shareholder cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chao, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Compared to certain previous lax collaborative proposals, this indeed feels refreshingly innovative. These words struck like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Wang Chao's vulnerable spot. His face shifted from ashen to crimson and then to pallid. His throat constricted as he struggled to muster a rebuttal, only to find his voice silenced as if gripped by an unseen force, unable to utter a single word. Song Shanhe stood at the center of the main table, his gaze oscillating between Li Shuo and Zhou Qingquan. Chapter 82. Crisis of Distrust After a Brief Pause. Song Shanhe slowly extended his palm and clapped twice, garnering the attention of everyone present. His deep voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, resonated. It appears that you all have reached an initial consensus regarding the practicality of this letter of intent. However, due to the stringent internal policies of our group, we cannot make hasty decisions. Unless there are objections, we shall temporarily designate this proposal as a priority for discussion, and a higher-level internal meeting will be convened for further examination. The shareholders in the room nodded in agreement. Wang Chao opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to voice dissent. But under Song Shanhe's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words. Furthermore, Song Shanhe shifted his tone slightly, adopting an inquisitive inflection. Li Shuo, as the principal initiator of the project, I hope you can provide more supporting cases and background details that underscore its feasibility in the future. After all, the stability of our cooperation is pivotal to the overall strategy of the Song family. His tone was gentle, yet his eyes probed Li Shuo with unrelenting scrutiny. Li Shuo maintained his composure, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The issues raised by Mr. Song are indeed significant. Stability is the foundation of collaboration. Each of you present, Whatever you require can be presented shortly. Of course, I believe this is merely the beginning, and there will be more data to support our decisions in the future. This statement was impeccably crafted, offering a generous promise without divulging excessive specifics, causing Song Shanhe to narrow his eyes slightly. As the meeting adjourned, Li Shuo and Zhou Qianquan departed side by side, their stride relaxed, exuding confidence, while the murmurs of the shareholders behind them gradually shifted in tone. Song Qianqian had been lost in thought, her head bowed, but upon spotting Li Shuo, she abruptly stood and hastened a few steps. Li Shuo, her voice, tinged with barely concealed ire, was lowered to avoid drawing attention. Li Shuo paused, casting a dispassionate glance in her direction. "Is there something you need?" Song Qianqian's expression was fraught with complexity, her tone laced with accusation. "You concealed the fact that you are a major shareholder of the Song family from the very beginning, and you exerted pressure on the group through outsiders. Are you targeting the Song family, or is it merely a personal vendetta against me?" "Targeting?" Li Shu Lao souffly, his gaze calm yet chilling. "Song Qianqian, you are overthinking this. I merely pursue value. Anyone with discernment understands what constitutes reasonable rules." His tone was indifferent, yet it swept over her like a harsh winter wind, leaving Song Qianqian rooted in place. She watched Li Shuo turn and leave, his stride unwavering, while an indescribable complexity surged within her chest. As she fixated on his figure disappearing at the end of the corridor, the malevolence in her eyes gradually gave way to an anxious fervor. Li Shuo's composed demeanor during the meeting, his commanding influence over the shareholders, and that letter of intent disrupting Song Shanhe's plans made her acutely aware that Li Shuo was no longer the insignificant pawn he once was. How could he bypass her and Song Shanhe to directly advance the collaboration? What ulterior motives lay behind this? Song Qianqian tightened her grip on the documents in her hand, her fingertips turning pale. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and then briskly walked towards the elevator. In her mind, the loathsome visage of Wang Chao emerged. Despite his opportunistic tendencies, certain dubious connections he maintained within the corporation remained potent tools at her disposal. Today, in the conference room, Wang Chao appeared as wretched as a dog. However, Song Qianqian understood that such individuals, once trampled upon, would only become more unhinged. She needed him, at least until she could restore her standing within the organization, requiring Wang Chao as a pawn for her nefarious schemes. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Brother Chao, are you free tonight? I believe we should have a conversation." Her tone, though gentle, bore an undercurrent of enticement. On the other end of the line, Wang Chao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly acquiesced. "Qianqian, just tell me when, and I will be at your service." His voice dripped with flattery, as if he were not the one who had just made a fool of himself in the meeting. After hanging up, Song Qianqian let out a cold snort, a smile never gracing her lips. She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, her mind already devising plans to mold Wang Chao into a sharp instrument for her purposes. Meanwhile, Song Shanhe sat in his leather chair in the office, oblivious to the cold tea before him. He was engrossed in the documents handed to him by his secretary, which contained superficial information regarding Li Shuo and Hanhui Company. The surface-level records evidently failed to penetrate the doubts swirling in his mind. Li Shuo. This name is becoming increasingly intriguing, he murmured to himself before dialing a number. Immediately arranged for someone to dig deeper. I want to uncover every detail of this person's background, leaving no stone unturned. The thoroughness of this investigation is of utmost importance. Even if a partnership with Li Shuo were to materialize, Song Shanhe remained uneasy. Such a formidable individual, placed in proximity, posed an unpredictable threat. Moreover, having dominated the business realm for years, how could Song Shanhe allow himself to be overshadowed by Li Shuo? Half an hour later, Song Shanhe's trusted informants commenced their operations, meticulously tracing the threads of Hanhui Company towards deeper revelations. On the other side, Li Shuo sat leisurely in a quiet CAF booth, accompanied by Zhou Qianquan and Gu Li. Their expressions varied, yet a shared excitement and combativeness lingered in the air. Li Shuo scanned the surroundings and spoke softly. "Today is merely the beginning. The real troubles commence now." Zhou Qingwen couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, those old men lack depth. A mere manipulation of data had them ensnared. And their expressions were truly priceless. Li Shuo merely smiled faintly, taking a sip of his coffee before turning to Guli. Guli, continue monitoring the critical nodes of Song's financial flow, and further align the interests of our associated companies with the core assets, but tread lightly. Allow Song Sanha some room for imagination. Understood, Guli nodded, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter how astute Song Sanha is, he will eventually wear himself down, step by step. Li Shuo set down his coffee cup and gradually leaned back against the chair, his tone calm. It is not just him. Song Qianqian is the opponent worthy of greater attention at the moment. Qian Kun, this woman will not remain idle. I estimate that Wang Chao will soon make a move, so you should deploy more people to keep a close watch on them. Zhou Qianquan was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh, could this be considered a couple's battle? The corners of Li Shuo's mouth curled into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of frost. A couple? She is now undoubtedly an outsider. Do not elevate her status too highly. Chapter 83. The discreet friend at that moment, Li Shuo's phone screen illuminated, displaying the name Lu Yinyan. He paused slightly, saying, I need to take this call. Upon answering, Lu Yinyan's hurried voice resonated through the receiver. Li Shuo, Song Shanna's people are investigating your background. I've just received news that they have contacted several professional informants. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. Glancing at Zhou Qingquan and Guli, I understand. Wait for me at home. After disconnecting, Li Shuo downed his coffee in one gulp. Qingquan, keep an eye on those informants. I'm going to meet Yin Yan. Don't worry, boss, Zhou Qingquan replied with a smile, rising from his seat. Those local ruffians won't pose much of a threat. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel by the Sea, Song Qianqian donned a sleek black slip dress, her long legs encased in black stockings, and her feet adorned with pointed high heels. She looked down imperiously at Wang Chao, who was kneeling on the carpet, her crimson lips curling into a cold smile. Brother Chao, given how embarrassed you were at the meeting, how should I compensate you? She lifted her right foot, the slender heel gently pressing against Wang Chao's shoulder. His breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with greed. Qianqian, as long as you ask, I will do anything. Oh, really? Song Qianqian intensified the pressure of her foot. What if I said that if you can help me bring down Li Shuo, I will make you the third largest shareholder of the Song Group? Wang Chao's eyes lit up. I've already discovered issues with the funding chain at Hanhui Corporation. As long as as night fell, within a private room of an upscale club, Lu Yinyan pushed a document towards Li Shuo. This is the original contract from when the Song Group swallowed the Li family's assets. Take a look. Li Shuo opened the file, his gaze sharpening gradually. The contract clearly outlined how the Song family utilized various tactics to gradually devour the Li family's wealth. Where did you obtain this document? Li Shuo looked up at Lu Yinyan. Her heart raced, and she feigned calmness. I bought this intelligence. What matters now is. Li Shuo regarded her thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. Yet, that fleeting moment of doubt planted a seed in his mind. How did you acquire this contract? He inquired directly after sitting down, his tone somber yet probing. Lu Yinyan bit her lip, hesitating before responding. It's a bit complicated. A friend of mine from the past helped. He seems to know something about the Song family's actions back then. Li Shuo's gaze remained fixed on her, his voice as calm as ever. Is it true? Lu Yinyan felt uneasy under his scrutiny, gently clutching her teacup as she explained. It is true. He has maintained a low profile, but obtaining such information requires some skill. While this contract did not cause direct harm, it is crucial for us to launch our next offensive. A discreet friend. Li Shuo's lips curled slightly, a familiar playful smirk appearing as he acknowledged the willingness of the other party to assist. I must remind you that the more one delves into the secrets of the Song family, the greater the troubles that may ensue. For the time being, do not keep this information on your person. Hand it over to me, and I will make alternative arrangements. Lu Yinyan hesitated for a moment before meeting his gaze and nodding in agreement. Very well, but you must exercise caution. Song Shanha is not to be underestimated. He has already mobilized several factions to investigate you. This informant is not an ordinary fish. There are greater powers at play behind him. Rest assured, I will handle it. Li Shuo rose, and a gentle warmth flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. However, you must promise me, in the coming days, refrain from rash actions, particularly regarding your low-profile friend. Do not entangle yourself too deeply with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan regarded Li Shuo with a complex expression, as if she wished to say something, but instead merely exhaled softly and nodded in silence. Shall I take my leave? After Li Shuo embraced Lu Yinyan, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianquan sat in an inconspicuous SUV, his brow furrowed in concentration as he clutched a freshly acquired intelligence report. He gestured for his assistant to lean closer to the screen and whispered, "These informants' movements are rather suspicious. They're not merely targeting the boss. They're also investigating." Lu Yinyan? Zhou Xiao, should we inform President Li? The assistant inquired. Zhou Qianquan's expression darkened slightly as he lightly tapped his fist against the dashboard. There is no need for alarm just yet. I will observe further. His mind raced through potential scenarios, yet he felt that something was amiss. Simultaneously, within the confines of a hidden private club, Song Qianqian clinked her wine glass against Wang Chao's. A smug smile adorned Wang Chao's face as he spoke with a casual tone. I have already set my plans in motion. Once Han Hui's financial chain falters, Li Shuo will find himself ensnared. Song Qianqian reclined on the sofa, her gaze sharp. You had better not disappoint me. Otherwise, your position as the third largest shareholder of the Song Group will be nothing but a jest. Wang Chao raised his glass, licking his lips with a low chuckle. Qianqian, you must have a little faith in me. After all, even his most trusted insider is subtly beginning to fall under our control. Song Qianqian arched an eyebrow at him. Oh? Pray tell. Li Shuo sat in his spacious, well-lit study, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate his stern features. He took a sip of coffee, his gaze drawn to a document sprawled across the desk. The intelligence report just delivered by Zhou Qianquan plunged him into a frigid state. Though his expression remained impassive, his grip on the pen tightened, his knuckles paling. Wang Chao, he murmured softly, a hint of mockery and chill evident in his tone. He truly has an insatiable appetite, daring to covet Han Hui's interests. Zhou Qianquan observed Li Shuo's demeanor with caution and spoke up. Boss, we have discovered that Wang Chao is acquiring Han Hui's scattered shares through multiple layers of agents. Although it does not pose an immediate threat, he is clearly aiming for control. Given his style, his next move will surely focus on our financial chain. Just as I intended. Li Shuo let out a cold smile and pushed the document aside. He instructed the finance department to activate the reserve fund chain and simultaneously increase personnel to monitor the financial flows of all related accounts. However, his gaze darkened slightly as he turned to Zhou Qianquan. This matter could not possibly conclude with such minimal repercussions. Wang Chao had merely exhaled loudly, and it was imperative to keep a close watch on him and ascertain whether he had any other collaborators behind him. Zhou Qianquan nodded and quickly responded, Understood. I will have Mr. He investigate further. Chapter 84. A self-induced boredom. One day later, Lu Yinyan strolled gracefully through a luxurious private estate, her high heels clicking against the polished floors. The venue was alive with laughter and chatter as the elite mingled at Gu Yinin's birthday celebration. The courtyard adorned with balloons and fairy lights. Clad in a knee-length champagne-colored dress, Lu exuded an elegance interspersed with poise. As she delicately lifted a glass of champagne from a server's tray, her gaze swept the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Miss Lu, enjoying your solitude? A teasing male voice broke through from behind her. Lu turned to find Bai Shaoqing, impeccably tailored in a suit that accentuated his tall stature, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Mr. Bai, Lu replied with a gentle smile, her tone polite yet distant. I presume you are here to charm the lovely guests. What brings you to me? Bai Shaoqing raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. You know me well. But to be honest, I've heard you've had a falling out with the Song family recently. Lu's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. She swirled the wine in her glass and replied nonchalantly, My affairs do not seem to warrant Mr. Bai's concern. Unfazed, Bai Shaoqing continued with a leisurely tone, indeed. The outside world suggests you share a close bond with the Song family. I am merely curious. How accurate are those rumors? His voice bore a probing undertone, inching closer. Suddenly, a low voice interjected from Lu Yinyan's side. Mr. Bai, your interest in others' private matters suggests a certain fondness for Miss Song Qianqian. Bai Shaoqing's expression shifted, turning to the source of the voice, which belonged to Gu Li, who had remained silently lurking in the shadows. Gu appeared nonchalant, yet his keen eyes held a warning. He moved closer to Lu, tilting his head slightly as he whispered, Gu Yinin is looking for you. Some people become foolish when they indulge too much in idle gossip. Lu stifled a laugh, nodding appreciatively. Thank you for the reminder. She pivoted to depart, but Bai Shaoqing intended to follow until Gu Li obstructed his path. As Gu leisurely adjusted his cuff, he murmured, Mr. Bai, when one strays too far down a path, it is wise to reassess one's direction. Bai Shaoqing's expression darkened abruptly. He huffed dismissively and turned away, discontent brewing within him. Meanwhile, Wang Chao and Song Qianqian lounged leisurely on the sofa of a private club, discussing their upcoming plans. Suddenly, Wang's phone vibrated, causing his brow to furrow. He glanced at the screen before answering the call. What? His face darkened instantly, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Song Qianqian, noticing his sudden shift, straightened in alarm. What's wrong? Wang slammed his phone onto the table, his voice icy. Zhou Qingquan's people have targeted our accounts. Several related accounts have just been frozen, and our reserve funds have become inaccessible. He pinched the bridge of his nose. It must be Li Shuo. They couldn't have been so precise otherwise. Upon hearing these words, Song Qianqian furrowed her brows slightly. She reclined back on the sofa, gently swirling the red wine in her glass, her tone seemingly indifferent. Haven't you already seen through his subordinates' petty tricks? Now that they've set their sights on you, shouldn't it have been within your plans? Wang Chao's gaze darkened as it swept over her, a derisive snort escaping him. Within the plans? If it were truly part of the plans, would I be sitting here fuming? He clenched his teeth. This fellow hides himself even better than I imagined. Just how many trump cards does he possess? His expression was as grim as the clouds before a tempest. His eyes fixed on the detailed account freezing report he had just received. His fingers gripped the edge of the document with such intensity that it seemed as if he would tear it apart. The document meticulously outlined the forced freezing of multiple associated accounts. And not only that, it unveiled traces of the concealed gray transactions, as if someone had stripped them bare in public, exposed the spotlight. Damn, Zhou Qingquan. Wang Chao ground his teeth, yet a nagging feeling of unease crept in. Although Zhou Qingquan was resourceful, he was not the type to execute such precise strikes. There had to be a deeper scheme at play. He discreetly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Hay, I need your assistance with something. There was a brief silence on the other end before a deep, hoarse voice responded, Boss Wang, where there's intelligence, there's a price. The price is not an issue. I need to know who is orchestrating the account freeze. Wang Chao's tone was as cold as ice, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Mr. Hay chuckled softly. This is no simple matter. Mobilizing such resources and precise intelligence is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, I will arrange for someone to investigate. However, Boss Wang, the winds are tight lately. Do not jeopardize your own foundation. Watch your tongue. Wang Chao coldly hung up the phone. On the other side, Song Qianqian sat in the sofa area of the Bai family banquet, adorned with an exquisite jade bracelet that glimmered softly under the lights. Her gaze flitted past Bai Shaoqing, her face adorned with a poised smile. Bai Shao, if our two families join forces, wouldn't that create a win-win situation? The greatest enemy of my Song family is currently the Gu family, and it appears you are not entirely satisfied with the power distribution within the Bai family. Song Qianqian's tone was gentle, yet each word dripped with insinuation. Bai Shaoqing raised his wine glass, swirling the red liquid within, accentuating his refined features. He scoffed lightly, raising his gaze nonchalantly. Song Qianqian, do you think this is so simple? If, as you say, this concerns family reputation, do you think I could drag the Bai family into a confrontation with the Gu family? Unfazed, Song Qianqian leaned in closer with a flirtatious smile, lowering her tone slightly. Bai Shao, would you truly be willing to concede before Gu Li? You and he have never seen eye to eye, have you? Having conflicts does not mean one must join forces to upend the table. Bai Shaoqing shrugged nonchalantly. Then, with a teasing tone, he cautioned, do not underestimate Gu Li, nor should you underestimate my limits. He cast a meaningful glance at Song Qianqian, set his wine glass upon the table, and stood up to leave without a word. The hope in Song Qianqian's eyes was extinguished completely. She bit her lip, fiercely rubbing the bracelet around her wrist, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet she could only swallow her anger in silence. What if I said I could assist you in pursuing Lu Yinyan? Bai Shaoqing's steps came to an abrupt halt as he turned to face Song Qianqian. Bai Xiao, Lu Yinyan is a member of the Song family. She is my sister. I know you have feelings for her. If I could help you win her heart, would you consider giving me a chance for collaboration? Bai Shaoqing's gaze lingered on Song Qianqian's face for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. Then, a sly smile graced his lips as he replied, assist me in pursuing Lu Yinyan? Song Qianqian, your calculations are rather astute. However, are you certain you possess the capability to do so? Chapter 85 Intense Pursuit. Song Qianqian's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly regained her confident smile. Bai Xiao, when it comes to Lu Yinyan's preferences, there is no one who understands them better than I, her sister. If you are willing to collaborate with me, I shall certainly exert my utmost efforts to assist you. She deliberately slowed her speech, her tone imbued with sufficient allure. Moreover, if I lack sincerity, how would I dare approach you? Bai Shaoqing lowered his head and chuckled softly, as if he had heard a rather amusing jest. His fingertips tapped idly on the table, his gaze half concealed yet elevated, neither refusing nor agreeing. Just when Song Qianqian believed a favorable outcome was imminent, he suddenly straightened up, clapped his hands, and with a languid yet icy tone declared, very well. It is now your turn to prove your sincerity, sister. The last two syllables were drawn out, as if he were carving into Song Qianqian's heart, suppressing her discontent. Song Qianqian maintained her composure. Bai Xiao, then it is settled. I will ensure that Lu Yinyan reassesses you as a reliable man rather than an adversary. Her tone was resolute, a fleeting hint of provocation flashing between her brows. Bai Shaoqing, with his hands tucked into his pockets, appeared to be an amused spectator. I shall await the outcome, he replied, before striding out of the hall, disappearing from sight. Once seated back on the sofa, Song Qianqian's expression darkened completely, the jade bracelet on her wrist creaking under her grip. She muttered silently in her heart, cursing Bai Shaoqing's arrogance, yet she could not deny the superiority radiating from him. With the Song family dwindling in resources and Li Shuo becoming the largest shareholder of the Song Corporation, her own power was increasingly diminished. She was determined to dismantle the bond between Li Shuo and Lu Yinyan, swearing that she would not be the sole loser in this affair. After leaving the banquet, Song Qianqian did not head home directly. Instead, she drove to a clandestine private club, dialing Wang Chao's number. Her voice carried a barely discernible hint of triumph. Wang Chao, I have some good news. Bai Shaoqing has taken an interest in Lu Yinyan. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wang Chao's deep voice, laced with confusion, inquired, Bai Shaoqing? How could he suddenly be interested in Lu Yinyan? What else could it be? Men are all the same. Song Qianqian replied with a light laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. However, this presents a splendid opportunity for us. Oh, how so? Wang Chao's interest was piqued. Consider this. If Bai Shaoqing truly pursues Lu Yinyan, what will happen to Li Shuo? At that point, we could. Song Qianqian did not finish her sentence, but the implications were unmistakably clear. Wang Chao immediately grasped her meaning and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, understood. I will arrange for people to assist you. However, you must also guarantee that you can keep Bai Shaoqing in check. Rest assured, I have my methods, Song Qianqian concluded, ending the call with a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor of Han Hui Company, Li Shuo was engaged in discussions with Zhou Qianquan regarding the relocation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the vibrant scene of Binhai City unfolded, yet Li Shuo's brow remained furrowed in deep contemplation. Boss, is this relocation of headquarters a bit hasty? Zhou Qianquan inquired, his confusion evident. While the domestic environment indeed offered more favorable conditions for development than overseas, such a sudden move might provoke unnecessary complications. Shuo lightly tapped the surface of the table and replied in a low voice, "I understand your concerns, but the current circumstances leave us no room for delay. The complexities abroad are increasing. We must swiftly relocate our core forces to the domestic front to maintain greater control over the situation." At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Guli rushed in, a look of urgency etched on his face. "Boss, there's trouble. That scoundrel Wang Chao has begun his actions. His infiltrators within the Song Group are starting to cause disruption, affecting several crucial projects." Li Shuo's expression darkened instantly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. It seems Wang Chao is truly courting death. Qianquan, Guli, you two must handle this matter immediately and ensure that Wang Chao's influence is thoroughly eradicated from the Song Group. Understood. Zhou Qianquan and Guli responded in unison before swiftly exiting the conference room. As Li Shuo observed their departing figures, his gaze deepened with contemplation. He reached for his phone and dialed a number, urging for an expedited relocation of headquarters. Additionally, I need you to investigate the recent collaboration details between Song Qianqian and Wang Chao, as well as their ultimate objective. On the other end, a respectful voice responded, "Mr. Li, certainly, I will arrange for an investigation immediately." Li Shuo hung up, his profound gaze fixed on the flickering neon lights outside. Wang Chao's actions fell within the realm of his expectations, yet they heightened his vigilance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Shaoqing, under Song Qianqian's guidance, initiated his pursuit of Lu Yinyan. One day, as Lu Yinyan left the office, she encountered Bai Shaoqing, who stood beside his ostentatious pink Maserati. Holding a bouquet of luscious red roses, a self-assured smile plastered on his face. "Yinyan just finished work?" he asked, extending the roses towards her. "These are for you." Lu Yinyan paused, offering a polite smile. "Thank you, Bai Xiao, but I must decline." Though she held a decent impression of Bai Shaoqing, it was merely a superficial acquaintance. Moreover, her heart was already taken by Li Shuo, leaving her indifferent to other men. Bai Shaoqing appeared taken aback by Lu Yinyan's refusal, a fleeting awkwardness crossing his features before he quickly resumed his smile. "There's no need to be so formal. It's just a bouquet. I know you've been working hard, and I've been wanting to treat you to a meal to help you unwind. Would you honor me with your presence?" Lu Yinyan gracefully declined. "I appreciate your kindness, Bai Xiao, but the company has been quite busy lately, and I truly have no time. Perhaps next time, I'll invite you." With that, she attempted to step around Bai Shaoqing to leave. "Yinyan, wait." Bai Shaoqing hurriedly stepped in front of her. "Are you still upset with me for what happened last time? I was wrong to say those things. I sincerely apologize." He referred to the previous incident at the banquet, where he had made a sarcastic remark about Li Shuo. Lu Yinyan furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Bai Xiao, let bygones be bygones. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Observing Lu Yinyan's retreating figure, Bai Shaoqing felt a tinge of disappointment. He took out his phone and dialed Song Qianqian's number. "Qianqian, it seems that Yinyan is still not very warm towards me. Is she still upset about what I said before?" On the other end of the line, Song Qianqian chuckled lightly. "You are simply too impatient. Women, often enjoy being coy, especially exceptional girls like Yinyan, who tend to be more reserved. The more you pursue her, the more she will evade you. What you need to do is to feign indifference while subtly drawing her in. Do you understand?" Bai Shaoqing, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Feign indifference? What does that mean?" Chapter 86. Fire Garden. Song Qianqian patiently elucidated. "What I mean is, you must not exhibit excessive enthusiasm. It is essential to maintain a degree of aloofness, allowing her to sense your ebb and flow. This will kindle her curiosity and prompt her to draw nearer to you. Is that truly the case?" Bai Shaoqing inquired, his skepticism evident. "Of course it is. Would I deceive you?" Song Qianqian asserted with unwavering conviction. "Just follow my advice, and I assure you, you will win Yin Yan's heart." Upon ending the call, Bai Shaoqing fell into deep contemplation. Song Qianqian's words reignited a flicker of hope within him, compelling him to adopt her suggested approach. He resolved to experiment with the strategy of feigned indifference. In the days that followed, Bai Shaoqing indeed refrained from appearing before Lu Yinyan as frequently as before. He limited his interactions to occasional WeChat messages of greeting or small tokens of affection, all while maintaining a respectful distance. After Lu Yinyan departed, Bai Shaoqing increasingly found wisdom in Song Qianqian's advice. He decided to withdraw his attention from Lu Yinyan for a few days, anticipating her initiative to seek him out. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, having concluded his business affairs, prepared to embark on a journey abroad. Issues had arisen regarding the relocation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, necessitating his personal intervention. Prior to his departure, he dialed Lu Yinyan's number. "Yinyan, I have an urgent matter that requires me to travel overseas. I may be away for some time," he informed her. Upon receiving Li Shuo's call, Lu Yinyan felt a pang of reluctance. "So sudden? What is it about?" Li Shuo replied in a light-hearted manner. "Just a minor issue. There's no need for concern. I shall return shortly. Be a good girl at home, and when I come back, I will take you out for a delightful meal." "All right, but please be careful on your journey," Lu Yinyan cautioned. After hanging up, Li Shuo drove towards the airport. His destination was a private island located at the heart of the Pacific Ocean, Fire Garden. This island served as the headquarters for the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and was a realm he had meticulously crafted, spanning thousands of square kilometers. It boasted independent facilities such as a port, an airport, a power station, and a freshwater treatment plant, resembling a self-sufficient nation. The island's environment was exquisite, with a temperate climate reminiscent of eternal spring. A myriad of rare flora and fauna thrived here, painting a picturesque tableau of nature. Lavish villas, hotels, and entertainment venues were erected on the island for the leisure of the chamber's members. Li Shuo's private jet landed smoothly at the Fire Garden Airport. His assistant, Wang Cao, who had been awaiting his arrival, approached promptly. "Boss, you have finally arrived." We encountered a minor hiccup with the relocation. Several critical pieces of equipment faced shipping issues, causing delays in our progress. Wang Cao, a trusted aide and core member of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, was 15 years Li Shuo's senior. Known for his prudent demeanor and decisive handling of matters, he had earned Li Shuo's unwavering trust. Li Shuo furrowed his brow. "What transpired? Did I not instruct you to ensure that everything was foolproof?" Wang Cao explained. "Everything was initially arranged perfectly. However, the vessel responsible for the transport encountered a storm en route, resulting in damage to some equipment, necessitating reordering and reshipment." Li Shuo pondered for a moment, then declared, "I understand. Please take me to inspect the damaged equipment first." Wang Cao led Li Shuo to a large warehouse on the island. Inside, various pieces of damaged equipment were piled up, among which some precision instruments had been rendered completely useless. As Li Shuo meticulously examined the wrecked devices, his expression grew increasingly grim. These apparatuses had been custom-made at great expense by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and if they proved irreparable, the financial losses would be staggering. "What does the shipping company have to say?" Li Shuo inquired coldly. Wang Cao replied, "They acknowledge their mistake and are willing to compensate for a portion of the losses, but it falls woefully short of rectifying our predicament." A glint of cold fury flickered in Li Shuo's eyes. It seemed they did not regard the Sihai Chamber of Commerce with due seriousness. "If that is the case, let them pay the price," he commanded decisively, ordering a comprehensive investigation into the shipping company and the freezing of all their global assets. Simultaneously, he contacted the legal team of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, preparing to file a lawsuit demanding full compensation for the losses incurred. Having dealt with the matter of the damaged equipment, Li Shuo promptly made his way to the construction site of the headquarters building. This edifice was the new headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, a landmark structure in Hokinjuan. The building's design was grand and imposing, embodying a futuristic aesthetic. Composed of high-strength alloys and bulletproof glass, it was fortified against various forms of attack. The interior was extravagantly luxurious, replete with an array of high-tech equipment. However, due to the transportation issues, the construction progress had been severely hindered. On the site, workers were busily engaged, yet the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Li Shuo surveyed the entire construction site, assessing the progress and challenges faced. He encouraged the workers to expedite their efforts, assuring them that he would resolve the equipment issues swiftly. As dusk fell, Li Shuo stood atop the building, gazing over the entirety of Huoqinjuan. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the azure sea, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of shimmering waves. In the distance, several yachts glided gracefully across the water, leaving behind white trails. The island's lights gradually flickered to life, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce was an empire he had meticulously built, a cornerstone of his vendetta. He would not permit anyone to thwart his plans. As night descended, Huoqinjuan Island was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. Returning to his villa, Li Shuo wearily sank into the sofa, massaging his temples. The gentle sea breeze wafted through the window, casting playful shadows of palm trees, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his heart. The incident with the damaged equipment was merely a minor setback. What truly troubled him were the hidden machinations lurking behind it. He dialed Wang Cao's number, his tone somber. "Wang Cao, what is the situation with the shipping company?" On the other end, Wang Cao's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. "Boss, that shipping company insists it was an accidental incident and is only willing to compensate us for 10% of the losses. It's clear they are taking advantage of us. We are powerless against them." Li Shu skufa coldly. "Accidental? The waters near Huoqinjuan are perpetually calm. Where could a storm have arisen? 10%? That's an insult." He rubbed his brow, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Wang Cao, pursue your investigation without restraint. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the individuals lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, reach out to several reputable shipping companies. I require the remaining equipment to be transported to the fire site in the shortest possible time. This time, I will personally oversee the transport routes and security measures." The following dawn, the sea breeze, carrying a hint of briny tang, rushed toward him. Li Shuo stood on the dock of the fire site, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he surveyed the bustling workers. Today, the remaining equipment would be loaded onto the vessels here, and he must ensure that everything proceeds flawlessly. The dock workers, predominantly sun-kissed and robust, bore the unmistakable marks of a life spent laboring at sea. Chapter 87. A woman Li Shuo observed a mix of unfamiliar faces among the crowd, clad in ordinary work uniforms. They nonetheless exuded an unusual aura that could not be concealed. Their gazes flitted about, seemingly intent on evading his scrutiny. "Wang Cao, have you noticed those furtive individuals? Investigate their backgrounds," Li Shuo instructed in a hushed tone, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the suspicious figures. Wang Cao followed Li Shuo's line of sight, nodding slightly. Understanding his leader's intent, "I will arrange for someone to look into it right away." The loading operation commenced. A colossal crane gradually hoisted various pieces of equipment, meticulously placing them into the cargo hold. Li Shuo stood nearby, his attention riveted on the entire process. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slipping into the cargo hold. It was a diminutive man, moving with remarkable agility, almost blending into the shadows cast by the equipment. A sense of alarm surged within Li Shuo. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Wang Cao, come with me," he barked, striding purposefully towards the cargo hold. Inside, the dim light was suffused with the scent of machine oil. Li Shuo quickly spotted the furtive figure, crouched beside a sophisticated instrument, clutching a small metallic box, seemingly engaged in installing something. "Stop right there," Li Shuo commanded sharply, advancing with a swift stride. The man, startled by the voice, jerked his head up, panic flashing in his eyes. He hastily shoved the small box into his pocket and attempted to flee. However, Li Shuo was swifter, seizing the man's shoulder and forcefully twisting it, pinning him to the ground. "Who are you? What are you planning?" Li Shuo interrogated, his tone as cold as steel. The man struggled to rise, mumbling indistinctly. Li Shuo rifled through his pocket and retrieved the metallic box, opening it to reveal a miniature tracking device. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Li Shuo's eyes as he grasped the man's collar, hoisting him up. "Speak. Who sent you?" The man's complexion turned pallid. His lips trembled, yet he remained obstinately silent. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the dock. Li Shuo glanced up to see a swarm of individuals clad in black converging from all directions, encircling the dock. Armed and menacing, their intentions were evidently hostile. A sense of dread enveloped Li Shuo. It appeared that today would lead to a fierce confrontation. He surveyed his surroundings, the black-clad figures advancing like a tidal wave, each one exuding a fearsome presence. Confrontation? He was no fool. With a sardonic laugh, he shoved the trembling, diminutive man towards the gathering of black-clad individuals, exclaiming, "Take this coward. He knows nothing." The leader of the black-clad group, clearly caught off guard by Li Shuo's ploy, hesitated momentarily, extending a hand to receive the frail man. In that fleeting second, Li Shuo seized the opportunity, snatching a weapon from a nearby black-clad figure before the latter could react. Bang! Li Shuo, without a moment's hesitation, discharged his firearm, swiftly incapacitating the nearest black-clad assailants. Blood splattered instantaneously, permeating the air with a pungent scent of iron. Wang Kao, retreat! Li Shuo bellowed, his weapon continuously spitting flames, carving a bloody path for himself and Wang Kao. Wang Kao, no novice himself, fought valiantly alongside his men, suppressing the firepower of the black-clad figures to provide cover for Li Shuo's escape. As Li Shuo maneuvered and strategically withdrew, he adeptly exploited the intricate structure of the cargo hold to outmaneuver his adversaries. He discerned that the targets of these black-clad individuals were not himself, but rather the sophisticated instruments within the hold. They were fervently dismantling the equipment with an alarming proficiency, clearly indicating their professional expertise. Damn it, Li Shuo cursed under his breath. The project of Wokinjuan must not fall into their hands. Resolutely, he altered his strategy, prioritizing the preservation of the equipment. Veng Ko, cover me. I'm going to activate the safety system, he shouted, sprinting towards the control room. Wang Kao, understanding his intent, fiercely resisted, drawing the fire of the black-clad men to buy Li Shuo crucial time. Utilizing his familiarity with the cargo hold's layout, Li Shuo lured a group of assailants into a relatively confined area before decisively pressing the control button to activate the safety system. With a resounding crash, the heavy metal gate descended slowly, sealing the black-clad individuals within. Li Shuo exhaled in relief, having successfully safeguarded the equipment. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he realized he too was trapped within the cargo hold. Meanwhile, the dock echoed with a cacophony of gunfire as Wang Kao engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining assailants. Workers scattered in all directions amidst the chaos, creating a scene more tumultuous than a bustling market. This has escalated dramatically. Li Shuo mused with a wry smile, leaning against the cold metal wall. Listening to the thunderous gunfire outside, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a faint metallic scraping sound emanated from the opposite side of the cargo hold. Li Shuo's instincts kicked in. He extinguished his cigarette and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Holding his breath, he strained to listen as the sound grew increasingly distinct, seemingly originating from a ventilation duct. Could there be another intruder? A chill ran down his spine as he gripped his weapon tightly, inching closer to the vent. With a swift motion, he pulled open the cover of the duct, directing the beam of his flashlight inside, only to be met with an unexpected sight. A woman, curled up within the narrow confines of the duct, trembling uncontrollably, clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her fiery red curls cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring much of her face. "Who are you?" Li Shuo inquired warily, his gun trained on her. The woman gradually lifted her head, revealing a delicate visage, her emerald green eyes filled with trepidation and despair. She parted her trembling lips, her voice quivering as she implored. Help me." Li Shuo, flashlight in hand, maintained his aim at her, aware that despite her sultry appearance, she resembled a frightened little kitten, shivering in fear. The crimson curls obscured much of her face, revealing only a pair of emerald green eyes that gazed at Li Shuo with palpable fear. I came here illegally." The woman stammered, "I had no idea this was illegal immigration." Li Shuo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "You possess quite a bit of audacity to venture into such a place." He surveyed the surroundings. This cargo was worth a fortune, and if this woman were to jeopardize it, he would certainly exact a severe punishment upon her. The woman seemed to sense the skepticism in Li Shuo's eyes and hurriedly explained, I was deceived. They said, this place could take me abroad. As she spoke, tears began to fall, her appearance reminiscent of a delicate flower weeping in the rain, evoking a sense of pity. Li Shuo scoffed. You actually believe the words of a swindler? Now look where you are. Your attempt at illegal immigration has only ensnared you here. After a brief pause, he inquired, what is your name? I'm called Evelyn. Chapter 88. Blackwater Company Evelyn? Li Shuo repeated the name, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had heard it. Disinterested in further conversation, he was acutely aware of the gunfire resonating outside. Pondering the situation with Wang Kao. Stay here and do not move, Li Shuo warned. If you dare to play any tricks, I will show no mercy. Evelyn nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, fearing that Li Shuo might abandon her in this precarious situation. As he turned toward the cargo hold door, a sudden deafening bang echoed behind him. He swiftly turned back, only to see Evelyn collapsed on the ground, a figure in black standing over her, a smoking gun in hand. Damn it, Li Shuo cursed inwardly, realizing that there was indeed a lurking threat. He quickly raised his weapon and fired several shots, eliminating the assailant. Rushing to Evelyn's side, he assessed her injuries and discovered that a bullet had struck her shoulder, staining her clothing with crimson. Are you all right? Li Shuo inquired. Evelyn bit her lip, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she stubbornly shook her head. I'm fine. Li Shuo frowned. This woman had quite a spirit. He tore a strip from his clothing and hastily bandaged her wound. Wait here. I will deal with the trouble outside, he stated before rising to approach the cargo door once more. However, just as he was about to open it, Evelyn suddenly grasped his hand, her voice faint. Wait. I know who they are. Li Shuo turned sharply to face her, his gaze filled with curiosity. They are from Blackwater Company. Evelyn spoke haltingly. I used to work for Blackwater. Blackwater? Li Shuo felt a jolt. The name was all too familiar. Blackwater was an internationally notorious intelligence organization, infamous for their nefarious deeds. What would you do for Blackwater? He pressed. Evelyn hesitated before whispering, I was there, intelligence officer. Li Shuo was taken aback, never imagining that this seemingly frail woman could be an operative for Blackwater. Evelyn winced in pain, her pallor deepening, yet she fought back tears. Blackwater, their target this time is the Shuo Chamber of Commerce. They intend to seize. She faltered, her voice weakening as if she were on the verge of fainting. A chill ran down Li Shuo's spine. The Shuo Chamber of Commerce had indeed become Blackwater's objective. Anger surged within him, gripping his weapon tightly, knuckles turning white. What do they wish to seize? Li Shuo's voice was low, laced with a dangerous undertone. Evelyn took a deep breath, summoning all her strength to utter a few words. Core secrets. Core secrets? Li Shuo narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The Blackwater Corporation seeks the core secrets of the Four Seas Guild, but for what purpose? Evelyn struggled to extract a crumpled note from her pocket and handed it to Li Shuo. This is the forthcoming action plan of Blackwater Corporation, along with contact information. Li Shuo took the note, his gaze swiftly scanning its contents. It dawned on him that he had been under surveillance by Blackwater all along, and that the incident involving the cargo ship was orchestrated by them. I'm solely a drawing him out. Why are you telling me this? Li Shuo fixed his sharp gaze on Evelyn, his eyes gleaming like blades. Evelyn forced a bitter smile. I want to survive. Li Shuo scoffed, remaining silent. He certainly would not easily trust Evelyn's words. How could an operative who had infiltrated Blackwater for years betray her organization so readily? Suddenly, a flurry of gunfire erupted from outside, interrupting Li Shuo's thoughts. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Kao. Wang Kao, I'm in trouble here. Bring reinforcements immediately. I've sent you the coordinates. Boss, I'm on my way. Wang Kao's voice was laced with urgency. Li Shuo hung up and glanced at Evelyn, who lay on the ground, a complex gleam flickering in his eyes. He was uncertain whether Evelyn spoke the truth or had ulterior motives, but there was no time to ponder such matters. He had to resolve the immediate crisis first. You'd best pray that you are speaking the truth, Li Shuo coldly remarked before turning to stride toward the cargo hold door. The gunfire outside intensified, and Li Shuo took a deep breath, forcefully flinging open the cargo door. A barrage of bullets whizzed past, and he quickly evaded them while retaliating with his own fire. "Boss!" Wang Cao's voice called from a distance. Li Shua's spirits lifted. He knew reinforcements had arrived. Wang Cao, accompanied by a squad, swiftly reached him, and together they dispatched the remaining assailants clad in black. "Boss, are you all right?" Wang Cao inquired with concern. "Me fine," Li Shuo replied, shaking his head, then gestured toward Evelyn on the ground. "Take her back for thorough interrogation. We must ascertain her true identity and intentions." "Understood, boss." Wang Cao promptly ordered his men to carry Evelyn away. Once the situation aboard the cargo ship was resolved, Li Shuo immediately contacted the other members of the Four Seas Guild, informing them of Blackwater's impending actions. "Everyone, Blackwater Corporation has set its sights on us. They will soon launch a full-scale assault. We must be thoroughly prepared." Li Shua's voice was deep and commanding. "Initiate Level 1 alert immediately. Reinforce defenses at all strongholds. And transfer all core secrets to secure locations." Li Shuo calmly issued his orders. "Yes, boss." The group responded in unison. As the engine of the cargo ship roared towards the port, Li Shuo stood on the deck, the sea breeze tousling his hair, his gaze profound, as if he could pierce through the surging waves of the ocean. Evelyn's words echoed in his mind. Blackwater Company, core secrets. These phrases resembled intricate enigmas, awaiting his unraveling. Returning to the fire incident park, he pushed open an unremarkable iron door and descended into a subterranean chamber. This place was a hidden marvel, a highly guarded secret base. The corridor was lined with armed sentinels, their keen eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Li Shuo strode purposefully towards a large metallic door at the end, entered the password, and underwent fingerprint and iris verification before the door slowly creaked open. Inside lay a spacious conference room, dominated by a grand circular table at its center, surrounded by plush leather chairs. At this moment, the room was filled to capacity with individuals, senior members of the Global Merchants Association, hailing from diverse corners of the world, each holding a distinct status, yet all regarding Li Shuo with profound reverence. Chapter 89. Clue. The leader rose, and everyone respectfully greeted Li Shuo. Li Shuo nodded slightly and took his seat at the head of the table. The purpose of gathering everyone was to announce an important matter. His voice was low, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew solemn. "According to the intelligence we have received, Blackwater Corporation has set its sights on us, and they will soon launch a full-scale attack," Li Shuo stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in a flurry of shock. Blackwater Corporation, the largest mercenary organization in the world, renowned for its formidable strength and infamy. "Boss, why would Blackwater Corporation want to attack us?" Someone questioned, bewildered. "They seek our core secrets." Li Shuo's tone was frigid, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. "Core secrets?" The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, overwhelmed by the revelation. The core secrets of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce pertained to the very survival of the organization. If leaked, the consequences would be dire. Li Shuo detailed the intelligence he had acquired from Evelyn, as well as the events surrounding the cargo ship incident, presenting the crumpled note as evidence. "I have dispatched someone to verify the information on this note, and it is indeed authentic," Li Shuo stated gravely. "Blackwater's operational plan is meticulously crafted. They have already infiltrated our ranks. We must remain vigilant and prepare thoroughly." "Boss, what should we do next?" Wang inquired. "Immediately initiate a Level 1 alert. Reinforce the defenses of all our strongholds and transfer all core secrets to a secure location," Li Shuo commanded with calm authority. "Understood, boss." Everyone responded in unison. After the meeting concluded, Li Shuo retained Wang. "Wang, what progress has been made with Evelyn?" Wang shook his head. "She refuses to divulge anything. Her lips are sealed." "Continue the interrogation. We must extract information from her." Li Shuo's tone brooked no dissent. "Yes, boss." Wang complied and departed. Li Shuo remained alone in the conference room, lost in thought. The sudden emergence of Blackwater Corporation filled him with unease. What conspiracy lay hidden behind this? What were Evelyn's true identity and intentions? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lu Yinyan calling. "Hello, Yinyan. Li Shuo, where are you? I need to speak with you." Lu Yinyan's voice was tinged with urgency. "I'm abroad. What is it? I. I have discovered some information regarding Wang Chao and Song Shanha's clandestine collaboration, and you might not want to hear it. Lu Yinyin hesitated. A sinking feeling enveloped Li Shuo. An ominous premonition washed over him. Go on, I'm listening. Song Shanha intends to fund Wang Chao in establishing a new energy company. Lu Yinyin's voice quivered, as if struggling to believe the information she had uncovered. A new energy company? Li Shuo's brow furrowed, a chill spreading from the depths of his heart. What specific project is it? I have not yet gathered specific information. I only know that Song Shanha has invested a substantial amount. Lu Yinyin spoke with urgency. I sense something amiss. You are aware of Wang Chao's unreliability. I understand. Li Shuo replied in a grave, composed tone. Please ensure your safety and refrain from delving further. I will handle this matter. Be cautious yourself, Lu Yinyin advised. After disconnecting the call, Li Shuo's expression darkened ominously. Song Shanha, that cunning old fox, is conspiring with Wang Chao behind his back. Previously, he had been willing to compromise to deal with Sun Qian, but now, with Song Shanha collaborating with Wang Chao, his audacity knows no bounds. He could almost perceive the hidden machinations behind Song Shanha's insincere smile. New energy? Huh. I fear the inebriated intentions lie beyond mere indulgence. Zhou Qianquan. Li Shuo dialed Zhou Qianquan's number, his tone icy. Investigate. I want every detail about the collaboration between Song Shanha and Wang Chao. Moreover, keep a close watch on Wang Chao. Report to me immediately of any developments. Boss, rest assured, leave it to me. Zhou Qianquan's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. After hanging up, Li Shuo rubbed his temples, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He felt like a chess player being manipulated by his opponent, a sensation that left him profoundly uneasy. He must swiftly discern the true intentions behind Song Shanha and Wang Chao's alliance to regain the upper hand. Simultaneously, he arranged for members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to covertly protect Lu Yinyin. Her investigation could encroach upon certain interests, and her safety must be assured. On Lu Yinyin's end, upon learning that Li Shuo had initiated an investigation, she too remained proactive. Utilizing her network established during university, she reached out to a friend in the business department, subtly inquiring about the collaboration between Song Shanha and Wang Chao. Yinyin, do not probe into this matter recklessly. It involves numerous influential figures. Her friend warned. I am merely curious, just asking casually. Lu Yinyin feigned nonchalance. I heard this project involves significant investment and promising prospects. Indeed, it is said to potentially stimulate the entire new energy sector in Binhai City. Her friend lowered their voice, but I have heard that the waters run deep. It would be wise not to get involved. Lu Yinyin discreetly extracted some information before ending the call. She understood that her friend's caution was not unfounded. The collaboration between Song Shanha and Wang Chao was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. A few days later, Lu Yinyin's friend secretly sent her some documents containing evidence of clandestine dealings between Song Shanha and Wang Chao, including records of financial transactions and secret agreements. Lu Yinyin meticulously perused these documents, her expression growing increasingly grave. This evidence was sufficient to establish that the collaboration between Song Shanha and Wang Chao was, in fact, a colossal deception. Lu Yinyin compressed the files and sent them using an encryption method known only to her and Li Shuo. Gazing at the screen displaying the message of successful transmission, she let out a deep sigh, a profound sense of fatigue washing over her. Rubbing her weary eyes, she rose and moved to the window, contemplating the vibrant night scene outside, her heart a tumult of emotions. Upon receiving the document, Li Shuo immediately contacted Zhou Qianquan. I have obtained the items. Please arrange for someone to submit them anonymously to the relevant authorities. Boss, I also have some progress. Zhou Qianquan's voice carried a note of excitement. I have uncovered that Song Shanha has engaged in numerous illegal activities over the years: tax evasion, illegal fundraising, bribery. The list is utterly damning. This time, I intend for him to languish in prison. Chapter 90. The Black Snake Gang. Very well, keep it clean. Li Shuo's tone remained composed, yet a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, far away in Huoqing Garden, Li Shuo had also uncovered some clues. "Boss, the Black Snake Gang is stirring again," Wang Kao said gravely from behind him. "Ha!" Li Shuo scoffed softly. It seems the lesson from last time was not sufficiently profound. The Black Snake Gang, a significant criminal organization in the United States, had been in constant conflict with the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Recently, Li Shuo had taken matters into his own hands, delivering a crushing blow to the Black Snake Gang, leaving them severely weakened. This time, it appears they have found a new backing, possibly with the shadow of the Rothschild family behind them, Wang Kao added. The Rothschild family, a financial behemoth with a legacy spanning centuries, wielded influence across the globe, their power not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this name, Li Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Interesting, a smirk of amusement played on Li Shuo's lips. It seems someone wishes to test my limits. "Boss, should I arrange for people?" Wang Kao made a gesture across his throat. "Not yet." Li Shuo raised his hand to halt him. "Let them frolic for a few days. I wish to see what tricks they can conjure." He turned and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant, dazzling nightscape, an inexplicable light glimmering in his eyes. He knew that a greater storm was on the horizon. The following day, Li Shuo received news that the Black Snake Gang had openly provoked the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, launching an attack on one of their branches in the United States. "Boss, they're courting death." Wang Kao seethed with fury. "Since they wish to play, let's indulge them." Li Shuo's tone was icy, devoid of emotion. He dialed a number, commanding, "Relay the order for a full counterattack. I want the Black Snake Gang eradicated from this world." A deep voice responded from the other end. "Understood." A bloody storm was about to sweep through the entire underworld of the United States. Meanwhile, back home, Zhou Qianquan meticulously organized the evidence he had gathered and anonymously sent it to the relevant authorities. Sitting before his computer, he gazed at a photograph of Song Shanha, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Old man, your days of ease are over." Yet, just as he prepared to celebrate, the computer screen abruptly went black. Soon after, the lights in the room began to flicker erratically before plunging into darkness. "What is happening?" Zhou Qianquan's heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over him. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently flung open, and a group of men in black surged in, surrounding Zhou Qianquan completely. Zhou Qianquan's residence lay in disarray, the computer screen flickering with eerie light, tables and chairs overturned, the air thick with tension. Upon receiving a call from Zhou Qianquan's subordinate, Li Shuo's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white, an icy killing intent radiating from him. "Song Shanha, you're courting death," he growled through gritted teeth, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched jaws. He immediately dialed Wang Kao's number, his tone icy and urgent. "Wang Kao, Qianquan has been kidnapped. Mobilize all resources and investigate immediately. I want to know who is responsible and where Qianquan is right now. Furthermore, intensify efforts on Song Shanha's case. Uncover all his criminal evidence. I want him utterly ruined." "Boss, rest assured, I will arrange it right away," Wang Kao replied gravely, fully aware of the urgency, and promptly commenced action. After hanging up, Li Shuo paced irritably in the room. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, yet the taste of nicotine failed to bring him solace. Zhou Qianquan was not merely his capable assistant. He was a brother who had faced life and death alongside him. He would not tolerate anyone harming him. At that moment, another call came through. It was the butler of the Huoqinjuan villa, informing him that Evelyn had regained consciousness. Li Shuo extinguished his cigarette and swiftly drove to the villa. Evelyn lay in bed, her face pale, yet her spirit appeared relatively intact. Upon seeing Li Shuo enter, she struggled to sit up, and he hurried to support her. "How are you? Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me," Evelyn replied weakly, offering a faint smile filled with gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. Tell me, who attacked you? Why did they do this?" Li Shuo's tone was gentle, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through Evelyn's soul. Evelyn hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. I don't know who they were. They were all dressed in black, with their faces concealed. I couldn't see anything clearly. They seemed to..." Be searching for something. Searching for what? Li Shuo prasa. I'm not sure. They didn't say anything, just kept searching until they injured me. Evelyn's voice trembled, clearly haunted by the traumatic experience. Li Shuo furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling connection between Evelyn's assault and Zhou Qiankuan's abduction. Could they be the work of the same sinister force? Do you recall any other details? Any small detail could prove crucial. Li Shuo encouraged her to reflect. Evelyn closed her eyes, straining to remember the scene, when suddenly her eyes flew open as if recalling something. I remember. They uttered a strange phrase. Aren't you from Blackwater? How would you be hurt by those people? Li Shuo asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Evelyn took a deep breath, striving to steady her trembling voice. They said, they aren't from Blackwater? Is there someone else in Huo Qinjuan besides your faction? Evelyn, Li Shuo's tone turned serious. Are you hiding something from me? What is your true identity? Evelyn's complexion drained of color, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with fear and conflict. I, she stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Li Shuo observed her, already possessing the answer in his heart. He understood that Evelyn must harbor some secret, one that likely pertained to her own safety, and perhaps even a larger conspiracy. Evelyn, you need not fear, Li Shuo gently reassured her, striving to instill a sense of calm. Reveal to me the truth, and I shall protect you. Evelyn lifted her gaze to meet Li Shuo's earnest eyes, and at last, she resolved to speak. Taking a deep breath, she slowly confessed in truth. I am an undercover agent placed by Blackwater within the Fire Incense Park. Li Shuo did not exhibit much astonishment, as if he had anticipated this revelation. He merely gazed quietly at Evelyn, encouraging her to continue. Evelyn pressed on. My mission was to steal the core secrets of Fire Incident Park and deliver them to Blackwater. However, I failed to fulfill my task because Chapter 91. My brother Evelyn's voice lowered to a whisper, nearly inaudible. I'm actually searching for my brother. He went missing many years ago. I have uncovered some clues suggesting he may have been taken to the fire garden. At this point, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. I have searched for him for so long. The Blackwater Corporation promised me that if I assisted them in their tasks, they would help me locate my brother. I have no other options left. Evelyn covered her face, her shoulders trembling like a wounded creature. Li Shuo remained silent for a moment, observing the fragile woman before him, feeling a surge of emotion. He had initially perceived Evelyn as a cold-hearted spy, yet he had not anticipated the profound sorrow hidden beneath her exterior. What is your brother's name? How long has he been missing? Li Shuo's voice softened, tinged with concern. Evelyn lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Li Shuo. His name is Ivan. He has been missing for nearly 10 years. 10 years ago, Li Shuo murmured, the timeline resonating with his own experience of being separated from his sister, stirring a sense of shared empathy within him. Do you have any leads? Anything regarding your brother or the Blackwater Corporation would suffice. Evelyn struggled to compose herself, recounting the events surrounding her brother's disappearance, how she had traced clues to the fire garden, and how she had been exploited by the Blackwater Corporation, gradually becoming an undercover agent. She also provided Li Shuo with some internal intelligence about the Blackwater Corporation, including their organizational structure, key members, and ongoing clandestine projects. This is all I know. I beg you, please help me. Evelyn pleaded once more, her eyes filled with desperation and hope. Li Shuo regarded her, having made up his mind. I will assist you. I will do everything in my power to help you find your brother. Simultaneously, I will need your cooperation to uncover the puppet masters and bring to light those who have wronged you. Evelyn nodded vigorously, as if clutching the last straw of salvation. Li Shuo arranged for her to temporarily reside in a villa, assigning several capable subordinates to protect her discreetly. He understood that the more Evelyn knew, the greater the danger she faced. After addressing Evelyn's situation, Li Shuo promptly contacted Zhou Qiankuan. Boss, are you all right? I heard about the fire garden incident. It terrified me. Zhou Qiankuan's voice on the other end brimmed with concern. I'm fine. How about you? Were you injured? Li Shuo inquired with genuine care. I'm tough as nails. It's not easy to hurt me. Zhou Qiankuan feigned nonchalance with a chuckle. Fortunately, My people arrived just in time. I don't know who dared to kidnap me in Benhai City. I was locked up for a few days and became rather frantic from hunger. Li Shuo chuckled in response. You 1T, starved to death. Now tell me, what happened? Who kidnapped you? Zhou Qianquan's tone turned grave. Boss, I suspect that those who abducted me are remnants of the Tang family's power before their downfall. They seem to be searching for something, but I'm unsure what it is. Li Shuo leaned against the back of his study chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. He placed his phone upon the desk, reflecting on the words spoken by Zhou Qianquan during their recent conversation. The remnants of the Tang family's power, he murmured to himself, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk, the rhythm slow yet resolute. Just as the turmoil in Huoqing Garden had begun to subside, matters in Benhai once again entangled with the Tang family. That once mighty house had collapsed, yet these lingering forces continued to stir in the shadows. Over the years, in pursuit of vengeance, he had utilized the intelligence network of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to investigate countless leads. But he had never managed to piece together the true enigma behind the downfall of the Li family. Now, it appeared that the Tang family might be vaguely connected to the catastrophe of those years past. This realization demanded his vigilance. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shuo resolved to extract further intelligence from Zhou Qianquan. He dialed the phone, and after a few beeps, the line connected. Boss, I thought you had finally succumbed to sleep. Zhou Qianquan's tone was lighthearted. Cut the small talk and tell me everything you know, Li Shuo commanded, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. Zhou Qianquan's demeanor shifted to seriousness, his voice dropping a notch. The individuals who abducted me were exceptionally skilled, their methods surpassing the capabilities of those typically hired in the market. I observed that some among them possessed remarkable abilities, as if they had undergone professional training. Furthermore, they seemed to be searching for a document related to the Li family. As he spoke, a hint of caution seeped into his tone. Li Shuo's heart jolted slightly, the cigarette burning his fingertips unnoticed. The Li family? Again, the mere mention of those two characters felt like an invisible brand seared into his heart, a wound that had yet to heal over the years. What was the content of the document? Did they mention anything? He forced himself to maintain his usual calm demeanor. No, they were exceedingly cautious, revealing nothing. However, boss, it was clear that they were fearful of something being leaked. Their abduction of me was surely an attempt to use me to reach you. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuo's brow furrowed deeply. He swiftly dialed Wang Cao's number, instructing him to discreetly investigate the movements of the Tang family's remaining forces, emphasizing the necessity of uncovering what precisely they were seeking. Once the matter with Zhou Qianquan was resolved, Li Shuo wasted no time and immediately delved into the leads provided by Evelyn. He entered the names Ivan and Huoqing Garden into the internal system of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's intelligence department. Merely minutes later, the system returned several vague leads. Ivan had indeed been listed among a large-scale population disappearance list, and the ultimate fate of those missing individuals had led to clandestine bases akin to Huoqing Garden. Undoubtedly, it was time for him to take matters into his own hands. He lifted his gaze, his eyes falling upon the window where a faint moonlight spilled through the glass onto his desk, resembling a silent summons. With a profound gaze, Li Shuo murmured, "It is time for the Blackwater Company to make its move." Moments later, he dialed a clandestine contact number. This was a lead accessible only to him as the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, allowing him proximity to the outer network of the Blackwater Company. "I need an identity," he stated. Li Shuo spoke succinctly into the phone, stating that he would send the email in an hour. The other party wasted no time and promptly hung up. Everything began to accelerate in the shadows, and at this moment, he naturally did not forget to share this lead with Evelyn. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, followed by Wang Cao's voice. "Boss, may I come in?" Wang Cao entered, holding several documents, his expression grave. He respectfully stood before Li Shuo, placed the files on the desk, and whispered, "Boss, there have been new developments regarding the remnants of the Tang family's influence. They seem to be searching for a document related to biotechnology, which I suspect may be connected to the events concerning the Li family years ago." Chapter 92. Old memories resurface biotechnology? Li Shuo's brow furrowed deeper as he perused the files, which documented several notable transactions. Although the handwriting was obscure, it still hinted at intriguing details. These revelations quickened his heartbeat. According to our informants, the experimental technology mentioned in these documents seemed to have been utilized on that island. Wang Cao's voice was low and grave. "Boss, this matter is far from simple." Li Shuo's gaze turned icy as he tightened his grip on the papers, his fingertips pressing with such intensity that it felt as though he could rend them to shreds. The dark memories of the island loomed like a shadowy abyss in his mind once more. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze to the window and asked, devoid of any emotion, "Where are the remnants of the Tang family hiding now?" Wang Cao shook his head. "Their exact location is still under investigation. However, these individuals have recently established connections with Blackwater Corporation. There are experimental data related to Blackwater at the fire incident park, which might provide us with a breakthrough." Li Shuo scoffed lightly, his tone chilling. "It seems I must personally pay a visit to Blackwater Corporation." For the next hour, the room buzzed with activity. Li Shuo meticulously reviewed the materials at hand while contacting peripheral personnel of Blackwater Corporation through the networks of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, preparing for his infiltration with a brand new identity. His expression was steely, and the entire operation plan was already vividly etched in his mind. The long-concealed identity of the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had now become the most suitable disguise. After a series of phone calls, he acquired a wealth of internal intelligence. Within the following hour, his inbox indeed received a special identity that aligned with Blackwater selection criteria. It belonged to an inconspicuous foreign trader, occasionally engaged in marginal transactions, yet with a nebulous background. The name, Su Lang. "Wang Cao, ensure this outfit is ready. I shall set out tonight," Li Shuo declared before turning toward the cloakroom. He selected an ensemble most fitting for the identity of Su Lang. Adjusting his cufflinks as he murmured, "The secrets lingering in the fire incident park must be resolved." Late into the night, Li Shuo stealthily infiltrated a research facility owned by Blackwater Corporation. Within the confines of this derelict industrial building, the dust whispered of its once bustling silence. A gust of cold wind sent scraps of paper swirling to his feet as he bent to retrieve one, his eyes narrowed upon discerning its contents. Indeed, it detailed human experimentation. He muttered softly, for the page described remnants of data regarding a neural implant technology, astonishingly reminiscent of the nightmares he had endured following the downfall of the Li family. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Li Shuo's gaze darkened as he swiftly concealed himself behind the wall. Through a narrow crack, he observed several unfamiliar tall men dragging boxes filled with items. The leader inquired in a hushed tone, "Has this batch been confirmed for delivery to Binhai?" Another man nodded affirmatively. "It's settled. It will be traded at the underground base." With that, the group turned and departed. Li Shuo's fingertips tightened, his eyes deep with contemplation. He did not act impulsively. Instead, he quietly trailed behind them, his form like a shadow, his footsteps soundless. It was not until they vanished into the dimly lit exit that he finally discerned the entrance to the secret passage. Li Shuo gently set down the sole of his shoe and, holding his breath, approached the passageway. He swiftly retrieved a miniature positioning device, carefully embedding it within an inconspicuous metallic crevice. Once he confirmed that the device was functioning properly, he discreetly captured images of the surroundings of the passage entrance with his phone and then turned to leave, maintaining his silent steps. He deftly evaded several patrolling figures and returned unscathed to the deserted street outside the research facility. As the cold wind rustled his collar, Li Shuo took out his phone and dialed Wang Cao. "I have sent you the exact location of the fire incident site. Keep a close watch on that passage, and be careful not to alert them." He paused for a moment before his tone turned icy. "There is tangible evidence of their connection to He Shui. Securing the area near the entrance is essential. If necessary, we can set a trap to lure them in." Wang Cao's voice came through the line. "Understood, boss. I'll dispatch 10 men to ensure everything goes smoothly." After ending the call, Li Shuo adjusted his bow tie and slipped into an unassuming, ordinary sedan. He quickly transformed into a more mature and reserved persona. This was the image he had cultivated as Su Lang. He returned to a private club frequented by members associated with He Shui, removed his sunglasses, and donned a smile tinged with cordiality. In the center of a booth, several operatives from Shuo were animatedly engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Su Lang approaching, they paused momentarily before nodding in recognition. "Su boss, what a rare visit. Looking for a quiet place to enjoy a drink?" Shuo took a seat and casually handed over a prepared forged document, smiling slightly. "Contracts acquired through special channels, far superior to market offerings." The operatives glanced at the documents, and one of them scrutinized him closely. "Su boss, you are quite the enigma, always possessing some unsavory material. Whether it sees the light of day depends solely on the client," Shuo replied languidly, leaning back in his chair, adopting a noncommittal demeanor. Through subtle insinuations and ambiguous remarks, he successfully garnered the basic trust of several individuals. As a few cups of clear liquor were consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. At that moment, a middle-aged man abruptly received a phone call, his expression shifting subtly. After hanging up, he turned to Shuo and stated, "I just received a task from above. Su boss, as you are new, this matter is perfectly suited for you." He handed over a note inscribed with vague locations. His pupils filled with scrutiny. Shuo's gaze swept over the note, and the words "fire incident site" leapt out at him. His eyes flickered momentarily, yet he exhibited no signs of disturbance. "If it is indeed perfectly suited, then I shall take it on." The man nodded, revealing a faintly meaningful smile. Shuo responded with a polite and calm smile, tucking the note into his pocket. In the late hours of the night, he returned to his residence and called Wang Cao. Shuo has transmitted a task. There will be a transaction in Xinjingshan tomorrow. The target is unknown, but it likely pertains to the experimental report. His voice remained composed. "Do you need assistance?" Wang Cao inquired. "No, do not expose ourselves," Shuo replied coldly. "Arrange a minor incident on your end, one sufficiently distracting to engage their peripheral forces. As for me, I need to ascertain certain details." No sooner had the words left his lips than the glow of the smartphone screen illuminated his austere profile. The concealed glint in his gaze rendering his expression even more profound. In New Gold Mountain, at a derelict industrial warehouse on the outskirts of the city, the rusted iron gates emitted a mournful creak in the cold wind. At this moment, Shuo appeared under the guise of Su Lang, clad in an unremarkable gray suit, holding a cheap briefcase, resembling a mere errand boy. Chapter 93. The imposter Shuo ambled around the warehouse, feigning nonchalance as he occasionally glanced at his phone, ostensibly to confirm his location. But in truth, he was transmitting real-time images of his surroundings to Wang Cao via a miniature camera. "Boss, there's a dog hole in the southeast corner with 2 guards. It appears to be a warning system." Wang Cao's voice crackled through the earpiece, laced with a hint of mockery. "Should I send someone to tease those 2 foolish dogs?" "Let us not complicate matters," Shuo replied in a hushed tone, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated windows of the warehouse. "Keep a close watch on the main entrance. Once I'm inside, be ready to assist." After confirming the absence of any overt ambushes, Shuo pushed open the warehouse door, a wave of mildew assaulting his senses. The interior was dim and damp, with several burly men scattered about, the atmosphere thick with tension. One particularly brutish figure, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a thumb, scrutinized him with a sidelong glance. "Are you Su Lang?" The man with the gold chain inquired in a gruff voice, his skepticism palpable. "That's me," Shuo replied calmly, placing his briefcase on a greasy table. "I brought the items." "Items?" Another tall, gaunt man, his face marred by a grotesque scar, chuckled mockingly. "What items?" "We never specified any items." Shuo remained impassive, aware that this was merely the beginning of their probing. "Come now, gentlemen, you jest. Didn't we discuss this over the phone yesterday?" Regarding the follow-up collaboration on that experimental report. "The experimental report?" The gold chain man feigned astonishment. "When did we ever mention such a thing?" "Brother, I believe you've come to the wrong place. Please, let us not joke around." Shuo smiled faintly, his tone tinged with exasperation. "It's quite a trek for me to come here in this pitch darkness. If there weren't any sincerity involved, I wouldn't dare to show up." What followed was a series of inquiries from several members of the Blackwater, who attempted to subtly extract specifics about the experimental report, tossing in highly technical questions to catch him off guard. Yet, leveraging his vast knowledge and formidable mental fortitude, Shuo navigated their queries with finesse, providing answers that were impeccably evasive, leaving them with no grounds to pin him down. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the warehouse, faintly laced with the sound of police sirens. The expression on the gold chain man's face darkened as he pulled out his phone to take a call, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous. "Damn it, the cops are here," he exclaimed, hanging up the phone and glaring at Shuo with malevolence. "You'd better not be playing any tricks. If you delay my business, I'll make sure you regret it." Shuo stifled a laugh inwardly, aware that Wang Cao's unexpected interference had begun to take effect. However, he maintained an outward facade of anxiety. "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I'm merely here for business." The gold chain man seemed to realize that the police's arrival might be coincidental. Suppressing his fury, he pointed at the briefcase on the table. "Show me what's inside. If you dare to deceive us, I'll end you right now." Taking a deep breath, Shuo slowly unzipped the briefcase, revealing not documents, but a neatly bundled stack of cash. He pushed the money towards the man adorned with a gold chain and said in a low voice, "This is the initial payment. Once the goods are inspected, the remaining amount will be transferred immediately." The gold chain man paused momentarily, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Just as he reached for the money, Shuo deftly flipped his wrist, allowing a miniature camera to silently drop to the floor beneath the table, aimed at the cash in the gold chain man's hand. "Brother, about this money." Shuo deliberately lowered his voice. "It was procured through special channels, and there is something significant about it." After confirming that the camera was functioning properly, he feigned an air of mystery and leaned closer to the gold chain man. "There's a critical point regarding this money that I must bring to your attention. The higher-ups are particularly invested in the Blue Crystal Project, and if anything were to go awry..." He intentionally left his sentence unfinished, granting the other man endless room for speculation. The gold chain man, predictably, took the bait. His gaze flickered and his breathing quickened. "Blue crystal?" he echoed, as if seeking confirmation. "What do you know?" "Not much," Shuo replied, adopting a cautious demeanor. "I only know that this project involves several influential figures. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences." Outside the warehouse, the sound of honking grew increasingly close, causing the gold chain man to pace anxiously. He seized the cash from the table and thrust it into the hands of the tall, thin man. "Hurry, inspect the goods. Lao San, go check the situation outside." The tall, thin man accepted the money but did not immediately begin counting. Instead, he scrutinized it closely under the dim light. He pinched the edges of the bills and held them up to the light, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "Brother," the tall, thin man hesitated. "There seems to be something off about this money." The gold chain man spun around, snatching the bills from the tall man's hands, his gaze piercing. "What's wrong?" The tall man pointed at the texture and watermark of the bills. "The quality of the paper and the clarity of the watermark. It seems different from before." "Damn it." The gold chain man's demeanor shifted in an instant. He drew a gun and aimed it at Shuo's head. "You little brat. Are you trying to play me? Is there a tracker hidden in this money?" Shuo felt a chill run down his spine, yet he forced a calm facade. "Brother, you misunderstand. This money is perfectly fine. It's just that, for security reasons, we applied some special treatments to prevent tracking. Rest assured, it won't affect its usability." As he explained, he discreetly kicked the corner of the table, sending a small iron piece skittering beneath, disrupting the camera's signal transmission. The gold chain man eyed Shuo suspiciously, the honking now alarmingly close, seemingly right at the warehouse entrance. He spat angrily. "I don't have time to waste with you. Lao San, take him away. Everyone else, retreat." Suddenly, the back door of the warehouse burst open, and a group of men in black surged in, led by none other than Wang Cao. "Don't move," Wang Cao shouted, drawing the attention of the Blackwater members. Seizing the opportunity, Shuo threw a small smoke bomb, instantly filling the warehouse with thick smoke. Amid the chaos, he retrieved the camera from beneath the table and quickly made his exit. In the car, Shuo handed the recording to Wang Cao. "Take a look. See if there is anything of note." Wang Kao connected the recording to the onboard computer, and the two watched attentively. In the footage, the man adorned with a golden chain disclosed the location and process of the transaction, even mentioning several key figures by name. Wait, Wang Kao pointed at a name on the screen. This individual seems to be affiliated with our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Li Shuo's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. They continued to watch. The recording proceeded, and the man with the golden chain brought up the Blue Crystal Project. Li Shuo had never heard of this project, but judging by the man's tone and demeanor, it was of considerable significance. Blue Crystal, Li Shuo murmured, suddenly recalling a core member within the Sihai Chamber of Commerce codenamed Crystal. Could it be? At that moment, Wang Kao suddenly pointed at a figure on the screen and exclaimed, "Boss, look, this person." Chapter 94, Betrayal Among Kin Boss. Look, this person. Wang Kao's voice suddenly escalated, his finger trembling as it pointed towards a vague silhouette on the screen. Under the scrutinizing light, the figure passed by the smoke-filled warehouse in profile. Li Shuo's pupils constricted. His typically calm demeanor was now tumultuous, stirred by a familiar visage and outline. It was Crystal, a member of our Four Seas Commerce Association. Wang Kao's voice quivered with undeniable shock and suspicion. This shouldn't be. Crystal is one of the core members of the association. How could he be lurking here? Li Shuo remained silent, his expression abruptly turning severe. Yet within his chest surged a profound anger and a subtle unease. He closed his eyes, attempting to disentangle the complex thoughts, but his tranquility eluded him. Crystal's identity was unique. He was one of the few code-name designated core executives within the Four Seas Commerce Association, responsible for certain clandestine projects both inside and outside the organization. Now, this code name had emerged like a dagger poised to pierce his heart, altering the landscape of the situation. Venko, Li Shuo spoke quietly, his calm tone causing Wang Kao to flinch slightly. Immediately initiate a thorough investigation into Crystal. All operational records from the past 6 months, financial flows, interpersonal networks. Leave no stone unturned. Li Shuo narrowed his eyes. I refuse to be stabbed in the back by one of our own. Understood. Venko responded solemnly. He grasped the gravity of Li Shuo's words. If Crystal were indeed compromised, it would signify far more than mere treachery. It could implicate the entire Four Seas Commerce Association, even the undercurrents of the entire business realm. The air within the vehicle felt as though it had solidified, the cabin's unique glow illuminating Li Shuo's profile, his expression dark and inscrutable. He had never anticipated such a perilous vulnerability within the Four Seas Commerce Association. The veiled threat now loomed over him, revealing that the Blue Crystal Project was far from innocent. Meanwhile, the city of Binhai was already rife with whispers and surges of intrigue. As one of Binhai's financial titans, the public shareholder information of the Song Group had abruptly shifted, inciting a stir throughout the business community. Over the past few months, while Li Shuo had maintained his position as the largest shareholder, he was oblivious to the fact that Song Qianqian and Wang Chao had been quietly amassing shares of the Song Group. In an office, Song Qianqian cradled a glass of red wine, a gleam of triumph flickering in her eyes as she gazed out at the bustling nightscape from the floor-to-ceiling window. For this past fortnight, Li Shuo had basked in the glory of being the Song Group's largest shareholder. Now, she wondered how long he could maintain his arrogance. With a slight smile, she raised her glass towards Wang Chao, who sat on the sofa. Mr. Wang, thank you for your steadfast support. Wang Chao raised his glass in kind, taking a sip with a smile that was barely perceptible. You flatter me, Miss Song. We are partners. Naturally, we shall advance and retreat together. I must inquire, however, where has Li Shuo disappeared to? He has been silent for nearly a week now. Song Qianqian raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with sarcasm as she remarked, I have already inquired, and no one knows where he has gone. This fellow has always been shrouded in mystery. However, even if he returns, what difference does it make? The Song family is no longer under his control. Wang Chao lowered his head, sipping from his glass, a veil of inscrutability in his eyes. That may not be the case. I have an inkling that this individual is not so simple. Song Qianqian scoffed, her demeanor growing more relaxed. And what of it? No matter how capable he is, He cannot alter the situation we have already secured. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyin furrowed her brow, her fingers lightly gripping her phone as she paced before the window. Still no response. She murmured softly, a palpable anxiety lurking in her gaze. Over the past 3 days, Li Shuo's calls had vanished without a trace. Not only did no one answer, but he had also completely lost signal. For the typically composed and rational Lu Yinyin, this was edging beyond her threshold of tolerance. Could something have happened? The more she pondered, the more restless she became, ultimately snatching her coat and hurriedly heading out toward Han Hui. As she pushed open the door to Han Hui's office, Zhou Qianquan, engrossed in his paperwork, nearly dropped his pen in alarm. Yinyin, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Zhou Qianquan quickly rose, a smile plastered on his face, though an internal alarm rang loudly in his mind. Li Shuo had specifically instructed him never to divulge the details of his overseas assignment. Where has Li Shuo gone? Lu Yinyin inquired bluntly, her tone urgent. Zhou Qianquan's expression briefly stiffened, but he soon donned a facade of nonchalance. Oh, Li Shuo, he went abroad to investigate new energy technology. He*s busy with work. The signal might be poor, hence the difficulty in reaching him. New energy technology? Lu Yinyin scrutinized him suspiciously, recalling that he had never mentioned it before. Oh, this isn't a sudden development. It's just a temporary business trip. He*s likely to return in a couple of days. Zhou Qianquan scratched his head nervously, assuring her, there's no need to worry. Li Shuo is certainly fine. Lu Yinyin bit her lip, still harboring some concern, but seeing Zhou Qianquan's certainty, she relented. As she returned home, cloaked in the night, a familiar figure stood unexpectedly at the entrance of her community. Bai Shaoqing held a large bouquet of roses, a self-satisfied smile plastered on his face. Upon seeing Lu Yinyin alight from her vehicle, he eagerly approached. Yinyin, what a coincidence. I've waited for you for an hour. Bai Shaoqing's voice was soft, his demeanor exuding a warmth that bordered on discomfort. Lu Yinyin frowned, instinctively taking a step back, a flicker of coldness crossing her eyes. Bai Shao, how come you are here? I wanted to see you, Bai Shaoqing replied, his tone laden with implications. Living alone must be rather lonely for you. Wouldn't you agree? He deliberately elongated his words, a hint of frivolity curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yinyin cast her gaze downward, coldly pushing aside the roses he offered, her voice as distant as the frost of March. There is no need for your concern, Bai Shao. I merely returned late and do not require visitors. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lu Yinyin's desk. She lowered her gaze to glance at Li Shuo's photograph, and after a moment of contemplation, she dialed Gu Li's number. On the other end of the line, Gu Li seemed still ensnared by slumber, his voice tinged with fatigue. Hello, Yin. What brings you to call this early? Lu Yin cut straight to the chase, devoid of any circumlocution. Gu Xiao, are you free today? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Gu Li raised an eyebrow at her forthrightness. You are indeed quite direct. Very well. I have no engagements this morning. Tell me the location, and I shall come to you. An hour later, within a high-end CAF in Binhai City, Lu Yinyin had already ordered an Americano and was quietly sifting through the analytical data on her tablet. Chapter 95. The unconventional Lu Yinyin. After a while, Gu Lifu hurriedly arrived, showing none of the usual composure expected from a scion of the business realm. Apologies, I was caught in traffic, he said as he unceremoniously took a seat, scrutinizing Lu Yinyin's demeanor. He sensed a distinct aura of calmness intertwined with decisiveness emanating from her today. Lu Yinyin looked up, a polite smile gracing her lips. It's quite all right. After all, I had scheduled our meeting in advance, so I cannot fault you for your tardiness. Your words leave me feeling uncertain, Gu Lifu replied. Very well, what pressing matter brings you to me? With arms crossed casually over his chest, he intended to approach the conversation with a nonchalant attitude. However, he underestimated Lu Yinyin's seriousness. Her gaze deepened as she retrieved a report from her bag, sliding it across the table towards him. This is a document compiled by my planning department, analyzing a series of recent market trends concerning the Song Group. Gu Lifu furrowed his brow, flipping through the pages. The complexity and professionalism of the business strategies unveiled before him transformed his demeanor into one of earnest attention. Closing the document, he inquired, "Are you intending to target the Song Group?" Lu Yinyin sighed softly, yet her tone was resolute. "To be precise, I aim to assist in resolving the machinations of Song Qianqian and Wang Chao. I detest the notion of anyone stabbing Li Shuo in the back." Gu Lifu was momentarily taken aback, recalling Li Shuo's frequent commendations of this remarkable woman. He stared at Lu Yinyin, suddenly realizing she was far from a mere decorative figure admired for her beauty. "Yinyin, is there something you have not shared with me?" Gu Lifu probed cautiously. Lu Yinyin took a sip of her coffee, her gaze unwavering. "Gu Xiao, you should be aware that I am, in name, the adopted daughter of Sun Qian. My responsibilities extend beyond mere academic pursuits." She shifted the conversation. "I have already uncovered significant leads regarding the clandestine dealings between Song Qianqian and Wang Chao. It is time to leverage this information to breach the defenses of the Song Group." Gu Lifu's eyes widened slightly. He had initially thought Lu Yinyin was merely inquiring casually, only to discover she had amassed such critical intelligence. However, he remained cautious, recognizing that the Song Group was a formidable entity in Binhai. "All right, but I must ask, why seek my assistance? You appear to have devised a comprehensive plan on your own," he questioned. Lu Yinyin smiled subtly, her expression composed. "Because the Gu family's position within Binhai's business landscape is irreplaceable. I require your resources to exert pressure on the Song Group." Upon hearing this, Gu Lifu stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. "You are indeed impressive. Very well, I shall assist you with this endeavor. Lu Yinyin, you are increasingly becoming a pivotal figure beside Li Shuo." At this, Lu Yinyin blinked, but offered no reply, instead steering the conversation in a seemingly casual direction. "However, we must exercise caution. If we allow Song Qianqian and Wang Chao to continue their operations unchecked, their deceptive collaborations may soon mislead the market, and the equilibrium in Binhai will inevitably be disrupted." Her words resonated like a stone cast into still waters, instantly casting a serious pall over Gu Lifu's expression. His smile gradually faded as he said solemnly, "Yinyin, await my news. I will investigate the recent unusual movements of the Song family, but you must also be prepared. Things will not proceed smoothly." Seeing Gu Li's agreement, Lu Yinyin felt a slight relief. Yet her gaze remained composed, a latent confidence and determination making her appear as if she were a victor holding all the cards. She retrieved several reports from her handbag and handed them to Gu Li. "These are the data I've compiled over the past few years regarding the main trading partners of Song Qianqian and Wang Chao. They could serve as one of your investigative leads." Lu Yinyan's calm demeanor conveyed no hint of supplication, but rather a sense of equal cooperation. Gu Li accepted the documents, inwardly scoffing, "I truly underestimated this young lady." However, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Everyone in the business circle knew that Lu Yinyin, who was often the subject of the old boss's discussions, was not someone to be taken lightly. It was her audacity to confront the Song family and the subtle display of her business acumen that unexpectedly piqued Gu Li's anticipation for the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, at a luxurious 7-star hotel in the heart of Binhai City, the venue was filled with esteemed guests, their glasses clinking in a vibrant atmosphere where commercial giants congregated. The hall was adorned with gilded nameplates, the lighting opulent and refined, with the air imbued with the fragrant aroma of red wine. This was a private cocktail party held within the upper echelons, where, though the crowd was small, each attendee held significant weight. On a secluded terrace, Wang Chao held a glass of champagne, his eyes reflecting impatience. He turned to Song Qianqian beside him and whispered, "Why are you so late?" "I just endured a round of the boss's mockery. It's utterly exasperating." Song Qianqian, clad in a fitted red knee-length dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuded a touch of allure with her burgundy lips. She cast a glance at Wang Chao and lazily replied, "You call me over, but seem to gain nothing from it. Surely, you're not facing trouble again and plan to use me as a shield?" Wang Chao, caught in his thoughts, maintained a fade of amusement. "Are you not interested in making a profit alongside me?" he whispered, his tone laced with cunning. I have arranged several paths for you. Whether you choose to take them is entirely up to you. Song Qian scoffed, gently swirling her wine glass. Am I unaware of your little schemes? You likely wish to pull me into your troubles, hoping I'll share the risks. At this juncture, Wang Chao dropped his pretense, leaning closer. Qian, I genuinely have our best interests at heart. This time, I have contacted several new capital sources, and with your backing from Song Shan, if we unite to seize Han Hui, who could possibly stand in our way in Benhai? Song Qian's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet a flicker of wariness and coldness lingered beneath. How can you presume to dictate my affairs? The direction of Song Shan is determined by him alone. I cannot decide anything for you. Spare me your theatrics, Wang Chao scoffed. Do you think I am unaware? Song Shan is systematically manipulating the funds, systematically suppressing those small and scattered companies. Do not feign innocence if you remain idle. How could it fall upon me to clean up the mess? Song Qian shot him an irritated glance, yet ultimately refrained from retorting, a faint smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. At last, you are not entirely foolish. Indeed, Song Shanha has embarked on a new strategy. But do you believe you would readily divulge all his methods to me? She lightly prodded Wang Chao's shoulder, her gaze laced with mockery. Just wait patiently for your share of the spoils. The exchange between the two was rife with probing and calculation. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their conversation had been meticulously recorded by concealed devices. These instruments were installed through clandestine channels by Gu Li's operatives. Through information relayed by a personal assistant, he acquired the entirety of the recorded conversation. Hours later, Gu Li quietly opened the file in his office, listening intently to the entire dialogue. His expression tightened as he swiftly dialed Lu Yinyan's number. Chapter 96. The Unknown Landscape. Hello. Yin, you were indeed correct. Song Qian is covertly orchestrating events from behind the scenes, and she is allied with Wang Chao. It is highly likely that Song Shanhe is the mastermind behind their actions. They intend to suppress Han Hui through financial maneuvers. Gu Li's voice conveyed an urgency. On the other end of the line, Lu Yin remained composed, simply responding with a soft hum before inquiring what sectors